shouted that he was present in every moment. Both became a solid shield for him. What made Kang Woojin exist as Kang Woojin was, absurdly, misunderstandings and the concept. What kept making him look back at himself were those two things. Woojin inwardly smiled as if it was absurd. At the same time, he decided to cherish himself more. What about it? The things I experience are just possessions. At that moment, thud. After the staff called the scene number and clapped the slate, through the loudspeaker, PD Song Man-woo's cue can be heard. High action. Simultaneously, reporters surrounded by police burst their camera flashes like crazy. Their target was, of course, Park Dae-ri. The onlookers hurled curses at Park Dae-ri. You trash. Go die. You parasite. Die. Drop dead. Execute him. But Park Dae-ri, handcuffed, calmly looked over them. No, was he smiling? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, he couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Phew. It was a faint laugh. A sort of mockery. At that, the spectators grew even more furious, and the barrage of camera flashes intensified. At this moment, Hong Hai-yun, or rather, Detective Jong Yun-hee pushed Park Dae-ri's back. Don't mess around and act properly. Park Dae-ri turned his head to look at Jong Yun-hee. He sniffed the air, a humid scent filling his nostrils. You smell good, detective. What? Sweat. And you're wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Didn't you go home? Shut your mouth. Just do what you're supposed to. Yes, I'll do it right. The lively eyes of Park Dae-ri were eerie and vacant, but his lips formed a small smile. It was as if only his mouth was having its own fun on his face. Soon, Park Dae-ri picked up a red cord laid out in front of him. Whoosh. Slowly, very slowly, Park Dae-ri took a step forward, heading towards the doll sprawled on the floor. He then lightly kicked the doll and chuckled lightly. It's shoddy. He calmly reenacted a past murder he had committed. Looping the cord around the doll's neck, he pulled from behind. It wasn't harsh. It was gentle. All the while, Park Dae-ri's gaze fixed on Yoo Ji-hyung, who had his arms crossed in front. Park Dae-ri tilted his head slightly. While he put pressure on the cord around the doll's neck, his real target was Yoo Ji-hyung. All of Park Dae-ri's attention was thrown at Yoo Ji-hyung, who felt as if his own neck was being strangled. But it was fine. It was just a light prank from Park Dae-ri. Yoo Ji-hyung gave a slight smile and waved at Park Dae-ri. Then, snap. Perhaps because he put too much strength, the cord that Park Dae-ri was pulling snapped. Park Dae-ri then gently caressed the face of the doll he had been strangling. Swiftly brushing the doll's cheeks, Park Dae-ri, who casually shrugged his shoulders, kept his gaze on Yoo Ji-hyung. People don't die? From something this week. Give me a new one. A silence followed for about 10 seconds. The one who broke that silence was. Okay. It was PD Song Man-woo. Great. That was good. Keep that emotion, and let's move straight to the real murder scene. As soon as his words ended, dozens of extras and actors who had crowded the filming zone spread out. The dolls and various props were also removed. Some lights were also removed. The staff moved quickly. The handcuffs that had filled Kang Woojin's hands were removed. Of course, the outfits were changed too. Kang Woojin was now wearing a black windbreaker zipped up to the neck and a hat. Suddenly, the filming zone was empty and dim. It exuded a chilling atmosphere. A woman in her 50s with permed hair walked in. She was an extra, and behind her, swish, the calm Kang Woojin stood. It was now time to shoot the real scene of the reenacted murder. Kang Woojin whispered into the extra's ear. I'm sorry. What? No, it's because the scene is a bit too intense. Oh, it's fine. It's just acting. Why would you be sorry? I'll do it right in one take. Thank you. The extra actress braced herself. About that time. High action. PD Song Man-woo's signal was given, and Park Dae-ri suddenly grabbed the back of the head of a woman who had permed hair. Then he dragged her. The woman had no choice but to scream. Yeah. At that scream, Park Dae-ri opened his mouth, looking up at the sky. Ha-dash. It was because he felt an orgasm unknowingly when lust and desire were realized. Ecstasy, exhilaration, shivering. Whatever the words, a genuine smile, not a practiced one, spread across his lips. Park Dae-ri, who was holding her hair, whispered in her ear. I like it, ma'am. I like it. Save me, save me. You think you're going to die today, ma'am? Park Dae-ri's lips trembled. It was a spasm caused by pleasure. He couldn't stand it. How could he quit this? Addiction. Park Dae-ri was a man who neither smoked nor drank. However, he was addicted to murder. Such an expression filled Park Dae-ri's face now. The excitement intensified. The dark pupils expanded, and his breath quickened. The lips that were raised in a sneer had no intention of coming down. At this point, the main camera zooms in for a close-up of the woman and Park Dae-ri standing behind her, shaking slightly for realism. But Park Dae-ri, without any care. Thud. He slammed the woman to the ground. The camera followed suit. The woman flailed wildly. It was a desperate message to be saved. Kuhuk. Dude, don't. Save me. Save me. Then, Park Dae-ri took a red cord from his windbreaker pocket. He wrapped it around the woman's neck. Slowly, languidly, giving the woman enough time to feel the imminent danger. The camera moves to Park Dae-ri's side as he ties the cord. He is delighted. Park Dae-ri looked like a child with a gift in front of him. His expression was completely detached from the current environment and situation. The strangeness created by the gap was hard to put into words. Therefore, my God, Hong Hai-yun, who was watching Park Dae-ri on the monitor, covered her mouth. It's not a real murder, isn't it? Why does it look so real? It wasn't admiration. It was closer to fear. Ryu Youngmin quietly gritted her teeth. If I didn't know, I probably can't do it like that. It's scary. The level of immersion is terrifying. None of the actors could articulate their appreciation as they watched Park Dae-ri. It was simply amazing, because what they were seeing was indistinguishable from reality. And PD Song Man-woo stood motionless with his face buried in the monitor. Instead, he spat out a curse. F*******. That's right. His taste was sharp. As a director, he was experiencing a remarkable moment. The faces of the supporting actors and staff who had gathered were all shocked. Some opened their mouths slightly or furrowed their brows and turned their heads, because it was brutal. But Park Dae-ri's pleasure didn't stop. He dragged the woman he had tied by the neck. Squeak, squeak. His face was as though he was walking a pet. The woman's screams continued. Ah, Kuhuk. I can't breathe. Help. The more she did so, the lighter Park Dae-ri's footsteps became. At this point, swoosh. The camera zoomed in on Park Dae-ri's face, and Park Dae-ri bent down to whisper in the ear of the woman writhing on the floor. His expression suddenly became emotionless. I wish your screams were a little louder. They are not quite satisfying enough. The woman who met Park Dae-ri's eyes shivered with her hands and feet. Oh, it wasn't acting. Chapter 43, Projection 1. After Park Dae-ri's line, everyone on set closed their mouths. The several cameras filming Park Dae-ri and the middle-aged woman also stopped. Of course, the same goes for Park Dae-ri and the middle-aged woman. Suddenly, the scene fell quiet. The screams of the woman and the pleasure-filled voice of Park Dae-ri had disappeared. It stayed like that for about 10 seconds. The person who broke the heavy silence was, of course, PD Song Man-woo. Cut. Okay, the scene was over. We'll use this take for this scene. Normally, they would shoot the same scene several times, but PD Song Man-woo seemed to have no intention of doing that. The current take was enough. They usually don't shoot intense or exaggerated scenes multiple times anyway. As soon as the OK sign was given, Kang Woojin quickly changed back to his normal self and got rid of the Park Dae-ri character. Swoosh. He untied the rope that was around the neck of the middle-aged supporting actress. His movements were incredibly fast. Then, supporting her shoulder, he quietly asked her, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry." The woman, who had just given a passionate performance, answered while catching her breath. "Yes? Ah, yes. I'm fine. Do you have any pain anywhere?" "I don't think so. Let's get a proper checkup." The brutality of a moment ago had completely disappeared. This was why the supporting actress was slightly startled by Woojin. This kid is really good? Look at how quickly he's changed his character. Moreover, Kang Woojin's eyes were even filled with genuine concern. A stark contrast to the madman, Park Dae-ri. Please get up carefully. Of course, all of Kang Woojin's actions were sincere at this moment. Is she really okay? Any actor would have felt the same way after that scene. Plus, the supporting actress was around the same age as Woojin's mother, which made him even more worried. "Oh, I'm sorry. Your neck area has turned a little red. It's really okay. Your hand has turned redder, hasn't it? You put a lot of strength into it on purpose." Indeed, he had. During the strangling scene, Woojin had tightened his grip to the extreme. The cord around the supporting actress's neck had been loose, but he put a lot of force into his hand to express its tautness. Kang Woojin was becoming more adept at using his acting skills. That's why the clarity of the character, engraved by repeated readings, experiences, was increasing, but he could also maintain his sanity as Kang Woojin while acting. At this moment, the staff and PD Song Manwoo rushed over. What? Are you hurt? Are you okay? In fact, the female supporting actress didn't have any major problems. The acting had been very realistic, and she had been carried away by Kang Woojin's performance, but she hadn't been wounded or hurt. However, Kang Woojin's concern amplified the surrounding worries, thanks to his seriousness. Still, Woojin continued to watch her with a solemn face. PD, could you please check her neck and arm areas? Huh? What? I think the dragging scene was a bit too intense. Kang Woojin continued to support the female supporting actress and handed her over to the staff. His poker face remained, but his eyes were sincere. Soon, I'm going to the restroom. Woojin, who had been watching the supporting actress's condition, slowly moved away. It wasn't that he was avoiding the situation, but as soon as he felt relieved about the supporting actress's condition, his tension eased. Ugh, I need to pee. He genuinely needed to relieve himself. Physiological phenomena are fair to everyone. A few female staff members who were watching Woojin's retreating figure whispered, "It seems like he's going to regain his emotions." Well, that scene just now was really intense. In the meantime, actors like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon did not follow Kang Woojin, only watching him with their eyes. I should talk to him after he recovers his emotions. It's a relief he didn't throw up. Being able to compose oneself after that scene is also a talent. It was only natural to give Kang Woojin time to recover his emotions. Regardless, Woojin's pace quickened as he urgently needed to use the restroom. Gotta go? Ugh. However, he shouldn't make it too obvious. It might look silly. As Kang Woojin was gradually moving away. CEO, I'll go after him. Among the Kang Woojin team gathered in the staff area, Jang Soo-won moved, but was stopped by CEO Choi Sung-gun. It's okay. If you go now, you'll just get in the way. Are you thinking he is really going to the bathroom? Then, a cold response came from Han Yi-young. He must be going to calm down. Most method actors do that. At this time, someone tapped on the shoulder of the crossed-armed Choi Sung-gun. When he turned around, he saw a familiar face. Choi Sung-gun was a little surprised. You're Mr. Kim, from the Yoram Film Company, right? Yes, you remember me. Long time no see. Of course, I have to remember, huh? I heard you're preparing a new project with director Kwon Ki-taek. Yeah, you still have good information, even though we haven't even officially announced it. But what brings you here? For a moment, the quick-witted Choi Sung-gun changed his expression to a serious one and whispered softly. Did you come to see the actors? All right, the man with the mask from earlier. That was Director Kwon. You're still quick-witted. Let's go together, CEO Choi. Director Kwon saw Woojin. Mr. Kim smiled, as if confirming the answer. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, who had been rapidly calculating in his head, followed him, and they arrived at the vacant parking lot, and in front of a gray van, they saw a man in a mask. Who else could it be? Director Kwon Ki-taek. The answer that Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself was correct. Director Kwon Ki-taek removed his mask and greeted him. CEO Choi, how have you been? He said smoothly with a smile. They had met before. Yes, Director. It's been a while since I last saw you. The last time we met was with Hae-yeon, right? That's right. But today is not about Hae-yeon. It's about our Woojin. That's right. Then, Director Kwon Ki-taek recalled Kang Woojin's acting as Park Dae-ri that he had seen earlier and the sincerity he showed. He was amazing. Thank you. He speaks English at a native level. You know that Kang Woojin self-studied acting abroad, don't you? Choi Sung-gun was a little surprised. How do you know that? I heard it roughly from PD's song. Wait, so today wasn't the first time you saw Woojin? No, I've been watching him for a few weeks now. I saw his acting on the interrogation room set too. Upon hearing the answer, Choi Sung-gun screamed internally. No, it was admiration for Kang Woojin. Is that guy a magnet for masters? From Woo Hyung-gu to Kwon Ki-taek, masters are automatically lining up one after another? Director Kwon Ki-taek, with a small smile, spoke in a low voice. Honestly, I was going to talk to Woojin today, but the situation became a bit weird after that great acting earlier. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing for me to talk to that kid with those intense emotions left. It's something I've seen a lot as a director. Oh, I'll be leaving for today. What? You came all the way here, and you're just leaving. It's okay. I'm satisfied since I got to see such great acting. Instead, director Kwon Ki-taek, who opened the door of the van, asked, "Let's make a proper appointment, not on set. When would be good?" Choi Sung-gun, who quickly recalled his schedule, quickly gave an answer. "How about the morning of the day after tomorrow?" 2 days later, on April 13th, Monday. It was morning. The entertainment news was still like a battlefield. SBC, MBS, TVM upcoming tri-network war. Communities already abuzz. The media had been stirring up a new battle for days, and the heated atmosphere quickly turned into public opinion. Star Talk, growing anticipation for drama war. Top actors SNS suddenly becomes active. The more it was talked about, the more the broadcasting stations SBC, MBS, and TVM added fuel to flame by promotion. Regardless of whether it's provocation or rumors, pulling out now would result in a rapid decline in recognition. At this moment, PD Song Man-woo was in the SBC drama department head's office. He had been editing all night after finishing filming yesterday, so he was in no shape to talk. His beard had grown a lot as well. Of course, his routine had been almost the same recently. Shooting, editing, repeat. But as a veteran, he had made a lot of progress. Writer Park Eun-mi was also speeding up, finishing the script for episode 12. Anyway, PD's song. Sitting on a 5-person sofa, the rather chubby drama department head said to PD Song Man-woo, who was sitting on the next sofa, "You saw how the reporters are going crazy, right? Talking about a war and stuff." "Yes, I saw it, of course. They looked close. No wonder. They had a long-standing senior-junior relationship. When the head was a PD, Song Man-woo PD was an assistant PD. They had nearly 20 years of experience together. Regardless, the head shook the script of Profiler Hanryang episode 5 in his hand. "You know, try to appease Writer Park and tell her to add some romance starting from episode 5. The script is killer, but isn't this too dry?" "Huh, director. No, bro. What's the point of putting that in Profiler Hanryang? Where do you want me to put it?" "That's for Writer Park to figure out. I'm not saying to cram it in, but sneak it in subtly like a seasoning. Do you want to abandon all the viewers who like romance? MBS is doing rom-com. BS is doing rom-com, and there's a rumor that TVM smells like it too." PD Song Man-woo snorted. "If you mix that in, it'll all become crap. Love in this genre is meaningless. If that's the case, you should direct it, bro. Come on. I've been sitting at a desk for years now. You know, right? How much has been invested in Profiler Hanryang, including Writer Park and actors like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon and so on. If this fails, you and I are done for. Hey, I conceded to you putting in an unknown like Kang Woojin or Kang Woojin, didn't I? Do you think the ratings will skyrocket because of him? And how much of our money went into outsourcing anyway? It's not just about money, but there's also a matter of face, right? The CEO is watching too. Do you know how much I was scolded at this morning's meeting?" Soon, PD Song Man-woo, who was checking his wristwatch, sighed and muttered, "Then you tell her yourself, director." "What? Tell her what?" "To add the romance. It's time anyway." Hey, that's Dash." At that moment, bang, Writer Park Eun-mi, who had put on a lot of makeup, appeared in the department head's office. During their conversation, PD Song Man-woo had sent her a message. In other words, she already knew all the department head's intentions. As soon as he saw Writer Park Eun-mi, the department head suddenly laughed. "Oh dear, Writer Park. How's your health?" However, Writer Park Eun-mi, with her long permed hair, had a very stern expression. "Should I cancel?" "Huh? Cancel what?" "The drama. Should I cancel it? You've had the experience once before. When I disappeared to France for a year." "Ah, no. Calm down, Writer Park. Should I disappear? You think I can't?" "Pa, Writer Park. Should I cancel? Should I book a flight?" After staring at Writer Park Eun-mi for a while, the department head shook his head. "I'm sorry, Writer Park. Please write it as you wish." So, 2 hours later, news about Writer Park Eun-mi, who had a phone interview with the media, was thrown out as an article. Profiler Hanryang, Writer Park Eun-mi. There will be no romance in this new work. People were even more enthusiastic by her confirmation. Meanwhile, in Sangam-dong, at Yulrim Film Company, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were seen in the hallway of the large film company. Woojin's, who was expressionless, attire was somewhat formal, because he was wearing a blazer. Both had serious expressions, and the rest of the team was waiting in the underground parking lot. Then, swoosh, Kang Woojin arrived in front of a conference room glass door. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun met Woojin's eyes. Woojin this time, but Choi Sung-gun trailed off. The full sentence was, "Please think long-term this time." This was because he had been too quick to refuse director Woo Hyun-gu. However, he swallowed his words. The right to choose a project was also in the contract. Sigh. No, but really, director Kwon Ki-taek is even stronger than director Woo Hyun-gu. I mean, in terms of reputation or honor. Yes, I know. It was genuine, not bravado or bluff. Kang Woojin had researched director Kwon Ki-taek after hearing about this meeting. Of course, he had heard the name, but looked it up to know more. He's impressive indeed. He's won a lot of awards at prestigious international film festivals. However, maintaining his persona, Kang Woojin wasn't as nervous as he thought. Even though he was about to meet a renowned master director. He had never met director Woo Hyun-gu before, but this time it was a direct meeting. Yet Woojin was subtly calm. Is it because it doesn't feel real? Or maybe it was because he had only been acting for 2 months. You know what they say, the less you know, the braver you are. Thanks to that, director Kwon Ki-taek's awe was somewhat diminished. Instead, Choi Sung-gun was more nervous. Why do I feel like I'm the only one nervous? Well, you, Woojin, usually don't get nervous easily, do you? I'm not as good as you, but I'm kind of like that too. But this director Kwon Ki-taek, he has some sort of aura. Taking a deep breath, Choi Sung-gun opened the glass door. Squeak. Inside, director Kwon Ki-taek was already seated at the middle of a shaped desk. A few film company employees were also seen around. Soon, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun bowed politely. Hello, director. Director Kwon Ki-taek immediately approached the two. Nice to meet you, CEO Choi. And his gaze settled on the silent Kang Woojin. I finally get to see you up close, Woojin. I heard you often come to the set. Haha. Yes, I do. Your voice sounds even better up close. It would sound incredible if recorded. A compliment right away? It was embarrassing. Kang Woojin tried to hide his shyness and answered in a low voice. Thank you. At that moment, director Kwon Ki-taek, who was smiling here, suddenly handed a bundle of papers to Woojin. Take this, the script for my next work. A few actors have already received it. It was the script. First, let's sit down and skim through this, and then we'll talk. All right. Internally agreeing, Woojin expressionlessly lifted his index finger. Of course, he had to show no reaction. Poof. He tapped the black square next to the script. Then, Woojin entered the void space. Kang Woojin, who was in the endless dark space, felt his slight nervousness melt away in no time. Then he said, let's see dash. And he moved to the white rectangles listed nonchalantly. As expected, one more was added just now. Dash, 1/scenario, title, Exorcism, A. Grade, dash, 2/script, title, Profiler Hanryang Part 1, S grade, dash, 3/scenario, title, Island of the Missing, D grade. The title of the scenario given by director Kwon Ki-taek was Island of the Missing. The problem was D grade, that the grade was low, and additionally, Kang Woojin tilted his head. The reason was simple. Dash, 3/scenario, title, Island of the Missing, D grade, dash, asterisk. This is a movie scenario with low completion rate. 60% reading is possible. Not only was the grade low, but for some reason, the completion rate was low too. Why is the completion rate so low? He couldn't help but feel puzzled. 4. Chapter 44. Projection 2. Inside the void space, Kang Woojin stroked his chin as he looked at the white rectangle of Island of the Missing. Aside from the fact that it's AD, why is the completion rate so low? As far as he could think, there had only been one thing that had low completion rate. That partial script. The few pages of the partial script when he first encountered the void space. Assuming that the partial script had a low completion rate because they were only a few pages that had been taken from the existing script, so director Kwon Ki-taek's scenario was the opposite. Kang Woojin was slightly confused. What is this? Is it unfinished? No, it's not. Woojin, who had been muttering to himself, shook his head. It was unlikely that casting would be carried out with an incomplete script. Although Woojin had no knowledge of the entertainment industry, Woojin studied a bit when he had free time. Casting actors is done from the middle of pre-production or something? Indeed, actors decide to appear after reading the completed scenario. Well, sometimes it's done through connections, but that's rare. No matter how close the relationship, business is business. Besides, didn't that director say he had already handed the script over to other actors? Director Kwon Ki-taek had said that he had already given the script to a few actors. Then it's safe to assume that this Island of the Missing script is complete. But the Void Space rated it as having a low completion rate. The grade was also poor. It seems like the timing to look for an actor, but I'm pretty unknown, so they'll probably give me a small role, right? And that's because my acting is good, so I got this opportunity. But even if he's a great master, this is a bit dubious. Kang Woojin was in a dilemma. The renowned master director Kwon Ki-taek had personally reached out to an unknown nobody like him. Woojin was slightly moved by his sincerity. But if both the completion rate and grade are low, then even director Woo Hyun-goo's work had a higher completion rate despite being F grade. At this moment, Kang Woojin was heavily leaning towards refusal. Well, putting that aside for now. Swish. After organizing his thoughts properly, Woojin looked up again and focused on the white rectangle. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing. D grade. The title is Island of the Missing. It doesn't seem like a calm story even to Woojin, who didn't enjoy the content much. It feels somewhat like a thriller or action mixed in. Soon, Kang Woojin selected the white rectangle and skimmed through the roles that he could read. Lieutenant, Captain, Sergeant Dash. There were words associated with the military in the roles. Is this a war movie then? No, that wasn't certain. Not all movies with soldiers are war films. But one thing was for sure. Guns or killing stuff will be in it, right? He felt like there would be intense gunfights, or at least rampant battles. If Woojin were to read this script, he would be dropped right into the middle of a fierce battle. Kang Woojin was a little scared. Isn't that so? He'd often seen guns in the army, so they weren't unfamiliar, but he had never experienced war or bloody battles. It might be different if it were just training. It's quite an experience. I mean, it doesn't matter if I don't do this movie. Kang Woojin, who was prepared for any script or scenario he might receive in the future, suddenly thought. But dropping a nuclear bomb or a disaster, that's a bit overboard, right? Woojin, indulging in his imagination, scratched his head slightly and decided to exit from the virtual space for now. Exit, he muttered into the void. His endlessly dark vision instantly changed to the meeting room. The amiable director Kwon Ki-taek was still standing right in front of him. Then, the director said, Woojin. He tilted his head, looking at Kang Woojin. What's wrong? Are you okay? Upon being asked, Woojin quickly regained his poker face. Yes, I'm fine. That's good, I was worried. You paused for a moment after getting the scenario. I thought you already didn't like it. Ah, that's somewhat true. The pause was due to the time lag when entering the void space, but in reality, Kang Woojin didn't like this scenario. However, I have to go along with it for now. It was difficult to speak as bluntly as he had with director Woo Hyun-goo. The renowned director, Kwon Ki-taek, was right in front of him, and since the director came to him personally, he had to be polite. Everyone was seated at a shaped desk. Director Kwon Ki-taek and the film company staff sat side by side, with Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun across from them. As soon as Woojin sat down, he flipped through the first page of the Island of the Missing script. This wasn't an act, he was genuinely curious. He thought he might find the reason for the low completion rate as he read it. At that moment, director Kwon Ki-taek on the opposite side smiled kindly. Just skim through and get a feel for the work, whether you like its vibe or not. CEO Choi Sung-gun, who had been observing the mood of the meeting room, joined in. Director, if Woojin likes the vibe, can I start thinking about what comes next? Director Kwon Ki-taek answered in a manner that made it sound obvious. Of course, I believe that as long as an actor can act well, that's all that matters. Issues like those with director Woo Hyun-goo don't concern me at all. I wouldn't have gone to the site so many times if I hadn't thought about the next step with Woojin. CEO Choi Sung-gun inwardly shouted in joy but maintained his composure, while director Kwon Ki-taek's gaze landed on the cynical Kang Woojin. Well, the actor should like the vibe of the script for us to discuss the next steps. For a moment. Swoosh. Everyone's eyes, from director Kwon Ki-taek to CEO Choi Sung-gun and the film company's staff, were all on Kang Woojin. Woojin was silently looking down at the script. 1 page, 2 pages. He had already flipped over a dozen pages of the script. His stern expression looked serious to everyone. At this, director Kwon Ki-taek across from him laughed with interest. Indeed, no matter who's in front of him or what the situation is, he does his thing without being shaken. Somehow, I feel the answer is already there in his eyes. However, Kang Woojin felt more puzzled, although he didn't show it. I don't know. Yep, I don't know. The more I look, the less I understand why it's incomplete. Where's the fault in this? He couldn't understand it at all. What part was incomplete? The island of the missing that Woojin was reading didn't have any noticeable flaws. There were no issues. Then, Woojin let out a sigh in his mind. Well, I can't really understand just by reading. Even though he had read many scripts and scenarios, he was not at a level to judge them. But it also felt uncomfortable to just let it pass. I don't know, let's just ask. Kang Woojin, who had been calmly reading the script, looked up. Director Kwon Ki-taek and the film company's staff were still watching Woojin. Among them, Woojin asked director Kwon Ki-taek in a slightly cold voice. Director, I'm sorry but... Yes, go on. Speak freely. Is this script definitely your next work? At the same time, the eyes of the film company's staff widened slightly, and there was a look of interest on director Kwon Ki-taek's face. May I ask why you're asking that? It's a little strange. It's complete, but I feel like it's incomplete. Feel incomplete? I apologize. You said to speak freely. Kang Woojin spat out an apology full of politeness, causing murmurs among the film company staff. Of course, Choi Sung-gun looked at Woojin next to him with shock-filled eyes. Something had happened again. Meanwhile, you made such a judgment just from reading a few pages of the script? And even based on your feelings? Director Kwon Ki-taek said calmly. For a moment, Kang Woojin tensed slightly inside. Did I make a mistake? But his firm expression did not change. I'm sorry. At this moment. Haha, indeed, that's impressive. Suddenly, director Kwon Ki-taek laughed. To be honest, I had my doubts, but it seems that what PD Song said was true. Huh. Still, I didn't expect that the instinct to recognize that work would come out after just 10 or so pages. What's that? What's that old man talking about? Woojin wondered to himself, and director Kwon Ki-taek's smile deepened. It's absurd indeed. Yes, it's an incomplete script. Then he gestured to a film company employee next to him. Soon, the employee took out another bundle of papers from below. Director Kwon Ki-taek handed it to Kang Woojin. Then please read this. An hour later, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were no longer in the meeting room, but director Kwon Ki-taek and the film company employees were still there. At that point, the production PD, who was wrapping up, asked director Kwon Ki-taek, who was looking over the script carefully. Director, may I ask why you showed Woojin the first draft of the script before the revisions? What was the reason for doing that kind of test? Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had met the PD's gaze, looked back down at the script. It was the incomplete script that Kang Woojin had mentioned. I didn't intend to hold an audition. What? Kang Woojin. I'm planning to have him join without an audition. Of course, he has to like my script first. Suddenly, all of the film company employees froze. Their eyes were all the same. A master with top actors lined up is saying such things? The most surprised person was the production PD. But even so, he's an actor without a notable filmography yet. Not doubting his skills, but shouldn't you at least test if he fits the role? That was all taken into account in the test. Of course, I was also curious. What do you mean? Here, director Kwon Ki-taek crossed his arms and thought about the indifferent Kang Woojin he had seen earlier. He didn't seem pleased. What? A complete unknown who's only done 2 works maintaining his cool in this situation, focusing more on the script in front of him than me. Not flattery, but clearly pointing out the problems in the script. That was indeed surprising. Even if it was the initial draft of the script, it would be hard for ordinary actors to notice. Considering his English skills, it's clear he was abroad. and he said he had been diligently studying acting on his own for a long time. Honestly, I still don't understand the self-taught part. But if it's true, he must have seen a tremendous amount of scripts and screenplays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such a sharp sense. I understand what PD Song meant by his unique star quality. I'm intrigued, both by his acting and his character. The production PD, who was watching director Kwon Ki-taek chuckling, asked with a small cough. Then, which role are you considering for Kang Woojin? The supporting roles are already set. Are you considering him for semi-supporting or a minor role? Then, director Kwon Ki-taek, who had just stood up, shook his head. No, I just changed my mind. He answered casually. I'm thinking of giving him the lead role. However, the production PD and the film company employees were utterly surprised by the answer. What? Lead role? Director? If it's the lead role, for which character? Regardless, director Kwon Ki-taek, who was stroking his chin, was very calm. Villain. A few days later in the morning, at a university in Seoul, a pretty-looking girl had just left the dormitory. She was wearing a cap on her medium-length brown hair, and she was tall, about 168 centimeters. The baseball jacket she wore also suited her well. She stopped walking and made a phone call somewhere. Darn. However, the other party didn't answer. The girl cursed the other person's name. Kang Woojin, you jerk. Out of nowhere, Kang Woojin's name appeared. Why? Because she was Kang Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Why aren't you answering the phone? Kang Hyuna grumbled. They usually only called each other a few times a year. Kang Woojin and Kang Hyuna lived by the phrase, no news is good news. However, she had no choice but to call because of her mother's request. Anyway, Kang Hyuna began to walk again and called her mother. Her mother picked up. Oh, what did your brother say? He's not answering. You should just call him. Isn't he even answering your call? He answered. But shouldn't you guys be more close with each other? Close my foot. We're too busy insulting each other. Wait, but is he really studying acting or something? You want me to stop giving pocket money? Are you sure that he said he wants to be an actor, Mom? He said so. Kang Hyuna, who stopped walking again, laughed in disbelief. He must be going crazy. At the age of 27, he wants to become an actor. Mom, why didn't you stop him? It's been over a month already. Do you think it's possible to stop him from doing what he wants to do? No. Mom, acting is a very tough thing, you know? Aspiring actors join as trainees before they're even 20. Right? And even then, they often fail. It's the same with idols. Is he trying to ruin his life? Then you contact him and check on him. Got it. I'm driving, so I'm hanging up now. Mom. Click. The call ended abruptly. Soon, Kang Hyuna shook her head while thinking about her elder brother's crazy act. He's lost it. Suddenly, he wants to become an actor. Just then, Hyuna, someone called Kang Hyuna from behind. Turning around, she saw her classmates from the same department approaching. They were all girls. For the record, Kang Hyuna was studying early childhood education. Whatever the case, what are you talking about by yourself? An actor? Upon her friend's question, Kang Hyuna sighed deeply. No. My brother says he wants to be an actor. Huh? Really? Hyuna, do you have a younger brother? No. An older brother. Wow. You have an older brother? Is he handsome? Let me see a picture. Are you crazy? Why would I keep his picture on my phone? Then his profile picture on KakaoTalk. Her friends were instantly excited. If he wants to be an actor, he must be good-looking, right? They started to chatter about such things. Unfortunately, Woojin's KakaoTalk profile was completely empty. The friends immediately suggested checking his SNS, social media, but Kang Hyuna was calm. He doesn't use SNS. I'm curious. What does he look like, your brother? He just looks like family. Having answered nonchalantly, Kang Hyuna sent a message to Kang Woojin. You're joking about wanting to become an actor, right? The funny thing was, Kang Woojin, who didn't even answer her calls, replied to the message quite quickly. Jerk. Yep, it's a lie. What the hell? Mom keeps calling me because of it. Why would you make up such a lie? Jerk. I'll take care of it. Seeing his reply, Kang Hyuna clicked her tongue. Tisk. Seems like he was kidding about becoming an actor. That's how Kang Hyuna and her friends kept gossiping about Kang Woojin until they arrived at the classroom. The topic of conversation varied unpredictably, ranging from her brother to actors, from actors to top handsome actors. Right now, they were talking about dramas featuring top handsome actors. Did you see the new drama lineup for May? I really want to see the one with Ko Man-wook. The MBS one. When's that in May? The drama lineup is crazy. I want to see the TVM one. It looks like it's going to be awesome. That's my second choice. Kwak Sore's one is my first pick. But will Netflix show all of them? It's going to suck if they don't. Isn't the TVM one on that separate OTT platform? At this point, Kang Hyun-ah, who had just sent a message to Kang Woojin, suddenly exclaimed, what are you talking about? I've got to see Ryu Young-min. He's super handsome. At that moment, Kang Woojin was in a passenger van, on his way to the B-team filming set of Profiler Han-ryang. Just having answered his sister's message, Woojin was now reading the script with a serious expression. Flip. Of course, it was Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing. The real completed script, not the incomplete one. Although he was busy filming, he was reading it whenever he had time. He had already read 70% of the scenario. It seemed pretty interesting. Well, it actually was. Although it was hard to tell from his stern face, he was inwardly full of admiration. Oh wow, what's this? A monster? An extraterrestrial creature appears? The suspense is incredible. Here, Kang Woojin recalled the revised grade of Island of the Missing that he saw in the void space. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing, A+ grade. This is a very highly completed movie scenario. 100% reading is possible. It had been upgraded from a D to an A+. Looking at it this way, it does seem different from before. How should I put it? The tension feels different. And from the beginning of the script, one role stood out to Woojin. But what is this? Dual personality. Though it would be difficult for him to get the role as it was a lead character, it was an interesting character from a reader's perspective. Is he a villain? I can't tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Then, BRRR. Kang Woojin's cell phone vibrated briefly. Was it his sister again? Thinking so, Woojin picked up his phone with a frown. But the sender wasn't his sister, but Director Shin Dong-chun. Woojin, you must be filming, so I'm sending a message first. It was a message from Director Shin Dong-chun. Director Shin Dong-chun, I just got a call. We made it to the final 40 in the misunderstanding Short Film Festival. Kang Woojin's participation in the misunderstanding Short Film Festival was confirmed. Chapter 45, Projection 3. Kang Woojin, who had checked the message from Director Shin Dong-chun, was slightly surprised. Of course, inwardly. They've already chosen the finalists? That was quick. His heart was pounding a bit. So, am I really going to a film festival? Wow. I've only seen that on TV at the end of the year. Me doing that. Of course, there would be a difference from the large film festivals that Woojin had seen, such as the Blue Dragon or the SBS Drama Awards. But for Kang Woojin, an ordinary citizen, it was just fascinating regardless of the scale. He was slowly realizing that his life was changing. Dramatically. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had his phone rang, and while he was checking Kang Woojin's schedule in his diary, he confirmed the caller. Director Shin? Choi Sung-gun then matched his gaze with Kang Woojin in the rearview mirror and put his cell phone to his ear. Yes, Director. Immediately, the excited voice of Director Shin Dong-chun came in. CEO Choi, our exorcism has been selected for the main competition. I just got a call from the committee. Oh, really? Just now? Yes. Our submission is confirmed, and I also sent a message to Woojin as well. I thought he might be filming. We are on the move right now. Choi Sung-gun's voice got a little louder, infected with excitement. Wow, isn't this incredibly fast? I honestly thought the announcement for the finalists would take longer. Were there surprisingly few submissions? I don't think so. The committee didn't say exactly, but from what they let slip, it seems like it increased about 30% from last year. Probably more than 1,000 works. But to be this quick, as Choi Sung-gun trailed off, his brain spun quickly, and he came up with an answer. Apart from the work being good, I think they contacted us right away because of the unexpected participation of Hyun. They usually announce the main works all at once in one day, right? I also think that's highly likely. It seems like they've contacted potentially high-profile works quickly, separately, to show their regard. Having reached the B team's shooting site while talking with Director Shin Dong-chun, Choi Sung-gun wrapped up the call. Okay, I understand, Director. We will also prepare well according to the schedule. Yes. As the head of BW Entertainment hung up, Han Yeung, who was sitting next to Kang Woojin, moved closer to the passenger seat. Wow. Exorcism made it into the main competition. Yes, it did. Wow. Even the usually chilly Han Yeung seemed quite surprised as she looked at the cynical Woojin with admiration. Bro, you're going to a film festival just 2 months after starting acting? For some reason, Choi Sung-gun answered for him. He's only been here for 2 months domestically. Woojin, have you, by any chance, already experienced a film festival somewhere else? There is no way that was true. At that moment, Han Yeung, looking serious, opened her diary. Her eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. I'll handle the makeup properly. The misunderstanding Short Film Festival is a kind of major player in the short film industry. So many reporters, directors, and actors would come. We can't lose. By this point, Woojin had to lower his gaze to the island of the missing scenario to calm his pounding heart, and Choi Sung-gun, who was watching Kang Woojin in the rearview mirror, let out an inward exclamation. A film festival. Debut just 2 months after his appearance? It's both crazy and unheard of. I've never seen this kind of route before. And even the best-known directors in the country are unbelievably attracted to him. No matter how breathtaking the acting was, the director's attraction is another story. Choi Sung-gun, with over a decade of experience in the entertainment industry, knew this best. And even with the English skills, that wouldn't be out of place if he went to Hollywood right now. Although I don't know about his Japanese yet. Choi Sung-gun, who didn't regret the radical contract terms at all, was estimating Woojin's explosive future as he turned and asked, "So, Woojin, how's the script of Island of the Missing?" "It's interesting." "Oh, interesting. Yes, why do you ask?" "No, it's just that you're saying it's interesting seems a bit awkward." "Awkward as it may be." Woojin's answer wasn't a lie or his persona. Island of the Missing was genuinely interesting. No, how does a man put up with such a monstrous genius? So, Woojin, although cold, sincerely uttered once more, "I haven't finished reading it yet, but it's interesting." "Okay, let me know after you've read it all. Whether or not you're going to do it or not, and which character you particularly liked." Director Kwon Ki-taek said there's no rush, so take your time and think about it. "Yes, CEO." Director Kwon Ki-taek probably also has a misunderstanding short film festival scheduled too, so we can set up a meeting after the festival. Then, all of a sudden, Kang Woojin changed the subject with his calm voice. "Also, can I get more scripts or scenarios?" Suddenly, the past ones, or the ones that haven't started yet. "I'd prefer ones that are in planning." There wasn't a particularly significant reason. Rather than being greedy for projects, it was more about wanting to read various scripts and scenarios. He needed to acquire experience and knowledge quickly. It would be nice if something high-grade comes along. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, who had been stroking his chin, asked, Getting works that are circulating in the market won't be hard. But there's no hurry, is there? I just need to read them in advance." "Really? Then what genre do you prefer? Thrillers, action, rom-coms, etc. "I don't really mind." Since you played some intense characters at the beginning of your debut. If you keep doing that, your image might become fixed. Actually, sweet ones are the best for making fandom explode." Choi Sung-gun, who was explaining, continued. "Woojin, you have good versatility and spectrum." He suggested to the silent Kang Woojin. "Do you want to try a rom-com or a melodrama?" The same day, around lunchtime. Japan, Tokyo. A high-end sushi restaurant near Tokyo Station. Even at a glance, it looked expensive. 2 men were sitting across from each other in the tatami VIP room of the sushi restaurant. One was in his 50s with a full set of graying hair and a big nose. The other was a skinny man, younger than his 50s. They were enjoying the colorful variety of sushi placed in the center of the table. Then, the skinny man started the conversation. "Ah, director." The gray-haired man, who was looking at the sushi, replied in a low voice. "Why? The person who eats quickly is the winner, isn't it?" At his response, the skinny man chuckled. "No, not about the sushi. Are you going to Korea this time? You said you were invited to a film festival, right?" "Ah, yes. I'm thinking of going." "Really? You've had some rest, so it's about time for a new project." "Even if I do, it won't be with you." "That's disappointing." In fact, the man in his 50s with the big nose, referred to as the director. He was one of the renowned directors in Japan. a person always mentioned when talking about master filmmakers in Japan. His filmography ranged across all genres, such as documentaries, action, biopics, dramas, thrillers, etc., and in 2018, he had won a prestigious award at the Cannes Film Festival. His name is Kyotaro Taniguchi. Furthermore, director Kyotaro had a deep connection with Korea. Japanese master director Kyotaro Taniguchi posts pictures of his trip to Korea on SNS again. He was a friendly person who enjoyed Korean content and culture. His SNS was frequently updated with photos of his trips to Korea, and he had even worked on a Korean-Japanese joint production a long time ago. Anyway, what's there to be disappointed about? We've worked together on several projects. As director Kyotaro spoke, putting down his chopsticks, the skinny man across from him sighed and changed the subject. Yes, but will there be anything for you to enjoy at that Korean film festival? It's the misunderstanding Short Film Festival. I was invited last year, but couldn't go. I should go this year. There's a lot to see since it's a major film festival for short and art films. But if it's a short film festival, all the actors will be unknown. It's only major in Korea and internationally. It's not that important, right? The works might also be trivial. Holding a glass of water, director Kyotaro glanced at the skinny man across from him. That mindset is what's causing the decline of the Japanese film industry. It's the same in Japan, where short and artistic films go unnoticed. If you look at what's happening now, Japan needs to learn from the Korean content market system. Yes, I agree with that. Just look at Japanese Netflix. Doesn't it give you the answer? Over half of the top 10 are Korean works. It's a crisis, isn't it? But Japan has a stable domestic market, so it's always the same. Actors always act with the tone of, look, I'm acting now, and directors continue to use the same methods and systems. Here, director Kyotaro let out a long sigh. But Japan is already being swept away by the Hallyu wave. The number of people who love K-pop and K-contents is continually increasing. He spilled his sincere inner thoughts. We need to pay more attention to Korea. That's why I'm going to Korea. Afterwards, when Kang Woojin was deeply immersed in the filming of Profiler Henry Yang, various news was being announced on the internet. Movie Talk, with a new sponsor this year, misunderstanding Short Film Festival takes a different approach from last year. It was about the misunderstanding Short Film Festival, although it was not the main focus like Profiler Henry Yang or the drama War. Misunderstanding Film Festival Committee. Many famous foreign directors will attend this year. It was definitely more aggressive promotion than last year. The misunderstanding Short Film Festival was seen in entertainment sections of various portal sites and in many online communities. Recent happenings at the major domestic misunderstanding Short Film Festival.jpg. Indeed, the financial backing had changed. In other words, it was clear that the sponsors were spending money generously. The promotion for the misunderstanding Short Film Festival was not a one-day wonder but continued to grow the next day and the day after. Moreover, do you guys know about the misunderstanding Short Film Festival? It's a film festival that opens on the 30th of this month. They've put in an advertisement there. Many BJs and YouTubers also advertised the misunderstanding Short Film Festival. Interest wasn't overwhelming, but it still spread to a wide range of people, especially since this was a promotional method that hadn't even been attempted last year. Issue is, famous YouTubers to top actors, they're all promoting the misunderstanding Film Festival. It naturally attracted attention. So, people who were originally interested in the misunderstanding Short Film Festival and those who were not mixed together. Provocative words like master filmmakers, top actors, or famous foreign actors also played a part. This aggressive promotion effect was immediately apparent. Movie-related communities were buzzing, and the sharing of the misunderstanding Short Film Festival was frequent on SNS and the like. It was the same offline. For instance, Kim Dae-young, Kang Woojin's friend, who had just returned from lunch, said that, as he was already interested in acting, his interest was even higher. The misunderstanding Short Film Festival, they're really making a big deal of it in the news this year. He really wanted to go. The festival schedule included the finalist short films screening over a week, including weekends, and apart from the closing and award ceremony. However, Kim Dae-young was reluctant to go alone. Sigh, shall I drag someone along? Kim Dae-young sent a message to one of the three members, including Kang Woojin. Hey, Lee Kyung-sung. His friend was also on lunch break, so the reply came quickly. Fatty Kyung-sung, speak. Dash, link. Do you want to go see this short film festival next weekend? Fatty Kyung-sung, no. Why, you idiot? You've got nothing to do on the weekend anyway. Fatty Kyung-sung, lol. Why would I watch that? Just come for a drink afterward. Fatty Kyung-sung, okay, then call others too. Why is Kang Woojin always so busy? I don't know. He always says he's busy. Anyway, should I invite Na Hyungu too? Fatty Kyung-sung, yes, tell Na Hyungu to come. And Kang Woojin definitely got a girl. If it's a girlfriend, it's fine. Na Hyungu okayed it, so you should come too. Fatty Kyung-sung, lol, okay. Kim Dae-young, who had roped in 2 friends, also sent a message to Kang Woojin. Hey, are you dead? At least show your face. Surprisingly, the reply came quickly. Leave me alone, next time. I'm really busy. As soon as he saw the reply, Kim Dae-young snorted. This guy definitely has a girlfriend. Sunday, April 26th, late afternoon. The location was the set of Profiler Hanryang. It was the main team, not the B team, and dozens of staff members, including PD Song Man-woo, held their breath and looked at the shooting zone. At the center of their gaze, Kang Woojin, or rather, Park Dae-ri, was standing in handcuffs, held by detectives on both sides. At that moment, the front-facing camera slowly moved in on Park Dae-ri, riding on a rail. Therefore, the face of Park Dae-ri was gradually shown in close-up on the monitor that PD Song Man-woo was watching. Park Dae-ri didn't have anything to say. He just stared at the approaching camera. The interesting thing was that there was a slight change in Park Dae-ri on the monitor. As the face magnified, the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. It's as if the process of a person smiling is being expressed in slow motion. Park Dae-ri's smile was growing. No, it was more accurate to say that a chilling smile was spreading across his face. It felt like ink spreading. When the camera finally stopped 2 steps in front of Park Dae-ri, a bright smile beamed on the previously expressionless face of Park Dae-ri. Combined with his crazed, intense eyes and growing smile, it momentarily reminded one of a clown. The painted smile and the reality hidden within. His face was one, but it was a mix of several layers. A scene that clearly expressed his character, the truth of which could not be known. At this moment, see you cut. Okay. PD Song Man-woo, who had been absorbed in Kang Woojin's acting, jumped up and called out, and at the same time, dozens of staff members around him applauded for Woojin. Clap, 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 clap. Awesome. You nailed it. Woojin, you've worked hard. It's a pity, such a pity. Woojin, you did a great job. Actors who had been waiting, such as Ryu Young-min, also joined in the applause. A sincere smile filled their faces. Because Kang Woojin's portrayal of Park Dae-ri was truly remarkable. Even though he was a junior, the applause contained a sense of respect as fellow actors. And then, swish. Suddenly, PD Song Man-woo, who rushed to Kang Woojin on set, gave him 2 thumbs up. In all my directing career, the character Park Dae-ri you've shown us has been absolutely the best. Seriously. Amid showers of praise and congratulations, Kang Woojin maintained a nonchalant face, but was slightly taken aback internally. How should I wrap this up? In addition, a slight surge of emotion and a tremendous sense of accomplishment or satisfaction washed over him. At this moment, there was no need for pretense or acting tough. Well, I should just thank everyone. Kang Woojin bowed his head solemnly to PD Song Man-woo and the many senior actors and dozens of staff members he had worked hard with. Thank you all, I learned a lot. It was the moment when the filming of Kang Woojin's Park Dae-ri was finished. And an hour later, Kang Woojin, who had just finished filming Profiler Hanryang as Park Dae-ri, came out to the set parking lot. It was just Woojin alone without his team. Choi Sung-gun was talking with the directing team. Han Yeung was tidying up the costumes, and the Jang Soo-hwan had rushed to the restroom. Then, swoosh. An expressionless Kang Woojin looked up at the sky in front of the black van. It had become dark before he knew it. However, the moonlight was bright. The atmosphere wasn't bad. A cool breeze was blowing too. It felt as if nature was congratulating him on his final shoot. So Woojin. The joy he had been holding back unknowingly manifested. A broad smile blossomed from his lips. He had let go of his act for a moment. The excitement and the feeling of overcoming a hurdle made him feel great. He had worked hard all this while, so this much was fine, right? He was giggling. That's exactly what Woojin was doing now. Kang Woojin's true self. If someone noticed, he could just turn back to on his persona. Haha, I shouldn't be laughing. But it keeps coming. And that giggling Kang Woojin. Someone was watching from inside the white van. It was Hong Hae-yun, who had been waiting inside the van with pink eye mask on her forehead. What is he doing? What? Her expression was serious. Hong Hae-yun, who was watching Kang Woojin, who was a few steps away from the white van, frowned. He was laughing in front of the van. Hong Hae-yun's face became more serious. What's up with him? What is he doing? Her outfit made her seriousness even more pronounced. She was dressed as the detective, Young Hyun-hee. The sound of Woojin's voice wasn't clear from inside the van. It was muffled. Haha, I shouldn't, but it keeps coming. Indeed, it was a frivolous laugh that you could never see from the usual Kang Woojin. Thanks to that. Thud. Hong Hae-yun quickly moved her body as she threw away the pink eye mask that she had on her forehead. Swoosh. Hong Hae-yun, who opened the van's door, rushed towards Kang Woojin. Woojin. At this moment, Kang Woojin abruptly stopped his giggling. No, he was taken aback. Given the situation, it was highly likely that Hong Hae-yun had seen Kang Woojin without the persona. So Woojin froze. Despite Hong Hae-yun's call, he just stared blankly at the van's window. However, Kang Woojin, unable to hold back, Hong Hae-yun, who was standing right behind Woojin, grabbed Kang Woojin's shoulder and turned him around. Then, Hong Hae-yun's face came into Woojin's view. Her face, with tied long hair, was very serious. Kang Woojin immediately felt awkward. No, this was a crisis. A moment of silence. Neither Kang Woojin nor Hong Hae-yun said anything, just staring at each other. Then, Kang Woojin broke the silence. He was cautious and his tone was low. How long have you been here? From the beginning. For a moment, Kang Woojin's stern face twitched slightly. Then, he let out a slightly weak sigh. Sigh. A mixture of resignation and despair. That's when it happened. Swoosh. Suddenly, Hong Hae-yun grabbed both of Kang Woojin's shoulders and shook him violently. You shouldn't do that. Kang Woojin's shook aimlessly. But Hong Hae-yun did not stop, and suddenly she pressed her face right up to Woojin's nose. It was close. Too close. Unconsciously, Woojin instinctively pulled his face back. However, Hong Hae-yun looked seriously into Kang Woojin's eyes. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Then, get a hold of yourself. Once again, Hong Hae-yun vigorously shook Kang Woojin's shoulders. At that moment, what's going on? What happened? From afar, Choi Sung-gun came running. Behind him was the bulky Jang Soo-hwan. As if things couldn't get worse, more people gathered. At this time, Choi Sung-gun, who had gotten to know Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yun's personalities, said, Hey, hold on. He quickly ran over and separated Woojin and Hong Hae-yun. Are you two fighting? A strange misunderstanding arose. Regardless, Hong Hae-yun grabbed Choi Sung-gun's shoulder and pointed at Kang Woojin. No. Right now, Woojin was. What about Woojin? What? Woojin was laughing to himself. Giggling. What? Woojin laughed. I've never seen him laugh. Have you, brother? Choi Sung-gun also took it a bit seriously. Woojin giggling? Alone. Soon, everyone's eyes were fixed on the indifferent Kang Woojin. And Hong Hae-yun spoke again. Still serious. He was giggling and talking to himself earlier. It was completely different from the usual Woojin. She, who had been mumbling, suddenly shouted at Kang Woojin. Snap out of it. Don't let yourself be consumed by Park Dae-ri. You're not a psychopath or a sociopath, Woojin. Huh. Kang Woojin was momentarily stunned. But Hong Hae-yun didn't stop talking. Of course, Woojin's laugh just now was a bit more contrived than Park Dae-ri's. But that was even more terrifying. The filming is over, right? You're too immersed? Can't you snap out of it? Choi Sung-gun also looked closely at Kang Woojin's face, with concern. Really? Is that so? Is it tough for you? Should I make a reservation with a psychiatrist? It's okay. There are quite a few actors who see psychiatrists. No. Method actors need to be even more careful. So let's go. At this moment, Kang Woojin's mind was spinning quickly. Because a situation had arisen where he had to go to a psychiatrist, where he had never thought he would have to go in his life. He racked his brain to find an answer, any answer, to disrupt the current situation and avoid going to the psychiatrist. Then, suddenly, something came to mind. Woojin immediately and cynically muttered the excuse he had just thought of. No, that wasn't Park Dae-ri just now. Hong Hae-yun quickly responded, narrowing her eyebrows. Not? Then what? I was trying out a character from the Island of the Missing scenario. Island of the Missing? What's that? It's director Kwon Ki-taek's script. Soon, Choi Sung-gun reacted with an aha reaction and looked at Hong Hae-yun. So that's what it was? You startled me. I hadn't told you anything because it's not confirmed yet, but Island of the Missing is director Kwon Ki-taek's next project. Woojin got the script for director Kwon Ki-taek's next project? Yeah, he did. Really? Doesn't director Kwon give it out only after auditioning all the actors? And I haven't heard any news about his next project. Woojin has been auditioned, and it seems like director Kwon's next work is still confidential. So only Woojin has received the script now? At the question, Choi Sung-gun glanced at the silent Woojin and answered. Well, the film company has circulated it to a few actors, but seeing how quiet it is, it seems like only Woojin has received it. Hong Hae-yun, with her eyes widened, turned her gaze to Kang Woojin. Are you joining director Kwon Ki-taek right after shooting PD Song Man-woo's work? There's nothing confirmed yet. So you're saying that right after finishing shooting for Park Dae-ri, you started practicing for director Kwon Ki-taek's character? Without any rest. I wouldn't say practice. I just tried it out because I was bored. What kind of character is it? Dual personality. I can't say more than that. Oh, so that's why the laughter was more contrived than Park Dae-ri's. This place was already an island of misunderstandings rather than island of the missing. Anyway, Woojin, feeling a deep relief inside, composed his voice and said, I appreciate your concern, even if it's based on a misunderstanding. He made up his mind. Shit, I must not be careless from now on. Later, after the island of misunderstandings was more or less sorted out, Hong Hae-yun, for some reason, returned to the set to practice her lines after a brief greeting to Woojin. On the other hand, many actors saw Kang Woojin off on his way home, including Ryu Young-min and all the actors who were present for today's shoot. Woojin, I heard you made it to the Misunderstanding Film Festival finals? Congratulations. The festival has gotten a lot of attention this time with the change in sponsorship, right? I was invited too. I'll go if I can. It looks like they invited a lot of domestic and foreign master directors. Usually, many actors attend the Misunderstanding Film Festival, right? The awards ceremony is on May 7th? Oh, then if our drama premieres on the 15th, it might coincide with Woojin's event. If you win an award and make headlines, of course, it should be linked, right? If the film festival goes well, and our drama's ratings blow up, this year's rising star is definitely Woojin. The actors were generally interested in Kang Woojin's participation in the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival. Of course, they didn't know yet that Hong Hae-yun was appearing in Exorcism. It was a secret. Among them, the usually outspoken Jang Tae-sen casually threw out a comment, looking at Woojin. But they've added a new Actors Award at the Misunderstanding Film Festival this time, right? I heard that Park Young-hyuk is also participating? Haha, if it goes well, you and Park Young-hyuk might end up competing for the award? In that case, I'm rooting for Woojin. This lively farewell ended after 30 minutes, and the van that Woojin got in was quiet. The stylist, Han Yi-young, who had worked hard with him, was dozing off. Usually noisy road manager Jang Soo-hwan was also quietly driving. Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat was silently looking at his phone. And then, something feels strange. This feeling. Kang Woojin was simply looking out the darkened window with a grim face. He no longer needed to go to the filming set of Profiler Han Riang, where he had gotten used to hellish conditions. Except for the first broadcast party, he would have no occasion to see the whole cast or crew. The feeling of leaving behind comrades with whom you've struggled, like being discharged from the military? I guess I need to get used to the feeling of parting as an actor. Yes, being discharged from the military. Woojin's current feeling was similar to that of the day he was discharged. That's it. Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who opened the diary in the passenger seat, turned around and asked, You're really okay, right? If you need a psychiatrist, just tell me. No, I absolutely won't go, Woojin thought to himself and replied in a firm voice. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Nodding, Choi Sung-gun began to tell Kang Woojin about this week's schedule. You've worked hard filming. From tomorrow until the 30th, we will be doing post-production work for Profiler Han Yang, including profile modifications and so on. Let's rest a little on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Regarding the insignificant short film festival, roughly, you can start preparing from May 4th. Kang Woojin replied softly after calculating the dates in his head. Yes, CEO. Finally, Kang Woojin got his first day off. A few days later, April ended, and the sun of May rose. Today was Saturday, May 2nd. Of course, it was just another weekend morning, but the film industry was a bit different. Insignificant Short Film Festival grandly opened on April 30/photo. The aggressively promoted Insignificant Short Film Festival had begun 2 days ago. The short film festival opened on the 30th and would continue screening for 6 days, with the closing ceremony and awards on the 7th day. And then, it's been a while since I've been to COEX. Kang Woojin appeared at the ongoing Insignificant Short Film Festival. The venue was CCV COEX. It was a super large movie theater, and the current time was 9:30 in the morning. Wow, there's quite a lot of people. Kang Woojin was slightly surprised at the larger-than-expected crowd this early in the morning. Surely not all these people had come for the Insignificant Short Film Festival. Anyway, Woojin checked the time. It starts at 10 a.m., right? The funny thing was that Kang Woojin's appearance was a bit strange. Wearing a black jacket and jeans was fine, but he wore a black hat and mask, as if he were a celebrity. Well, he was an actor, but he hadn't officially debuted yet. Despite this, the reason Woojin dressed like this was because of Choi Sung-gun's advice. Huh? You're going to go watch Exorcism personally? It'll be fine. Watching it on a test screening and on a large screen will feel different. Going is good, but cover your face, got it? Thinking about it, it made sense. If people recognize Kang Woojin while watching Exorcism with many people around, it would become a little troublesome. It was good to be cautious on his private holiday. Just covering my face will do. There's no one who would recognize me anyway. Kang Woojin entered the inside of the gigantic COEX. Should he go first to the movie theater for now? As he wondered, he noticed the festival sign right at the entrance. Soon, Woojin arrived at the CCV COEX movie theater. The Insignificant Short Film Festival was indeed held in a specially prepared separate hall, not in the regular screening zone. From the entrance, the festive atmosphere was palpable, with staff in festival clothing, signposts with promotional images, and so on. Above all, what? How many people have come? There were quite a lot of people who came to enjoy the film festival from the first-time slot. The lobby was almost packed, with roughly over 100 people. Some reporters were taking pictures here and there, and some BJs or YouTubers with phones on selfie sticks were also noticeable. Therefore, Kang Woojin was a little nervous. It's really happening. By the way, the Insignificant Short Film Festival screening was not just here. About 30 short films were screened, with 10 each screened all day in rotation, changing daily. There were 3 venues in total, and today was the first day that Exorcism was being screened. Anyway, swish. Kang Woojin momentarily hesitated, then picked up the festival pamphlet displayed on the pillar. Various pieces of information were written on it. The movie screening schedule and schedule for festival-related things were included. Among them, Kang Woojin focused on the screening schedule. Exorcism, let's see. It's the first-time slot at 10 o'clock. Since it's a short film festival, even if you watch all 10 films, it's a little over 3 hours. Among them, Exorcism was screened first, probably because its running time was long. Therefore, Woojin, after getting the pre-reserved ticket issued, is this the right place? He opened the door of the special screening room, as written on the sign. The inside was quite similar to a regular screening room, but larger. Since it was still before the starting time, the lights were on, and there were quite a few people already there. It was almost time, so about 80% of the roughly 500 seats were filled. There was a diverse age range. Individuals, couples, groups of friends, and elderly people. It was so crowded that you could hear the buzz of conversation. However, no one paid any attention to Kang Woojin. Just a few people were glancing at him, perhaps because he was wearing a mask. Of course, Woojin didn't care either and found his assigned seat to sit down. It was a seat at the end, near the entrance. At the same time, Kang Woojin, who had turned his phone on silent, took a small, deep breath. The thought of seeing himself on the large screen made him feel anxious and awkward. Phew. I've only ever seen top actors' faces, but I never imagined my face would be on that big screen. He was nervous. It was a different feeling from the test screening, as Choi Sung-gun had said. Additionally, the reaction will be real-time since the audience is here, right? There were hundreds of viewers who would see his acting and face. Slowly, Woojin's heart began to beat faster. Just then, we're at the right place. Oh, right. Shut up and find our seats. Kang Woojin heard male voices near the entrance. The problem was, the voice was very familiar to Woojin. Thanks to this, Kang Woojin naturally turned his head to the left. There he saw 3 men, and as soon as he saw them, Woojin quickly ducked his head down. The reason was simple. Why are those crazy guys here? The men were Kang Woojin's close friends. Starting from the dashing Kim Dae-young to Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu. Including Woojin, they were the original gang of 4. That's why Woojin desperately hid his face. For some reason, it seemed like he should. Fortunately, his friends didn't seem to notice Kang Woojin as they passed right by him while talking to each other. Kim Dae-young was leading the group. As he walked down the steps, he spoke quietly to his friends. Our seats are way at the front. The response came quickly from the chubby Lee Kyung-sung, holding popcorn. Hey, won't our necks hurt watching the movie from here? Na Hyung-gu, who was looking like a playboy, agreed. We are definitely going to have a sore neck. Though complaining, the 3 sat down in the frontmost seats, and Kim Dae-young, after silencing his phone, explained why. These were the only 3 seats together. Soon Lee Kyung-sung, chewing popcorn, brought up Woojin. Since Kang Woojin doesn't even show up on weekends, he must have a girlfriend now. Leave him be. He has always been somewhat popular among us. Yeah, but hiding it is kind of annoying. If he tells us, you and Hyung-gu will bug him to introduce her. That's probably why he did it. At that moment, swoosh, the lighting in the theater gradually dimmed. At the same time, the previously noisy interior instantly became quiet. It was a sign that the movie was about to start. Because of this, the trio stopped talking for now. On the large screen in front, a promotional video for the Misunderstanding Film Festival was played with a cheerful sound effect. The video was not long, about 5 minutes. Then, all the lights in the screening room turned off completely, and the movie title appeared on the big screen with a gray mist. Exorcism. 5 seconds later, the title disappeared, and the sound of a window opening filled the quiet screening room. Exorcism had begun. Creak. Kim Dae-young and his friends were focused on the screen, watching intently. The same was true for the 500 or so audience members. At that moment, a scene was projected onto the previously dark screen. Kim Ryujin, who had opened an old worn-out window with exorcism written on it, appeared. Kim Ryujin, with dull eyes and a soulless face, exhaled a long puff of cigarette smoke. And then, should I go see the client? He then snuffed out the cigarette on the window frame. At this moment, Kim Dae-young, Lee Kyung-sung, and Na Hyung-gu all opened their mouths in shock. Naturally, their gazes were fixed on the screen. Kim Dae-young blinked continuously, and Lee Kyung-sung froze with a handful of popcorn in his hand. Na Hyung-gu furrowed his brows and tilted his head. Why? Because their close friend Kang Woojin was moving around on that big screen. What on earth was going on? This wasn't just a surprise, it was as if they'd seen a ghost. It wasn't just a resemblance, it was undoubtedly Kang Woojin. Soon, swoosh. The trio, who had been staring at the screen, simultaneously looked down, their eyes widening with shock as they looked at each other. They glanced back and forth, mouths agape from astonishment. Their expressions were similar. Is this real? Then, the trio of Woojin's close friends turned their gaze back to the big screen, where Kim Ryujin was still visible. Then, almost simultaneously, they exploded inwardly. Or maybe they were enraged. F***CK. Why are you there? That bastard. Why is he pretending to be an actor there? What the hell is this? Is this a dream? Woojin's close friends had directly witnessed his first debut. TL notes. 1 COEX. Convention and Exhibition Center. For more Chapter 47. Projection 5. In the movie on the big screen, Kang Woojin, their friend, appears. What is this crazy situation? Sometimes it happens. If you're too taken aback, your actions and thoughts come to a halt. That's exactly what happened to the trio who were watching Exorcism. Starting with the Kim Dae-young. No way, Kang Woojin. What are you doing there? Seriously, why are you there? What the hell is this? Lee Kyung-sung, dropping the popcorn he held in his hand. Crazy. Are my eyes playing tricks? They look fine. Kang Woojin. Seriously, Kang Woojin? Na Hyung-gu, with his mouth wide open and eyes bulging. Is this a dream? No way it's a dream. So, Woojin, what the hell are you doing there? The trio, although motionless, were internally panicking. They were on the verge of losing their sanity. If there weren't people around, it wouldn't be surprising to see them slapping each other's faces. That's how shocking Kang Woojin's face on the big screen was. Whoa, I'm going crazy. Hey, Kang Woojin, answer me, you bastard. What are you doing there? All right. They probably look alike, don't they? Yeah, someone. Who looks like him? Yeah. Or, is it really someone who looks like him? It was a mental assault for the trio. At this point, Kang Woojin, who was watching the backs of his buddies from the back, was, desperately holding back his laughter. He had no intention of doing so, but seeing them made it hard to hold back. The reason was simple. The trio at this moment was, are they meerkats? I'm going to die. They look like seated meerkats. They stretched their heads out to look up at the screen and then glanced at each other's faces. How could he resist laughing? For Woojin, it was quite a scene. I didn't expect watching the back of their heads would be so entertaining. Among the trio looking up at the screen, Na Hyung-gu, slowly lowering his head, whispered to Lee Kyung-sung next to him. Hey, slap my cheek once. Lee Kyung-sung, still holding the popcorn container, frowned and whispered back. Shut up. I can't do that right now. That's Kang Woojin, right? You don't think so? If that's not Kang Woojin, then who is it? Right. Kim Dae-young momentarily zoned out and finally managed to speak up. Wait a minute, guys, let's calm down first. You calm down. Your eyeballs are going to pop out. The trio once again turned their attention to the screen. Kang Woojin was still giving a passionate performance as Kim Ryujin. Yes, it was definitely Kang Woojin. At first, they didn't believe it, but by now the trio had accepted that the character in the movie was Kang Woojin. Well, they accepted it, but they still couldn't digest it. They were denying reality. If a friend you've seen naked at a bathhouse suddenly appears on a movie screen, anyone would react the same way. Soon, Kim Dae-young raised both his arms to rub his eyes. The remaining friends also expressed their disbelief in their own ways. From this point on, the trio began to watch the short film Exorcism with Kang Woojin's acting. Yes, let's say he appeared in the movie. But why it's only him? Kim Dae-young, who enjoyed acting as a hobby, soon realized. He's even the main lead? That Kang Woojin was not just a supporting role, but the protagonist in the film. Kang Woojin had been on screen since Exorcism more than 5 minutes ago. Exorcism was a short film, not a commercial film. This meant that Kang Woojin, appearing from the beginning, was definitely the male lead. At this point, hey, Na Hyung-gu, who was sitting at the end, whispered to his friends in a hushed voice. Let's go out for now, and once we're out, let's call Kang Woojin. He seemed unable to concentrate any further due to the shock. However, the remaining friends, Kim Dae-young and Lee Kyung-sung, shook their heads with stern faces. No, let's just watch it. We'll talk after it's over. I agree. In the end, Na Hyung-gu, who had suggested the idea, followed his friend's decision and turned his head back towards the screen. At that moment, Kang Woojin, or rather Kim Ryujin, was in the car. A trot song echoed throughout the cinema. Kim Ryujin naturally turned down the volume. Thanks to that, the character's lines sounded even clearer. Can you kill those bastards? How much does it cost to kill? Kim Ryujin responds indifferently to the angry client. 500 million per person. That's expensive. It's a joke, man. I wouldn't do such a thing. No discount. Like a telecom or credit card discount. Hey, are you listening to me? Do I look like I make pizzas or burgers? No doubt. Exorcism had impressive quality for a short film. The sound was particularly realistic and meticulous. The characters' breathing, the noise of touching objects, dialogues, and sound effects. It was clear to anyone that they had put a lot of effort into the sound. I'm going crazy, for real. Among the trio who were increasingly getting absorbed into the movie, the disbelief of Kim Dae-young who had relatively abundant knowledge about acting, was escalating. Not only is that Kang Woojin bastard there, which is crazy, but why is his acting crazy? Why is he good at acting? Because Kang Woojin's portrayal of Kim Ryujin was absurdly good. To say that it was natural would be an understatement. Kang Woojin on the screen could only be described as Kim Ryujin. His acting was that vivid. But why? How could Kang Woojin act like that? Then, past scenes with Kang Woojin flashed in Kim Dae-young's mind. It all started when they went to the audition for Super Actor together. Right? Thinking about it, that day was weird too. Woojin seemed off after the audition ended and even showed interest in scripts, which he had never cared about before. This was a guy who never enjoyed content. Ah, that's right. I gave him the Exorcism script, didn't I? The Exorcism script that was handed over to Kang Woojin. After that, for some reason, Woojin started asking questions about short films. That was when he began claiming he was too busy to meet. Kim Dae-young, who had been staring at the screen, pieced together a puzzle of his own. So what is it? He briefly looked at the script and auditioned and got the lead role? Always saying he's busy means he was filming. Though everything fit perfectly, Kim Dae-young shook his head. It just didn't make sense. How could someone who's been designing all his life start acting overnight? But no matter how much he denied it, reality did not change. Kang Woojin was still acting as Kim Ryujin on the screen. Of course, Kang Woojin was not only on the screen, but also among the audience. At first, they were gaping like goldfish, but now they're engrossed. It's a bit embarrassing. Kang Woojin, who had hidden his face with a hat and mask, chuckled softly. It felt like he was watching a hidden camera show. Then, Woojin alternated between looking at the screen and the back of the heads of the trio, scratching his chin. They found out sooner than I'd hoped. He had planned to tell his friends later, around the first airing of Profiler Hanryang. But then, out of the blue, those three appeared here. Kim Dae-young must have led them. Now I have to tell them today. Finally, the time had come. The time to make his friends understand. What should I say? That I just happened to start acting? Am I crazy? Even I wouldn't believe it. Well, setting them aside, suddenly, Kang Woojin looked straight at the screen. The impact of the large screen was tremendous. Should we say it's overwhelming? The grandeur was different from the test screening he saw in the sound studio. It's also quite embarrassing. My face looks huge. At that moment. It's not bad, right? Yep, it's fun. The whispering of a couple in the next seat reached Woojin. Additionally, Woojin wasn't really aware at first, but all 500 or so viewers, who had little expectation at first, began to straighten their postures. Because Exorcism was more fun than expected. The fact that it was a short film and had no expectations worked positively. Although the loud sounds of the movie drowned some of it out. It's fun, isn't it? Exactly. It's a short film, but the quality is good. Especially the sound. Audiences here, and they were whispering. It's worth watching? It doesn't feel like a short film. But, is that male lead a newbie? He's really good at acting. Gradually, the entire audience became engrossed in Exorcism. Like clothes getting wet in a drizzle, little by little. It was then. Kim Dae-young, one of the trio, was startled to see someone on the screen. As if contagious, the eyes of all three grew wide in shock. Wow, F***CK. Crazy. Kang Woojin, you bastard. Suddenly, top actress Hong Hae-yeon appeared on the screen. The scene was when the main character, Kim Ryujin, began surveilling the client's wife. In other words, it was the first appearance of Hong Hae-yeon, who played the wife. Today was the first screening of Exorcism at the misunderstanding Film Festival. Therefore, it was shocking not only for the trio, but also for all 500 audience members. What? Isn't that Hong Hae-yeon? This movie had Hong Hae-yeon in it. Wow, Hong Hae-yeon. Awesome. The concentration of the audience skyrocketed in an instant. Meanwhile, at GGO Entertainment in Nanhyeon-dong, CEO Seo Gu-seob, who resembled a bulldog, with a stern look, was looking down at his tablet while seated on the CEO's office large 5-seater sofa. What he was looking at was naturally related to the misunderstanding Short Film Festival, and a manager sitting on the sofa next to him was reporting while looking at the same tablet. An hour ago, the screening of misunderstanding Short Film Festival started at 10, and from today, Young-hyuk's Minter has begun screening in rotation. CEO Seo Gu-seob, who had been slowly nodding, asked, Jung Hyuk's screening is only for 2 days, right? Any issues with the screening? Yes, sir. According to the team on the ground, there are no problems. The misunderstanding short film festival seems to be gaining momentum. Were there a lot of attendees? Yes. The number has definitely increased several times compared to last year. Journalists are showing more interest than usual, and many BJs and YouTubers are also seen on site. Well, that's good. CEO Seo Gusiab put down his tablet with a satisfied smile, then paused. He slightly furrowed his brows and changed his question. Did you check Shin Dongchun's film? CEO Seo Gusiab had dispatched employees not only to Park Young-hyuk's work, Minter, which was being made for whitewashing his image, but also to director Shin Dongchun's Exorcism. The manager quickly responded, yes, CCVCOEX is the venue for that, and like Minter, it's been screened for the first time today. Who's the male lead in Exorcism? It's an unknown actor. Seems to be a nobody. Upon hearing the answer, CEO Gusiab snorted incredulously. What? Ah, damn it. Not even B-list, but just an unknown rookie? Is Shin Dongchun out of his mind? He dares to insult me and Jung Hyuk by casting a nobody? He's totally crazy. But that unknown's acting isn't bad. So what? Even if he flies or crawls, a nobody is still a nobody. Never mind. As long as Jung Hyuk's acting isn't completely terrible, him winning an award is certain. Soon after, CEO Seo Gusiab picked up a pack of cigarettes on the table in front of him, continued. From now on, don't worry about the trashy movie that Shin Dongchun made, and start pushing our narrative and spread rumors as planned. Especially, always mix misunderstanding Film Festival and Park Young-hyuk's name, and keep feeding articles to the reporters we have connections with. Understood. Watch out for any derived controversies. Jung Hyuk will have to take all the flack. If the issue gets hot, keep it rolling until the award ceremony. Anyway, if only nobodies are buzzing around, the reporters will only cover Jung Hyuk. As soon as the orders were given, the employee bowed his head. Knock bang. The door of the CEO's office suddenly opened, and another employee rushed in. Seeing him, CEO Seo Gusiab raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Manager Park, catching his breath, immediately got to the point. CEO, we just got a call from the Exorcism side. Forget about that trashy movie. Just focus on pushing our narrative. I don't think we can ignore this. What? With a cold tone, CEO Seo Gusiab asked, and Manager Park hesitantly reported. Hong Hae-yun appeared in Exorcism. There was a moment of silence. After glaring at the employee for about 5 seconds, CEO Seo Gusiab suddenly stood up. What? Hong Hae-yun? Hong Hae-yun appeared in Exorcism? Yes. No shit. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Hong Hae-yun just joined PD Song's drama, right? And she's appearing in Exorcism? She just appeared as a main supporting role. For a moment, CEO Seo Gusiab felt a headache. Hong Hae-yun appeared? If true, all the hype they prepared for Park Young-hyuk's whitewashing would be in vain. It was Hong Hae-yun, one of the top actresses in Korea. They can't compete with her in terms of making headlines. Grinding his teeth, CEO Seo Gusiab angrily threw the cigarette pack he was holding onto the floor. Then he remembered a certain person. Choi Sung-gun, that bastard was the investor. Meanwhile, on the same day at lunchtime, while the misunderstanding Short Film Festival was in full swing, the Profiler Hanryang team uploaded a video. It was on their YouTube channel, other video platforms, and the official website. 15 seconds official first teaser. He may be a lazy goof-off, but he's a genius. Profiler Hanryang, premiering on May 15th, Friday. Profiler Hanryang, SBC/ung sub, -2020. 5-2. It was the official first teaser trailer of Profiler Hanryang. Unlike the teasers that had been released so far, this one included actual content from the drama. Unfortunately, it was only 15 seconds long, but it included key points. Narrated by Ryu Youngmin. The teaser, which began with his deep voice, quickly crossed over several scenes and showed various characters. Yu Ji-hyun crouching at a murder scene, Jong Yun-hee chasing someone, tense main and supporting actors, a massive car explosion, and more. As it approached the end, numerous scenes rapidly replaced each other. The background music also picked up pace. Eventually, the teaser faded to a black screen, and Ryu Youngmin's narration echoed faintly. Everything. At the same time, a wicked smile from a man whose face is covered above the nose filled the screen. Started from this distorted smile. It was an eerie smile. Viewers wouldn't know, but the actors of Profiler Henry Yang recognized the smile instantly, because it belonged to Park Dae-ri. As soon as this teaser was uploaded, the first comment appeared. Crazy. Who's the actor with the last smile? It was brief, but the impact is tremendous. In a university cafeteria, for girls gathered in a university cafeteria. One of them, who had seen the teaser, was excited. She was excited enough to show the teaser to her friends sitting nearby. Check this out. The quality of this teaser is insane. Wow, who's the actor smiling at the end? So creepy. It was Kang Woojin's sister, Kang Hyuna. I can't wait to watch it. Meanwhile, in a park 10 minutes away from COEX. If you go through the busy streets and into the alley, you'll find an ordinary park. Swish. Kang Woojin, who just arrived, was seen. His dark denim jacket and hat were the same, but he had taken off his mask. His expression was quite solemn. He had just finished watching Exorcism and immediately came here. Anyway, Woojin scanned the park over the flower bed. There they are. He noticed 3 familiar faces sitting on a bench. They were his friends who had just seen Kang Woojin on the screen a few minutes ago. Kim Dae-young had called Kang Woojin as soon as Exorcism ended, and Woojin, who had no intention of putting things off, immediately agreed to meet. Soon. Swish. Kang Woojin, who had been discreetly scratching his chin, took steps towards the park entrance without a second thought. At that moment. Hey, crazy. Kang Woojin. That bastard. Shit. Catch him, catch him. The waiting trio all spotted Woojin and thud. They came running fiercely. Their momentum was like that of a charging mad bull. If you collided with them, at least one arm would seem to break from their speed. For some reason, Kang Woojin also turned and ran. Ah shit, he was running away. For more chaps, suddenly, a chase broke out in the quiet park. Kang Woojin was the runner, and his fired-up friends were the chasers. Both sides ran like mad. Moreover, the fierce momentum of the chasers seemed to pierce the sky. Hey, Kang Woojin, stop right there. Huh, you son of a gun. Stand still. Stand, you crazy bastard. Hey, they were like wild animals that had lost their sanity. If you get hit by those crazy bulls, you're dead. Kang Woojin accelerated. Thus, tada-tada, the gap between the wild chasers and the runner Kang Woojin did not close. People out for a walk would occasionally glance at the 4 of them running around, thinking they were a bit crazy. It was understandable. After all, strong men, dressed for the weekend, were running wildly, seemingly out of their minds. After about 3 minutes. Hey, stop running. Hey, Kang Woojin. Crazy guy gasp. He's so fast. Damn it. Hey, stand still for a moment. Gasp. The wild chasing trio gradually started panting. The first to drop out was the chubby Lee Kyung-sung. Kadash. He gradually slowed down and finally stopped, holding his knees with both hands. Damn, I'm going to throw up. Ugh. The next to drop out was Huff. A huff. Kang Woojin, you crazy bastard. It was Na Hyung-gu, who gave off a playboy vibe. He also stopped running and looked up at the sky, catching his rough breath. 2 chasers had dropped out. The only one left was Hey Woojin. Kim Dae-young. His sturdy body seemed to have more stamina than his 2 fallen friends. Of course. Hup. Who? Kang Woojin, who was still running and systematically exhaling, was still running. Thanks to this. Hey. Huff. Okay. Stop running. Kang Woojin, let's talk. Kim Dae-young shouted at Woojin, slowing down his pace. Woojin turned his head and suggested. You stop first. Okay. I said I got it. Kim Dae-young stopped running with his hand on his waist, and only after seeing that did Kang Woojin slow down. The 2 friends who had dropped out early were sitting on the ground resting. Then Kang Woojin, who was catching his rough breath, shouted at Kim Dae-young. Why were you chasing me like a wild boar? Of course I have to chase you. You appeared on the movie screen as an actor. But why did you look like you wanted to kill? Why did you run? You idiot. Look at your size. Of course I ran away. The 2 who had been talking nonsense paused their conversation. In the meantime, the 2 friends who had been sitting on the ground also joined Kim Dae-young. In that gap, Kang Woojin, exhaling a small breath, spoke. Okay, I'll explain everything, so calm down. You're gonna kill someone. Kang Woojin looked around. He saw a spot with wooden benches nearby. Woojin pointed to it with his index finger. Let's sit down for now. The trio of buddies seemed to agree and started walking. Whoosh. Kang Woojin, who arrived at the bench first, sat down. His friends were approaching, but punishment had to be served. Kim Dae-young put Woojin in a headlock. Lee Kyung-sung jabbed at Woojin's side, and Na Hyung-gu grabbed him by the collar and shook him. It was a near-ridiculous punishment. After about 3 minutes, Kang Woojin, who was nearly beaten to death, was barely let go by his friends. Kang Woojin sprawled out on the bench. Sitting next to him, Kim Dae-young sighed and asked, "So? Explain yourself, you crazy bastard." Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu also sat on the next bench, nodding. Soon, Kang Woojin rubbed his neck and ribs and muttered, "First of all, the protagonist of the movie you guys saw. That's me. F***CK. It's more unbelievable to hear it directly from you. I'm starting to find it interesting. It feels like the protagonist of the movie we watched earlier is moving right in front of us. It's the same person, you idiot." Kim Dae-young, while scratching his face here, asked Woojin, "How long has it been since you quit your job? And now you suddenly act? Even making a short film? Does that make any sense in reality?" "Yes, it doesn't make sense." Kang Woojin also admitted it to himself. Anyway, Woojin couldn't explain everything to his friends. Whether it's about his concept, the void space, or overall situation in the entertainment industry, etc. After all, there's no chance his friends would enter the entertainment industry. So, Kang Woojin only needed to say what was necessary. "No, what is it? There were some circumstances. Anyway, in short, I found out I can act pretty well." Question mark. What kind of nonsense is that? This guy hasn't been hit enough. Perplexed by his friend's responses, Woojin continued his explanation, fixing his gaze on the imposing Kim Dae-young. "The first time I realized I might have a talent for acting was the day of the super actor audition I went to with you, Kim Dae-young. I thought I might have some talent for acting. So, I started to have an interest in scripts and scenarios. You know what happened after that? I lent you the exorcism scenario. Yes, I read it and found it interesting. I auditioned after some practice. The director said I did well and asked to work together, so we made a movie." Kang Woojin pointed his thumb behind him. "That's the one that was screened as the main film at today's film festival." End of story. Silence flowed between the close friends. They were just staring at Kang Woojin. But Kang Woojin was calm. Except for what he didn't say, he didn't lie. Then the chubby Lee Kyung-sung opened his mouth again. "Does that even make sense? UF asterisk 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 INGB asterisk 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 RD. It's right before your eyes. But it's true." Kim Dae-young, who knew more about acting than Kang Woojin, chimed in. "A guy who's been designing all his life managed to act that well in just a few months." "Yes, it happened. Don't lie. Have you been practicing acting secretly for over a decade without us knowing?" Na Hyung-gu also jumped in. "Hey Kang Woojin, that's not talent, it's fraud." Agreed. The void space is indeed a fraud. Anyway, the three friends who heard the explanation seemed to have a hard time accepting it for a few minutes. But they somehow digested it. Anyway, the result came out, and there was no explanation except Woojin's briefing. Soon, Kang Woojin scanned his friends who were still confused. "Anyway, after experiencing such a rock and roll story, here I am. Sorry I didn't tell you guys. It was all so overwhelming." "Then, you've been busy filming all this time?" "Yes, I was really busy." Kim Dae-young, who was scratching his head, seemed to understand. "Well, shooting can be intense." "Huh, but I never thought I'd say this to you, so, are you going to continue acting?" "I'm thinking about it." "But Kang Woojin, you are a good actor. I was surprised while watching Exorcism." Kang Woojin spat out the most important thing. "Keep this matter just between us for now. Don't talk about it anywhere. And you can't brag about it either. If you do, you're dead." Frankly, it doesn't matter right now, but Woojin, who dislikes troublesome things, said. The friends nodded their heads as if to say why he was saying such an obvious thing. Just then. "So, Kang Woojin, are you close to Hong Hae-yun?" Na Hyung-gu asked in a very serious tone. The remaining friends followed. Right. We were surprised when Hong Hae-yun came out." "Hey, Hong Hae-yun was hugging you from behind. I'm so jealous. Do you have normal conversations with Hong Hae-yun?" With a slight chuckle, Woojin smirked. "I have Hong Hae-yun's number. Whoa, wow. F***ck, hey, try calling her. Just let us hear her voice once. Amidst the typical excitement of men in their 20s, Kim Dae-young, who suddenly became serious, changed the topic sharply. Hey, Kang Woojin, but have you decided on your next work? Ah, yes. It's a drama, but I can't tell you the details. It's still confidential. This was also true. Kang Woojin's role in Profiler Henry Yang is still under wraps. Kim Dae-young asked again, amidst the excitement spreading again among the friends. A drama? Really? A major network one? When does the shooting start? Kang Woojin answered casually. No, it's going to premiere soon. Again, the trio's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the weekend, many people flocked to the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival. Compared to the calm weekday, the buzz had grown significantly by the afternoon. Headlines poured out as if they had been waiting for this moment. Film Festival, Misunderstanding Short Film Festival, changes movies in rotation, and the first movie, Exorcism, features Hong Hae-yeon. From top actress Hong Hae-yeon to Park Young-hyuk, who said he'd start from scratch at the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival. Unexpected stars lined up. Of course, the names Hong Hae-yeon and Park Young-hyuk came up a lot. Thanks to the star power, the festival's promotion naturally increased. However, the general public was more interested in the top actors. Issue talk, Hong Hae-yeon in a short film? Audiences at the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival confused it. While Park Young-hyuk, who had caused controversy in the past, was a good story, the entertainment media mainly focused on Hong Hae-yeon. There were occasional articles setting up a rivalry between Hong Hae-yeon and Park Young-hyuk. Hong Hae-yeon versus Park Young-hyuk, a strange picture forms/photo. Indeed, there were a few articles about Kang Woojin, but nothing explosive. Mostly about his impressive acting and the fact that the protagonist of Exorcism wasn't Hong Hae-yeon. Short film Exorcism featuring Hong Hae-yeon, but the lead is an unknown actor? Anyway, the festival's popularity skyrocketed today with the appearance of the two top actors, and the weekend vibe made it even more lively. Comments were flooding a review video about the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival by a YouTuber. I went to see it today, and it only took 3 hours even if I watched all 10 films lol. It was pretty good. How many minutes per film? Seems boring. Whoa, did Hong Hae-yeon shoot a short film? Amazing. I've already seen it, and I'm telling you, except for Exorcism and a couple of others, all the rest were garbage, including the one that Park Young-hyuk appeared in. Exorcism was freaking fun. Should I go watch this too? But 3 hours seems a bit long. Exorcism lol. Hong Hae-yeon is just a supporting role lol. Some unknown is the lead lol. But he can act though. Spoilers? Park Young-hyuk said he'd start from the bottom, and he actually shot a short film. Respect. Why are you watching garbage films? Hong Hae-yeon, I just want to watch the movie she's in. On the other hand, in the movie-related community, surprisingly, the number of posts mentioning Kang Woojin was increasing. I need information about the actor Kang Woojin, the protagonist of Exorcism. Impressions of the short films I watched at the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival.jpg. Who is Kang Woojin? Can't find him when I search. Suddenly an unknown actor is on fire? LOL. Went to see Hong Hae-yeon, got taken in by Kang Woojin. Woojin's recognition began to steadily build up. May 5th, Children's Day, a public holiday when many office workers rest. Although it was a public holiday where many company employees took a day off, for the big names in the film industry, it was an especially busy Tuesday. Master directors of the judging panel, top actors who served as honorary jurors, invited directors, specially invited foreign directors, invited actors and celebrities, famous industry insiders, and so on. Because today was the day for famous people related to the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival to attend. Of course, this was something separately prepared by the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival Committee. It was a natural decision. If ordinary citizens and these people mixed to watch a movie, it would be difficult to control. Judging for the works and actors of the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival was also scheduled for today. Therefore, the venue for the screening was not an ordinary cinema. The place where these influential individuals gathered was the Seoul Cinema Art Hall. At first glance, it seemed like a movie theater, but it was closer to a museum related to films. They stored old film-related materials and even opened them to the public if needed. It functioned similarly to a cinemath. Normally, It primarily screened art and short films rather than commercial ones. There were 2 screening rooms, and while they weren't as big as regular cinemas, they were fairly spacious. About 30 of these major figures gathered there. In the center of the lobby, these figures warmly greeted each other and chatted. "Oh, Director Park, long time no see." "Yes, Director Zhang. Have you been well?" "Haha, I'm the same as always." "Why isn't Director Park working?" "Not making a movie. I'm in the planning phase." There were many familiar faces. Main juror director Kwon Ki-taek, actor Jang Tae-san, and even the bulldog face like CEO of GGO Entertainment, Seo Gu-seob, were there. Among the group of foreign directors, Japanese master director Kyotaro Taniguchi stood out. Meanwhile, even though CEO Seo Gu-seob was smiling on the outside, he was internally fuming. Is Choi Sung-gun not here? Because he had already found out that Choi Sung-gun from BW Entertainment was the investor of Exorcism. How dare he mess with me? About an hour later, all the dignitaries and celebrities in the lobby moved to the screening room, which had around 300 seats. Each seat had a name on it, obviously prepared by the misunderstanding Short Film Festival. The left side, facing the screen, was reserved for director, jurors, and actors, while the center and right side were for invited guests. As they began to take their seats, the expressions of the main juror directors, led by director Kwon Ki-taek, became stern. The invited guests also looked serious, browsing through the misunderstanding Film Festival pamphlets. From the front, it was quite a sight, because a significant number of influential figures from the film and entertainment industry had gathered. Although their number might be smaller compared to major film festivals, it was certainly more than the previous year. At this point, swoosh, the screening room darkened. This signaled the start of the short film relay. After some advertisements, the short films began. They varied in running time from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. After each film ended, appropriate applause sounded. Clap, 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 clap. Various opinions from the audience could be heard. The quality of the works seems higher than last year. I heard that the 10-minute film was made by a college student. The atmosphere was calm and not overly enthusiastic, but still positive. The actor's performance was a bit disappointing, but the direction wasn't bad, right? When about 5 films had passed, Exorcism. Finally, the frequently mentioned Exorcism started. Interestingly, about 10 minutes into Exorcism, everyone's expressions changed. It wasn't just calm anymore. There was a mix of astonishment. In addition, wasn't Hong Hae-yeon the lead? But the unknown actor's performance is quite good. Whoa, who was that actor? Really, the actor who was causing all the fuss in the online community was him? Most of the audience began focusing on the lead of Exorcism. Of course, the same was true for CEO Seo Gu-seob, who was grinding his teeth in frustration, was no exception. Crazy. Why is that? That unknown actor's acting like that. Who is he? He was clearly flustered. The caliber of the unknown actor's performance overshadowed Hong Hae-yeon. In that moment, many of the big names in the room had the same vague thought while watching the unknown actor. On screen, this year's first blue chip of Chung Euro is definitely that actor. I can't even notice Hong Hae-yeon. The presence of that unknown actor is just too strong. Look at the acting. It's so natural. What's with that expression? Where did he come from? Is he from a theater? I'm getting greedy about him. Of course, they were talking about Kang Woojin. And then, he's different from the actors who have come out so far. But who's that unknown actor? Director Kyotaro Taniguchi, a renowned Japanese director, wondered, does Korea have actors of that caliber starring in short films? He doubted his own eyes. TL notes. 1. Cinemath. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/sin% C3% A9 math% C3% A8K_Fran% C3% A7 ace. 2. Blue chip of Chung Euro, actor indicates that the individual is a dependable and consistent asset in Korean cinema. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Projection 7. With the appearance of Kang Woojin, Exorcism, which had captivated the eyes of many heavyweights, reached its climax as the background changed to a villa. Sigh? The realistic sound quality was impressive. When the scenes and sounds merged, the villa on screen appeared chillingly eerie. Kim Ryujin's anxious expression that appeared in that cut intensified the chill. It was enough to make dozens of directors watching this swallow their saliva. At this time, oops. In the tense atmosphere, Kim Ryujin on the screen stumbled clumsily. His meticulous movements alleviated the fatigue of the elite audience. In fact, about half of them chuckled. Of course, some were also impressed by Kang Woojin's acting. That's how exorcism gradually led the audience into the horror of sound. At the forefront was Kim Ryujin of Exorcism, trapped in a confined space. The rustling noises from somewhere, the breath of a hidden woman, the footsteps of a robust man approaching, and so on. The movie rapidly progressed, but the expressions of Kim Ryujin captured on screen were simply exquisite. Tension, urgency, relief, surprise, tension again, fear, relief again. There weren't many lines, but Kim Ryujin's expressions and movements alone conveyed everything. Eyes filled with constant anxiety and shaky breaths. His performance was detailed yet precarious. Everyone was captivated by Kim Ryujin. Exorcism used an editing style that made it impossible to look away. From the moment Kim Ryujin entered the villa, there was no pause. It stood out in terms of quality compared to other short films shown. The judges, seated to the left, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Where did that actor come from? That's what I'm saying. Look at the twitch under his eyes. The skill gap with other actors is too big. But has anyone seen that actor before? He looks unfamiliar to me. Then, he's not well known here. He's been abroad. Director Kwon Ki-taek, a contagious source of misunderstandings, spoke up among the judges. I heard he stayed abroad for quite some time. Hearing this, the judge's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Director Kwon, do you know him? An actor you know? Abroad? Where? To the barrage of questions, Director Kwon Ki-taek softly replied. I don't know the details, just heard about it because of a minor connection. Following the drama industry, the number of people infected by the misunderstandings also surged in the film industry. When Exorcism finally ended, the sound of applause was clap, 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 clap. It was definitely more intense than any other work. 2 days later, May 7th, the screening schedule of the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival, which had been intense up until yesterday, had all concluded. Now only one event remained, the upcoming closing and award ceremony. Currently, it was just past 2 p.m., with the event set to start at 3 p.m. The venue for the closing and award ceremony was inside the office building of the new Misunderstanding Short Film Festival sponsor. To be precise, inside the event hall of the building. It was a medium-sized hall used for various events. It had seating for about 500 people and a fairly large stage at the front. The interior of the hall and the entrance were bustling. Oh my, Ryder Park. Long time no see, ha. Oh, Director Kim. How have you been? Good. Haha. Looking forward to your new drama. Including the Ryder Park Eunmi, who was invited to the closing and award ceremony. More than half of the seats inside the hall were already filled. Although there were assigned seats, everyone was busy moving around and greeting necessary acquaintances. Ah, Soo-young, did you enjoy the movie this time? You should work with us on your next project. Your film company has been quiet lately, hasn't it? Oh, I didn't have anything for the first half of the year. I thought I'd put some effort into the second half. About 50 people were inside, and the entrance was also quite busy. At least 30 people were mingling, making it chaotic. Greeting figures, reporters with cameras, and guests entering. Reporters were busy flashing their cameras from their designated spots. Flash, 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 flash. Flash, 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 flash. And at the photo zone with the Misunderstanding Short Film Festival and sponsor logos, actors and famous directors posed. Anyway, as of now, at least 100 people have gathered for the closing and award ceremony. In such a place, swoosh. The Exorcism team just arrived. It was director Shin Dong-chun, Hong Hae-yun, and Kang Woojin dressed in a suit. Woojin's suit fit perfectly as it was custom-made. His lightly styled hair and makeup were also perfect. Clearly, the stylist Han Young did a great job. Today, he was truly radiating the aura of an actor, with his stern expression adding to the effect. However, crazy. What is this? There are a lot of people. Ah, my legs are shaking. Contrary to his composed appearance, Kang Woojin's legs were slightly trembling. It was a sight he had never seen before. Famous actors, whom he only saw on TV, were everywhere, and blinding flashes were going off everywhere. Is this really the world I live in? It wouldn't have been strange if it were another world. I feel nauseous. Then, Woojin, Hong Hai-yun, standing next to him, called out to Kang Woojin. By the way, she was also in a suit, but the pants she wore were wide, giving off a strong, stylish vibe. Have you been to a film festival before? No, but you don't seem to react at all. Well, even though it's a modest short film festival, it's still the misunderstanding short film festival. Modest? Here? To Kang Woojin, even a major film festival, which he might attend someday, seemed very distant. In the midst of this, director Shin Dong-chun stroked his chest. I've often attended SBS drama awards, but coming here as a director makes me nervous. Hong Hai-yun quickly responded. You're leading the way, director. You shouldn't be like that. Straighten your shoulders. Like this. More. This much. More. As expected from a top actress, Hong Hai-yun was overflowing with confidence. Of course, she must have been to this kind of place so many times that she couldn't count on her fingers. At this moment, several people around the entrance of the hall noticed the exorcism team. Oh, Hai-yun! Someone called out to Hong Hai-yun, and that became the catalyst for almost all eyes, including reporters, to focus on them. A barrage of camera flashes ensued, all because of Hong Hai-yun. Hai-yun, is there a reason why you suddenly filmed a short film? The short film you shot was highly praised. Hai-yun, how do you feel? Hong Hai-yun, over here. Please pose for us. A cacophony of voices erupted. Naturally, it only felt that way in Kang Woojin's ears. However, Hong Hai-yun, who had been smiling smoothly, swoosh, looked towards the dozen or so reporters and grabbed Kang Woojin's arm. He flinched for a moment. What? Why hold my arm? When Woojin looked at her with a blank face, Hong Hai-yun whispered, I know you don't like this kind of thing, but you usually take a friendly pose in front of reporters. Please bear with it a little. Of course, Kang Woojin tried to hide his smirk and faced the reporters with their flashing cameras, thinking, I have another story to brag to my buddies. For several minutes, the exorcism team had to meet many people. Haha, Hai-yun, did you shoot a short film while you were doing a drama? Amazing, really. No big deal. The shooting only took a few days. Do you know how surprised I was to see you in a movie? Unsurprisingly, everyone, actors, directors, staff, etc., spoke only to Hong Hai-yun. Occasionally, to director Shin Dong-chun. No one said a word to Kang Woojin. That was actually a relief for Woojin. Interestingly enough, swish, whoever it was, after their conversation, they would always stare intently at Kang Woojin as if evaluating his face and overall physique. In response, Kang Woojin internally shrugged it off. Well, they're probably just curious because my face is unfamiliar. He brushed it off. Right then. Hello? You're the exorcism team, right? You can enter the hall directly. A film festival staff member ran over and gestured towards the inside of the hall. The exorcism team entered the hall as is. At the same time, the curious glances of about 50 people already inside intensified. They didn't approach them as they did outside, but they openly or subtly watched the exorcism team. Of course. It's Ryder Park. Ryder Park Eun-mi, who was dressed impressively, and director Kwon Ki-taek, who was seated at the front judges panel, waved to Kang Woojin. A few minutes later, as everyone was seated, a festival staff member who was hosting the event announced from the stage. Now, we will begin the awards ceremony. For reference, Kang Woojin and the exorcism team were seated in the center of the entire audience. Woojin rolled his eyes in disbelief, probably because the actors sitting around him were curious. Anyway, short film honorable mention. The award ceremony officially began. The top actors or master directors who were invited to the ceremony handed over the awards. 5 works were selected for entry, and 1 work was nominated for each award from bronze to gold. Each time a rookie director went up on stage to receive a plaque and a bouquet, applause poured out. The rookie directors all had overwhelmed expressions. Then the host changed the subject into the microphone. Now, we have a new award for actors introduced this year. We will be giving out the best and grand prizes. First, let's proceed with the Best Actor Award. As soon as the host finished speaking, swish, director Kwon Ki-taek from the judge's seat went up to the stage, likely to present the award. Soon, Director Kwon, standing in the center of the stage, said, "I was here last year as well, but this year's misunderstanding Film Festival was especially fruitful. I've learned a lot. Now let's announce the winner." Without delay, he looked down at his cue card and then announced the actor's name to the audience. Best Actor Award. Hong Hae-yeon from Exorcism. Congratulations. The best award went to Hong Hae-yeon. As soon as her name was called, she immediately stood up. However, the applause was slightly subdued. Instead, there was more murmuring from the invited actors and guests. What? Hong Hae-yeon got Best Actor. Does that mean Park Young-hyuk might win the acting grand prize? Did you see Park Young-hyuk today? I don't think I saw him. But Hong Hae-yeon was outperformed by Park Young-hyuk? Regardless, Hong Hae-yeon, with a faint smile, went up to the stage looking composed. She seemed to have no dissatisfaction with winning the best award. Soon after, she then brushed her long hair and stood in front of director Kwon Ki-taek and received her trophy. Congratulations. Thank you, director. The trophy she received had a camera shape and the misunderstanding Film Festival logo on it. Next was Hong Hae-yeon's turn to speak. Next was time for Hong Hae-yeon's acceptance speech. However, she just looked at her trophy and didn't say anything for about 10 seconds. Only after that did Hong Hae-yeon address the audience of about 100 people. First of all, thank you. I came here with no expectations because the other actors performed so well. So, I was a bit surprised. She continued smoothly with her speech. I also want to thank director Shin Dong-chun, who made Exorcism incredible, the staff who worked hard with us in a short period, and the actors I worked with. Just as Hong Hae-yeon was about to finish her speech, she suddenly added, "Just one more thing." She looked at Kang Woojin, who was seated in the middle, and added, "Congratulations in advance." Thanks to her, many people tilted their heads, wondering what she was congratulating him for. However, without further explanation, Hong Hae-yeon greeted everyone and returned to her seat. At the same time, congratulations. Next up is the acting grand prize. The host announced the next award. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi, who accepted our invitation, will present this award. The acting grand prize. In other words, it signified the best among the actors who appeared in the misunderstanding Short Film Festival this year. Most of the guests who hadn't seen the short films guessed Park Young-hyuk since Hong Hae-yeon received the best award. Soon, director Kyotaro Taniguchi, with his short hair full of gray, stepped onto the stage. He's a renowned director from Japan, famous for his works, and was specially invited to grace the misunderstanding Film Festival. He wore a pleasant smile and said, "Gongronggesu. It's an honor." He expressed his feelings briefly to the audience. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand at such a precious stage. Regardless of nationality, I will serve as a director who loves art and short films." The man standing next to him, a translator, quickly interpreted his words into Korean for everyone. As soon as the interpretation was finished, Director Kyotaro looked down at the cue card handed to him. Acting Grand Prize. Soon after, Director Kyotaro shouted into the standing microphone, "Congratulations, actor Kang Woojin of Exorcism." Kang Woojin. At the misunderstanding Film Festival, the virtually unknown Kang Woojin was named the acting grand prize winner. He even swept the actor's award for Exorcism. What was odd was that unlike before, applause didn't immediately follow from the dozens of invited guests. Kang who? Huh? Kang Woojin. Isn't it Park Young-hyuk? Who is Kang Woojin? I've never heard of him. Then, did this actor Kang Woojin beat Hong Hae-yeon? Is he an unknown? Where is he from? Various actors, staff members, etc. If they hadn't watched Exorcism or didn't know Kang Woojin, it was a natural reaction. Therefore, they all looked around with unfamiliar faces. Who is he? Who is that? Then, applause finally came. Clap, 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 clap. Kang Woojin, sitting around the middle of the seating area with a calm expression, stood up. Only then did everyone's faces change to expressions like, "Oh, it's him? Isn't he happy? His expression is very cold. Isn't it because he's too nervous? He looks too fine for that. Who is he? Does anyone know him? He won the Acting Grand Prize Award, but he's too unknown? Wow." An unknown pushed the top. Ignoring the soft murmurs, Woojin with a cynical expression walked steadily towards the stage. There was no hesitation, no trembling. He was just calm. However, there was a very subtle misstep in his stride, although it wasn't noticeable. And so, in a full suit, the stoic Kang Woojin climbed up to the stage where Director Kyotaro stood. Director Kyotaro, with a head full of gray hair, beamed as soon as Woojin stood in front of him. It was as if he had laid eyes on a treasure he had desired. The translator standing next to Director Kyotaro then spoke to Kang Woojin. "You're standing too far back. Could you step forward?" Yes. I'm sorry. It's okay." Then Director Kyotaro received a trophy and a bouquet from the staff next to him and handed them to Kang Woojin, uttering words of joy in Japanese. "Congratulations. Your work was really great." Although it was a short sentence in Japanese, just as the translator was about to interpret, "Arigatou gozaimasu, Jindu." "Thank you, Director." Kang Woojin, with a poker face, replied first in fluent Japanese. "It's an honor that you appreciated exorcism." For a moment, the translator next to him blinked his eyes in surprise, looking at the indifferent Kang Woojin. What the? Hey, why is your pronunciation better than mine? Projection 8. Actually, Kang Woojin, who was somewhat adapting to the misunderstanding film festival, had clearly started to get flustered. It started when Hong Hae-yun returned to her seat. "Aren't you going to congratulate me?" "Congratulations." Woojin, who found it strange that she received the Best Actor award in the first place, congratulated her. He definitely thought she would win the grand prize. Not only her acting, but also her experience and reputation couldn't be ignored. But Hong Hae-yun received the Best Actor award. "Thank you. Although I would have accepted even a bow. But why are you congratulating me in advance? Why are you pretending not to know? If I got the Best Actor, the answer is out, isn't it? Don't pretend to be modest." "Well, I wanted to be the first to congratulate you. I don't feel bad at all even though I got the Best Actor award, because I acknowledge it." Meanwhile, swoosh. Due to his schedule, the latecomer, Choi Sung-gun, arrived. As it was during the ceremony, he bowed and slid next to Director Shin Dong-chun and Hong Hae-yun. Choi Sung-gun, dressed in a suit, immediately gave a thumbs up to Hong Hae-yun. "Sorry, Director. I'm a bit late." "Wow, Hae-yun, you got an award? What did you get?" "Best Actor." Well done. I need to prepare some hype." When Hong Hae-yun said she got the Best Actor award, the head of the agency's boss didn't seem to find it strange at all. Watching the two, Kang Woojin got up from his seat for now. He maintained courtesy even in the midst of confusion. It's a bit narrow in the front. Since Choi Sung-gun would sit in the empty seat to Woojin's right, he was making room to pass by. Thanks to that, both Choi Sung-gun and Hong Hae-yun turned their attention to Kang Woojin, who suddenly stood up. At that moment, acting grand prize. "Congratulations, actor Kang Woojin of Exorcism." Suddenly, Kang Woojin's name echoed from the stage, and Woojin momentarily spaced out looking in the direction of the main stage. At this point, Hong Hae-yun next to him snickered. "Look at this." He got up even before his name was called. He was sure the grand prize was his. Choi Sung-gun also smiled and patted Kang Woojin's shoulder. "I like that kind of confidence. Congratulations, and go get your award first." Director Shin Dong-chun, seated to the left of Hong Hae-yun, also offered congratulations. There was a slight misunderstanding at this moment, but Woojin didn't have a chance to react. He was too busy organizing his breathing and thoughts. Somehow, the air in the hall felt different. It felt sticky yet drifting, a bit like being drunk. He felt like he would faint if he lost his focus for even a moment. It was an emotion close to thrill, but Kang Woojin didn't have the time to realize it. Thud, thud, thud. Because he had to walk to the stage with all his might. He didn't hear the reactions of dozens of people murmuring, nor did he feel the sound of applause. Kang Woojin, who had only won a silver medal in elementary school for throwing a paper air glider the farthest, was now the grand prize winner, beating top actors. It wasn't strange that Kang Woojin's spirit was drained. Regardless of his abilities, the overwhelming sensation of his first experience. From here on, Woojin's rationality faded, and instinct took over his body. In other words, the concept that would maintain his ego became strong. By now, Kang Woojin was on the stage. His mind was still numb, but his expression was clear. And then he heard Japanese. "Congratulations. Your work was really great." It was Director Kyotaro. However, the Japanese he had just heard didn't feel foreign to Woojin. It felt like Korean. "So, His response came out naturally, as if in Korean. Arigatou gozaimasu, Jindu. Thank you, director. It wasn't intended, but it was produced as if it was. It's an honor that you appreciated exorcism. At the same time, the audience seats near the stage began to cheer. Director Kyotaro's eyes also widened a little. Of course, so did the interpreter standing next to him. So the interpreter asked Woojin. This time it was in Korean. You speak Japanese well? The surprised interpreter asked reflexively. Only then did Kang Woojin's floating rationality slowly return. Oh, Japanese? Did I just answer in Japanese? Kang Woojin's narrow field of vision began to widen slowly. Thanks to that, the tension that had wrapped around his whole body began to fade a little. No, I can only speak a little. By the time Kang Woojin answered the interpreter, he had fully regained his composure. It was a moment watched by many heavyweights. A single mistake in this potential debut could not be afforded. The next thing director Kyotaro said was this. Of course, it was in Japanese. Have you lived in Japan? Because your pronunciation doesn't sound like it's from studying. Kang Woojin, holding a trophy and a bouquet in his hands, met eyes with director Kyotaro. His eyes were twinkling. Was it because of the lighting? Whatever it was, should he try speaking a little Japanese? Kang Woojin modestly replied in Japanese. Thank you for the compliment, but my skills are not that noteworthy. Just enough for communication. Haha, come on. With that level of Japanese, you're at the native speaker level. I was, how should I say, a bit surprised. About what? Having mastered a foreign language to that extent, and possessing incredible acting skills, why are you only stuck in short films? Are there many actors like you in Korea? Stuck in short films? What does he mean? Kang Woojin paused for a moment. Meanwhile, the interpreter was in a dilemma. Should he interpret this conversation? It's understandable why. What's with him? Is he Japanese? I don't think so. He spoke Korean well too. Or did he prepare it in advance? At that moment, about 100 people in the audience were tilting their heads in confusion. It was strange enough that an unknown actor won the acting grand prize. But on top of that, the unknown actor was casually conversing with a master director from Japan on stage. Was his name Kang Woojin? He's fluent in Japanese? He must have worked in Japan. Maybe he is a Zainichi Korean resident in Japan? So, he is acquainted with director Kyotaro. Is he quite famous in Japan? Zainichi Koreans usually have a separate Japanese name. He's a peculiar guy. Anyone would have found it strange. If people who didn't know Kang Woojin found it this strange, what about those who did know him? Especially Japanese. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was in the judge's seat. What's going on? I thought he only worked overseas in English-speaking countries. Did he also go to Japan? Did he accumulate acting skills from both places? Hong Hae-yun, Choi Sung-gun, and director Shin Dong-chun with their mouths slightly open. He speaks Japanese too? And he's fluent in Japanese? What the hell? Is this his second life or something? It doesn't make sense. Why is he still a mystery after all this digging? So he can speak Japanese after all. What kind of past has that guy lived? Oh wow, Woojin must have lived in Japan. Of course, including writer Park Eun-mi. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth with both hands. Incredible acting skills, totem, English, Japanese. Maybe I should start a religion. Although the hall with about 100 people was relatively quiet, there was a whirlwind of confusion and misunderstandings. However, Kang Woojin, the eye of that storm, was completely unaware of the situation. He was just solemnly looking at director Kyotaro. At that moment, whoosh, a staff member from the misunderstanding Film Festival under the stage spun their finger at Kang Woojin. It was a sign to proceed with the acceptance speech. Indeed, the casual conversation on stage had been going on for quite a while. The interpreter, realizing this, stopped interpreting and gestured to Woojin. Please start with your acceptance speech. Realizing the atmosphere, director Kyotaro also apologized to Woojin in Japanese. Sorry. I guess I got in the way. Soon, Kang Woojin stood in front of the standing microphone. The sight of about 100 big shots was visible at once. Although it wasn't enough to fill all 300 seats, for Woojin, who was experiencing this situation for the first time, it was overwhelming enough. Woojin swallowed his saliva unnoticed. It was the moment of truth. Acceptance speech? What should he say? It had to be serious yet courteous. Around that time, the reporters positioned around the stage hesitantly raised their cameras towards Kang Woojin. I don't know who he is, but we have to take pictures, right? I came to take pictures of Hong Hae-yun or Park Young-hyuk. What was his name? Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin. Quite a dazzling flash. Baptism was poured on the nonchalant Kang Woojin on the stage. Because of this, Kang Woojin had to narrow his eyes. It was like lightning was striking right in front of him. Ah shit. I don't know. Let's just get it over with. Whether it's because his thoughts were scattered, Kang Woojin decided to just say the words that came to his mind. Of course, he would keep his voice steady. Thank you. It has been a long and difficult time, but now I have many good people around me. I won't make a long speech. I will think of this glorious award as a whip and strive harder than now without stopping. Thank you. When Kang Woojin's speech ended, applause erupted moderately. In the meantime, director Kwon Ki-taek smirked. Do your best more than now without stopping? That's scary. Kang Woojin, who kept a solid poker face more than ever, came down from the stage. In the meantime, the baptism of the reporter's flashes did not stop, and the gaze of about 100 people followed Kang Woojin. As soon as Kang Woojin arrived at his seat, the exorcism team threw congratulations. However, Kang Woojin, who was still in a daze, politely thanked them and sat down. Then he looked down at the trophy in his hand. As expected, the sense of accomplishment was unbelievably high. The corners of my mouth keep going up. Hold on. It was for a short film, but it was an award that recognized him for his acting at the film festival. Kang Woojin was thinking about where to put this award in his house. At that moment, Best Work Award. It's out this year. Congratulations. Exorcism. Suddenly, Exorcism was called out from the stage. At the same time, director Shin Dong-chun, with his eyes reddening, stood up. In other words, as a triple winner at the misunderstanding short film festival. Thank you everyone. Exorcism had swept the festival. About an hour later, in a large cafe in Seoul. It was a very spacious franchise cafe at a glance. Around the counter, cups and bags with the cafe logo were on display, and the tables around were so crowded with customers that there were no empty seats. Everyone was busy doing something frantically. Someone was chatting, someone was studying, someone was on their mobile phone. Many customers were busy doing their own things in the noisy noise. Among those customers, 3 familiar women were sitting at a table by the window where drinks were served. In their early 20s? Typical college student faces. There was no particular conversation because they had been chatting for quite a while. One was working on something on the laptop she brought, and the remaining 2 were looking at their mobile phones. Then, the woman in the white shirt tilted her head as she was looking at something on her mobile phone. I've heard this name a lot somewhere. At her words, the friends around her responded. What is it? Who? It's a guy again. No, it's not. The slightly grumbling, shirt-wearing woman quickly showed her mobile phone to her friends. An article was being displayed on the phone. Look, this name. Doesn't it seem familiar? The friends quickly turned their eyes to the phone. Yeah? It seems familiar, but it's a pretty common name. It's not one of the guys you were seeing, right? No, it's not. But this guy, he's an actor? He filmed with Hong Hae-yun. Was there an awards ceremony? I don't know. I just saw it while scrolling through entertainment news. Kang Woojin. Where have I heard it? But he was pretty handsome. He seems to be a rookie. That was when. What are you all looking at? A woman with medium-length brown hair and a hat appeared behind the 3 women. It seemed like she just came back from the bathroom because her hands were wet. The question was immediately passed on to her. Hyuna, do you remember the name Kang Woojin? The woman wearing the hat in response to the question shrugged, as if it was only natural to know. The reason was simple. Remember, didn't I tell you that he's my older brother? Because she was Kang Woojin's sister, Kang Hyuna. Therefore, the 3 women sitting here were her friends. Then, one friend clapped her hands. That's right. Hyuna's brother, huh? Brother? Brother. Yes. Wow, awesome. Wow. Hyuna, didn't you say your brother wasn't an actor? Kang Hyuna, who was sitting down, furrowed her brow. What? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Why were you talking about my brother? No. Wow. Hyuna, your brother is in the news right now. What are you talking about? He announced that he was going to be an actor 2 months ago. It's true. One of the friends pushed her phone towards Kang Hyuna. He even appeared with Hong Hae-yun. He must have won an award. Wow. Your brother is really handsome. Kang Hyuna scanned her excited friends and then lowered her gaze to the cell phone. At the same time, her eyes widened in surprise. After all, her blood relative was pictured in the article, even alongside top actress Hong Hae-yeon. Meanwhile, in Jeonju, South Gyeongnam, near Jeonju bus terminal, the street, where many buses are still coming and going, is bustling with people. People getting on the bus, or just getting off. Because of these crowds, there are many stores around the bus terminal. Among them was a porridge shop. It looked less busy than convenience stores or kimbap restaurants. The interior was calm as befits a porridge shop, and the owners appeared to be a couple. The husband was looking at a monitor at the counter, and the wife was sighing in a makeshift chair next to the counter. Both of them looked young. The husband was quite tall with a strong impression, and the wife was of average height with good skin. The problem was, the wife seemed to have worries as she sighed deeply. I'm worried, really worried. At this, the husband, who had been clicking the mouse, asked without taking his eyes off the monitor. Why? Aren't you worried? You don't care about our son. Hyunmi, you worry too much. He'll take care of himself. Let's wait and see. At her husband's response, the wife grumbled quietly. Around this time, a customer entered, and the wife naturally greeted the customers. Then she took the order and returned to the counter. Vegetable porridge, pumpkin porridge. But there was no response from her husband. Feeling something was off, the wife tapped the husband's shoulder. What are you doing? Only then did the husband, who seemed to snap back to reality, turn the monitor he was looking at towards his wife. Hyunmi, I clicked because the name caught my eye, but why did our son take a picture with this person? With a slightly knitted brow, the wife muttered something like, what are you talking about? And glued her eyes to the monitor. But she too quickly gasped. Naturally. Our Woojin. Yes, Woojin. But why is our son in the news? For the couple? No, as Kang Woojin's parents. Film Festival, misunderstanding Film Festival snapshots of award-winning actors. Hong Hae-yeon wins Best Actor Award. Newcomer Kang Woojin wins Grand Prize/photo. It was a huge shock. For more Countdown 1. An article with a clear image of their son. So Woojin's parents stared blankly at their son on the monitor for a while. It seemed like they had completely forgotten about the customer's order. About a minute passed before Woojin's mother, Seo Hyunmi, regained her composure. First, let's get the porridge ready. Her husband, Kang Woo-chul, nodded his head in agreement. They quickly prepared 2 bowls of porridge and then gathered again in front of the counter monitor. Kang Woojin in the article was still there. Then, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul read the article content carefully. misunderstanding Film Festival? Grand Prize. What time is it now? This article just came out. So, does it mean our son is at this film festival right now? With famous actresses like Hong Hae-yeon. Why? Why did our son win the grand prize at this film festival for acting? The couple found it hard to understand even after reading the article. That's because their son, Kang Woojin, had announced only a few months ago that he would become an actor. Of course, they didn't know much about the acting industry either. Don't people usually practice and go to academies when they start acting? Right? When I searched, it said that you have to dedicate several years of your life. They knew that winning an acting grand prize within a few months was impossible, especially since Hong Hae-yeon is considered the best actress. So, does this mean my son beat this actress? Kang Woojin had outperformed a very famous top actress. It was unbelievable. Suddenly remembering, Seo Hyunmi picked up her phone. I'll try calling. Kang Woo-chul stopped her. No. What if we disturb Woojin? Right. At that moment, both Seo Hyunmi's and Kang Woo-chul's phones received a notification at the same time. It was a message. So both of them checked their phones and were immediately surprised. Woojin, our son. Because the sender was Kang Woojin, their son, who was at the misunderstanding Film Festival, had sent the same message to his parents. The content was the same. Photo. I won an award for my acting. It's just a short film festival, so it's not a big deal, but I'm proud. I'm sending this because I thought you might be worried. Please don't worry too much. There was a photo of a trophy attached to the message. Later, as the misunderstanding Film Festival was wrapping up its awards ceremony and holding its closing ceremony, journalists attending the festival were quickly spreading the information they had gathered. misunderstanding Film Festival, a Best Film winner this year. Exorcism sweeps Best Film and Acting Awards. Although it was a short film festival, there were quite a few interesting things. So the press, who heard the news from the on-site reporters, got a little excited. Huh? Park Young-hyuk is absent, and Hong Hae-yeon got the Best Acting Award? So, who won the acting grand prize? Huh? An unknown actor won. It wasn't strange for an unknown actor to win an award at a festival with many newcomers, but it was unusual for renowned actors like Park Young-hyuk and Hong Hae-yeon to be surpassed. Park Young-hyuk absent. Hong Hae-yeon won the Best Actor award. Acting grand prize goes to newcomer Kang Woojin/Photo. Moreover, film festival, for the first time in history, Exorcism sweeps both film and acting awards at the misunderstanding Film Festival. The movie Exorcism swept all the awards from the Best Film to the newly established Actor Award. This was an unprecedented scene at the misunderstanding Film Festival, which has a long-standing tradition. There were even years when the Best Film was not awarded at all. As a result, the number of articles increased rapidly. Of course, it wasn't the main news. However, as a secondary article, it was sufficiently valuable, and Kang Woojin's face gradually spread across various portal sites and communities. Of course, this alone could not cause a rapid increase in recognition. Most of the public would just think that an unknown actor won an award at a short film festival. Misunderstanding Film Festival, actors who receive the acting award are getting along well/photo. Considering the vast entertainment industry, Kang Woojin's recognition was still minimal. However, the fire had definitely been ignited in certain places. From the film community, Hong Hae-yeon fan club, SNS, to YouTube channels that covered the misunderstanding Film Festival. Especially those who knew Kang Woojin, it was natural for there to be a fuss. For example, on the set of Profiler Hanryang. Woojin won the grand prize? PD Song Man-woo, on the set where filming was in full swing, and where Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon were not present, exclaimed while on a call with someone. Who was it? It was writer Park Eun-mi, who had seen everything at the misunderstanding Film Festival. Hong Star got the Best Award, and Woojin got the grand prize. Then what about the award for Best Film? Did Exorcism get it? Triple Crown. Wow, that's quite amazing. The misunderstanding Film Festival, which is famous for being stingy with awards every year. But PD, there's something even more absurd. What else is there? Woojin is also fluent in Japanese. What's that about? I mean, he was conversing naturally with a Japanese master director like they were friends. He speaks Japanese too? Just a few days ago, Kang Woojin had been speaking English like it was his native language. So, everyone believed he must have been in the United States. So what's the deal? He's definitely been overseas, but is it American or Japanese? Or both? Kang Woojin was a pure native Korean, but PD Song Man-woo didn't seem to think about this possibility at all. In addition, but if it goes like this, Kang Totem will be spot on again. Misunderstandings continued to accumulate. That's right. Isn't it creepy? I really got goosebumps when Woojin was called the grand prize winner. He's possessed, totally possessed. It's more like being possessed by a ghost at this level. The movie Exorcism, which was chosen by intuition, won everything from the Best Film to the Acting Awards. It was clear that it would cause waves. Since it's the misunderstanding Film Festival, known as the gateway to the film world, it was clear that from tomorrow, director Shin Dong-chun and Exorcism would be busy in various ways. Is that all? There will be quite a lot of interview requests for the actors, and while asserting a suitable level of recognition to the public, they will also end up showcasing a strong presence in the film industry. In other words, it's like making a profit of more than 10 million won with just 10,000 won. A tremendous result. So, it was natural for PD Song Man-woo to express pure admiration. Well, anyway, I got it. I'll let the staff and actors know. This news quickly spread throughout the set by PD Song Man-woo. Dozens of staff and actors expressed their sincere congratulations. Some of it was directed towards Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, but such issues could also impact the drama's ratings. In short, it was also a boon for Profiler Hanryang. It wasn't possible to reveal Kang Woojin's role as Park Dae-ri to the world yet, but the promotional effect was sufficient with just Hong Hae-yeon. And then, Kang Woojin was unaware due to the closing ceremony of the misunderstanding Film Festival, but But the group chat with his buddies was also on fire. Dae-young. Link to the article. Hey, F*CK, Kang Woojin, what is this? Did you win the grand prize? Seriously? Kyung-sun, what the F*CK? Hey, wasn't the movie only selected for the main competition, and that's it? Hyung-gu, wow, congrats. But why are you the grand prize winner? Is Hong Hae-yeon below you? Kyung-sung, congratulations. But is this real? Is it a dream? I can't believe it even after seeing it. It's F*King fantasy that Kang Woojin is standing with Hong Hae-yeon. Dae-young, hey. Kang Woojin. Is this bastard busy? Hyung-gu. Anyway, F*CK, let's meet tonight. The trio who were excited like wild horses made an appointment. On the same day, at night, near Gyeongju Station in Bundang. It was around 8 p.m. The location was a chicken restaurant around Gyeongju Station. The fairly spacious chicken restaurant had tables divided into indoors and an outdoor terrace, and the familiar trio was seen at the outdoor table. Wow, they make really good chicken here. If it goes in your mouth, Kyung-sung, what wouldn't taste bad? Shut up, Hyung-gu. What nonsense are you talking about in front of the holy chicken? They were Kang Woojin's buddies. Then, Na Hyung-gu, who had been chomping on chicken, looked at Kim Dae-young and mumbled, Hey Kim Dae-young, is it a big deal that Kang Woojin won the grand prize today? Kim Dae-young picked up a piece of chicken and answered, I don't know either. I heard it's a newly established award since this year. But a guy who started acting 2 months ago winning the grand prize is an absurd situation in the first place. That's true. Even though it's a short film festival, it's quite popular, so the judges would have watched it carefully. Actually, his acting in the film was quite good. Soon, silence flowed between the trio. They still couldn't believe it. It was natural. It would have been strange if they were calm. Hence, the chubby Lee Kyung-sung, who had been chomping on chicken, let out a small sigh. Kang Woojin, that bastard, becoming an actor, even winning an award. Reading the article, he doesn't sound like my friend. He might not actually be your friend. Do you want to die? Anyway, from now on, Kang Woojin will continue to appear in movies or dramas. Wow, shit, I can't get used to it. From here, the trio began to unfold their imaginations. Of course, it was about the future of their friend Kang Woojin, who suddenly became an actor overnight. Would he date a girl group member? Wouldn't he be in touch and hanging out with top actresses including Hong Hae-yeon? His marriage would 100% be with a celebrity. Do we have to join when a fan club is created? And so on and so forth. The trio sharing numerous fantasies. Thus, for over 30 minutes, the trio filled the conversation with talk about Kang Woojin, when suddenly the quiet Kim Dae-young took a shot of beer. Thump. Then the robust Kim Dae-young, who coolly put down the beer glass on the table, opened his mouth. His expression was quite serious. You guys remember that I'm going to change jobs soon, right? His two friends reacted nonchalantly. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? You've been talking about that for 2 months. When are you going to do it? This bastard just talks like that and won't do it, right? He's just asking us to console him because he's having a hard time. Kim Dae-young dropped a bombshell. Actually, I told my company last week that I'm going to change jobs. Are you crazy? Really? This idiot. Did you quit a mid-sized company? Shut up and listen. Funny thing was, unlike the enraged Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu, the person involved, Kim Dae-young, was calm. I had made up my mind, so my family also knows. Originally, I was going to go on a trip abroad for half a year after leaving the company, you know? You're crazy, living in a fairy tale world of your own. Anyway, that was the plan. But in the meantime, Kang Woojin suddenly became an actor? He even won an award today. It's still unbelievable. Kim Dae-young sternly told his friends. I'm thinking of becoming Kang Woojin's manager? Or bodyguard? Whatever it is. The response from Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu was straightforward. You dumbass. You bastard. Simple curses. However, Kim Dae-young, as if unaffected by the hits, let out a long sigh. Well, it's just a thought now, you guys know too. I used to dream of being an actor. I gave it up a long time ago and do acting as a hobby, but... At this point, Kim Dae-young recalled Kang Woojin acting on the big screen. Honestly, I was shocked and confused when Kang Woojin appeared in the movie that day, but I felt a strange pleasure in it. It's not me, but it was because my friend appeared prominently on the screen. Was it kind of vicarious satisfaction? It was amazing. Even in a situation where I didn't understand what was going on, but I watched it anyway. I was envious and thrilled. Then, and when Kang Woojin told me he became an actor, I had that thought on my way home. Kim Dae-young looked at his friends in turn and spit out the conclusion. It would be fun to watch my friend achieve my dream instead, right? The expressionless Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu nodded in response. You dumbass. You bastard. It were curses again. The next day, the 8th in the morning. Harmony Film Company. Around 9 o'clock, Kang Woojin could be found in the conference room of the Harmony Film Company, the place he had visited during the meeting with director Kwon Ki-taek before. He was alone in the spacious conference room. Choi Sung-gun was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he went to the bathroom. Whatever it was. The articles keep coming out. Kang Woojin, who was sitting alone in the middle of the shaped desk, was looking at his phone with a nonchalant face. More precisely, he was searching the results that came out when he searched his own name. Quite a lot of articles and photos came out. Well, there were very few articles about Kang Woojin alone, but there was a lot of mention of being mentioned with the Misunderstanding Film Festival in Hong Haiyun. It's fascinating. Anyone would find it unreal. If you type your name in the search box and an article comes out. At this point, squeak. The conference room glass door opened and an amiable man entered. Who would it be? It was director Kwon Ki-taek with a protruding belly. I'm sorry, I came as fast as I could. Today, as always, it was a soft voice, and Kang Woojin, who had put down his phone, stood up from his seat and nodded. No, we came early. Where is CEO Choi? He went to the bathroom for a moment. Then shall we start by ourselves? Director Kwon Ki-taek, who smiled slightly, sat across from Woojin. First of all, congratulations on the award. I felt really good watching it from the front. Thank you, director. Soon, director Kwon Ki-taek, who was staring at the silent Kang Woojin on the opposite side. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask him. However, director Kwon Ki-taek swallowed his words. He is not the type to talk easily if I ask. It would be faster to watch how he grows. I have to look at it in the long run. He changed the subject by pointing with his index finger at the pile of papers in front of Kang Woojin. The pile of papers was the script for The Island of the Missing. How was it when you read it? It was very interesting. Haha. I feel good. Especially when you say so, it feels more so. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who was smiling kindly, asked again. Okay, then next. What was the most interesting character in the scenario? Kang Woojin's answer was short and quick, because there was already a role that caught his eye. Even if it's a leading role, so what? The role with the dual personality. It's not an easy role, right? It's a difficult role. Then why did you choose that role? The reason? Just because it seemed fun? Kang Woojin spoke. Honestly, I think I like the villain. Haha. Director Kwon Ki-taek laughed out of the blue. Honestly, I didn't know Woojin would feel the same as me. In fact, I've had Woojin in mind for that role from the beginning. Me? Do you want to do this role? If possible, yes. At this moment. Squeak. Oh my, I'm sorry. I got an urgent call on the way. Choi Sung-gun rushed into the conference room. To him, director Kwon Ki-taek reached out his hand. CEO Choi, let's sign a contract today. Yes. The lead villain, Woojin, and I have the same thought. Leah leading role? Director Kwon Ki-taek showed a deep smile to Choi Sung-gun, who was shaking hands in surprise. It means that Woojin is the first actor confirmed for my work. It was the moment when Kang Woojin joined director Kwon Ki-taek's project. Meanwhile, at the same time, SBC Broadcasting Station building in Mokdong. A big event was taking place here. It was the production announcement of the anticipated work, Profiler Hanryang. That's why over 200 reporters gathered. And, no, there was nothing particularly difficult while filming. Rather, it was fun. Including Ryu Young-min, who just answered a reporter's question, the Profiler Hanryang team were sitting in a row in front of the reporters' desks. Starting with PD Song Man-woo, writer Park Eun-mi, Ryu Young-min, Hong Haiyun, and so on. All the key figures were gathered. Because it's an anticipated work, the atmosphere of the production announcement was constantly heated, and the flashes were continuously fired at the actors. Then a reporter asked a question to writer Park Eun-mi. Writer Park Eun-mi, in a previous interview, you said that there would be an eye-catching scene stealer in Profiler Hanryang. Can you give us a hint about who the actor is? Writer Park Eun-mi, who was smiling slightly, spoke into the microphone. I really want to tell you. but I will hold back for the viewers. Soon, she glanced, with a smile, from PD Song Man-woo to actors Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon. Everyone seemed to be thinking of Kang Woojin. Then, Park Eun-mi spoke to the 200 reporters. But one thing I can definitely tell you. That actor will be remembered as the greatest scene stealer of all time. She added an explanation and emphasized it. Because they will deliver a performance that no other actor can match. Soon, writer Park Eun-mi, known for her pickiness, gives such a rave review? That's a first. He must be really amazing, huh? Isn't it just an exaggeration? Why would writer Park Eun-mi do that? She must have mixed in some lies. The stir among the hundreds of reporters grew. So what? We just need to sit back and enjoy the show. That's right. If it turns out to be a lie after opening the lid, she will be the one getting cursed at. Their fingers typing on their laptops got busier. Since she emphasized it like that, should I put on a little weight too? It was to write an article full of clickbait. For Chapter 52, Countdown 2. Term changes. Yulrim Film Company Harmony Film Company. The 200 or so reporters at the Profiler Hanryang production announcement press conference moved their fingers like mad. Because of the bold declaration just made by writer Park Eun-mi. That actor will become an unprecedented scene stealer. Because he will deliver an acting performance that no other actor can come close to. Tappapapapak. Tappapapapak. Half of the reporters took pictures, and the other half typed on their laptops. The atmosphere became heated. The reporters' eyes all sparkled like hyenas. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo, who sat at the very first desk and groomed up his goatee today, nudged writer Park Eun-mi's shoulder sitting next to him. We didn't agree on such a comment, did we? Writer Park Eun-mi, who tied up her long permed hair, quietly replied while looking at the reporters. I don't know. I just went with the flow, and it turned out like this. Come on. You did that on purpose, didn't you? To bait the reporters? Throwing them a bone and hoping for clickbait. Well, I thought I'd give it a try if that question comes up. I didn't know they'd actually ask it. Haha. Anyway, it seems to have worked, right? Look at those hyenas' eyes. They seem ready to pounce on any piece of information, true or not. Park Eun-mi shrugged her shoulders. Do you think they care about the truth? Obviously, they will take what I said, add their own sauce to it, and blow it up several times over. But it doesn't matter how much they exaggerate the Park Dairy stuff, right? PD Song Man-woo's smile deepened, as if to agree. That's right. No matter how big the clickbait is, it doesn't matter as long as it's about Park Dairy. It's bound to exceed expectations. I should probably buy that reporter who asked about Park Dairy a meal, right? Now that we're talking about it, let's bait more firmly. You're an expert at stirring the pot, aren't you, PD Song? I'm a pro at that. Soon, PD Song Man-woo quietly spoke to actors Ryu Young-min, Hong Hae-yeon, and others. The actors, who were already familiar with such situations, understood the situation at once. Particularly, Hong Hae-yeon, who was stylishly dressed in a long shirt today, her eyes sparkled. Then, PD Song Man-woo suddenly addresses the 200 reporters. Haha, but please write gently about our hidden scene stealing. Actor, okay? Gently. It's too much pressure on the actor even before the lid is opened. It was obviously a scripted line, and it worked. Do you also regard that scene-stealing actor as unprecedented, PD? What are your thoughts, PD? The reporters throw PD Song Man-woo with dozens of questions. After some silence, PD Song Man-woo gave a moderate answer. I don't know about the rest, but the acting is definitely unprecedented. For the first time, I swore watching an actor act in my directing career. Isn't that right? PD Song Man-woo turned his head to the left and sought agreement from the actors. Actors such as Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon casually smiled or nodded. The hundreds of reporters gasped slightly. Whoa, did PD Song really say that? The deliberately created hype was growing. The reporters, who were glancing around and checking each other's reactions, can sense it. They then proceed to ask similar questions to other actors. Young-min, how was it during the whole shooting? Did you have any scene with that scene-stealing actor? Yes, I had many scenes with that actor. For your information, watching that actor's acting, I felt inspired to work even harder. They served as a catalyst for me. A catalyst? For Ryu Young-min. All of the main actors of Profiler Hanryang praised Park Dae-ri effusively. For several minutes, The hundreds of reporters chewed and tore apart the bait that had been thrown to them. As a result, the press conference easily exceeded its scheduled time. A lot of things had already been discussed before the question about Park Dae-ri was even raised. Thus, the press conference moderator began to wrap up. All right, we're already 30 minutes over. Let's take one last question and finish up. Over here. I'll ask the question. Yes, the reporter in the gray shirt. The selected reporter lowered his hand and met the gaze of the smiling Hong Hae-yun. Hae-yun, you recently appeared in the misunderstanding Film Festival and turned the short film world upside down. You received the Best Actress award at the ceremony, but yielded the grand prize to an unknown actor. How did that feel? It was a question with a slight undertone of aggression, unrelated to profiler Han Riang. Just as the moderator raised his hand to signal Hong Hae-yun not to answer. But, reporter, haven't you seen Exorcism? Go and watch it. Hong Hae-yun answered calmly with a relaxed smile. Then you'll understand why I received the Best Actress award. I acknowledge that actor's grand prize. You ask such questions because you don't know. The reporter who asked the question was slightly flustered. Ah, yes. That's right. Hong Hae-yun's entire management team sighed, covering their faces. Again. Her playful actions were not the first time. Several minutes later, in the conference room of the Harmony Film Company, Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to the expressionless Kang Woojin, was in a state of shock. Lead role? Not even a supporting role, but a lead role? He had just heard from director Kwon Ki-taek a few minutes ago that he was planning to cast Kang Woojin as a lead villain. Currently, director Kwon Ki-taek was explaining the upcoming schedule related to his next work. The investment is already secured. But none of his words reached Choi Sung-gun, who was shocked. What on earth was happening? Yeah, I had expectations. Since director Kwon Ki-taek personally came to the site, I thought he would give us at least a supporting role or a minor role. Even a minor supporting role would have made Choi Sung-gun drop his jaw. After all, he was joining the team of director Kwon Ki-taek, a master of film. But director Kwon Ki-taek was handing out the lead villain role to Kang Woojin like candy. How many steps are we jumping at once? It was a sight that even Choi Sung-gun, who had spent over a decade in the entertainment industry and had an outstanding network and skills, had never seen before. A newcomer who only debuted 2 months ago is getting a lead role from director Kwon Ki-taek? This isn't just breaking the convention, it's smashing it. If this story spread in the film industry, it would cause a huge stir. At the same time, Kang Woojin would be in the spotlight. Around this point, whoosh, Choi Sung-gun, with his eyes widened, slowly turned his head and locked eyes with Kang Woojin beside him. He was nodding his head calmly while listening to director Kwon Ki-taek's explanation. Why on earth are you so calm? Where is the source of this calmness or courage? Is it from his high self-esteem? There wasn't a hint of disturbance from Woojin, as if he had predicted this situation. In the meantime, Kang Woojin turned his head to the right. Unconcerned, he locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun's. Exclamation marks appeared in Choi Sung-gun's eyes. I see. There will be many situations like this if I go along with you. So I should be moderately surprised and do my job? Got it. Unlike you, I don't have a heart of steel. Kang Woojin, who was looking at Choi Sung-gun calmly, was very confused. No, shouldn't we check if this great director is really okay? He asked me to tell him about an interesting character, but he's offering me that character. At this point, Choi Sung-gun raised his hand while director Kwon Ki-taek was explaining. Director, really, I am very grateful for your offer. I think I'll remember this moment for the rest of my life. I think I will also remember this for a long time. As you know, this is my first time doing this. Yes, me too. I am very grateful. However, I think it is a bit early to write a contract today. What? Kang Woojin, who was startled inside, stared wide-eyed at the boss of the agency. Choi Sung-gun, noticing the gaze, discreetly winked with his right eye. He was signaling he understood, just leave it to him. Today, I think it's appropriate to conclude a verbal agreement with the director, Woojin, and myself, and to sort out the details and contracts later. Of course, it would be great if you could let the people from the film company witness the verbal agreement. That way, both you and Woojin can confirm with each other, and I'll gradually discuss the details with the film company. It was common practice. The film casting contract involved many conditions and negotiations of the appearance fee, as well as the need to adjust the schedules of the actors and the shooting team. Therefore, verbal agreements between the director and the actors were often made. Verbal agreements were almost as good as confirmed. Especially for a director with a high reputation like Kwon Ki-taek, the power of a verbal agreement was even stronger. However, Kang Woojin was not aware of this. Therefore, he sent a more intense gaze to Choi Sung-gun. He was internally asking, why? Choi Sung-gun understood this too. Yeah, Woojin, I get your point. You want to raise the appearance fee, right? It's a lead role from director Kwon Ki-taek. You're saying not to pass it on recklessly, right? Although their understanding was clearly different, Choi Sung-gun derived his own answer from Kang Woojin's gaze. I know. Woojin, you've received a groundbreaking fee even in Hanryang, and when you signed the contract with me, there were clear guidelines for the contract conditions and contract money. In other words, you are suggesting to delay the contract until at least the first episode of Profiler Hanryang, right? The recognition in the entertainment world can change explosively overnight. Even if no one knew you yesterday, if you become a hot topic today, the market value can change drastically. Choi Sung-gun noticed this from Kang Woojin's gaze. You've already risen as a blue chip in the film industry with the misunderstanding Film Festival, but your recognition is not that explosive yet. If we contract in this situation, we might regret it. The conclusion is that the value will jump several times until Profiler Hanryang. Choi Sung-gun sent a reassuring smile to Kang Woojin, who was looking at him indifferently, as if to say not to worry. I'll take care of it for you. Then director Kwon Ki-taek slowly nodded his head while looking at Choi Sung-gun. The kind smile was a bonus. I see. I understood what you meant. I proceeded a bit hastily, forgetting the realistic aspects. I was too eager because I wanted Woojin. I understand, director. Then let's proceed with the verbal contract first by joining the production team of the film company. Please. Director Kwon Ki-taek took out his cell phone and called the production team that was on standby, and Choi Sung-gun cautiously asked director Kwon Ki-taek, who had hung up the phone in no time. But director, sorry, but when do you plan to disclose to the media about the next work? You said it's still confidential for now, right? I have to do it once the lead actors are somewhat settled. It will probably be sorted out within this month. This month. Can we also put some effort into publicity when it is confirmed? That Woojin has joined the director's team. Director Kwon Ki-taek's smile deepened as if it was okay. It's true, so why wouldn't it be okay? Thank you. Choi Sung-gun, who had bowed his head, approached Kang Woojin. Woojin was still expressionless, but inside he didn't know what was going on. Choi Sung-gun whispered to him. At least twice. Maybe more. I'll get you a satisfying amount for your value. Let's delay the contract somehow. It seems entirely possible from what I've seen of director Kwon. He is treating you like a grandchild, right? Where did this sudden talk about the value come from? Woojin couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, but he thought there was no need to refuse if he was going to raise the appearance fee. Yes, I understand. And imagine how crazy it would be if we do a bit of publicity. You're already on the rise after winning the acting award at the misunderstanding Film Festival, right? The water is already stirred with you being a blue chip in the film industry and all. If Hanryang also becomes a hit, let's add that you joined director Kwon Ki-taek's team as a lead actor. What do you think? Choi Sung-gun grinned here. You're not just a blue chip in the film industry. You're a nuclear bomb in the entertainment world. The next day, 9 in the morning, at a luxury hotel in Seoul. It was a suite that looked spacious even at a glance. A man with gray hair, wearing a bathrobe, was standing by the window overlooking Seoul. He was sipping coffee while quietly looking out the window. It was the Japanese master director Kyotaro Taniguchi. Despite the misunderstanding Film Festival ending 2 days ago on the 7th, director Kyotaro was still in Korea. It was his voluntary choice. Naturally, his team, who came with him, were also in Korea. Swish. Director Kyotaro, who was looking out the window, sat down on a luxurious sofa. The script he had just been reading was spread out on the table in front of him. Recently, director Kyotaro had been reading several scripts for his next work. But, no. He softly muttered in Japanese and closed the script he was reading. He was not focused at all. In fact, his mind was still full of an unknown actor from Korea. It was Kang Woojin. He had only seen a glimpse of his acting, but it was insanely good, and that itself aroused explosive curiosity. That fluent Japanese. It seems like he lived in Japan, but the tone of acting was not Japanese at all. Or did he live in Japan when he was young and then move to Korea? Anyway, the unknown. Actor Kang Woojin seemed to definitely lack recognition. A very small number of people knew him at the misunderstanding film festival, and even the Korean reporters had treated Kang Woojin very unfamiliarly. His acting is better than that of a veteran with decades of experience, but his recognition is still at the bottom. There was no rumor of him being in any work in particular. He didn't look particularly young either. Is the hurdle for the acting scene in Korea really that high? Director Kyotaro couldn't understand it at all. Just looking at his acting skills, he was an actor who wouldn't be out of place in a blockbuster. Fortunately, his skills were proven at the misunderstanding film festival, but it was still a non-mainstream short film festival. What a waste. Isn't it too much of a waste to leave an actor like that? Waste. It was such a waste not to cast an actor like Kang Woojin. It doesn't make sense for an actor with such ridiculous abilities to be struggling in short films. In my eyes, he's an actor who should contribute to the development of the acting world, whether in Korea or Japan. At this point, director Kyotaro made a decision. He decided to introduce this all-too-unknown actor to the world, both Korea and Japan. Of course, director Kyotaro had his own ambitions as a director. He wanted to work with this actor, who was still a rough gem. He will give a wake-up call to Japanese actors. Korea has such great actors spending several years in short films. After making a decision on his own and concluding, he picked up his cell phone. Let's talk in my room now. I think I need to stay in Korea for a few more days. He called his team, who were in another room. For more 53. Chapter 53, Countdown 3. Around 10 a.m., in Kang Woojin's studio apartment. In the center of the tidy room, a body was lying on the bed. It was Kang Woojin. He was sleeping so deeply that he would probably not be awakened even if the world was ending. The reason he was sleeping until this time was simple. The CEO Choi Sung-gun told him that today, Saturday the 9th, was a day off. It was after he had finished the busy schedule of the misunderstanding film festival. It was indeed time for him to have a day off. Things would get busy soon anyway. Of course, at this moment, his agency, BW Entertainment, was still a battlefield, because Exorcism swept both the film and actor awards. As an investor, with good news for Hong Hae-yeon, Kang Woojin, and others, it exploded. Although they didn't know, Exorcism director Shin Dong-chun would be busy with film company meetings and interviews, and Hong Hae-yeon was also swamped with her already busy schedule plus the issues from the misunderstanding film festival. Currently, there are a flurry of inquiries from various production companies and film studios regarding Kang Woojin. Several interview requests came in from various film media and magazines. Although his public recognition was still low, he was treated as a blue chip in the film industry. All of this went through BW Entertainment. However, Choi Sung-gun asked Kang Woojin to wait for now. Woojin, we are now riding a fast current, but let's observe the situation for a bit. Hong Hae-yeon is already at the top, but Kang Woojin was at a very sensitive and cautious time. They needed to sort out the meetings and interviews pouring out from the company. Well, Kang Woojin simply nodded his head. Anyway, Kang Woojin, who was having a good sleep after a long time, could not sleep for long. The phone on his bedside was vibrating for a long time. It was a call. However, Woojin only opened his eyes slightly and did not answer the call. Why? Why does she keep calling? Is she that bored? The caller was his younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Obviously, the reason for the call would be annoying questions. What? Did she see the article? Soon, Kang Woojin, who nonchalantly ignored the call, got up and stretched. I can call Mom, Dad, and Kang Hyuna later. Let's just go to the void. Space first. Kang Woojin, who murmured to himself, looked down at the small table. There were stacks of scripts and scenarios. Among them, Kang Woojin picked up The Island of the Missing scenario. He had already finished the first reading of Island of the Missing. Shall I start with the small roles first? He needed to read it several times for a clearer understanding, but since the casting for the work was almost confirmed, he planned to slowly experience the entire cast from now on. I went there often to rest, but it's been a while since I went for a reading. Whatever the case. Hook. Woojin poked the black square attached next to The Island of the Missing scenario. Just like that, Woojin entered the void space. The void space was still endlessly empty and dark. Kang Woojin yawned again and turned his body. There were 3 familiar white rectangles floating. -1/scenario, title, Exorcism, a grade. -2/script, title, Profiler Hanriang Part 1, S grade. -3/scenario, title, Island of the Missing, A+ grade. Among them, Kang Woojin looked at the white rectangle of Exorcism and stroked his chin. A grade. It was certainly a grade as a short film, right? It won the Best Actor Award, Grand Prize, and the Best Film Award. A speculation about Grade A. The good fortune of director Shin Dong-chun, Hong Hai-yun, and Kang Woojin was just beginning, but Woojin, who lacked knowledge, passed it by thinking, well, let's say it's like that. Next, Kang Woojin chose Island of the Missing. Among the roles listed, Woojin decided on Private Kim, located at the very end. It was a relatively significant minor role. It appears in the first scene of the scenario, responsible for the theme, stimulus, and tension of the movie. Though the part only lasts for less than 5 minutes, it's quite significant. Kang Woojin took a small breath just before selecting Private Kim. Even though it's a minor role, what he experienced was beyond imagination. Huff, who dash. Woojin then chose Private Kim with his index finger. Private Kim reading preparation in progress. A friendly female voice was heard shortly after. Preparation complete. It's a highly refined script or scenario. The completion rate is 100%. The reading will begin now. A vast grayness engulfed Kang Woojin. A hot wind blew. Because it was summer. The stickiness and suffocating heat. Then Kang Woojin's gray vision began to clear up little by little. Although it was afternoon, the surroundings were dark. The dense forest blocked the light. The surroundings were filled with nothing but trees and rocks. No, there was something else visible. A tomb. In front of him, he could see dozens of round tombs with wooden planks stuck in them. There were also strange sculptures. Rocks piled up randomly with weird dolls stuck on top. A creepy and subtle atmosphere spread. From this point on, everything about Private Kim started to be hammered into Kang Woojin. His thoughts, emotions, sensations, current mental state. Because Kang Woojin now possessed Private Kim. F***CK. He didn't know since when, but Kang Woojin was now full of immense fear. His breath was irregular. He exhaled and held it in. He was breathing in and out like a madman. Huff. Huff, who dash. Kang Woojin was alone. Alone in this F***ket-up forest, not knowing where he was. He felt the dampness. He looked down. He was wearing a military uniform. He could see mud-stained military boots and a dark stain in the center of his military trousers. Private Kim. No, Woojin had wet himself. His whole body wouldn't stop trembling. The chill felt on his back, the hair on his arms sticking up through the rolled-up sleeves of his uniform. And then, silence. He had a rifle in his hand. The rifle hanging over his shoulder, ready to be fired at any moment, was loaded. Come out. F***ker, come out. I'll shoot and kill you all. Kang Woojin cursed inwardly. But it was just a bluff to reduce the fear. His whole body felt as heavy as a soaked towel. That's how it felt. Every corner ached from running and rolling around. Dried mud stuck all over his face and arms, and his thighs stung as if something had pierced them. But that wasn't a problem at the moment. The helmet is heavy. Wiping the sweat flowing down his forehead, Kang Woojin took off his helmet. While panting, for a moment, a very brief moment, he felt a coolness. The taken-off helmet fell on the ground. Thud. At that moment. Crunch. There was a sound from behind. Simultaneously, Kang Woojin, who turned his body in a hurry, waved his gun muzzle here and there anxiously. Hyuk dash. There was something. He had run and hid because there was something. But nothing could be seen now. Kang Woojin kept shaking the muzzle and whimpered. He wanted to find his comrades. Say, Sergeant Kim. Corporal Park. However, there was no answer. The more there was no answer, the more Private Kim called his colleagues desperately. Over there. Is that you, Corporal Park? You're there, right? Right? Or Corporal J? Are you there? If you are, answer. The lingering fear exploded. Kang Woojin started firing the rifle on impulse. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang. 5 shots. There is no way to know at whom they were aimed or where they landed. It wasn't a warning. He just wanted to reduce the rising fear. Where the F***ck did they all go? At this moment, ugh, Private Kim. A strange voice was heard right behind Kang Woojin. No, was it a voice? Woojin had a hunch, and once again, pee trickled down his leg. Swoosh. Kang Woojin, turning his body slowly. There was a person standing behind him. It was Corporal Park he had been looking for. A smile quickly spread across Kang Woojin's face. Corporal Park, sir. That was only for a moment as he realized that he could only see the upper body of Corporal Park. The lower body was torn and not visible. Then again, a strange sound was heard. Ugh dash. Something was holding Corporal Park's upper body. Kang Woojin fired his gun at whatever that was. Bang 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 bang. Shit. King die. Dot. At that moment. Thud. Ugh dash. Something long pierced through Corporal Park's upper body and penetrated Kang Woojin's stomach. It was full of wrinkles. It felt as if all the organs in the body were torn apart at once. When Kang Woojin, who had lowered his head, faced forward again. Splat. For some reason, Kang Woojin's vision turned upside down. Huh. And then, Woojin's head fell to the ground with a thud. Ugh. Since his neck was cut and separated from the body. Later that afternoon, in Jinju, Gyeongnam, Kang Woojin's parents, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul, were at the counter of their porridge restaurant. To be precise, yes, Woojin. They were on a call with their son, Woojin. It was their first call since receiving a message a few days ago. Kang Woo-chul put the call on speaker and laid down his phone. What on earth happened? Yeah. Do you know how curious Mom and Dad were? Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul vented their excitement into the phone. Their son, who announced to become an actor, won some award after 2 months. What parents wouldn't be? Curious? Anyway, Kang Woojin explained it calmly over the phone. I'm sorry, but it wasn't really a big film festival. What festival was it? I tried to look it up, but I couldn't figure it out. It's not a commercial that goes up in a movie theater. It's a short film festival that only judges short films. Of course, it's a big film festival for a newcomer like me, but overall, it's small. But anyway, you won the acting award there, right? Yes, I was lucky. Soon, I think the next work will also come out. A drama. Is that possible? Is it normal for actors to have things go so smoothly? No, it's not. I think I might have a knack for acting, and it just worked out. Huh. What? The call with their son lasted for several minutes. However, they had to end it reluctantly when a customer came in. Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul listened to their son's explanation, but they didn't understand a thing. But they had to acknowledge that he had won an award. While preparing the ordered porridge, the two endlessly talked about their son. The conversation was started by Seo Hyunmi. Was my son actually an acting genius? Woojin was introverted when he was young. Such kids suddenly change like that. Woojin took after me. He was handsome from a young age. What are you talking about? His nose and eyes are completely like mine. Suddenly, Seo Hyunmi clapped her hands together. Come to think of it, wasn't there a kid among Woojin's friends who loved acting? Who was it? Oh, the kid who looked a bit like a gorilla? Big build. His name was Kim Dae-myung? Or Dae-young? Is he doing it together with him? Soon, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul, who were preparing the porridge, started shoulder dancing joyously. He said he's doing a drama, right? Can we see our Woojin on TV, even if it's for a short time? Meanwhile, in a dormitory of a university in Seoul, it was a Saturday, so the campus was quiet. However, the dormitory was full of students. Among them, Kang Hyun-ah, who was lying face down on the right side bed of a 2-person room, said, "Wow, awesome. Exorcism even won the Best Film Award." She was conducting serious research on her laptop. What else could it be? It was about Exorcism, the movie her older brother, Kang Woojin, appeared in. Unfortunately, she couldn't watch the movie, but just by typing Kang Woojin in the search bar, it brought up quite a few articles. It was a fascinating experience she had never had in her life. Yesterday, she talked about Kang Woojin with her friends. Her friends were frantic, asking her to call him, but the actual protagonist, her brother Kang Woojin, never answered the phone. So, all Kang Hyun-ah could do was search for information related to her brother. Wow, the community is quite buzzing, huh? Which agency is he with? At this time, Kang Hyun-ah's mobile phone rang. The caller was the long-awaited Kang Woojin, her brother. She immediately put her phone to her ear. Are you kidding me? A sigh from Woojin came through the phone. Ha, my ears are going to fall off. Why do you keep calling? You should study more. I am. Why are you ignoring my calls, brother? Tell me 10 reasons why I should answer. Because you're my brother. And, ugh, I don't know. Are you really becoming a celebrity? I am planning to, so you just focus on your studies. Holy, this is crazy. How is this possible? Winning an award in 2 months? Where is your agency, brother? Are you close with Hong Hai-yun? What's your next work? Did you shoot anything else? A barrage of frantic questions. At this, Kang Woojin sighed again. Even if I answer all of that, you'll just have more questions. Look, I'll tell you everything when the time is right. So just focus on your studies. If you get good grades this time, I'll give you pocket money. Really? From you? Don't you want it? No, I do. Then focus on that. I'm hanging up. Just one thing. Just one thing. What are you shooting now, brother? A drama. Click. The call was cut off, and Kang Hyuna, who slowly put down her cell phone, covered her mouth with both hands, shivering. Shit, but a drama? Amazing. Probably just a brief appearance, right? Meanwhile, at Non-Hyundong GGO Entertainment, bulldog-looking CEO, Seo Gu-seob, who was sitting in the center of the office's 5-person sofa. His hardened face showed that he was in a very bad mood. Next to him sat Park Young-hyuk, who had not attended the short film festival, and there were several employees around. At this moment, an employee sitting on the left cautiously started speaking. In retrospect, it was the right decision for Young-hyuk not to attend the closing and award ceremony. Currently, the focus is on Exorcism, Hong Hai-yun, and that unknown actor who won the award. Hearing this, CEO Seo Gu-seob pressed his forehead and spoke in a cold voice. Regarding Young-hyuk, there has been no mention of him except on the day of the ceremony. If he had attended, he would have been mocked even more. Bang! CEO Seo Gu-seob slammed the sofa armrest with his fist. Fuck! Why is everything so messed up? The employees and Park Jong-hyuk, who had a sullen expression, were startled. CEO Seo Gu-seob, who barely managed to calm down, glared at Park Young-hyuk on his left. Hey, that's why I told you to put everything you have into this role, right? I'm sorry. How badly did you act for that unknown trash to win over you? In fact, although Park Young-hyuk did not attend, CEO Seo Gu-seob did attend the closing and award ceremony of the short film festival and was busy glaring at the Exorcism team, including Kang Woojin, throughout. Hong Hai-yun, I get it. I've been backstabbed by her before and I understand her level. But an unknown? Losing to an unknown. Well, but sir, even Hong Hai-yun also lost to that unknown actor and only received the Best Actor award. Shut up. Don't interrupt me. You should have crushed both of them. CEO Seo Gu-seob, whose head was throbbing, took a deep breath and gave instructions to the employees on the right. Who? First, dig into background of that unknown bastard who won the award. Kang Woojin, right? Look into his background. His acting is crazy and it's strange that he suddenly appeared. Find out what kind of guy he was from the beginning. Understood. We will start with the domestic theater scene. No. CEO Seo Gu-seob, who interrupted the employee's words, shook his head. It's not domestic. He must be from Japan. He had a friendly conversation with director Kyotaro and spoke Japanese like it was his mother tongue. He instructed the employees with a serious expression. So look into his background in Japan. CEO Seo Gu-seob was also infected. The 9th was Kang Woojin's day off, which passed at the speed of light. Normally, rest days go by quickly without even knowing what was done, but it was also because the internet that Woojin was browsing was so bustling. Whoa, there's so much stuff. Lately, Kang Woojin's time spent browsing on his phone had increased. It's not like his name was directly mentioned, but, oh, this was when the closing ceremony happened? What's wrong with my face? Why does it look so strange? Most of the news currently buzzing on the internet was deeply related to Kang Woojin. The film industry was still experiencing the aftermath of the misunderstanding film festival, which had made a lot of noise a few days ago. Finally, the best film announced. This year's misunderstanding film festival successfully concluded. Summary. The festival committee continued to promote the festival as it had been successful this year in terms of issues and attention, and also because the festival itself was quite traditional. Exorcism won the Best Work Award at this year's misunderstanding film festival. First Best Film Award in 4 years. Star Talk, the short film festival, was a hit. Hong Hae-yeon makes a surprise appearance and wins Best Actor award/photo. The public should have a good impression so that they will watch it again next year. Moreover, it had been a few years since the Best Film Award was given out, and the Best Film Award-winning Exorcism even won the newly established Actor Awards. The Misunderstanding Film Festival. This year, especially overflowing with movie industry yes, the three-time winner Exorcism draws attention. Photo. Exorcism director Shin Dong-chan, on the 3 wins. It was a great honor. I will continue to contribute to the film industry. The committee and film industry media continued to highlight Exorcism. Any industry needs a superstar, especially in the non-mainstream sector like short films. A clear example can be seen in sports. Even if it's a sport with no popularity, people will watch if there's a star player. In other words, Exorcism was a superstar encompassing various issues. Meanwhile, Park Young-hyuk, who had tried to use the Misunderstanding Film Festival for his own whitewashing purposes, was quietly buried. He was only briefly mentioned at the beginning of the award ceremony, and that was all. Where is Park Young-hyuk, who declared to start from the bottom? No response from Park Young-hyuk's side on not attending the award ceremony. What's interesting is, who is the protagonist of the Misunderstanding Film Festival Acting Grand Prize? Judges, he is the future of Chung Muro, TL, Korean version of Hollywood/photo. Even Kang Woojin, who was unknown and overshadowed by Hong Hae-yeon, started to draw a little attention even though he won the grand prize but had little recognition. Why? Why is it quiet after this actor, Kang Woojin, beat Hong Hae-yeon and won the grand prize? Not all film media highlighted this, but a few reporters began to cover Kang Woojin. Movie Talk. Unknown actor Kang Woojin, unanimously chosen for the grand prize by the judges, in conversation with Japanese master director Kyotaro in Japanese/picture. The entertainment section was naturally heated due to the drama war. At __19YY__. Article link. What should I watch? I want to watch all 3. But I don't think all 3 are simulcasting on Netflix. With the premiere of Profiler Henry Yang imminent, SBC, MBS, and TVM seemed desperate in their promotion, and the media also responded to this. Drama IS, premiere imminent, SBC, MBS, TVM in a crazy promotional war. Public opinion also joined the excitement. Ads were everywhere people could see or hear, not just on portal sites. Public opinion has already changed, netizens advertising their desired dramas on various communities/picture. Among them, yesterday's news about the Profiler Henry Yang production announcement was the most stimulating. Of course, the production announcement was made by SBC, MBS, and TVM, but the winner was Profiler Henry Yang. Star Talk. Ryu Young-min, who attended the production announcement, says Drama War? I acted diligently and am confident. Starting with writer Park Eun-mi, the entire studded cast, Profiler Henry Yang team, is all brimming with confidence. They had the most delicious, mouth-watering news, and reporters seemed to be stimulated by the appetizing scent, increasing the number of articles on Profiler Henry Yang. Thus, the day passed with the internet in a frenzy. However, the next day was not quiet. It was even noisier than the day before. Writer Park Eun-mi, my chosen scene stealer actor will overpower everyone. Especially today, there was a lot of talk about the scene stealer actor that was mentioned at the end of the Profiler Henry Yang production announcement and the argument between Hong Hae-yeon and a reporter. Who is the all-time greatest scene stealer actor highly praised by PD Song Man-woo and writer Park Eun-mi? Will they demonstrate acting befitting of the hype? Photo. Top actress Hong Hae-yeon responds sharply to reporter's question. Go and watch Exorcism/picture. Indeed, looking at the overall picture, the articles being spread contain more exaggerations than truth. So what? It's all smoke and mirrors that make for enticing clickbait. This is the mindset of pouring out articles. Well, of course, it was a desperate effort by the reporters themselves for clicks, but for the Profiler Henry Yang team, it wasn't a bad situation. No, it was exactly the picture they intended. In this way, after 2 days of sparking flames in the media until the 10th, starting Monday, the 11th, public opinion started adding fuel to the fire everywhere. Hong Hae-yeon overpowering the reporter at the production announcement.jpg. Dozens of edited videos of the production announcement were uploaded to YouTube, and There was heated discussion on SNS and various online communities. Initially, the focus was mostly on profiler Han Yang, which seemed to be dominant, and naturally, the drama teams of SBC and TVM were also aware of this. PD. It seems that Han Yang team put out a lot of hints at the production announcement, so the community reaction is mostly about Han Yang. I know. I've been monitoring it too. Hong Haiyan's fight with a reporter is one thing, but the scene stealer actor bait mentioned by PD Song and Ryder Park. Is this really true? No way, it's a lie. Didn't think Park Ryder would be like that, but pulling viewers this way? But what if a really top-tier scene stealer actor appears? Hey, do you know how high Han Yang's production budget is? It's definitely a lie. Hey, we also need to throw out anything, even if we get cursed later. Therefore, other drama teams quickly joined the clickbait war. Then, the 12th. With exactly 4 days left until the premiere on the 15th, the profiler Han Yang team and other drama teams thought it was time. Drama war. Each drama releases their official trailers almost simultaneously. How's the quality? They almost simultaneously released their main trailers. Although several teasers had already been released, but the trailers uploaded this time were over a minute long, which was enough to raise the public's expectations. In some ways, it seemed to be a life or death battle. Meanwhile, in Kang Woojin's van. At the time the main trailer for Profiler Han Yang was released, Kang Woojin was heading to the studio. He was there for an interview filming that will be in the latter part of Profiler Han Yang related trailers. He had a cynical expression as usual. However, his team, including CEO Choi Sung-gun, were not calm. Wow, the quality of the main trailer is really good. PD Song must have put everything in to create it. That's what I'm saying. It's a bit of a shame that Woojin isn't in it though. Haha, isn't it more painful to get hit when you weren't expecting it at all? Everyone was busy praising the main trailer. Thanks to his persona, he couldn't dance with joy like other team members, but Kang Woojin was watching the trailer. Wow, that scene looks like this on the video. It's interesting. Comparing the cuts he shot himself with the edited video, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Well, Woojin, who had some experience with video editing while working at a design company. But this is on another level. He realized that what he had done was just the tip of the iceberg. At that moment. All right. Kang Woojin, who was watching the trailer, abruptly remembered something, turned off the video, and logged into his mobile banking. His face was expressionless, but there was a faint hint of anticipation mixed in. Tap, tap. A few touches. Soon, the sight of his bank account balance made Kang Woojin's poker face slightly waver. Crazy. It came in. The sharp-eyed stylist Han Yeung asked Kang Woojin, "Bro, what's wrong? Don't you feel well?" In response to her question, Woojin solemnly shook his head. "No, I'm fine." Kang Woojin, who answered appropriately, turned his gaze back to the mobile phone screen. He was already almost dancing with joy inside. The reason was simple. 60 million in one go. Tens of millions of won had been credited to his pathetic account balance. It was the payment of the agency contract fee and the first appearance fee for Profiler Han Yang. In fact, the signing fee from the agency had come in a bit earlier, and the drama's first appearance fee was paid today. Kang Woojin had checked it late. He had been busy after all. Anyway, he started acting, and in 2 months, his first salary of over 60 million won had been deposited into his account. Moreover, they said Han Yang's money would continue to come in after the first time, right? There was still quite a bit of appearance fee to be paid. Of course, he was going to get an even bigger appearance fee in the future. Kang Woojin himself was still in disbelief. But still, 60 million won was a lot of money. To be honest, it was an amount Kang Woojin, an ordinary citizen at heart, had never seen before. Wow, shit. What should I do with this? Therefore, there was a strange smirk on Woojin's poker face. He tried hard to suppress it, but his joy was leaking out. Han Yeung, who was glancing at this, whispered to the CEO, Choi Sung-gun. "CEO, Woojin is a bit strange right now." Choi Sung-gun, who quickly checked Kang Woojin, had seen this state of Woojin before. Let him be. He's probably practicing his role again. Dash. Just don't disturb him when he's like that. Yes. Kang Woojin, who didn't notice this, was. What should I do with this? Shit. I've never handled this amount of money, so I don't know. I should give some to my parents first. He was pondering what to do with this large amount of money he was seeing for the first time. Should I save up a bit more and move? The next day, Wednesday the 13th, Kang Woojin's studio apartment. It was morning. Around 9 o'clock, Kang Woojin, dressed in a comfortable sweatshirt in the warming weather, stood in front of the shoe rack. But he didn't put on his shoes right away. It's shiny. He was contentedly looking at the trophy placed on the shoe rack. What else could it be? It was the grand prize trophy from the misunderstanding film festival. Bro, I'm going out. For some reason, Woojin was carefully cherishing the grand prize he had ever received. It was understandable since it was the first award he received only 2 months after becoming an actor. Soon. Thunk. After bidding farewell to the trophy, Kang Woojin left his studio apartment. Today as well, a black Ben was waiting in front of the house. However, brother, good morning. Bro, hello. The ones who came to pick up Woojin were only Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeong. Choi Sung-gun was nowhere to be seen. Yes, hello. Oh, brother, can you please speak more comfortably? That's right, bro. We feel uncomfortable. All right, got it. The reason was simple. Brother, we're going straight to the company. You know the company is in chaos now, right? Kang Woojin's agency, BW Entertainment, was currently a battlefield. CEO Choi Sung-gun was so busy that it was hard for him to leave his seat. It was a busy season. Indeed, when Woojin got in the minivan, all employees of BW Entertainment were busy without a break. Yes, it's BW Entertainment. Oh, Hong Hae-yeon's interview? I'll check. Huh? No, reporter. What are you talking about? Is it a problem to ask for the article to be taken down because it's a false rumor? There is nothing decided yet for Kang Woojin. Yes. Will you send it quickly then? A meeting? Then I'll ask the CEO. Would you please send inquiries about Hong Hae-yeon's advertising through email? Actually, this started right after the misunderstanding film festival. It was never quiet due to Hong Hae-yeon's star power, but the workload increased with the recent issues and Kang Woojin joining. Naturally, inquiries for Hong Hae-yeon were overwhelming, but there were also inquiries related to Kang Woojin. Thanks to this, the PR team of about 6 people had to answer the phone like crazy. Quick mail service. Where should I put it? The quick mail came quite often to the chaotic BW Entertainment. Most of the contents were scripts or scenarios. Quick mail service was used when it was difficult to have a meeting, but looking at the amount piled up on the operation team's desk, it seemed to have increased a lot lately. At this point, CEO Choi Sung-gun said, Okay, then let's keep Hae-yeon in spotlight and hide Woojin as much as possible for a while. He was in a brief meeting with staff, and since Woojin had joined, I think we need to increase the staff. Which team needs members most urgently? I think the PR team is in the most urgent need. The management team is also a bit overwhelmed. Let's increase the staff as quickly as possible after figuring out the number of people. After 30 minutes, Kang Woojin, the newcomer at BW Entertainment, entered the company. There were quite a few people looking at Woojin curiously because he was still unfamiliar with the employees. Anyway, Woojin soon sat face-to-face with Choi Sung-gun in the executive office. Choi Sung-gun started the conversation. Woojin, as you can see the situation at the company, things are chaotic everywhere. Especially, the number of scripts or scenarios coming in for you have increased drastically, and there are quite a few interviews coming in. What do you think? Do you want to do it? Interviews? Not yet. Kang Woojin, who was silently looking at Choi Sung-gun, was not sure. Well, someday he would have to handle such interviews, but I'm not ready yet. To be honest, it was still a bit uncomfortable. Thanks to that, Woojin answered with a low voice. It feels a bit premature, right? Honestly, I think it's better for you to maintain a sense of mystery for now. After all, the response won't be that big even if you go through several rounds of YouTube or press interviews. It would be a waste of your image. I think the same. What I'm thinking of is to maintain a sense of mystery even after Hanryang is over. Choi Sung-gun, who leaned towards Woojin, put sincerity in his briefing. First of all, the public and media are curious about you. But there is almost no information, and then the misunderstanding Film Festival Award and Hanryang. More question marks will arise, right? Then, boom, with director Kwon Ki-taek's work. Well, roughly like that. I see. I don't know. Although he heard it, Kang Woojin mostly didn't understand what was being said. However, He could tell that Choi Sung-gun was setting up a proper plan. Yes, it seems fine. There are only 2 days left until the first broadcast of Hanryang, so let's hide as much as possible. Be careful with what you say to your close friends. Yes, CEO. Choi Sung-gun, who was smiling satisfactorily, got up and moved to the desk, picked up dozens of books, and put them in front of Woojin. Woojin flinched inwardly at the fairly large amount, but calmly looked at Choi Sung-gun. Choi Sung-gun, who chuckled, shrugged his shoulders. These are the scripts and scenarios that have come for you. It also includes melodramas and rom-coms that I looked for separately. In other words, the dozens of books piled up in front of Woojin were scripts and scenarios. Are there so many? Woojin, who was surprised inside, managed to maintain a poker face. Wow, that's crazy. All these came for me. There are so many. When am I going to read all this? At that time, Choi Sung-gun drew the wrong conclusions from Woojin's expression. Are you disappointed? Haha, don't be. The company has already filtered out the meaningless ones in the first round. But well, it's less than expected. Probably because there's not enough information about you. Woojin slowly nodded his head and turned his gaze back to the stacked scripts and scenarios. Of course, all of them had a black square attached to them. Woojin casually picked up the one on top and unfolded it, and Choi Sung-gun added an explanation with a smirk. You've got a divine touch, so go through them once and choose. It doesn't have to be a melodrama or rom-com, or if you're not okay with it, you can go for anything other than rom-com. There is some time. The project with director Kwon Ki-taek is in the pre-production stage, so there's time to fit in a few short ones. Well, it's your choice anyway. Isn't this not the time to take a break? That's right, it's best to go all out without any break right now. Kang Woojin, who was listening to the explanation calmly, suddenly paused. Of course, his index finger was secretly held up, and Choi Sung-gun did not notice. So, Kang Woojin. Oh, this one. He quickly went to the void space and came back. AB+ came out from the start. Pointing at the scenario in his hand, Woojin asked Choi Sung-gun. CEO, what is this? Huh? I think that was a cameo. A cameo? Yeah. I didn't have a long talk with the director, but I heard they are already filming, and they saw you at the misunderstanding Film Festival. They also talked about speaking Japanese. They really want to meet and talk with you. At that moment, knock knock, bang. The door to the CEO's office swung open. It was the team leader of the management team. His face looked strange with his eyes wide open. CEO, you need to come out. Choi Sung-gun, narrowing his eyes, sighed and stood up. Why? What's going on? Someone came to see you. Who? Immediately, Choi Sung-gun left the CEO's office. At the same time, he noticed a group of people standing near the entrance of the office. Among them, he was surprised to see a man with head full of gray hair at the forefront. Even Choi Sung-gun opened his mouth slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. Huh? The gray-haired man approached with a smile and offered a handshake. The words that came out were in Japanese. I'm sorry, did I come too suddenly? The master director from Japan, Kyotaro, unexpectedly appeared. I came to meet actor Kang Woojin. From round 5. Due to the sudden appearance of director Kyotaro and his team, dozens of BW Entertainment's employees stopped what they were doing and all looked at director Kyotaro. Director Kyotaro? Isn't it director Kyotaro Taniguchi? On the other hand, employees who didn't know director Kyotaro asked those who knew him. Who is that? Is he famous? A director? This is the first time I've seen him. He is speaking in Japanese. He's known in Japan as director Kyotaro Taniguchi, a very successful director. While the employees were whispering, CEO Choi Sung-gun grabbed the hand extended by director Kyotaro in the blink of an eye. But he still had a lot of questions. Why did this master director come here? It was such a surprise visit. At the same time, Kang Woojin, who had been in the CEO's office and checked the situation in the office, was also surprised. Of course, only inwardly. Huh? That Japanese director. He seems to be the one who gave me an award at the film festival. Kang Woojin, who briefly met eyes with director Kyotaro, who smiled for a moment, quickly deepened his concept. Soon, a stoic expression appeared on his face. Woojin, too, had heard that director Kyotaro was famous in Japan. So, why did he come here? Director Kyotaro and Woojin only had a brief conversation during the closing ceremony of the film festival. About 5 minutes? Because it was so chaotic, he didn't remember well. Therefore, to Woojin, director Kyotaro just felt like the uncle next door. Swish. Director Kyotaro, who let go of his hand with Choi Sung-gun, muttered in Japanese. His smile remained the same. I came like this because I thought you would understand my sincerity if I came in person. If it's inconvenient, we can schedule another meeting. The Japanese language flowed smoothly. Of course, there was an interpreter. But for some reason, director Kyotaro looked at the calm Kang Woojin. The infection had spread. Choi Sung-gun also turned his gaze to Woojin with an exclamation marks in his eyes, and the employees turned their heads to Kang Woojin with the same look, wondering why Woojin? Soon, dozens of eyes were focused on Woojin. Then, Kang Woojin, who was casually looking around, realized something. Are they looking at me too? Interpret? That's a piece of cake. A chance to show off his Japanese, which he had learned, was created. While approaching director Kyotaro, Kang Woojin spoke in low-toned Japanese. Hello, director. I didn't expect to see you again after the film festival. Really? I was expecting to see you again. The conversation continued without hesitation. Choi Sung-gun knew, but the dozens of BW Entertainment employees were shocked by Kang Woojin's Japanese skills. Anyway, director Kyotaro continued speaking. Is there a place to talk privately? Just a moment, please. Kang Woojin turned his head to Choi Sung-gun on his left. We need a place to talk. Talk. Oh. Choi Sung-gun, who was a little flustered, came to his senses. Please, come this way. The place Choi Sung-gun led them was the CEO's office, and Kang Woojin courteously gestured to the CEO's office to director Kyotaro. Soon, director Kyotaro and the interpreter were sitting in the CEO's office, opposite Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin. The rest of director Kyotaro's team were waiting outside. At that time, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun whispered to Kang Woojin. Why did director Kyotaro suddenly come? I'm not sure either. Did he come because of Haiyun? Anyway, you should stay too. You're better than that professional interpreter. Well, for Woojin, it wasn't bad. Because learning Japanese in a day was fun. At that point, it's my first time. Like this, but it's good. Across the table, director Kyotaro, full of gray hair, laughed and spoke in Japanese. It's great that the actor can speak Japanese and there's no awkwardness in the conversation. It was always uncomfortable when I came to Korea. Will you interpret directly, Mr. Kang Woojin? Woojin nodded slightly in response to the question. Yes, I can. I was disappointed that we only had a brief conversation at the misunderstanding Film Festival. And it's also a waste about Woojin's current position. With that remarkable skill, now only receiving a short film award. In my opinion, you have the skill to receive an award at a major film festival. Thank you. Even though the acting scene in Korea has high hurdles, it's unfortunate that Woojin is stuck in short films. What is this old man talking about? Woojin remained expressionless and silent. How long did you stay in Japan? It's difficult for me to say due to certain circumstances. I see. I'm sorry. At this time, Choi Sung-gun, who was listening to the conversation with blinking eyes, intervened. I'm sorry. Director, did you come here because of the actress Hong Haiyun? Woojin immediately interpreted, and director Kyotaro slowly shook his head. Hong Haiyun is a famous actress in Japan as well. She's a great actress. Her performance in Exorcism was impressive. But I came here today because of actor Kang Woojin. Me? He came for me. Why? It seemed like the situation was getting out of hand unexpectedly. Sure enough. Woojin, what do you think about making a debut in Japan? Director Kyotaro suddenly asked a question with a serious expression. Woojin maintained a poker face, but inside he was shocked. Are you crazy? It's only been 2 months since I started acting. What do you mean by going to Japan? He was not pretending, but genuinely speechless. However, his profound expression seemed to director Kyotaro as contemplation. It's natural to have concerns. Do you have any confirmed works? Henry Yang's project was still under wraps, and the project with director Kwon Ki-taek had not yet been confirmed. In other words, Woojin only had one answer to give. I don't have anything confirmed yet. I see. Upon hearing the answer, director Kyotaro sighed inwardly. As expected, it's so unfortunate. Director Kyotaro had spent a few days investigating Woojin's overall status in the Korean entertainment industry. However, nothing came up. Soon, director Kyotaro, who had closed his eyes for a moment, made eye contact with Kang Woojin. I'm currently preparing for my next work. The project has been confirmed. We're in the process of adapting a famous Japanese novel, and about 80% of the script has been completed. Director Kyotaro stated confidently, I would like to work on that project with Woojin. Afterwards, after meeting with Kang Woojin, director Kyotaro left for Japan on the 14th, the next day. What was supposed to be a one-day trip turned into a week-long stay. Anyway, they decided to keep in touch via email with Choi Sung-gun. Urgent matters would be discussed with Kang Woojin directly. Well, anyway, Woojin was positive about it. There was a hint of misunderstanding in the conversation with director Kyotaro. It's not like I'm going to Japan right now. Having many possibilities is always better. There was no need to reject it from the start. They agreed to receive the completed script, and for now, it was right to consider director Kyotaro's proposal. If the grade confirmed by Woojin in the void space was trash, it will be a bit awkward. After director Kyotaro had left, and on the 15th, today was a historic day. It was the first broadcast day of Profiler Hanryang. So, the drama teams involved in the war scattered the last promotional tidbits. Several top actors also encouraged watching on their SNS. Time flew by chaotically. Suddenly, it was 9 p.m. on the 15th. At this time, Kang Woojin, who was in a van, arrived at a large barbecue restaurant near Yangjae Station. It was a two-story standalone barbecue restaurant, and today, a drama team had rented the entire place. It was the Profiler Hanryang team. It was for a team dinner. Soon, Kang Woojin, wearing a casual hoodie, got out of the black van parked in the outside parking lot. And then, he silently looked up at the barbecue restaurant. Beside him, Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, and Han Yi-young stood in a line. They all looked at the barbecue restaurant with Woojin. The first one to speak was Choi Sung-gun. Finally, probably because of all the publicity, the reporters will be waiting for the first broadcast now. Choi Sung-gun, who had been laughing, asked the stern Woojin, How about it? The first broadcast is right in front of us. Kang Woojin mixed honesty and a bit of concept in his response. I'm hungry and looking forward to it. Ha ha, that's a clever answer. How can this attitude be considered that of a newbie? Choi Sung-gun, who laughed refreshingly, took the first step. After him followed Han Yi-young and Jang Soo-hwan, and Kang Woojin was last. Although Woojin had a stern face, he was taking deep breaths internally. It's the first broadcast, oh God, it's D-Day. He had been fine until the trailer for Profiler Hanryang was released. His face didn't really appear then. But today was the day everything will be announced. So Woojin, somehow, couldn't calm down. The feeling is so different from the first day of shooting, ugh. The nervousness of the first broadcast and the first shooting were clearly of a different kind. Well, it made sense. Today would be a turning point in Kang Woojin's life. Around then, swish. Team Kang Woojin entered the barbecue restaurant. Dozens of Hanryang staff were already busy setting up the place, and as soon as they saw Kang Woojin, they greeted him warmly. Oh, Woojin is here. Hello. Haha, Woojin. You must feel a bit burdened because Ryder Park attracted attention aggressively, right? Staff quickly gathered around. While maintaining his indifferent attitude, Kang Woojin calmly returned their greetings. Soon, the first assistant of the lighting team pointed to the second floor with his index finger. Woojin, the PD and the writer are on the second floor. The actors will also eat on the second floor. In other words, he was telling him to go up to the second floor. At this, Choi Sung-gun patted Woojin's shoulder. You go ahead, I'll follow after sorting out some things here. Kang Woojin, who nodded his head, went up the iron stairs leading to the second floor. The atmosphere on the second floor wasn't much different from the first floor. Several staff were setting up a large TV in front of the round table with alcohol and meat. They also smiled as if they were glad to see Kang Woojin. Oh, our Park Dae-ri is here. How have you been, Woojin? Two familiar figures, sitting at two joined round tables placed side by side, got up. They were PD Song Man-woo with a goatee and Ryder Park Eun-mi. Woojin, over here. You're early? Ah, but why does it feel like I haven't seen you in years? Kang Woojin, who was greeting the production staff, felt a bit overwhelmed and joined the two. Hello, PD. Hello, Ryder. Park Eun-mi, who sat Woojin down, had her long permed hair tied up today, and sat next to him smiling. Congratulations on the grand prize. I already said it at the closing ceremony, but congratulations are never enough. Thank you, but where are the other actors? Huh? Ah, some are on the first floor, didn't you see them? The rest are on their way. At that moment, swoosh. Suddenly, goateed PD Song Manwoo whispered into Kang Woojin's ear. I thought you were in the United States because you speak English so well. And I heard you're also fluent in Japanese? Were you in Japan too? I'm sorry. It's a bit difficult to say. Writer Park Eun-mi, who just had a shot of soju alone, gently grabbed Kang Woojin's right hand. She even closes her eyes. Woojin was annoyed. What is this writer doing? Kang Woojin spat out in a low voice. What are you doing? Praying. Praying. The answer came from PD Song Manwoo. She's praying to the Kang totem. To make our viewer ratings explode. Writer Park Eun-mi, who still had her eyes closed, was sincere. I'm already a believer. Kang Woojin, who had been calmly looking at her, decided to just let her be. After several tens of minutes, the actors began to arrive. First was Ryu Young-min, wearing a hat. Hello, senior. You came early, Woojin, and you won the grand prize right from the start. Outspoken Jang Tae-san and other main and supporting actors started to come in, and soon the second floor began to fill up with people. The last to arrive was Hong Hae-yeon, who had just finished her photo shoot schedule. She casually pushed aside PD Song Manwoo and sat on the right side of Kang Woojin. She immediately whispered to Woojin. I heard director Kyotaro was at the company. They said it turned the company upside down. She smelled good today, as always, and Kang Woojin, suppressing his trembling, answered, Yes, but only for a short time. Are you going to Japan? I don't know. Hearing his response, Hong Hae-yeon's expression became strange. At that moment, the commercial is on. The chubby lighting director shouted while looking at the large TV in front. Thanks to that, all the actors and dozens of staff members all turned their attention to the TV. It was just before the start of the first part of Profiler Hanryang. How exciting. Haha, let's all bet on the ratings for the first time in a while? Great. I'll bet 50,000 won on 10%. I say 10.7%. Suddenly, everyone started betting. I have a feeling. 15% for 50,000. Oh, then me too. 15.5%. Both the actors and the staff shouted out numbers. Strangely, no one bet below 10%. Then, all the actors looked at Kang Woojin, as if to say, you should join in too. Woojin, being influenced by the excited atmosphere. I don't know shit. Just spit out anything. He shouted the highest number among those mentioned. I'll bet 50,000 won. On 20%. Many of the staff laughed heartily. Ha, isn't that refreshing? When was the last time we got close to a 20% rating? Has it been about 3 years? Or 5 years? The male staff closest to the large TV shouted. It's starting. Indeed, the drama title appeared on the TV after the commercial ended. Profiler Hanryang. The first episode of Profiler Hanryang had begun. About 40 minutes later, in a shabby gukbap, Korean soup with rice, restaurant. Around 10:30 at night, a group of 6 men and women entered the almost empty gukbap restaurant. Among them, boss, 6 servings of gukbap here, please. A man with an imposing figure shouted out as the representative. It was Kim Dae-young, Woojin's best friend. This gukbap restaurant seemed to be a regular spot for them. The people who came with him were his company colleagues. Because today, there was a modest farewell party to celebrate Kim Dae-young's job change. Anyway, it's already past 10:30. Before even sitting down after ordering the gukbap, Kim Dae-young picked up the remote control. His movements were very familiar. Then he changed the channel on the small TV hanging on the wall. Soon, the colleagues in the back started to comment. Wow, are we really going to watch the drama? Why don't we just watch the rerun later? It must have already ended, as it's been 40 minutes since it started, right? But Kim Dae-young shook his head. No way, that's not the attitude of a true fan. Really, you are something else. I acknowledge you as a true Hong Hae-yeon fan. Haha, everyone should watch Profiler Hanryang now. It's definitely going to be fun. It's written by Park Eun-mi, right? Then it's bound to be at least average. Soon, Profiler Hanryang, which was currently airing, appeared on the TV. From the start, Hong Hae-yeon, who played the role of a detective, appeared, and Kim Dae-young, who was sitting casually in the seat where his colleagues were sitting, gave a thumbs up. As expected. Wow, she's perfect for the detective role, right? Well, Hong Hae-yeon is pretty. Isn't she basically the #1 in terms of beauty among top actresses? It was then when the 6 bowls of gukbap were served, and Kim Dae-young and his colleagues filled their stomachs with the hot soup. Of course, while watching Profiler Hanryang, everyone seemed to enjoy it as they were more focused on watching the TV rather than talking. It's fun, right? The pace is good. I have to watch it from the beginning when I get home. Wow, Ryu Young-min looks handsome even with that baby perm, right? And he acts well. Oh, it's getting intense. Huh. The scene changed. Huh. I've never seen that actor before. Must be a rookie. Wow, look at his eyes. Kind of creepy. He's not bad at acting, right? He's definitely the murderer, 100%. The smile just now was so psycho-like. At that moment, thump. While his colleagues were engrossed in the drama, Kim Dae-young dropped the spoon he was holding onto the table. The sound startled his colleagues. What happened? What's wrong? Dae-young, your eyes are really wide open. Indeed, Kim Dae-young was staring at the TV with his mouth slightly open. No, to be precise, he was staring at the actor who was smiling creepily on the TV. That crazy bastard. Because it was the first appearance of Park Dae-ri. TL Note 56, Torrent 1. The latter half part of Profiler Hanryang was set in the year 2010. Park Dae-ri appeared in the background of a scene following the discovery of a body in the mountains. The method of murder matched with that of an unsolved serial killer from the past. The world was turned upside down, but Park Dae-ri was calm. The direction was also outstanding. It was fast-paced for about 45 minutes, but when the scene switched to Park Dae-ri, it had a slow and cozy feeling. A quiet park. From the very first scene, Park Dae-ri was shown in a close-up shot that filled up his face. Thanks to this, his face filled the TV screen. If you know this unknown actor's face, you'd have to be a fool not to recognize him. Thanks to that crazy bastard. Kim Dae-young's reaction, as if his eyes were about to pop out, wasn't strange. Why? Because his friend, who had participated in a short film festival a few days ago, was now appearing in the major drama Profiler Hanryang. Kim Dae-young's eyes got bigger and bigger as he recalled the day he chased after Kang Woojin. Was this the next work you were talking about? There was no talk that the drama he was filming would come out so quickly, let alone being the most anticipated work of the first half of the year. Kim Dae-young's shout surprised his colleagues again. What's happened? Why, really? You startled me. Why so surprised? Dae-young, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Kim Dae-young, who was a bit stunned by the questions from his colleagues mixed with worry and bewilderment. No, that's my... He shut his mouth mid-sentence. The complete sentence was, that's my friend, but he remembered Kang Woojin had told him to keep his mouth shut for a while. Still, the shock remained. You bastard. Do it all at once. What the heck is this, a surprise attack? Kim Dae-young was already surprised that Kang Woojin had appeared on Exorcism, but now, his friend, who had become an actor overnight, was appearing in a drama. And moreover, the amount of screen time and angle cuts are exactly like a supporting role, right? He entered his first drama as a supporting actor. It seemed like Park Dae-ri was not a minor role. Thanks to this, without responding to his colleagues' questions, he just stared blankly at the TV, and his colleagues who were tilting their heads turned their gaze to the TV. Park Dae-ri's angle was shown from various perspectives, from smiling to expressionless. That brief moment was quickly interchanged with frontal and side views. The depth increased. It was clear to anyone that his face was masked with a fake expression. There was no dialogue. Park Dae-ri in the quiet park just looked ahead. Park Dae-ri's face filled the entire TV screen. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched and returned to being expressionless. The change in expression was strangely eerie. Soon after, Park Dae-ri's mouth corners lifted slightly again. But it didn't last long. Back to expressionless again. At this, Kim Dae-young's colleagues exclaimed, "Wow, that's crazy. Is he practicing smiling right now? He's like a psychopath. So creepy. The actor is really good at acting, right? Well, he must be good since he was cast in that drama. Really amazing. Look at that. Each smile feels a little different, right? The expressions are all different too. He seems like an emotionless psychopath." His colleagues brushed their arms. Some of them had goosebumps. However, Kim Dae-young, who was watching his friend on TV, was just appreciating Park Dae-ri's acting. Was such acting possible? It's a completely different character from Exorcism, but I don't see any similarities. In his eyes, Kim Ryujin and Park Dae-ri seemed like two completely different characters played by different actors. I stepped on dog shit. To that extent, his friends' acting differentiated each character. Ah, there it is. The son of a bitch. Before they knew it, Kim Dae-young and his colleagues were engrossed in profiler Han Ryang. More precisely, in Park Dae-ri's brilliant performance. Is it because he acts so well? It's so immersive. I know, right? Who is that actor? Will he come up if I search? Soon. Kim Dae-young quietly answered his colleagues who were showing interest in the actor who played Park Dae-ri. Kang Woojin. That actor's name is Kang Woojin. Huh? Dae-young, you know him? At that moment. Wow. Look at that. One of the colleagues pointed at the TV. The reason was simple. Wow. Look how natural the CG, computer graphic, is. Are they expressing the character's perspective? It's amazing. The current scene showed a distorted fairy tale world through Park Dae-ri's eyes. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, and purple. But the colors were unnatural. A bit of gradient was added. The ordinary world turned into a weird fairy tale world, and this special effect made Park Dae-ri's character even more intense. And then, Park Dae-ri lifted up a dog that had shitted, painted in yellow. You're cute. Fluffy. Makes me want to pop you. His colleagues swallowed their saliva. No way. Is he going to kill that puppy? Maybe they colored it because it's too cruel. Look, I guess the red firework is to express the blood bursting. Ah, take it away, don't do it. However, Park Dae-ri on TV disappeared with a smile and a dog in his hand, and Kim Dae-young, who had been watching up to this point, smirked and picked up his phone. He logged into a group chat with his close friends. Dae-young, hey Kang Woojin, you bastard. If I ever meet you again, I'll beat you up. What's funny is that Kang Woojin, who never usually replied, was the quickest to respond. Woojin, are you watching SBC, my friend? Dae-young, yeah, you asshole. Hey guys, Woojin is currently appearing in a drama on SBC right now. Woojin, please watch SBC's profiler Han Ryang. Kyung-sung. What now? Dae-young, the next work of actor Kang Woojin, this bastard, is being broadcasted. Kyung-sung. Kang Woojin, this bastard again? Hyung-gu, what next work? Didn't his short film just get released a few days ago? Dae-young, check with your own eyes. It's on SBC. Soon, the friends who heard the news tuned into SBC from different places. Lee Kyung-sung, who was enjoying ramen at home, threw it aside and turned on the TV and immediately started cursing. Fucking hell, it's really him? Na Hyung-gu was on a blind date. As he was simply having a drink, he turned on SBC on his phone. Na Hyung-gu also quietly cursed, despite the woman in front of him. This bastard, he's really in a drama? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin's Park Dae-ri spread across the country through broadcast signals. Anyone watching SBC on TV at this time could see Park Dae-ri. For example, the people at a design company watching TV in the conference room while having late-night snacks due to overtime. Huh? Isn't that actor? Woojin. Huh? Didn't he go on a working holiday? No. It is him, right? What's this, a drama? Yes. I stopped flipping channels because it looked interesting. No. That's Woojin, right? It's him, right? That's right. It's Woojin. Yes. Huh. What? What is Woojin doing there? Or, a group of girls gathered around a laptop in a university dormitory. No, it was Kang Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna, and her friends. OMG. Hey, Kang Hyuna, isn't that your brother? Yes. He looks exactly like the picture of him receiving the award. Wait, was that why you insisted we watch this drama no matter what? Because your brother is in it? But this is amazing. Hey, Hyuna, your brother is totally on a roll. He's already appearing in dramas? While the friends hit Kang Hyuna's shoulders and back in excitement. But Kang Hyuna herself was stunned looking at her brother on the drama. Regardless, her friends became more excited. He's so good at acting. Hyuna, call your brother, call him. It looks like he has a lot of screen time. What is it? A supporting role. He must be a supporting role. At that moment, seeing the smile of Park Dae-ri in the drama, Kang Hyuna realized something. That's the smile from the teaser. The smile of the man whose face was covered in the teaser for profiler Han Ryang. She realized that it was her own brother. No, is it possible? He just started acting 2 months ago, right? Is it realistically possible for him to get a supporting role? It didn't make sense. But her brother was definitely appearing in the drama. At this point, Kang Hyuna pushed away her clingy friends. Let me be, she called her mom. The ring didn't last long. Mom, brother is on a drama right now. The reply from her mom, Seo Hyunmi, across the phone was swift. I know, hang up for now. In fact, profiler Henry Yang was also playing at the porridge shop in Jeonju. The porridge shop was currently occupied by regular ajumas, older women. It happened quite often. They were regulars who were close to Seo Hyunmi. Those regular ajumas clicked their tongues while watching Park Dae-ri on TV. Hey, look at that guy's eyes, those eyes. He's strong, very strong. He did it, he killed him. Whose son is that, having such a ruthless look in his eyes? Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woojin, who were standing side by side at the counter watching TV, both with wide eyes, answered at the same time. That's my child. That's our son. Meanwhile, at the same time, other drama teams were also monitoring profiler Henry Yang. Both MBS and TVM. Both dramas were also airing their first episode at this moment. There were teams having dinner like Henry Yang's team, and there were also teams checking the situation on the filming set. Anyway, both sides were watching the actor who played Park Dae-ri. The interesting thing was that both teams felt jealous. Shit, his acting is good. It's not just good. Look at him expressing things with his facial muscles without any lines. It's crazy. It's not crazy. His acting is restrained, but captivating. It feels lively, but instead of making acting feel hard, it feels like he's casually, easily throwing it out there. Of course, it was because of Park Dae-ri, who appeared at the end. He suddenly jumped out at the end and runs wild by himself? He alone is creating and releasing the tension of the drama, right? He's a proper villain. It's a sure thing, right? He's the scene stealer that writer Park mentioned in the interview. Absolutely. It's worthy of writer Park's high praise. But who is he? The face is new, but it doesn't feel entirely unfamiliar. Same for me. I know he's a newcomer, but he seems familiar. Where did they find such a gem? A used newcomer, maybe? Anyway, his acting is worth watching. TSK, if he does a good job, even director Park will be impressed. Something about Park Dae-ri's appearance made the other drama teams jealous. The reason was simple. Ah crap, he's got great impact. Enough. Let's focus on our own drama. There was no impact in their own dramas that could hook and pull like Park Dae-ri. At this point, profiler Henry Yang was heading towards the later half, and Park Dae-ri, who had just debuted, had left a strong impression in a short 10-minute scene. No, rather than a strong impression, Park Dae-ri was definitely the key to the first episode. He brought hidden cases to the surface and delivered a shock to the viewers with numerous question marks. Catharsis is only properly achieved when there's a solid villain. In other words, Park Dae-ri was not a fake, but the real deal. The declaration made by writer Park Eun-mi at the production press conference was completely true. The ones who felt most regretful about this were the waiting reporters. TSK, his acting's good. If it's like this, it won't fail. Over 200 reporters attended the production press conference, including various entertainment reporters involved in the drama war. Hey, how about it? Reporter Kim, the scene stealer actor in profiler Henry Yang. He's the real deal, right? Yes, chief editor. His acting was amazing, worth the praise from the production team. It's a pity. There would have been more to write about tomorrow if it had completely failed. How high do you think the viewer ratings will be? I've watched all of them, but I think Henry Yang will be the highest. A tremendous number of reporters were all keeping an eye on the dramas. They had to pounce on any drama that smelled like prey. Of course, the focus was on profiler Henry Yang. But profiler Henry Yang was perfect in its completion. At this point, some reporters felt something from the unknown actor playing Park Dae-ri. If it's like this, it's frustrating, huh? But I've seen this actor a lot somewhere. Surely he's a newcomer, but there was a familiar feeling. Where have I seen him? Then, the reporters suddenly remembered the short film festival that took place a few days ago. Isn't he the guy who won the grand prize at the misunderstanding film festival? The unknown actor who had won the grand prize at this year's popular misunderstanding film festival. But due to various issues, he did not receive much attention. Park Dae-ri was that actor. It's good. This is a good piece of prey, right? Some reporters who caught on to this immediately had their eyes gleam. This means Hong Hyen worked on 2 projects with him, right? What was the name of the guy who won the award? And not much later. Drama pick. Profiler Han Yang premiere. Kang Woojin, the actor who played scene stealer Park Dae-ri, won the grand prize at the misunderstanding Film Festival. The first article was up. It was explosive. Around 11:30 p.m., the large barbecue restaurant where the Profiler Han Yang team gathered was bustling. The first airing of the drama had already ended, and from the production team to the actors, everyone was very satisfied with the quality of the first part. Wow, the drama turned out really well. PD, did you edit this on drugs? Haha, that's what I'm saying. PD song. The scene where Park Dae-ri's world changes was killer, right? Especially on the second floor, where the main actors and PD Song Man-woo and the key production team gathered, was like a mad party. The actors and staff were busy praising each other. In the meantime, Kang Woojin thought, "It's fun, really fun." He was genuinely happy. Of course, only on the inside. His face was more solid than ever, but he couldn't take his eyes off the TV, which was showing the drama that had just ended. When I was on, it was really awkward, but the more I see it, the more I seem to get used to it. Regardless, unlike Exorcism, Profiler Han Yang was aired all over the country. Who watched it? How many watched it? What did they think of my acting? At that moment, Kang Woojin picked up his phone. These guys are freaking out, as expected. His close friends were chatting nonstop in the group chat. Dozens of messages arrived from his younger sister, and several messages also arrived from Woojin's parents. On top of that, I didn't expect the design company people to watch it too. The people from the design company where he used to work also sent messages. He probably didn't know, but many people must have watched the drama. It was then. The phone of PD Song Man-woo, who was clinking soju glasses with the actors and staff, rang. A message arrived. PD Song Man-woo quickly grabbed his phone on the table. It seemed like he was waiting for something. What was strange was, has it arrived? How much is it? PD, quickly, quickly. All the staff and actors had their eyes fixed on PD Song Man-woo. Writer Park Eun-mi even swallowed her saliva with a serious expression. Woojin tilted his head slightly. Why did everyone stop drinking and look at the PD? Anyway, swish. As soon as PD Song Man-woo looked at the phone screen, his eyes widened. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. Real-time midterm viewership. MBS 5.9%. An eerie silence swept over the entire filming area. Maybe that's why PD Song Man-woo's voice sounded loud. TVM 2.7%. PD Song Man-woo, who slowly raised his head, scanned everyone and cracked a slight smile. 20.3%. 7. Chapter 57, Torrent 2. 20.3%. Everyone at the barbecue restaurant was agape at the words of PD Song Man-woo, who was smiling faintly. Well, it was a figure worth gaping at. Is it for real? PD, don't joke around. Really, 20.3%? At the staff's outbursts, PD Song Man-woo gave a thumbs up. Yes, 20.3%. Dozens of staff and actors jumped up and cheered. It seemed like an exaggerated response, but the exhilaration was palpable. Whoa, crazy. It exceeded 20%. Let's toast cheers. Totally awesome. It's going to be chaos tomorrow, right? Hey, let's eat and drink till we drop today. With people hugging each other and jumping up and down in joy, the second floor of the barbecue restaurant quickly turned into a club-like atmosphere. Everyone was relieved. All the hard work and struggles they went through seemed to vanish in that moment. Madness. The staff shared their excitement by pouring and drinking alcohol, and the actors also imagined each other's bright future and resonated. The managers of the actors were busy making calls somewhere. Meanwhile, the assistant director ran down to the first floor to share the crazy news. And as if passing the baton. The ratings, how much did we get? Choi Sung-gun, who was on the first floor, rushed upstairs. Behind him were the other actors' managers. Choi Sung-gun, who heard the ratings. 20%. Looked a little crazy. It was a rating he couldn't have imagined. At this, PD Song Man-woo handed a soju glass to Choi Sung-gun with a smile. It's been about 3 years since a drama got 20% viewer ratings. But hasn't it been almost non-existent for the first episode to hit 20%? That's not just a record. No, it's become history. Our drama, including all the broadcasting companies, was promoted to an unprecedented level, and the media also played a big part in pulling the viewers by saying it's a drama war and whatnot. The viewers, after checking out other dramas, settled on ours, right? While PD Song Man-woo was explaining to the day's Choi Sung-gun and toasting with him, he also explained to the entire staff. But this is not the final overall rating, but a mid-run rating, so it may vary a bit from final, but it will be roughly similar. PD Song Man-woo patted Kang Woojin's shoulder, who was sitting quietly, because Park Dae-ri in the second half really tightened the tension. So, the drop in viewer rating would have been less. It might even be higher. Soon, the staff praised Kang Woojin, who was sitting quietly. Wow, Park Dae-ri. Park Dae-ri. Definitely. Park Dae-ri's impact was incredible. Woojin, aren't you too calm? Huh. Kang Woojin, however, seemed somewhat indifferent. Why? Because he was so shocked that his mind had stopped functioning. Crazy. 20%. It exceeded 20%. Even if he didn't know the exact dynamics of the entertainment industry, Kang Woojin knew that a drama rating of 20% was a big deal. He had seen several times before when a hit drama caused a nationwide sensation. In fact, in the current broadcasting industry, surpassing 10% was considered a high rating. But this was twice that. 20%. How many people actually watched it? Just thinking of the result made him feel tremendous. Woojin suddenly remembered the void space. -2/script. Title: Profiler Hanryang Part 1. S-Class. S-Class. Wow, S-Class is crazy. Moreover, it was just the first episode of the drama. In other words, the impact of S-Class was just beginning. At this moment, some of the staff, who had been continuously causing a ruckus, suddenly pointed at Kang Woojin. Come to think of it, Woojin started with a really good filmography, right? Oh yeah, his filmography is killer. From winning the grand prize at the Short Film Festival to a 20% viewership for his first drama? Wow, that's right. Woojin won the bet. He guessed exactly right, 20%. Wow, really? At this moment. In the midst of the staff's praise, PD Song Man-woo, who was watching Kang Woojin, realized something. He got exactly 20%. It was about the bet on viewer rating made before the drama started. Thinking about it, Kang Woojin had said, "I'll bet 50,000 on 20%. He had muttered in a very low tone about 20%. And now it hit exactly right. Thanks to this, PD Song Man-woo narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Rather than being a totem, this is more like predicting the future." It was eerie enough with just his sharp intuition and unusual sense, but he also got the exact percentage right. PD Song Man-woo was wondering if Kang Woojin was really human. If he was, could he possibly be a secretary to a god? Of course, that was not the case. In this bet, Woojin had simply made a random guess. He hadn't even used the power of his void space. In a way, it was purely Kang Woojin's power. He just went with the flow. However, PD Song Man-woo was serious. In addition, swish. Writer Park Eun-mi once again held Kang Woojin's hand and closed her eyes. Thank you. Expressing gratitude to the totem, Kang Woojin decided to just let it go this time as well. Honestly, reacting was a bit of a hassle. Approximately 500,000 won, built up from betting, was transferred to Woojin. Park Dae-ri wins. Here's your reward. Although misunderstandings were piling up in real time. Yay, free money. For now, Kang Woojin was just happy without thinking much. Afterwards, around midnight, Kang Woojin was heading home in the van. Even at this moment, his phone was continuously receiving messages and chats. BRRR. So many messages. Messages from misunderstanding Film Festival star director Shin Dong-chun, director Kwon Ki-taek, family, close friends, acquaintances, and so on, were piling up in real time. The interesting thing was, why is this person suddenly sending messages and making a fuss? People he had forgotten about were also sending messages. It wasn't that many yet, but more than 5 people had already contacted him. Kim Ah-young, Woojin, long time no see. Are you acting now? Is it you who appeared in the drama? Park GJ, Kang Woojin. You appeared in a drama? Did you start acting? Confused, Kang Woojin lightly ignored the messages. There was no particular meaning. For now, he had to respond only to work-related messages. There were Choi Sung-gun and the team in the van, so it would be better to contact family or close friends later. At that point, wow dash. Han Yeung, sitting on Woojin's right, interjected in a cool tone. Articles are pouring out every second on all 3 portal sites. Indeed, As Han Yeong said, Profiler Han Riang articles were being generated every second. Drama pick. Profiler Han Riang storms from the first episode. Strictly speaking, it had started during the broadcast, and the media's choice was Profiler Han Riang. Among the dramas that joined the drama war, Profiler Han Riang stood out. Profiler Han Riang shows overwhelming quality among 3 broadcasting stations engaged in drama war. Issue pick. Ryu Young-min, Hong Hai-yun, and others' flawless acting brought immersion. Profiler Han Riang storm forecast. In addition, the media also had a pipeline to no ratings. In other words, everyone roughly knew that Han Riang was a hit. Profiler Han Riang real-time mid-run ratings exceeded 20%. What's special is, who is Kang Woojin, the actor playing Park Dae-ri? Turns out, he's a newcomer who won the acting award at the misunderstanding Film Festival. Among the articles, Kang Woojin's name was mentioned quite often. He's an actor with a story. Plus, the impact of Park Dae-ri in the later part of Han Riang was strong. Photo. Rookie actor Kang Woojin's scene-stealer performance is worthy of writer Park Eun-mi's praise/photo. However, the situation was different now. It was just a reaction of about 2 hours after the drama ended. A silent, massive storm was approaching from afar. The real power of that storm would probably show from tomorrow when public opinion joins in. Such public opinion was already half crazed. Wow, seriously, lol. It was so fun. I spent an hour without realizing it. I've chosen Han Riang. Totally legendary. I knew there would be a lot of comments. What is this immersion from the first episode? Just by looking at the talk board set up on the official homepage of Profiler Han Riang, it was like that. The number of posts made by viewers already exceeded 10,000. Really, an additional 100 more would be added in the blink of an eye. Usually, when a new drama starts, the maximum number of comments on the talk board would be around 1,000. But there were more than 10 times that number of real-time comments being posted every second. Definitely, gathering only veteran actors improves the quality of the drama. The acting in the drama next door on MBS is full of holes. Kang Woojin, does he not have any previous works? I can't find any. I peed myself when Park Dae-ri appeared at the end. But Ryu Young-min is too handsome. Kang Woojin, despite being a newcomer, his acting gave me goosebumps. Yo, I thought I was watching a movie, lol. The dialogue and progress are definitely Park Yumi-like, but it's super fun. The tension rose sharply after Park Dae-ri appeared at the end. A real scene stealer. Of course, Kang Woojin's name appeared quite a lot. This atmosphere continued to swell past midnight and into the dawn of the 16th. It spread rapidly across the country, through the media and public opinion, from the internet to the internet, from cell phone to cell phone, from finger to finger. Lastly, by word of mouth as well. Surely, the impact of a 20% viewership was not small. Then, on the morning of the 16th, the Profiler Han Riang team announced the official consolidated total viewer rating for Episode 1. Rankings, Profiler Han Riang. Hits it big from the first episode, official viewer rating 20.5%. Record-breaking performance. Profiler Han Riang starts with a legendary viewer rating of 20.5%. Indeed, it was a figure exceeding 20%. This was the trigger. No, actually, people were already talking about Profiler Han Riang all over the country. On the morning of the 16th, the entertainment news section of famous portal sites was filled with Profiler Han Riang. Other dramas appeared occasionally, but Han Riang was overwhelming. And also, on the radios inside the countless cars on the road. Shall we start with a drama for the first issue? Profiler Han Riang. Did you watch it? No, I haven't seen it, but my mom said she did. The first episode ratings exceeded 20%, right? That's right. I heard it was a record. I watched it, you know. The acting was phenomenal. Oh, I was particularly impressed by the actor playing the psychopath. Who is it? I looked it up, and it's actor Kang Woojin. He also won an acting grand prize at the misunderstanding Film Festival this time. In the subway and on buses, most of the citizens were looking at Profiler Han Riang related content on their mobile phones. Whether they watched the drama yesterday or not did not matter. Of course, they had to. The talk about Profiler Han Riang had already spread to a considerable number of areas. Search, blogs, cafes, news articles, and so on. Massive level of mentions. Everyone noticed it. They realized that this drama is going to explode. The same logic as supply increases when there is demand. Around lunchtime, the first episode ratings exceeded 20% of the blockbuster drama, Profiler Hanryang, Episode 1 Review. Nuclear Movie TV. Videos of Profiler Hanryang dominated the YouTube real-time ranking. Whether it was the official videos from the Hanryang team or edited videos from Review or other YouTubers, the view count soared. Among them, Special, a real scene stealer. A collection of crazy scenes of Park Dae-ri. Profiler Hanryang. There was a compilation video of Park Dae-ri uploaded by the Hanyang team itself. Although it was short, the comments were endlessly posted. Seemed like a rookie actor, but the acting was amazing. It gave me chills. Look at the eyes at 3:14. They even appeared in my dreams. I memorized the name Kang Woojin, lol I support you. Ha ha ha, it's shocking that this is Kang Woojin's first drama, ha ha ha. He totally carried the acting. Park Dae-ri's facial acting. I was blown away. Of course, it was not only online. Offline, Profiler Hanryang was being talked about in many places as well. Wow. I heard that the drama starring Ryu Young-min exceeded a 20% viewer rating. I saw it. I started from the middle, but it was fun. The actors' acting was amazing. Offices, cafes, restaurants, and so on. It was similar everywhere people could meet and talk. Thanks to this, the recognition of Profiler Hanryang became even more solid. Interest was overflowing. In just one day? Of course, even at this moment. Shit. When will it be 10 o'clock? I want to see it fast. Word of mouth was spreading at the speed of light. On the night of the 16th day, when Profiler Hanryang swept the nation, had already passed. The time was around 9:30 p.m. The world was still bustling with Profiler Hanryang. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was at his agency, BW Entertainment. He was sitting at a desk in the center of the CEO's office. Woojin was a little tired, because he had spent a busy day. Choi Sung-gun, Han Yi-young, and Jang Soo-hwan were sitting around him. In other words, the Kang Woojin team was gathered in one place. This was a stark contrast to yesterday's dinner with over 100 people. Of course, the four of them were watching TV. The channel was SBC. What else would it be for? They were all waiting to watch Profiler Hanryang Episode 2. Hong Hae-yun was not present, perhaps due to her schedule. And then, Woojin brother. Fried? Or spicy? The bulky Jang Soo-hwan was setting up the chicken he had ordered on the table. Thanks to him, the CEO's office was filled with the smell of chicken. Soon, Kang Woojin, who was pouring beer, answered sternly. Fried. Brother, you like fried chicken? Jang Soo-hwan. Han Yi-young, who seemed to be ready to eat, chimed in. I prefer spicy. I like the stickiness. Han Yi-young. Expressionless Kang Woojin chuckled internally. Sticky? She has a bit of a peculiar character. But spicy is also delicious. Han Yi-young, who picked up a chicken wing, seemed to remember something and said to Kang Woojin. Bro, I uploaded 5 photos on your SNS during the day. I just remembered because it's been hectic. SNS. Oh right. Kang Woojin also remembered now. On the first airing day of Profiler Hanryang, at Choi Sung-gun's request, he created a SNS account that he never had before. It was the basics of basics, right? But what picture did she upload? Kang Woojin, who had never used SNS in his life, asked Han Yi-young in a low voice. What pictures? Well, bro, you look great. So, I asked the promotions team to upload a few profile pictures and photos from the misunderstanding film festival, and one from the barbecue restaurant yesterday. At that moment, it's starting. Profiler Hanryang Episode 2 started on TV. Soon, all members of the Kang Woojin team turned their gazes to the TV while drinking their beers. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun exclaimed, Park Dae-ri's screen time increases a lot from Episode 2, right? It was true. The real value of Park Dae-ri is demonstrated from Episode 2. No matter what, poker-faced Kang Woojin also looked at the TV. The first scene showed Yoo Ji-hyung. Once today is over, tomorrow will be even crazier, right? Wow shit. How much more commotion will there be? Kang Woojin thought that his life yesterday and today was a turning point. By tomorrow, that snowball effect was expected to grow several times larger. At this moment, BRR. Kang Woojin's phone on the desk vibrated. A message had arrived. Since yesterday, his phone had been ringing nonstop, so Woojin intended to ignore it. But Kang Woojin still checked briefly. Huh? It's from Hong Hai-yun. The person who sent the message was Hong Hai-yun. The content was not very long. Hong Hai-yun, I just followed you on SNS. Did you know that a lot of followers flocked in? Kang Woojin immediately tilted his head because of unfamiliar words like follow and follower. Then, he opened the SNS he first started 2 days ago. In no time, his account appeared before Woojin. At Wooji_in. Posts 5. Followers, 31K. Following 0. In just a day, 31,000 people had flocked. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Torrent. 3. Kang Woojin was slightly stunned as he looked at his SNS account. 30,000. 30,000 people followed my account. Since it was his first time trying SNS, it didn't feel real. Anyway, 30,000 in one day. Kang Woojin realized that it was not a small number. Well, for top actress Hong Hai-yun, 30,000 might not be much, but Kang Woojin was a complete unknown until yesterday. Moreover, he's still an ordinary citizen at the core. Yet, as many as 30,000 people followed Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin slowly moved his hand and opened one of the photos Han Yeung had uploaded. Sure enough, there were a good number of likes and comments. I enjoyed the drama. Your acting is so good that I followed you. Hehe. What? Did this actor win an acting grand prize? I need to look it up. You succeeded in bewitching me, but Park Dae-ri is scary, haha. Huh? Why is this guy not Park Dae-ri in real life? If you dress him up, he's just super handsome. Why? So handsome. I'm sorry to say this when we've just met, but I love you. You're really good at acting. I support you. There were over 100 comments. As Woojin skimmed through the comments, he felt something. So this is why people use SNS. It resonates. The feeling was different from the comments he read all night on news articles or YouTube videos. It felt as if people were cheering for him right in front of him. At that moment, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun opened his mouth as if he was annoyed by Kang Woojin, who wasn't watching the drama. Why? What's up? Is something wrong? Kang Woojin slowly lifted his head. It happened. It really happened. Then he muttered in a low voice. No, I just looked at my SNS. Oh, I thought something happened. When I looked at lunch, you had about 20,000 followers. But how about now? 30,000. Okay, not bad. Is that okay? Is that your answer? Why are you so calm? Contrary to his inner feelings, Woojin spoke calmly. Isn't that quite a lot? Huh? It is a lot. But by tomorrow, there will be many more. Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung nodded as if they agreed, and Choi Sung-gun tied his hair back up. You saw the company today, right? The phone was blowing up, right? Half of them were inquiries about you, you know? And if you look at our company's official homepage now, the message board has exploded with questions about who you are. It was usually chaotic just with Hai-yun, but with you included, the administrator couldn't handle it. I saw the message board. When I changed your profile picture on the search site to match Hanryang, it played a part, too. When people were curious about Park Dae-ri and searched, the real character was completely different. Did you see the chat board on Hanryang's side? It's exploding too. And the first episode even hit 20%. Choi Sung-gun, who had been grinning, pointed to the TV with his index finger. You, Woojin, are controlling the pace of such a huge hit drama. People can't help but search and follow you. The process of your fans appearing is very natural. Of course, you are indeed a special case. It's rare for a debut drama to be such a hit. No, it doesn't happen. It's safe to say it doesn't happen. Fans. Among the explanations, Kang Woojin focused on the word fan. Is it really happening that real fans are being created? It was incredibly fascinating. Fans, who he only saw in the media, were growing in real time. Does this mean I will also have a fan club soon? As if reading Woojin's inner thoughts, Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened. At this rate, your fan club will be created soon. Crazy. So things like autograph sessions or hugging fans will happen too. Gradually, Kang Woojin's life as an ordinary person was deepening into life as an actor. All this change happened in a single day. Then there will be more drastic changes tomorrow or in the future. At this moment, Brother Woojin, Jang Soo-hwan, with chicken sauce around his mouth, exclaimed and pointed at the TV. Park Dae-ri is appearing. On the second episode of Profiler Hanryang, Park Dae-ri appeared. It was the situation after Yoo Ji-hyung announced to the world the possibility of an unidentified serial killer. The police and prosecutors were thrown into disarray, and all the citizens trembled at the re-emergence of a serial killer. The monster that had disappeared reappeared after several years and resumed killing people, requiring Yu Ji-hyung and Detective Jong Yun-hee to cooperate. But I came to confess. The situation changes rapidly as Park Dae-ri goes to the police station near his house to confess. The middle part of Profiler Han-ryang, which was moving a bit slowly, suddenly sped up due to Park Dae-ri. The tension that was slightly loose also surged. From there, the scenes quickly alternated, showing the states of each character. The confession of the serial killer, the police quickly spreading the news, the startled prosecutors, and the eager attempt of prosecutor Yu Ji-hyung to see Park Dae-ri. Following that, Park Dae-ri calmly sat in the interrogation room. Many people are watching that. Episode 2 of Profiler Han-ryang felt like the final episode. It was that intense and climactic. Especially, Park Dae-ri's appearance was very impressive. The editing often included close-ups of Park Dae-ri's face, and he managed to express emotions even without many lines. The viewers couldn't help but notice. "All right, I killed him, but aren't you going to give me food?" It was a perfectly blended persona of a psychopath and a sociopath. At first, he was clearly a psychopath, but over time, Park Dae-ri showed signs of sociopathy. Not a sudden change, but gradually, as if subtly ensnaring the viewers watching the drama. Later, in the middle and latter half, the confrontation between prosecutor Yu Ji-hyung and Park Dae-ri. The scene in the interrogation room was a silent war. The apt background music, BGM, the eye battle between the characters, the concise lines. And the reason I confessed is to prove that I didn't kill him. Ending with prosecutor Yu Ji-hyung's line following Park Dae-ri's. "Is there another real criminal?" Episode 2 of Profiler Han-ryang ended. At the same time, the official website's talk board and various communities were ablaze. OMG. But I was 100% sure that Park Dae-ri was the murderer. He's not? Shit, it's really fun. I got chills when Park Dae-ri confessed LOL. He's so good at acting. While from the first appearance of Park Dae-ri in episode 1, I thought he was different, but today Park Dae-ri totally nailed it. Why is Hong Hae-yeon so pretty? Even with a scar on her face, she's still pretty. What? How am I supposed to wait until next week after ending like this? Give us episode 3. Give it. It was beyond ablaze. The actor who played Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin, this person will definitely be popular. But the murder method was the same as Park Dae-ri's, right? Then, did some real criminal mimic Park Dae-ri's method? The interrogation scene was insane. The psychological warfare between prosecutor Yu Ji-hyung and Park Dae-ri was so. Park Dae-ri is truly insane. I couldn't believe it was just 1 hour 1 minute LOL. It's great to have something to watch after such a long time LOL. Ryu Young-min's acting has improved a lot, but the actor who played Park Dae-ri was just too good LOL. Now Park Dae-ri is the key. He's controlling the pace all by himself. I admit it gets a little dragged, but whenever Park Dae-ri appears, it suddenly becomes so fun. All the actors of Han-ryang have no acting holes, so it's even more fun. Give us episode 3. It was like a disaster. Then, the next morning, on Sunday morning, the 17th, the ratings of Profiler Han-ryang episode 2, which overwhelmed Friday and Saturday, were announced. Official, Profiler Han-ryang episode 2 overall ratings 23.2%, rewriting drama history. Over 23%. It was unstoppable. However, PD Song Man-woo, who was in SBC drama department, was happy, but quickly instructed the staff, including the assistant director. Okay, for today, the reporters will take care of the news on their own. So leave it be. From tomorrow, start uploading the edited YouTube videos with a time gap. Yes. Also, run the prepared promotional articles. Also, proceed with the planned SNS events right away. In order to maintain this momentum until episode 3, which will be aired next week, and to attract even more recognition than now. Originally, maintaining a drama is a more difficult task than starting it. PD Song Man-woo knew this very well. And contact the actors. Confirm the promotion schedule for next week again. Currently, the whole internet is talking about issue talk. In just 2 days, Profiler Han-ryang has shaken the whole nation. How far can it go? It was safe to say that Profiler Han-ryang had taken over. The following Monday morning, inside a large black van, a woman who obviously seemed to be a celebrity kept looking down at her phone. Long hair reaching her chest, long legs, a mole under her eye. She was in her early to mid-20s. In fact, she was the leader of a famous girl group. Her name was Walin. She was in charge of the acting part in the 8-year-old girl group, Ilani, and all 4 members of Ilani were doing well in their respective fields. Among them, Walin was very popular both as a girl group member and as an actress. Currently, she was focusing on her solo activities. What she was looking at on her phone now was Actor is a newbie, really? In-depth analysis of Kang Woojin, who played Park Dae-ri. It was an article about Kang Woojin. After thoroughly reading the article, Walin checked another one, which also included Kang Woojin. At that moment, sigh Walin. The chubby man sitting in the co-driver's seat sighed deeply. He seemed to be a senior manager. Are you not looking at the ad storyboard? Ah, just a moment. It's driving me crazy. Ever since you came back from the misunderstanding film festival, you've been out of your mind. You kept begging to see the short films, and now that you've seen them, why are you acting like you've got a screw loose? My screws aren't loose. I'm perfectly fine. Sigh, I knew you were serious about watching movies, so I let you go, but I'm starting to think it was a mistake. Walin genuinely enjoyed watching movies, whether they were art films, shorts, independent, or commercial. Nevertheless, the chubby manager shook his head. You'll get caught by the CEO again. Oh, and don't tell the CEO that I let you go to the misunderstanding, okay? The CEO will kill me. I won't tell. Don't worry. So instead of the storyboard, what are you looking at? Profiler Henry Yang articles. That show is a hit, right? The ratings exceeded 20%. Wow, you should have been part of that. What are you talking about? Did you congratulate Hong Haiyan? You two meet up for drinks when you're bored, right? In response to the question, Walin, who had been staring at her phone, answered, I called sis on the first broadcast day. Be quiet for a moment. The previously talkative manager pointed at the pile of papers stacked beside Walin. Why should I be quiet? Don't you want a big break? Have you checked the scripts you've received? Later. What? Are you saving those scripts to use as toilet paper? The CEO is urging, you need to find a work fast. Ow, my head. Soon, Walin once again fell silent and started reading the article thoroughly. So it's confirmed that Exorcism and Henry Yang's Park Dae-ri are the same person, Kang Woojin. For some reason, she felt like she was investigating Kang Woojin. Why? Because she had watched Exorcism and Kim Ryujin, and then she came to know about the actor Kang Woojin. However, there was practically no information about him. Her curiosity began from there. I've never seen acting like this. The character portrayal is so vivid. He seems like a rookie, but seeing that crazy detailed acting, he must have been acting for a long time, definitely. Was he in the theater for a long time? Right. That must be it. Walin had also watched Profiler Henry Yang, which featured her close friend Hong Haiyan, but it was actor Kang Woojin, who played the scene-stealing role of Park Dae-ri, who piqued her interest. Walin felt a thrill. The coincidence also seemed like fate. Kim Ryujin, Park Dae-ri. Their acting styles were completely different, right? Why is there nothing in the article about how cool he was? He was really, really cool. So, since yesterday, she started searching for everything about the actor Kang Woojin. Anything, any information. It was less of a rational feeling and more of, is he from a theater troupe? Which school did he attend? How old is he? Close to being a fan, a feeling Walin had never experienced before, so she didn't really know herself. There are no previous works at all. Are there any unknown short films? Damn it. But why is there so little information? This was the beginning of fandom. Meanwhile, in a large office-style. It looked like a place where people lived, but this office-style was an office. A desk was set up in the living room, and a large whiteboard could be seen on the wall. Various miscellaneous items were scattered all over the place. It resembled the atmosphere of a variety show office. Well, it wasn't wrong, because this office was the meeting room of the large YouTube channel Sports Day. The Sports Day channel had over 3 million subscribers, and the head of this channel was a man who just sat down at the desk and sighed. One of the few titans in the Korean variety show industry, PD Yoon Byung-seon. The entertainment shows filmed by him, who is considered a legend in the entertainment world, were brilliant. His shows have always achieved respectable viewer ratings, and the shows he organized always became a hot topic. PD Yoon Byung-sun was also active, going back and forth between the Sports Day channel and the broadcasting station. He was currently watching TV with several writers. It was more like monitoring. They were watching profiler Henry Yang, again to create content and conduct research according to a predetermined schedule. PD Yoon Byung-sun watched the drama silently, and the writers sitting around were busy writing something. Then, hey, PD Yoon Byung-sun, who was wearing glasses, pointed at the TV with his index finger. What's the name of that psychopath actor? One writer showed him a research chart. It's actor Kang Woojin. He is a newcomer. Why isn't he on Henry Yang team shoot this time? He's not in the cast list. Yes. Ryu Young-min, Hong Hae-yun, Lee Doong. Kang Woojin is not there. Why was he left out? Another writer answered. It's not that he was left out. We didn't even think about him. When we were discussing with the Henry Yang team, his name didn't come up at all. Upon searching, he won the grand prize at the misunderstanding, but at that time we didn't even know that actor was in Henry Yang. Did the Henry Yang team hide it? It must have been. He's a real scene stealer, so they probably had to hide it to make it more impactful. Slowly nodding, PD Yoon Byung-sun looked closely at Park Dae-ri on TV. Or rather, Kang Woojin playing Park Dae-ri. Very carefully, for about 3 minutes or so. His act is quite convincing. I get the feeling that his life is also full of twists and turns. PD Yoon Byung-sun, with his arms crossed, softly recited to the writers, his eyes gleaming. Let's include actor Kang Woojin as well. Try to contact him. For more, Chapter 59, Torrent 4. Entertainment industry bigwig, PD Yoon Byung-sun, had not only great planning skills, but also an exceptional ability to read people and recognize star quality. He had a knack for catching things that others would overlook or ignore. Thanks to that, many stars passed through his hands. With over a decade of experience in the entertainment industry and a unique sense, PD Yoon Byung-sun operated multiple teams despite having only one body. He simultaneously ran a YouTube channel, Sports Day, with over 3 million subscribers, and a cable TV channel, HTBS. He had produced over 100 variety shows, ranging from small to large scale. Currently, he is running 3 variety show series on the Sports Day channel and is also planning a new variety show for the cable TV station. You want to include actor Kang Woojin? Yeah, I feel like that guy's potential is about to explode. He suddenly became interested in Kang Woojin. Do you feel like there's a lot to see beyond the face and that crazy acting skill? The writers were a little puzzled. What exactly are you seeing in him? Exactly, apart from his visual and acting skills. Is there anything else to see? It's basic to research a celebrity appearing on a variety show, but there wasn't much information about Kang Woojin. Usually, people are hesitant when there is not much information because there is a lack of verified information. However, PD Yoon Byung-sun was the type to prioritize his gut feelings. Look at his eyes, those eyes. Aren't you curious about his subtle gaze while acting or his expression and tone of voice in daily life? Is that so? Obviously, he's not a psychopath in real life, but if he shows a contrasting vibe to his character, it will be a good picture. For example, if he is full of energy and lively when he is not acting, that would be kind of cute. PD Yoon Byung-sun, who had almost made up his mind, grinned. Whatever it is, if we keep pushing, some charm will flow out. It was a devilish smile, characteristic of a variety show PD. Around lunchtime on the same day, at Kang Woojin's studio apartment, the whole country was in uproar over profiler Henry Yang, but Kang Woojin was surprisingly at his studio apartment. In a slightly worn-out t-shirt and jogger pants that he would wear at home, he was intently looking at his laptop with his chin propped up. At a glance, he looked exactly like a jobless person a few months ago. Choi Sung-gun had informed him that he would pick him up early in the afternoon. However, Kang Woojin was not in a hurry to get ready. Since the first broadcast of Profiler Henry Yang, BW Entertainment had been flooded with inquiries about Kang Woojin. The response was incomparable to exorcism. However, the reason Kang Woojin was not moving right away was simple. It was Choi Sung-gun's judgment. The media and broadcasting companies are swarming with requests for appearances and interviews. But the first appearance is important. It's better to make a strong impact than appearing vaguely here and there. For now, take a breather and choose your work carefully. Basically, it means that they will cut all small-sized variety shows or interviews. They intend to milk all the hype they can get from drama and let the media and public opinion handle the rest. It was a good decision. It's only been a day since the nuclear bomb exploded. Therefore, since this morning, Kang Woojin had been reaching out to his family and close friends. The reaction of Kang Woojin's parents was enthusiastic. Praises on top of praises. On the other hand, his younger sister, Kang Hyuna, was still in denial. Brother, when were you cast in the drama? How many episodes will you be in? Have all the shootings been done? And more importantly, how? Why? Why are you so good at acting? His close friends were somewhat better. Even now, they were buzzing in the group chat. In addition, Woojin ignored all the messages from other vague contacts. Well, that's how it is. This is addictive, really addictive. Kang Woojin was very tired at the moment. He had only slept for about 3 hours because he stayed up all night reading the reactions, comments, etc. Receiving attention from a large number of people was very interesting, especially at Woojin_in. Post 7. Followers 47K. Following 0. His SNS already had nearly 50,000 fans flocking to it. It was a fascinating and rare experience. Kang Woojin felt both elated and worried. But for now, it was good. I don't know, just enjoy for now. He closed his laptop and turned his gaze to the right. There were stacks of scripts and scenarios. They were delivered from his agency. Even at a glance, there were more than a dozen. Since he finally had some time, he had to check them all. He had to choose what to do. However, it was a rather simple process for Kang Woojin. Other actors had to sit and read these scripts for days, but Woojin just had to poke. All he had to do was tap the black square attached next to the script or scenario with his finger. Enter and exit the void space repeatedly. He could read the work after checking the grade. That's how it was for Kang Woojin. Ugh, grade. Pass. He quickly checked the stacked works. D grade? I'll pass this for now too. It was a scene that other actors would envy and stamp their feet if they saw it. Who cares? Kang Woojin casually moved between the void space and reality. There was a criterion. Cut anything below C grade. As a result, almost all the works were filtered out. Whether it was a movie or a drama, thriller, action, rom-com, or melodrama, hardly anything survived. Woojin realized again. A grade or S grade are really rare. That Exorcism and Profiler Henry Yang were phenomenal works. After such a process, there was only one work left. /scenario, title, Drug Dealer, B+ grade. B+, huh? Was it a cameo? Is that the part I'm supposed to play? The work was a movie titled Drug Dealer. According to Choi Sung-gun's explanation, the director had seen Woojin at the misunderstanding Film Festival. His role was a cameo, similar to a special appearance. But usually, cameos are impactful in the movie. Even if it's B+ now, the grade might go up, right? Then, Kang Woojin opened the drug dealer scenario. From the first page, the scent of a crime thriller was pouring out. Well, the title is Drug Dealer. So it was expected, right? Before he knew it, Woojin began to read the scenario with concentration. After about 10 pages. Oh, this is interesting. It was good. Not only did it flow smoothly, but the stimulus and refreshing taste unique to crime thrillers also permeated well. Of course, as a reader, Kang Woojin's appreciation was simply interesting. At that moment, brrr. The cell phone placed nearby spat out a long vibration. It was a call, and the caller was Choi Sung-gun. Is he coming soon? Woojin thought as he cleared his throat, as being careless is always forbidden. Yes, CEO. Behind Woojin's solemnity, Choi Sung-gun's slightly raised voice could be heard over the phone. Woojin, I'll pick you up around 3 o'clock. Let's start from the salon shop first. 3 o'clock. Got it. But have you been looking at the scripts? It's a bit much, isn't it? Check them quickly, but thoroughly. I've almost finished checking. Already? You have already read all those works. No, I didn't read them all. I looked through them briefly. They're all mediocre. Only one is good. It's Drug Dealer. Ah, the cameo? Yes. Got it. If it's your intuition, I trust it. Haha. Choi Sung-gun laughed on the other side of the phone. Woojin thought that he was solidifying the misunderstandings, but decided to just ignore it. Is that so? Yeah, anyway. The director of Drug Dealer seemed a little rushed. We schedule a meeting as soon as possible if it's okay with you. Yes, please arrange it. Then, Choi Sung-gun quickly changed the topic. And also, I got a call from PD Song. You know PD Yoon Byung-seon, right? Of course you do. He's a big deal in variety shows. Of course, Kang Woojin knew too. PD Yoon Byung-seon was more like a celebrity than a PD. A very familiar PD to the general public. Woojin also enjoyed watching a few of his variety shows. But why is he suddenly asking about him? Yes, I know PD Yoon Byung-seon. The main cast of Profiler Han Yang will start their promotional schedule from this week. Haeyeon too, of course. And there is a YouTube channel called Sports Day, and its schedule is on Thursday. That's run by PD Yoon Byung-seon. I've seen it. It's a mix of variety and talk show. Do you want to do it? You won't be alone. There will be other actors too. The recording is short. The format is simple, talking and playing games. Variety show? Kang Woojin was surprised inside and hesitated for a moment. Suddenly a variety show? Is it okay? Isn't it risky to do a variety show? What if there's a crisis with my concept? He wasn't sure if it would cause a problem with his concept. But on second thought, it didn't seem too bad. If you're an actor, you'll eventually do a variety show at some point, right? So, isn't it better to get used to it from the beginning? Besides, it was an opportunity to appear on PD Yoon Byung-seon's variety show, a place he had only seen on YouTube or TV every day. Sometimes the things he imagined happened in reality, and Kang Woojin thought, I don't know shit. If I do well, it will be fine. He chose to go straight forward without hesitation. I think it will be fine. I'll do it. A few hours later, at the KBC broadcasting station, several people are sitting in a medium-sized meeting room at KBC's drama department. There are 3 men on the window side of the shaped table and a middle-aged woman on the other side. The 3 men are CP-level executives, chief producer, of the drama department. They were flattering the woman on the opposite side. Ha ha ha, writer. Really? It's been a long time since we met. You seem to have gotten younger. You look like you're in your 30s. On the other hand, the tall, overweight middle-aged woman responded coldly. Stop the flattery. What do I look like? I'm in my 30s. Anyone can see I'm in my 50s. Ah, writer, it's not flattery. It's sincere, really sincere. The executives were excessively flattering. The reason was simple. The middle-aged woman was writer Lee Wool-seon. She, too, was a star writer like writer Park Eun-mi. Therefore, the CP-level executives had no choice but to flatter her excessively. Anyway, thank you, writer, for being with us this time. Let's surpass writer Park Eun-mi by making a proper drama. One of the CP exclaimed with energy, and Lee Wool-seon crossed her arms as if to say, can we? Writer Park did perfectly match the audience's taste though. But can we exceed a 20% viewer rating from the first episode? It's tough, isn't it? Ah, we should take it easy. Why not? It's entirely possible. I read the script for the first episode, and although it's a rom-com, it has a bit of thriller mixed in, and it was really fun. Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right, then shall we talk about the pre-production first? It's about assembling the staff. Our writer is already on board, so there's no issue there. By any chance, do you have any actors in mind before the script is written? It's easier if we contact them before pre-production. In response to the question, writer Lee Wool-seon, who had crossed her arms, picked up the tablet on the table, prepared by the drama department. She accessed YouTube and searched for a video. Special, a real scene stealer. Compilation of crazy scenes by Park Dae-ri. Profiler Han Yang. It was a compilation video of Park Dae-ri's scenes. Soon, writer Lee Wool-seon pointed to an actor in the video. This one. The CPs immediately agreed. Kang Woojin. He's been making noise recently. Right? From what I've heard, he's being dubbed as both a blue chip of Chungnyeoro and a rising rookie. The public response is also good, isn't it? Writer Lee Wool-seon cut in. I need this guy. Of course, there aren't many writers like me, but I'm very interested. I heard from a staff member who knows Han Yang's side. They said that Kang Woojin is very polite and reserved. He doesn't show any signs of being tired throughout the shooting. What interests me the most is that he studied abroad. Studied abroad? What does that mean? I don't know. I just heard he came from overseas. Anyway, maybe that's why he seems different from ordinary actors. Like, a different aura. I also like the tone of his acting. He is a newcomer, but doesn't seem nervous at all. Overall, I am very interested. Is it possible to cast him? In response to her question, the CPs laughed reassuringly. Of course, if writer Lee Wool-seon picked him, Why would it be difficult? What choice does a rookie have but to accept, haha? If the writer wants it, we must get him. Writer Lee Woolsian also smiled weakly. Make sure to tell Kang Woojin that I really want him. Meanwhile, at writer Park Eun-mi's workspace, Park Eun-mi, wearing a hairband, was frantically typing on her laptop. She didn't have time to celebrate the crazy result of surpassing 20% viewer ratings for the first episode. No, this is a bit bland. She was currently writing the last episode of Profiler Hanryang, but she couldn't concentrate. Whenever she had a chance, she would check the internet or YouTube to see the reactions of the viewers. Even though she was an ultra top-tier star writer, she was still human. Then, yay, I won. There was a somewhat noisy cheer from outside the room. The only people present were the assistant writers. Therefore, writer Park Eun-mi sighed softly, got up, and opened the door. When she looked at the living room, about 6 assistant writers were causing a ruckus. Seeing them, writer Park Eun-mi sighed again. Guys, my head is ringing with all this noise. Why are you all running around? A slim assistant writer with glasses raised her hand timidly. Writer, I did it. Huh? Nana, you are a writer too. Why are you cutting your words like that? Sorry. I got selected in the Netflix contest. Suddenly, writer Park Eun-mi's eyes widened. Oh my, really? The contest you all participated in? Yes. It's a short series drama. Contest. Writer Park Eun-mi, who immediately took off her hairband and threw it, grabbed the hand of the assistant writer with glasses. Well done. Really well done, Nana. But only Nana got in. What about the others? You all submitted together, right? You guys are supposed to be part of Park Eun-mi's team. But at least Nana saved my face. Thank you. But it still doesn't feel real to me. Get a hold of yourself. So what did you get? Grand prize. No, not first place, but excellence award. It doesn't matter, right? Whether it's the grand prize or the excellence award. I heard in passing that Netflix is going to make all the works that won the contest into drama series, right? Yes, I heard it's a short series drama project. Writer Park Eun-mi hugged the assistant writer again. It's a big deal for a debut work. Do your best. Thank you, writer. Park Eun-mi, noticing the assistant writer's teary eyes, suddenly asked. If it's Netflix, they'll probably let you choose the actors you want. Do you have any actors in mind? The assistant writer hesitated before mumbling. Kang Woojin. I fell in love with his acting. Park Eun-mi was silent for a while before scratching her head, sighing a little. Woojin? He's too intense. Of course, Woojin is a newcomer, but he's quite different from a typical newcomer. No, actually he's very different. In terms of acting, experience, including self-taught, he's more like a seasoned actor. That's a high hurdle, huh? Is it that much? Will it be difficult to cast him as the male lead? I think I had a hard time getting Woojin to join too. You did? Yep. It would be more difficult as Woojin has likely received a lot of scripts and scenarios right now. There's no particular reason for him to do a short series drama. That might be true. Park Eun-mi, patting the suddenly disheartened assistant writer's shoulder, said, I'd like to ask Woojin myself if I could, but that's not right? Still, I'll talk to Netflix and send the script. It doesn't cost anything, right? You never know. Woojin is quite eccentric. Her expression froze in an instant. But don't get your hopes up too high. Her drama made a splash. Everything else gradually got consumed by its tide. Be it fashion or broadcasting, the essence remained the same, only the content varied. The public always craved fresh stimuli. This time, the stimulus was Profiler Hanryang. And so, it was only natural that the popularity of the character Park Dae-ri skyrocketed. Recently, audiences had become quite discerning. A pretty face alone wouldn't suffice. Acting skills, atmosphere, and storyline were equally crucial. If one also had good looks, it was the icing on the cake. Kang Woojin possessed all these qualities. While not every single one of his attributes might have been top tier, he did meet all the criteria. Above all, watching the drama on broadcast and on YouTube, Park Dae-ri's acting is really immersive. When it came to acting, the newcomer Kang Woojin, who portrayed Park Dae-ri, was truly exceptional. His skills garnered acclaim even from the most critical audiences. To be honest, LOL, I don't really like Park Eun-mi's dramas, but Park Dae-ri is a masterstroke LOL. The ones enjoying this situation were surprisingly not Kang Woojin, but the people around him who knew him well. For example, Kim Dae-young, who was about to start work at the company where he worked. Look at this guy. What? Kang Woojin's acting looks awkward? Are you nuts? How dare you post such a negative comment? Take this downvote. Kim Dae-young's daily routine began with searching for Kang Woojin. Of course, all three of his close friends did the same. Again, these tabloids, spreading unfounded rumors. What? Kang Woojin is a Korean Japanese? Nonsense. He's a pure native Korean. You know. Go Korea. The trio enjoyed it more than Kang Woojin. Then Kim Dae-young accessed the homepage of Woojin's agency, BW Entertainment. He was wondering if there were any new updates. It was quicker than getting a response from Woojin. And then, Kim Dae-young found something. Job recruitment notice? It was a notice from BW Entertainment looking to hire new employees. Meanwhile, someone else was having a similar day. Kang Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Wow, there's so much about him online. The first thing she did in the morning was go online, and naturally, she was searching for her brother. He even started using SNS. He never did that before. It made sense. Just a few days ago, there was no news about her brother, and now the internet was flooded with it. Many people were mentioning Kang Woojin on YouTube, community forums, and more. Kang Hyuna felt a mix of emotions. It was thrilling yet somewhat surreal. EW. What is this picture? Don't look so serious. Incidentally, Kang Hyuna's friends had also become fans of Kang Woojin, especially after watching profiler Han Ryang. So, whenever Hyuna and her friends met up, they started with talking about Woojin. Hyuna, Woojin Appa updated his SNS. I know, I saw it. Ew, it's so cringy. Why? He looks great, right? But is Woojin Appa not taking on any new projects? There's no news on the official website or SNS. I don't know either. He's not responding to my messages. At that moment, one of her friends clapped her hands excitedly. All right. Fan club. There's no official fan club for Woojin Appa yet, right? Should we create one? Hyuna should be the representative. Kang Hyuna spaced out for a moment. Then for some reason, she touched her chin. That sounds okay. From this point on, little by little from various places on the internet. What? LOL. I was really surprised. Kang Woojin acting? He wasn't into acting when we were in high school, LOL. Friends who had been forgotten by Kang Woojin began to appear. 2 days later, on the 20th, Wednesday. Around lunchtime, Kang Woojin could be found at a high-end traditional Korean restaurant near Sinsa Station, and quite a few people sat across a long table with glasses set. Wearing a black fleece, Kang Woojin was with Choi Sung-jian, and opposite them. Thank you for making time, Woojin. You must be so busy. The group opposite Woojin included 4 people, one of whom was a plump woman. She was a director named Kim Do-hee. Her hair was rough, and she had a tough look, probably in her mid-40s. And the other 3 were from the production company making the movie Drug Dealer. In other words, this meeting was about the movie Drug Dealer. Hello, director. Nice to meet you. Kim Do-hee, the director across the table, was slightly surprised at Woojin's particularly emotionless greeting today. No, I saw Woojin a lot at the short film festival. Of course, I was the only one looking. But you're much calmer than I thought. I tend to be like that. Your voice is quite deep. I thought you were a bit monotonous at the film festival, but you feel even quieter than that. At this, Choi Sung-gun equipped a business smile. Our Woojin is usually quite calm, but when he acts, he transforms completely. I know, CEO Choi. I watched Exorcism. It's more surprising to meet Woojin in person. Kim Ryujin was rather sloppy and slightly impudent, and the recent Park Dae-ri was literally a psychopath and sociopath. But the real character, Kang Woojin, is pure seriousness. It's rare to see an actor with such range. Haha, right? He even looks good in any color. Same goes for his acting. Director Kim Do-hee nodded slowly, staring intently at Kang Woojin's face. Looking closer, he seems deep and intense. That must be his natural charm. With an indifferent face, Kang Woojin smirked inwardly. Why is she staring? It's not a staring contest. Seeing Woojin like this, the convinced director Kim Do-hee let out a small sigh. Who? Seeing you in person, the synchronization seems even better. So, I'm even greedier for you, Woojin. The one who asked was Kang Woojin. What kind of synchronization are you referring to? Let me be frank about the situation with our movie Drug Dealer. As you probably know, we are in the middle of filming. Naturally, all the roles have been cast, and there were no big problems until recently. However, Oh Jun-woo recently had a car accident. At this point, Choi Sung-gun answered on behalf. I think I read the article. Oh Jun-woo's car accident. Director Kim Do-hee, nodding her head, said, "That's right. He fractured his right arm due to that accident. It's driving me crazy thinking about it." So, due to Oh Jun-woo's accident, he had no choice but to drop out. Jun-woo was supposed to do that cameo role. It may be called a cameo, but it's a very important role. Honestly, both the production company and I were in shock. Then, I happened to go to the misunderstanding Film Festival and saw Woojin. More precisely, I saw Woojin fluently speaking Japanese. It was an epiphany. Hearing his name, Kang Woojin replied in a low voice. Yes, there was quite a bit of dialogue in Japanese for that cameo role. Director Kim Do-hee smiled bitterly. Did you read the script? Thank you. The cameo role is supposed to be someone with connections in both Korea and Japan and needs to be fluent in both Korean and Japanese. Upon hearing this, Kang Woojin began to understand the situation. I get the situation. Oh, but it's not just your Japanese that impressed us. Your acting was incredible. No, it was the best. The acting difficulty for this cameo role is pretty high, requiring the portrayal of a drug addiction and the charisma of a boss. If you look into the detailed settings, there's a lot to practice. But honestly, the more I propose this, the more it seems impossible. In addition to the high difficulty of the Japanese language, the role also has a kind of makeshift feel. And we're running out of time. When do you plan to shoot the cameo scenes? If we push it to the last cut, it will take more than a month, but there are quite a few characters involved, so we need to start shooting within 3 weeks. As soon as he heard the answer, Choi Sung-gun slightly shook his head, as if it was impossible. 3 weeks. That might be tough, especially being thrown onto the set all of a sudden. Director Kim Do-hee's bitter smile deepened, as if she didn't even believe it herself. Exactly. So, we tried to cut out the Japanese parts or other settings, but that would kill the energy of the cameo. It's unavoidable. Moreover, Woojin is rapidly rising in popularity. Soon, the production manager sitting next to her let out a long sigh. Director, I think you should cut out that role. Yes, I think so too. We need to halt filming and revise the script first. Director. At that moment, Kang Woojin's stern voice echoed. I think I can do it. All eyes widened, except for Woojin's. But for Woojin, it was like 3 weeks. That's long. Give me 3 days, and it's totally doable. 3 weeks was more than enough. If asked, he could even start today, because he had the void space. And a makeshift role? Did it matter? Most actors might be apprehensive, but Kang Woojin, who had seen worse in the design industry, didn't care at all. So what if it's makeshift? When I act, it's mine. Cut out all the complicated and annoying considerations. Woojin thought not taking this drug dealer role would be foolish. A B+ grade role, and the Japanese lines were easy tasks. The short filming period for the cameo was not a big deal either. A or S grades aren't always available. So this is it. The B+ grade might even increase. In short, Kang Woojin said, I will take the cameo role, director. He had decided to take the role of the drug dealer. Upon this, director Kim Do-hee and the production staff were shocked. However, Choi Sung-gun, who was accustomed to Woojin's eccentric behavior, thought, Woojin must have caught a whiff of something from this drug dealer role. That crazy instinct of his has kicked in again. He smiled mischievously and asked director Kim Do-hee directly, Director, how much are you thinking of paying Woojin for this role? Of course, considering he's joining under such dire circumstances. The negotiation for the pay had begun. The next morning, at BW Entertainment. On the 21st, the day before the YouTube Sports Day entertainment shooting related to the promotion schedule for Profiler Henry Yang. When all the employees were busy working, Team Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin entered the office. Following that, Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung approached the PR team members, and Choi Sung-gun, who looked tired, said, I'm so exhausted, and headed straight for the CEO's office. Woojin was nowhere in sight, perhaps having gone to the restroom. As Choi Sung-gun opened the door to the CEO's office. CEO, the operations team leader rushed to Choi Sung-gun. We have several issues, And although I've submitted the report, I'll inform you of the urgent matters now, starting with hiring new employees. Go on. Quite a number of applicants have applied. When should we schedule the interviews? If possible, I'd like to participate too. How about we close the job posting next week and then sort out the interviews? I'll let you know the exact schedule after checking with Woojin's calendar. Yes. And we've received a request to renew Hyun's clothing brand modeling contract. She said she'd be fine with extending it, but let's keep the same terms and ask for a higher signing bonus. Yes, sir. The team leader replied briskly and pointed to a stack of papers on the office desk. These are related to Woojin. We received more scripts yesterday. There are web dramas, and the genres are fantastic. Well, I suppose. But suddenly, the operations team leader lifted 2 of the scripts from the pile with a meaningful expression. These 2 are quite big. Big? What are they? Let's see, who's the writer? One of them is a script by writer Lee Wool-seon. Stunned, Choi Sung-gun, who was about to open the stack of papers, widened his eyes. Lee Wool-seon? She sent a script? Yes. The broadcaster is KBC. You know, CPCO there. CPCO? Oh, the guy who looks like a raccoon. That's right. CPCO called, and he was ecstatic from the start. He said they managed to get Lee Wool-seon. Lee Wool-seon has taken a liking to Woojin. This is huge news. If we transition from Park Eun-mi to Lee Wool-seon, what kind of impact would that have? The media would go crazy, especially since Woojin is currently rising rapidly in popularity as Park Dae-ri. Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened, and he stroked his chin. Well, it makes sense that the jealous Lee Wool-seon would be interested in Woojin. She's probably conscious of Park Eun-mi, but it's surprising. Lee Wool-seon is famous for not using newbies unless absolutely necessary. Whatever the case, it was good news. Or rather, a cause for celebration. Thus, after setting aside Lee Wool-seon's script, Choi Sung-gun pointed to another stack of papers. What's next? The remaining script is weaker than Lee Wool-seon's. It's from Park Eun-mi's assistant writer. Oh, that's a bit tricky. It is, isn't it? Since they're related, outright ignoring it feels wrong. Moreover, it's a short series drama. A short series drama? TSK. If it's a short series drama from an assistant writer, it's a definite no for the current Woojin. But with Park Eun-mi involved, it becomes a bit tricky. But the good thing is, this script came from the Netflix creative team. Netflix? Why did the conversation suddenly jump there? It won a competition. Really? I think I heard something about it. Netflix is doing a short series drama project, right? Yes, that's correct. Choi Sung-gun, who was readying his hair, let out a small sigh. Still, a short series drama is a bit. Looking at Woojin's schedule, we either have to reject both or go with one. But they both seem to be of the same genre? Rom-com. Why do they have to be of the same genre? In my opinion, the one by Lee Wool-seon is clearly superior, both in terms of the drama and Woojin's future. Of course. Just then, whoosh. Kang Woojin, who had been to the restroom, entered the office. He was wearing a cap and a zip-up hoodie. As soon as Woojin entered, the team leader exited the office, and Choi Sung-gun handed 2 scripts to Woojin, who was sitting in front of the desk. Woojin, this might be sudden, but I need you to check these. We received additional rom-com scripts. Yes, these 2. Yes. For now, drug dealer is confirmed, so just take a look at these 2. Flip. With an indifferent expression, Woojin immediately opened Lee Wool-seon's script. At the same time, Choi Sung-gun spilled all the information he had heard from the operations team leader. The descriptions and situations of the 2 writers. Kang Woojin did pause slightly while listening, but he seemed to be focusing on listening. Choi Sung-gun continued. There are some overlapping interests. They're both rom-coms too. Anyone can see that we should go with Lee Wool-seon, but it's a bit hard to ignore Park Eun-mi. There's a bit of a dilemma, but still. No, it's not that difficult. What? Kang Woojin casually pointed to one of the 2 scripts with his index finger and spoke in a calm voice. I'll do this one. It was the short series drama script by Park Eun-mi's assistant writer. D1, Torrent 6. Kang Woojin chose the short series drama script by an assistant writer, not a script by the renowned star writer, Lee Wool-seon. Yet, the expression on Woojin's face after choosing the short series drama script was casually indifferent. Seeing him like this, Choi Sung-gun blanked out for a moment. Huh. He thought he was quite adapted to being around Kang Woojin. Was he still far from understanding him? Soon, Choi Sung-gun asked. So, he asked Kang Woojin, who calmly lowered his index finger, his voice slightly trembling. You decided on that short series drama script, not the one by Lee Wool-sien, right? Yes, that's what I said. Do you know who Lee Wool-sien is? Of course. Woojin was aware of the existence of writer Lee Wool-sien. He had seen a few articles comparing her to Park Eun-mi when he had searched for the latter in the past. I know very well. She's an incredible writer. But you still chose the short series drama script. That's correct. Choi Sung-gun was baffled. But not too much. There had been similar situations before. It was the same with director Woo Hyun-gu. However, he found it hard to understand why he made such a choice. The reason? I'm curious about the reason. Reason? Kang Woojin remained silent for a moment. Actually, Woojin had secretly entered the void space before deciding, after briefly reading both scripts. Since there were two scripts, he entered twice. This was now a necessary process for Kang Woojin. The dark void space gave him the correct choice. To be honest, there wasn't much difference in grade. Indeed, there wasn't a stark contrast between the two scripts. -5/script, title, Freezing Love, C+ grade. -6/script, title, Male Friend, B grade. Freezing Love was Lee Wool-sien's script and Male Friend was the short series drama script by an assistant writer. The difference in grade between the two scripts was only one level. Well, if you look closely, the fact that the star writer's script is a grade lower than the short series drama script is a problem. Regardless, both were average. C to B is either average or slightly above average. Based on the works alone, Woojin could have chosen Freezing Love. In fact, Lee Wool-sien's work might have been better. Even though the work was average, the impact of being cast consecutively in star writers' works, following writer Park Eun-mi, would be significant. On the contrary, the short series drama script might produce slightly better results but would lack in buzz and promotion. If the results are similar, it's fundamental judge based on the background. Considering the potential for the work's grade might rise up, starring in writer Lee Wool-sien's work would have been beneficial for the rapidly rising actor Kang Woojin. Then, why did Woojin choose the short series drama script? Woojin internally exclaimed the answer while looking at Choi Sung-gun. Of course, it was in his mind. The reason? Super simple. The short series drama script starts with a kissing scene. He made the decision based on the content, not the grade of the work. I like this short series drama, Male Friend, and I like the writer. Starting the first scene with a kiss, cool, isn't it? The first scene of the short series drama script, Male Friend, starts with the female lead's narration. It first shows the current situation, then comments such as, how did it end up like this? Followed by a flashback. The first scene for the female lead was a kissing scene. So, who would her partner be? It's obviously me. On the other hand, in Lee Wool-sien's Freezing Love, the start was stifling. Why? Because the male lead had a severe obsession with cleanliness. He was deeply afraid of other people's touch. From the first line of the script, it was evident. Well, I may not be the male lead, but if the male lead has an obsession with cleanliness, the romantic parts would probably come in the latter half, and the overall atmosphere of the play might be a bit heavy. It was an excuse. Calm. Woojin was purely captivated by the kissing scene. Other actors might see him as a lunatic, but Woojin, perceived by others as a peculiar and monstrous actor, at his core, is still a robust young man in his 20s. He still had the scent of an ordinary man rather than an actor. How can a man resist a kissing scene? Of course, the kissing scene is acting. It's acting, but if you're going to film a rom-com or a melodrama, it's nice to have some sweetness, right? How many hells have I been through so far? Indeed, it was so. Kang Woojin's reading, experience, since starting as an actor were mostly grotesque and brutal. Getting disemboweled, witnessing murders and deaths, shootouts, running away, and more. He even got his neck cut off once. How disgusting is that? While most people wouldn't witness such events in their lifetime, Woojin endured them continually. It would be the same in the future. There's always a limit to being calm. After getting my neck cut off, can't I want something warm and sweet? Woojin was of the mindset that it was okay to curse him as a fool now. Of course, he still planned to act diligently and work hard. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin again, who had been silent for a moment. Is it difficult to tell me the reason? Kang Woojin hesitated for a moment. He couldn't just blurt out kissing scene, could he? If he did, his carefully crafted persona would be shattered. Thus, he needed to express it more. Vaguely. Well, other than the kissing scene, everything else should be fine. This script, it's very refreshing. Refreshing? Yes. I felt it from the very first line. Is that all? Choi Sung-gun couldn't believe Woojin's words. Has that crazy intuition of his kicked in again? He jumped to a conclusion. Then he spoke again. Do you think the script by Lee Wool-seon is not good? Do you feel like it's going to flop? No, it's not that bad. So your instinct has kicked in again, right? It's okay. I've decided to trust your unique intuition. A growing misunderstanding. Well, it didn't matter. Kang Woojin chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun was contemplating something, briefly looking at the two scripts and stroking his chin. A few seconds later, he spoke. How bad do you think the script by writer Lee Wool-seon's is? Do you think it will be a total disaster, like with director Woo Hyun-gu? Woojin decided to be honest with the serious-looking Choi Sung-gun. No, it's just average. Really? It's not like you completely hate it. Yes, I don't exactly hate it, but the other script is better. I see. To be honest, we can't openly choose the short series drama and criticize Lee Wool-seon, especially given the timing of the recent controversy. If a top writer or broadcasting station gets offended, the damage will be immense. It was true. Not only the backlash, but rumors and vested interests would also get in the way. Personal connections in the entertainment industry are crucial. It's frustrating. If this becomes a big issue, it's a hassle to handle. It could tarnish your reputation. Plus, it's a ways to refuse Lee Wool-seon. If you're okay with it, how about taking on both? I'll ensure everything runs smoothly. Both? Woojin wasn't sure what Choi Sung-gun had in mind, but it didn't seem like a bad idea. Choi Sung-gun was a pro in this industry, obviously having better knowledge and skills than Woojin. Soon, Kang Woojin slowly nodded. Please take care of it. As soon as he heard the response, Choi Sung-gun grinned. Then he picked up his phone and dialed the number on the business card attached to the short series drama script, Male Friend. It was the Netflix creative team. The call connected quickly, and Choi Sung-gun spoke immediately. Yes, hello? This is Choi Sung-gun from BW Entertainment. Yes, haha. Yes. Woojin read the script, and he likes it. Yes. But can I ask one favor before scheduling a meeting? He started his negotiation. Please ensure no news leaks out, at least for this week. After hanging up, Choi Sung-gun made another call. Woojin, you have the sports day shoot tomorrow. He showed a smile to the silent Woojin. Let's wrap this up today. Later that day, around lunchtime, at writer Park Eun-mi's workspace. Writer Park Eun-mi was again in front of her laptop, tearing her hair out in frustration. Due to that, her long permed hair was a mess. It won't work out, it's so damn hard. Pressure. The drama was a huge hit, so she couldn't just make the last episode mediocre. Ugh dash. At that moment, knock thud. Suddenly, the door opened, and a slender woman with glasses entered. Writer. It was Choi Nana, the assistant writer who wrote the short series drama Male Friend that won the Netflix contest, and her eyes were shining brightly, brimming with excitement. I just got a call from Netflix. As usual, Choi Nana was timid, so writer Park Eun-mi furrowed her brows. Nana, calm down and tell me slowly. You got a call from Netflix? Yes, just now. And I had sent the script without any expectations, as you had advised. But this morning, Mr. Kang Woojin said he liked the work and wants to have a meeting. Writer Park Eun-mi was slightly surprised. What? Really? For real? Yes. What should I do? I'm so nervous. They said I should also attend the meeting. Wait. Nana, when did you send that script to Woojin? I heard it was sent yesterday, but the call came this morning. In one day? So you're saying they contacted you just one day after receiving the script? That's really fast, isn't it? Well, yes. I mean, Woojin is insanely good at script analysis and reading, but he didn't decide this quickly for profiler Henry Yang. Well, nothing's decided yet, right? It's just a meeting. It's not like him to contact for a meeting within a day. Park Eun-mi, muttering, brushed her long permed hair and widened her horizon of thoughts. He probably has received plenty of scripts from big projects. So why would he be interested in Nana's short series drama? He shouldn't have time for such casual meetings. Could it be because of me? She immediately shook her head. No, Woojin isn't like that. He doesn't care about others' opinions, right? He's always straightforward. Oh, could it be? At this moment, a word flashed through writer Park Eun-mi's mind. Kang Totem. She currently believed in Woojin almost religiously, and the answer to why Kang Woojin had chosen a short series drama out of the blue was simple. Nana. Park Eun-mi, with slightly widened eyes, matched her gaze with the bewildered Choi Nana. Your short series drama is going to be a hit. Naturally, Choi Nana tilted her head in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? If the Kang totem is activated, it's a sign of great success. And it seems to have reacted to your script. Kang totem. Woojin's eye for work is almost godlike. Or maybe it's his instinct. It was a logical conclusion. There was already ample evidence. Park Eun-mi, with goosebumps on her back, approached Choi Nana and placed her hands on her shoulders. Certainly, Woojin must have felt something in your script. Of course, writer Park Eun-mi. Something explosive. Had no idea it would be about a kiss scene. Late in the afternoon, at a production company's meeting room. In the meeting room of a large production company, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun, dressed in blazers, sat side by side. It was strange that only two of them were in such a large room. Obviously, someone was about to join them. At this point, Choi Sung-gun, who seemed tired and was stretching his neck, spoke to Kang Woojin, who had a stern expression on his face. You just need to respond when necessary. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, CEO. Well, we've made a deal with Netflix, so there shouldn't be any big issues, and I think it's good for your image and the overall picture. I understand. I'll handle the negotiations. At the same time, whoosh. 3 people entered as the glass door of the meeting room opened. A middle-aged woman and 2 men. Among them, the middle-aged woman with excessive jewelry was a familiar face. It was writer Lee Wool-seon. In other words, this production company was associated with her. Anyway, Choi Sung-gun extended his hand to Lee Wool-seon with a smile. Ego, it's been a while, writer. We had a few meetings about Hyun's project in the past. Do you remember? At this, writer Lee Wool-seon responded with a small smile. Of course. Honestly, who in this field doesn't know CEO Choi? Haha, no? There are many. Is that so? And you must be. Kang Woojin. When Lee Wool-seon, who naturally turned her gaze to Woojin, asked, Kang Woojin, who had been standing, bowed his head respectfully. Nice to meet you, writer. I am Kang Woojin. Wow, you have a good voice. You seem taller in person than on screen. Is this how you usually look? Yes, writer. It has a vibe. Honestly, I've heard the rumors. They said you're very quiet and calm. It turned out to be true, didn't it? Writer Lee Wool-seon's smile deepened. At this, Kang Woojin thought to himself. She's a bit forceful, reminds me of my mom. Suddenly, my back feels cold. Writer Lee Wool-seon had an aura somewhat reminiscent of a snake, quite intimidating. Regardless, everyone exchanged brief greetings and sat down, facing each other. The one who broke the ice in the conversation was Lee Wool-seon. I was quite surprised when you contacted me so quickly, Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself. First, butter her up with some lip service. He smiled mischievously. We had to contact you immediately since it's writer Lee Wool-seon's script. Haha. We're touched by how well you've treated Woojin. You're still the same, CEO Choi. We both read the script, and once again, you've chosen an amazing storyline. Really? Yes. From the very first scene, I was completely engrossed. How did you find it, Woojin? Woojin, trying to maintain a poker face, added a bit of flair to the truth. From the very first line. It was striking. The way you portrayed the lead, Tae Hyung's OCD, was also unique. Writer Lee Wool-seon stared intensely at Kang Woojin. She felt Woojin had a different vibe from other actors she'd met. How should she describe it? Not quite actor-like. He's certainly unique, like a rugged yet smoothly polished stone, difficult to come by. Despite being unfamiliar, he exudes a magnetic presence. I should have met you before, writer Park Eun-mi. It's a pity. At that moment, the production staff around her were slightly surprised. Regardless, writer Lee Wool-seon, who was watching Woojin, turned her gaze to Choi Sung-gun. The vibe feels more like a NO than an OK. Is it hard to fit my project into your schedule? Choi Sung-gun smoothly spoke out his prepared words. Well, it's complicated. To be honest, it's closer to okay than an oat. Really? Are you saying you'll do it? I'll be honest with you. According to Woojin's current schedule, it's difficult to accommodate your work. We have other projects lined up or in discussion. It's not an excuse or that we think less of your work. Continue. At that point, Choi Sung-gun gently tapped Kang Woojin's thigh. They had a script prepared. Soon, Woojin spoke in a low voice. I'm thinking it's a shame. Choi Sung-gun immediately caught the end of his sentence. Yes, it really is. But if this situation becomes public, it may be misinterpreted. I see. For example, the rising Kang Woojin rejected writer Lee Wool-seon. Exactly. This could negatively impact Woojin's other projects. So, if you could create a minor role, we'll try to fit it into our schedule. A minor role? Yes, to avoid any misunderstandings and to show our sincerity. Writer Lee Wool-seon pondered for a moment, alternating her gaze between Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin. For a moment, she requested something from the production staff sitting next to her and received a stack of papers. It was the script for part 1 of Frozen Love. So, how about this role? In terms of quantity, shooting should take a day or 2 at most. Handing over the open script to Kang Woojin, she said, the role of mysterious man next door. While pretending to receive the script, Kang Woojin secretly poked the black square next to the script. Poke. He quickly arrived in the void space. Although he claimed to have read the entire script, he hadn't read much of it and needed to verify first. Let's see dash. From the list, Woojin chose Frozen Love. Immediately, the text appeared. Dash, you've selected the script. Title, Frozen Love. Dash, listing the characters for reading, experience. Dash, A. Song Tae-hyung. B. Kim Jae-min. C. Do Chong-sik. P. Mysterious Man Next Door. Naturally, Kang Woojin chose the Mysterious Man Next Door role. However, the familiar robotic female voice uttered something different from the usual. A new language other than the base language has been detected. Acquiring sign language first. It was an unexpected situation. I got caught off guard, too. Chapter 62. Mini 1. Honestly, Woojin was unaware of the role's setting for Mysterious Man Next Door. However, in the role he chose without much thought, a situation similar to those in English and Japanese unfolded. A new language other than the base language has been detected. Acquiring sign language first. A robotic female voice stating that sign language would be acquired. Due to this unexpected turn, a smile appeared on Kang Woojin's face. Sign language? So, this role of Mysterious Man Next Door uses sign language, huh? That's great. The more languages, the better. Language is the power of culture, and Kang Woojin had already acquired English and Japanese. Sign language was unfamiliar to Woojin, but not unwelcome. No, it was actually quite intriguing. Its unfamiliarity made it unique. It might be easier to learn languages like English or Japanese since they're more commonly seen, but sign language was not so common. As Kang Woojin heard the robotic female voice again. Preparing sign language reading. Preparation complete. Starting sign language reading. He muttered to himself. It's rare, so it might come in handy later. Anyway, this is awesome. At the same time, a vast grayness engulfed Kang Woojin. Soon, he felt a tingling sensation in his lower abdomen. However, he wasn't too fazed as he had experienced this before. His surroundings were entirely gray, and Woojin was floating. Woojin smiled slightly and stared straight ahead, knowing that something was coming. As expected, here it comes. From a distance, some form started to approach. It moved at a speed similar to the English and Japanese. This form was soon visible to Kang Woojin. Its hands. Hand shapes. No body, but hands, visible up to the shoulders, flew towards Kang Woojin and seeped into him. One by one, numerous hand shapes followed. A moment later, ending the new language, sign language, reading. With that female voice, Woojin's world shifted from the void space to the meeting room. Kang Woojin's posture remained as it was when he received the script for Frozen Love, Part 1. He then checked his condition. Yeah, I'm okay. Not too tired. He was gradually becoming familiar with this process. He was exhausted when learning English, slightly better with Japanese, but with sign language, he felt mostly the same. A slight heaviness in his body. Just as his body adapted to repetitive acting, Kang Woojin's fatigue had significantly reduced upon acquiring his third language. This too must be a feature of this void space. I feel like I can use sign language right away. Of course, the sign language from the void space felt vivid to him. Just like English and Japanese, it was now imprinted in him. He felt he could immediately move his hands and convey messages through sign language. Kang Woojin was somewhat astonished. Seriously, this void space is overpowered. While he was familiar with English and Japanese even before acquiring them, sign language was different. He had only seen it briefly in the news a couple of times. For Woojin, it was beyond unfamiliar. It was completely foreign. But now, Woojin had become an expert in sign language. Smiling inwardly, Kang Woojin looked down at the script in his hands. Sign language acquired. Then, writer Li Wuxian said, as she just handed over the script. It had only been a few seconds since she had handed him the script in reality. The shooting schedule might be just a day or two, but that doesn't mean the role of mysterious man next door is a minor one. It's a fairly significant role in episodes 1 and 2. More importantly, there are things related to the character's setting that you'll need to learn. At her explanation, Choi Sung-gun tilted his head and looked towards Woojin, who already knew what that something was. Woojin said, "Uh-huh." Pretending to be engrossed in the script for a few moments, Kang Woojin then directed his indifferent gaze back at writer Li Wuxian. "You're talking about sign language, right?" Choi Sung-gun, slightly surprised, asked. "See sign language?" Li Wuxian smiled calmly. "That's right. Apart from the inner thoughts, the role of mysterious man next door mostly communicates through sign language. While there aren't many lines, learning sign language won't be easy." Choi Sung-gun slightly furrowed his brows. "The devil is in the details." "Indeed, now it can't be ignored, can it? I tried to skip it by taking a minor role." Sigh. "Even if the lines are few, studying a language like sign language takes a lot of time. It's challenging. The cost-effectiveness is not good." They tried to kill two birds with one stone, but given the situation, one had to be abandoned. That is, the writer Li Wuxian. It's too much to invest the time needed to learn sign language. We need to slightly adjust this role here. Choi Sung-gun, mumbling to himself, flashed a business smile at the writer Li Wuxian across from him. "Writer, at a glance, it seems like a role that will stand out, but it feels a bit heavy, doesn't it? Do you think it'll be difficult?" "No." At that moment, a low voice interrupted their conversation. It was Kang Woojin, who had been reading the script. "Fortunately, I can handle this." Both Choi Sung-gun and writer Li Wuxian simultaneously turned their gaze to Woojin. Of course, the production staff did too. Everyone's eyes widened slightly. Regardless, Kang Woojin calmly continued, with a bit of bravado. "I don't need to specifically learn sign language." Choi Sung-gun quickly responded. "What do you mean you don't need to learn? Woojin, what are you talking about?" Following that, writer Li Wuxian slightly tilted her head in confusion and asked, "You don't need to learn? What do you mean? Are you saying you know sign language?" "Yes, a little." Writer Li Wuxian raised an eyebrow. "Really? You know sign language?" Kang Woojin remained composed. "Yes." "Can you show us a bit?" "Yes, I can. For instance, this part." Kang Woojin pointed to the sign language lines of the mysterious man next door in the spread-out script and began signing. His recently acquired sign language skills were remarkably fluent. Swish. He performed it emotionlessly, yet proficiently. It was natural and smooth. Emphasis was added through gestures and emotional expressions via his eyes. It was unparalleled. The meeting room was silent, but the surprise among the attendees grew. Kang Woojin stood out, not being ostentatious. Even just the sound of clothes brushing against each other deepened his presence. Writer Li Wuxian, experiencing Kang Woojin for the first time, stared intently without blinking. His movements are minimal and controlled, but his eyes are different. How can they be filled with so much emotion? After Kang Woojin's demonstration ended, he remarked, "That's it, writer." Everyone seemed a bit speechless. Writer Li Wuxian, who had been captivated by Woojin's sign language, finally spoke. "You said you only knew a little?" Meanwhile, at the cable broadcasting station HTBS, the variety department of HTBS was bustling like a market, which was typical for such a department. Desks were cluttered with various props from shoots, and producers and writers and other staff were constantly busy with phone calls and discussions. Especially in the entertainment world, this time was the busiest. With the transition of seasons and changing weather, it is May, which was hot after the cold. Although it was spring, it felt like summer. Outside, a warm wind blew, but around this time, the entertainment world was always in a storm. New entertainment shows were being planned, or existing ones went through a revamp. Thanks to that, various shows were discontinued, vanished into memories, and new entertainment shows made their sudden appearance. This was common for all broadcasting stations, including HTBS. But HTBS had a heavy hitter in their ranks. The entertainment industry monster PD Yoon Byung-seon planning a new show? According to insiders, we plan to make it without pressure. It was PD Yoon Byung-seon. After receiving a hefty transfer fee from a major broadcasting station, he moved to HTBS. Immediately upon his transfer, he produced major entertainment shows with skyrocketing ratings. He was currently planning a new TV show, not for YouTube. The location was a medium-sized meeting room. About 10 people were present. Among them, PD Yoon Byung-seon, with a prominent chin, was looking at the whiteboard in front of the meeting room. Other writers were doing the same. On the whiteboard, there were photos of several celebrities, and PD Yoon Byung-seon, taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes repeatedly, let out a sigh. The lineup is pretty good, but it somehow feels lacking. There's nothing really captivating. One of the writers responded. So, you're saying the top 3 are definitely going together, but the middle one seems weak? Are they? Ugh, I don't know. I've been in meetings all day. My brain is fried. For now, let's leave it at this. You have a Shoot 4 sports day with profiler Han Yang team tomorrow, right? Don't you need to prepare for it? Well, I've already prepared for that. Once the shooting setup is done, I just need to check. Stretching out, PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was in front of them, continued, and picked up one of the many papers laid out. We're planning to go in with a 3-part series. What do you think, Dash? He paused again, resting his chin in his hand, and spoke to the writers. Wouldn't it be good to have at least one member who can speak a foreign language? If we only show them struggling abroad, it'll be boring. That's true. The main point is to promote Korean food. Then I'll look for actors who can speak foreign languages. Yeah, they don't need to be fluent. Maybe with decent English? It'd be great if they could speak Japanese too, but finding someone who can do both might be difficult. We might find some, but apart from the top-tier ones, I doubt there'd be many who can speak a foreign language. There aren't many top tiers anyway. While saying this, PD Yoon Byung-seon then shifted his gaze back to the whiteboard in front of him. For now, let's find someone who's decent in English by next week. The next morning, Friday, 22nd. Today, Kang Woojin faced 2 major issues. One was the airing of the 3rd episode of Profiler Han Yang, and the other was the recording of the YouTube channel Sports Day. Thus, the media was buzzing. Issue Top Profiler Han Yang, which surpassed 20%, will air its 3rd episode today. Can Profiler Han Yang, which has been a sensation all week, surpass 23% viewer ratings in its 3rd episode? While articles poured out about the 3rd episode of Profiler Han Yang, news related to Sports Day was also quickly reported. Exclusive leads of Profiler Han Yang to appear on PD Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Day. Of course, the fact that Kang Woojin would be appearing was also reported. After only 2 episodes, the rising star Kang Woojin, who portrayed Park Dae-ri, makes his first variety show appearance on PD Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Day. It was a planned promotion. The popularity of Park Dae-ri was no joke. With Profiler Han Yang dominating the nation for about a week, to say the media and public opinion were crazy was an understatement. The anticipation for Sports Day was also explosive. Wow, as expected of PD Yoon. Thank you. I can't believe all those actors appearing in a variety show. Kang Woojin? Seriously, Kang Woojin on a variety show? I can't wait. I wonder what kind of character he'll be. PD Yoon definitely has a feel for things LOL. Getting the hottest stars immediately. But about Kang Woojin, I'm curious. Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon, and the amazing actor, Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin. I was really curious. Thank you. When I saw Kang Woojin's Instagram, he seemed like a real celebrity LOL. Please shoot a rom-com, oppa. Seriously. Among the top actors, there's Kang Woojin, LOL. It's planned, haha. Well, he's hot, haha. I wonder what kind of personality he'll have. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin arrived at a studio in Seoul. Naturally, he looked dashing. Today's Woojin wore a black trench coat, with well-done makeup and hair. Anyway, is this finally the variety show shooting? Getting out of the van, Kang Woojin was the epitome of indifference, but inside, he felt increasingly anxious. He thought he had adapted to unfamiliar situations, but it seems he wasn't quite there yet. Furthermore, somehow today, I feel totally like a celebrity. I'm not used to it. Even his current appearance added to his anxiety. From the expensive trench coat he rarely wore to the scent of perfume emanating from his body. Acting required him to dress up as his character, but this variety show shoot made him feel the pressure of being a celebrity. No, I am a celebrity after all. Stay calm, take deep breaths, and don't forget the concept. With these thoughts, Kang Woojin's vision began to narrow. The first experience of anything is always frightening. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who got out from the passenger seat, grabbed Kang Woojin's shoulder. Well, you're not really nervous, right? I've already watched previous sports day shows. No, he felt like he might throw up. Woojin thought intensely about escaping when he saw Choi Sung-gun smiling. However, the muttered voice was incredibly calm. It should be fun. Ha ha ha, right. There are many senior actors, and the atmosphere should be pleasant. Like I said, just be yourself. You don't have to try too hard. Just being myself. Got it. At that moment, Kang Woojin made a resolution to focus solely on his concept, more than ever. There were no scripts or acts to follow. So, one mistake could be disastrous. Phew. Focus. Think of this place as a battlefield. Soon, Jang, Soo-hwan, and Han Young stood by Woojin, who was trying to calm himself down. Choi Sung-gun, checking the time, led the team with Woojin. The studio was on the 3rd floor. They could stop by the waiting room, but there was no need. The reason became clear to Kang Woojin as soon as he saw the studio. Wow, this is crazy. How many cameras are there? And so many people. They're already filming, aren't they? The Sports Day variety show had already started filming. Sports Day captures everything from artists arriving to their casual chit-chat. Hence, the dozens of cameras already set up in the studio were working nonstop. The studio lights illuminating the filming area were no exception. Then, Kang Woojin has arrived. A shout from a staff member near the entrance echoed throughout the studio. PD Yoon Byung-seon, who was talking to the writers, approached Woojin with a smile. Hello, Woojin. Nice to meet you. I've been enjoying your drama. Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, extended his hand to Woojin. Dozens of staff members gathered around. They were all curious about Kang Woojin, the new face. As a result, Kang Woojin's heart rate shot up, and his perspective narrowed even more. Only his concept was clear in his mind now. Hello, PD. A short and simple greeting in a low tone. PD Yoon Byung-seon and the surrounding writers exchanged glances. Everyone quickly understood the vibe. They needed to understand his personality. First, to know how to depict him on screen. Soon, with a devilish grin, PD Yoon Byung-seon asked Woojin a question. You portrayed Park Dae-ri very realistically, right? Our writers were thrilled watching your drama. Was it hard playing Park Dae-ri? Now, let's see what his response would be. However, Kang Woojin simply nodded briefly, answering almost semi-automatically due to his heightened tension. His response was very short. Yes. For a moment, a thought crossed PD Yoon Byung-seon's mind. Wow, this won't be easy, will it? 63. Chapter 63. Many 2. A twist. To PD Yoon Byung-seon, the first impression of Kang Woojin was quite a twist. When he acted as Park Dae-ri, even if he was a bit brutal, he was also a bit talkative. But his real character gives off a calm vibe. Is he naturally not talkative? A failure? Yoon Byung-seon slightly felt uneasy. Up until now, many characters had appeared in his variety show and many celebrities had come and gone, but the least appealing character was someone without enthusiasm. PD Yoon Byung-seon sensed a subtle, yet noticeable, lack of enthusiasm from Kang Woojin. Wow, such a simple response. Woojin, you're conscious of yourself now, aren't you? Are you perhaps really nervous? PD Yoon Byung-seon chuckled playfully. However, Kang Woojin maintained a poker face. Self-awareness? What's that? His nervousness reached its peak. In such a state, Woojin responded to PD Yoon Byung-seon in a stern manner. I'll do my best. Do what? Yoon Byung-seon was confused. Was this actor's enthusiasm exploding or crashing? He had seen hundreds, maybe thousands of celebrities, but for the first time, he couldn't gauge the character. Ah, thank you. For now, would you like to sit down? Yes. Kang Woojin, with his head slightly bowed, walked slowly towards the shooting area. PD Yoon Byung-seon and the writers watched him go. What a twist. Woojin is very quiet. He's so quiet, isn't he? How could someone like that play the role of Park Dae-ri? That's what makes him a good actor. His real self and his character are completely opposite. Anyway, he's got a strange aura. By this time, Kang Woojin had entered the shooting zone targeted by dozens of cameras. A long desk was set up, and behind it was a large poster for profiler Han Yang. There were many small cameras on the desk. It seemed they'd start with a talk show segment first, and after the first recording, it would turn into a game segment the second part. Anyway, after scanning the area briefly, Kang Woojin decisively sat at the far end. There were many lights, many cameras. Looking ahead, dozens of staff were bustling about. Half of this scene was familiar to Woojin, and half was strange. Wow, there are so many cameras. Aren't there 3 times more than in dramas? Are all these small ones also cameras? There was indeed a significant difference between filming for dramas and variety shows. Therefore, Woojin maintained an even more intense poker face. Let's keep the concept, but make the responses and reactions more in my style. Damn, honestly, I don't have the luxury to worry about the lines or think about such things. Externally, he'd use his usual persona, but would do it his way. His thoughts were already erratic, and his heart rate was still rising. It was at that moment. Hello, Dash. Hong Hae-yeon entered the studio. The studio's atmosphere immediately lifted because of her. Hello, Hae-yeon. PD. Hae-yeon is here. Her appearance today was natural. Her let-down long hair, jeans, and a snugly fitting t-shirt. After greeting PD Yoon Byung-seon, Hong Hae-yeon, while adjusting her microphone, turned her gaze to the shooting zone. What are you doing sitting there all alone? Upon seeing the deep-in-thought Kang Woojin, Hong Hae-yeon tried to hold back her laughter. In the vibrant variety show shooting area, the sight of Woojin sitting alone silently looked out of place. Soon after, other actors started to arrive. Ryu Young-min, Hong Hae-yeon, Lee Do-young, etc. As one by one the cast arrived, Woojin calmly greeted them, and the studio was filled with actors whose values exceeded tens of billions. Including Kang Woojin, there were a total of 7. After all the actors had taken their seats, PD Yoon Byung-seon at the front of the shooting zone began with his opening remark. Nice to meet you all. Today, Sports Day has come to meet the actors of the super popular drama, Profiler Han Yang. The official shooting of Sports Day had begun. Well, actually, the cameras had been rolling even before Kang Woojin entered. Firstly, though I'm sure you all know still, please introduce yourselves briefly for our subscribers and viewers. Following PD Yoon Byung-seon's words, Ryu Young-min, seated first near the desk with his signature baby perm, smiled at the camera. Hello, I'm Ryu Young-min, playing the role of Yoo Ji-hyung in Profiler Han Yang. Haha, but Young-min, that baby perm really suits you. Really? My mom teased me saying it looks like lettuce. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. Hong Hae-yeon and Jang Tae-san followed with their introductions. Eventually, it was Kang Woojin's turn, seated at the very end. You're the actor who's currently the talk of the town, right? Actor, please introduce yourself. Cameras, actors, staff, and the entire manager's team turned their attention to Kang Woojin. However, Woojin's expression was firm, and his voice was calm. Nice to meet you. I am Kang Woojin, who played Profiler Han Yang in Park Dae-ri. Good, well done. This should pass. Woojin praised himself inwardly with a calm face. However, after a few seconds of silence, laughter erupted in the whole studio, from the actors to all the staff. But Kang Woojin didn't understand. Why? What's happening? Why are they laughing? Why? Hong Hae-yeon explained the reason. Woojin, why did you change our drama's name to Park Dae-ri? The playful Jang Tae-san joined in. I think we need to introduce ourselves again. Woojin just changed the title of our drama. Ryu Young-min, who was seated first, corrected him. Woojin, you swapped Park Dae-ri and Profiler Han Yang when you spoke. Ah, damn it. For a moment, Kang Woojin felt extremely embarrassed. He never expected the words he had practiced in his mind to come out in reverse. Practice had betrayed him. However, he had to keep his composure. Pretending not to be embarrassed, he acted cool. It was intentional. However, the actors weren't convinced. What intention? Mr. Profiler Hanryang. So, the perfect Park Dae-ri makes a mistake in speaking? It's such a rare scene. He's been emotionless throughout the filming like a Terminator. Kang Woojin gritted his teeth and denied it. This is a misunderstanding. For real. At this point. Huh. Among the dozens of staff members in front of the actors, the eyes of PD Yoon Byung-seon, seated in the middle, had a twinkle. Maybe he'll crack up? And then, continuing the flow, PD Yoon Byung-seon directed his question straight to Kang Woojin. Yes, Kang Woojin, who played Profiler Hanryang in Park Dae-ri. You were said to be emotionless throughout the shooting like a Terminator. When was it the most difficult for you? Kang Woojin replied in a cold tone immediately. Right now. The studio burst into laughter again. At the same time, in a radio booth. In the waiting room of a radio booth that primarily broadcasts visual radio, a female guest was sitting alone, a familiar mole under her eyes. It was Wallin, the leader of the popular girl group, Ilani, casually dressed in a hoodie. Despite her casual appearance, her beauty was undeniable. She crossed her slender legs and checked the simple questionnaire handed over by the radio writer. For Wallin, who had been in the industry for 8 years, it wasn't particularly challenging. She briefly muttered and took out her phone. The internet browser was opened, displaying what she had been searching for before her arrival. Park Dae-ri's Kang Woojin, a rising star in just 2 episodes, makes his first variety show appearance on PD Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Date. The person she had unknowingly become a fan of. It's all about Kang Woojin. I figured he'd be on a variety show soon, but I didn't expect it to be sports. Day. When is this airing? She was curious about Kang Woojin's first variety show appearance. It seemed like a promotional show, but what mattered to her was seeing another side of Kang Woojin, not just his acting. But why hasn't a fan club been created yet? When I sneakily checked his Instagram, he had over 50,000 followers. It would be too much if I created one. Why am I even thinking about a fan club? Even if I don't actively participate, I can still watch. At that moment, thunk. The thick door of the radio waiting room opened, and a chubby manager walked in. Wallin quickly put her phone down and swiftly picked up the questionnaire. The manager handed her a bottle of water. Wallin, you can go in 15 minutes later. They said you're only doing the first and second segments today. Okay, but I didn't answer the CEO's call. Did he call to nag me? I took that call. I told him you were preparing for visual radio. But you should at least pick up the CEO's calls, right? If I answer, he'll just nag using worry as an excuse. His nagging gets worse after group activities end. The manager shook his head and handed her 2 script bundles. I got more scripts like you asked. But why do I feel like I'm just giving you toilet paper to clean up after yourself? Do you even read these scripts? I do. I've never seen you read one. You've already passed on more than 10, without any feedback. Because none of them are. Interesting. Wallin briefly responded and opened the first of the 2 scripts she received. At the same time, the chubby manager sitting next to her began explaining with his cell phone in hand. That's a YouTube music web drama. It's planned for 10 episodes, and since it's a music web drama, it goes in a musical format. It feels a bit childish. Sounds like a big production if they send it to me. I thought it was strange too, so I looked into it. Seems like there's some Chinese investment in the production company, so they seem to have a lot of funding. Oh, then I'll pass. The vibe isn't good, and I'm not a fan of rumors. Well, that's true. It's not that there aren't Ilani fans in China, but since the main markets are Korea and Japan, it's better to focus more on Japan. Wallin then switched the direction of her crossed leg and opened the second script. This one's from Netflix. Oh yeah? It's a project from Netflix of a collection of short series drama series. I heard it's an award-winning piece from that competition. I kind of got it through connections. The head of the Netflix creative team is on good terms with our team leader. It's not the first time. Our team leader said not to worry about it too much since he received it, just as a formality. Netflix seems to be interested in the short series dramas, so there seems to be more funding, and the project does have some symbolic value and promotional power. But it's not really something for you to take on. Letting out a small sigh, Wallin read the first line of the script and chuckled. They put a kiss scene right at the beginning. Ah, seriously. Wallen, just ignore those trivial things. I'll have them cut it from our end. Just focus on the major stuff. Since you do things randomly, they send anything and everything. What's the big deal? Look at Hai-yun. She did a random short film, and it was a big hit, right? And it boosted her image as a real actor. Maybe I should try short series drama too. Are you crazy? Will the CEO just let you? What if he doesn't? If I want to, I will. Who would dare to stop you? Are you kidding? I'm freaking out. The manager was genuinely surprised, but Wallen didn't respond. She just continued reading the short series drama script. In truth, she thought, the group activities were really intense. I honestly want to do something short. She hoped her solo acting activities would be a bit lighter. Her album had been a hit, and the group activities were intense, including promotions in Korea and even Japan. Especially the schedule in Japan, where the K-pop wave was strong, was exhausting. It wasn't that she hated acting. Unbeknownst to herself, Wallen loved acting enough to be a fan of Kang Woojin. However, she just wanted some rest. She needed to recharge. That's all. No matter what. Flip. Wallen focused on reading the short series drama script. Maybe a short series drama isn't so bad. If it's a project from Netflix, it might be good. Of course, she wasn't overly excited. A few hours later, in the early afternoon, at the Sports Day studio. The Sports Day recording that started late in the morning was nearing its climax. Ding! After finishing the talk segment, they were in the middle of a game called Name the Celebrity, where they had to say the name of a celebrity shown in a photo within 1 second. If all the 7 actors of Profiler Hanryang managed to do it without mistakes, they would receive a prize. However, please remove one of the prizes. Of the original 10 prizes, only 3 remain now. But the real issue for the actors wasn't the current prizes. Ah, darn. I'm so sorry to Mr. Seo Jin-se. I couldn't say director Kwon Ki-taek's name. This is driving me crazy. Ah, PD. This is too cruel, isn't it? With many failing to name the displayed celebrities, it was a real challenge. And where was Kang Woojin in all this? I'm really lucky that they mess up at the start. He had only 1 turn so far, and it was an easy one which he passed smoothly. Ryu Young-min, that was a close call. However, the production team wouldn't let it slide. Suddenly, PD Yoon Byung-seon suggested a seat change. Woojin, you're looking desperate to answer, but you aren't getting many turns, right? How about changing seats? Me? When was I ever desperate? Startled, Woojin tried to decline as nonchalantly as possible. No, I'm fine here. No. Woojin, switch with him quickly. Young-min is completely incapable. The first seat is the most important. However, starting with Hong Hai-yun, all the actors agreed to switch seats, and Ryu Young-min moved to Woojin's seat like a defeated general. Let's switch, Woojin. Baton pass, touch. Ryu Young-min was very dejected. But Woojin was even more serious. Ah shit. I don't know many celebrities. He had very little to no knowledge of the entertainment industry. He didn't watch content often, so he was weak at recognizing celebrities' names. Of course, not every question was about celebrities, but they came up often. It was just a simple game, but Kang Woojin was also very competitive. I mean, who likes losing? Therefore, as Kang Woojin changed his seat, he vowed to himself. He would try his absolute best. It was evident in his expression. His usually indifferent face showed strong determination, resembling that of a soldier staking his life. Naturally, the camera captured Kang Woojin's expression. Why is Woojin looking so serious? He looks like he's going to a battlefield, so serious. But he's kind of cute, right? There's something very different but charming about him. Behind the staff's murmurs, Kang Woojin sat in the first seat. The game started immediately. Ready? Whoosh. PD Yoon Byung-seon quickly showed a photo to Kang Woojin. It was a famous Hollywood actor. Woojin hesitated for a moment, but miraculously named him. Oh, Michael Fassbender. He was correct. He was a very famous Hollywood actor after all. What was interesting was, wow, that pronunciation. The staff whispered in awe. Why? Even though he just mentioned a name, Kang Woojin's English pronunciation was on point. Of course, PD Yoon Byung-seon noticed. Huh? That pronunciation. But the game continued. Hong Hai-yun passed, Lee Do-young passed, everyone passed, even Ryu Young-min. Soon, it was Woojin's turn again. Oh, finally. Will he succeed this time? Behind the commotion of the managers and staff, it was once again Kang Woojin's turn. Woojin was incredibly anxious. All right, Woojin, this is the last one. It's easy, really easy. Whoosh. PD Yoon Byung-seon flashed another photo. It was a female actress, a chic magazine photo. A very familiar face. Everyone in the studio predicted he would get it right, because it was too easy. However, Kang Woojin paused as he looked at the photo. Who is she? Wait a minute. I'm confused. Why is it a magazine photo? Then, with a slight smirk, PD Yoon Byung-seon announced. Wrong, he declared decisively. Whoa, this was basically a freebie. What should we do now? This is awkward. Kang Woojin solemnly admitted his defeat. I'm sorry, who was it? At that moment, bang, someone punched Kang Woojin's arm. It was the furious Hong Hae-yun. It's me. Are you out of your mind? The photo looked different. What are you talking about? I admit my defeat. And then, CEO Choi. While Hong Hae-yun was raging, PD Yoon Byung-seon approached Choi Sung-gun, who was smirking nearby. Does Woojin speak English by any chance? Choi Sung-gun replied nonchalantly. It's not just speak, it's at a native level. And Japanese too. For a moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon's eyes watched 64. Chapter 64, Many 3. The question was if Kang Woojin speaks English. PD Yoon Byung-seon had asked it quite casually, thinking that these days, actors start learning English since they're trainees. However, it's not just a bit, it's at a native level. Same with Japanese. The response from Choi Sung-gun came as a surprise. Speaking at native level, PD Yoon Byung-seon focused on the words native level. Native level? I mean, Woojin's pronunciation was good earlier. Is CEO Choi exaggerating a bit? PD Yoon Byung-seon was currently planning a new variety show at HTBS, a leading network. While they had mostly decided on the cast for the 3-part series, it wasn't confirmed, especially since the show would be filmed in multiple foreign locations. Above all, they needed someone fluent in foreign languages. Ideally, someone proficient in both English and Japanese would be great. But Yoon Byung-seon knew such talents were rare. Yet here was Kang Woojin, who could allegedly speak both languages at a native level. Let's test the waters a bit. PD Yoon Byung-seon discreetly pulled Choi Sung-gun to a quiet corner of the studio. CEO Choi, when you say Woojin's English and Japanese are at a native level, how proficient are we talking about? Truly at the level of a local? Well, about that. Something was off. Choi Sung-gun sensed some urgency in the PD's eyes. At first, it seemed like he was just casually asking. But his demeanor changed when I mentioned Woojin's language skills. Could there be a specific reason he's inquiring? He quickly connected the dots. Having sensed the situation, he recalled the PD mentioning his new project. PD, you mentioned planning a new show recently, right? And he's interested in foreign languages? Even asking about it during shooting. Could it be the show is planned abroad? There was no concrete evidence, but it was a strong possibility. It might not just be one foreign country. Maybe they'll tour multiple countries? Or produce a series in the same format. This was all speculation by Choi Sung-gun. However, it was worth probing. With a slight smile, he whispered to Yoon Byung-seon. He's even better than a local. Woojin is not only an incredible actor, but he's also insanely good with languages. Not just Korean, but English, Japanese, and even sign language. Sign language? He knows sign language too. Yes. I only found out about the sign language recently, but in any case, his English and Japanese are both at a local's level. He has to be. After all, Woojin has lived abroad. Choi Sung-gun wanted to promote Kang Woojin as much as possible, even if it meant slightly exaggerating, which seemed to be working on the PD. He has a lot of international experience. Really? Woojin lived abroad? For how long? For quite some time. If you hear Woojin's English or Japanese, you'll be amazed. Anyway, he's very familiar with overseas environments, the vibe, the culture. After hearing this, PD Yoon Byung-seon was momentarily stunned. He wanted more details, but couldn't pry further. Not only could he not discuss the new show openly, but they were also still filming the Sports Day segment. At that moment. But PD, why did you ask about Woojin's foreign language skills? Faced with Choi Sung-gun's question, the once serious PD Yoon Byung-seon broke into a smile. Huh? Oh, haha. No reason. I just thought his English pronunciation was good, so I was curious. I see. If you have time after the shoot. Maybe you can hear Woojin speak in English and Japanese. If I have time, I will. Haha. As Yoon Byung-seon returned to the crew, Choi Sung-gun quietly watched his retreating figure. Then his gaze landed on Kang Woojin, who was being sternly lectured by Hong Hae-yeon. If you can impress PD Yoon, you're truly a big catch. How many big shots have you connected with since your debut? From dramas, movies, variety shows, and even in Japan, Kang Woojin seemed to be mingling with top names everywhere since his debut. Although timing and luck played their part, Woojin's talent and charm were undeniable. About an hour later, let's take a 10-minute break. Then we'll wrap up with a closing talk. The writer's shout signaled a break. Soon, the actors started moving. But Kang Woojin remained seated, his expression impassive. Why? Because Hong Hae-yeon kept throwing him icy glares. Well, she had a reason to be upset. Because Kang Woojin didn't recognize Hong Hae-yeon, who was sitting right next to him, and they even worked together on 2 projects under the same agency. Woojin was berating himself internally. Idiot. No matter what, not being able to recognize Hong Hae-yeon is a bit. Sigh, but the photo shoot image was really different. Fortunately, around this time, Woojin, PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, saved Kang Woojin from the icy stares. Can I talk to you for a moment? Instead of answering, Woojin immediately stood up. Sure. As he passed by Hong Hae-yeon, she said something to him. Just you wait. Woojin hesitated for a moment and then replied softly. You look much better in person than in the photos. What did you say? Really? That's why I didn't recognize you. Liar. You look better now. He felt like he was walking on thin ice, hoping that Hong Hae-yeon had cooled down a bit. Regardless, Kang Woojin followed PD Yoon Byung-seon, and Hong Hae-yeon, watching Woojin's retreating back, whispered to herself as she brushed her long hair. That's Sundara. Around 10 p.m. Finally, the much-anticipated episode 3 of Profiler Hanryang aired, creating a nationwide buzz. The impressive 23% viewership rating spoke for itself. TVs in countless homes, bars, and restaurants were tuned in to SBC. Therefore, the official chat board and communities for Profiler Hanryang were buzzing. Kaya. Finally, episode 3. I never thought I'd be this excited for a live broadcast. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Haven't watched it yet, but I'm already excited lol. Why is everyone overhyping this? It's boring. I bet Ryu Young-min will be super cute today too. Came here because everyone said Park Dae-ri's acting is amazing, but I'm only watching for Hong Hae-yeon. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Who is Kang Woojin? He's the actor who played Park Dae-ri. He's the hottest rising star right now. His acting is insane. Episode 3 of Profiler Hanryang began with Park Dae-ri's confession and the revelation of another culprit. There's another culprit? Phew, this is getting big. Why did I take this case? Despite his grumbling, Detective Yoo Ji-hyung reviews everything about Park Dae-ri's life, from birth to the present. The 3rd episode flowed with intense suspense. Each character quickly moved in and out of scenes, not giving viewers a moment to breathe. By the middle part, Yoo Ji-hyung and Park Dae-ri face each other in the interrogation room once again. This scene was intense. The psychological battle between Park Dae-ri and Yoo Ji-hyung was palpable, but their expressions and gazes were fierce. At this moment, Yoo Ji-hyung confronts Park Dae-ri. You had a sister, right? She committed suicide. A change comes over the previously smiling Park Dae-ri's face. The camera angle focuses fully on his face. His black eyes, still carrying a faint smile, deepened. They were filled with an indescribable emotion. Yes, I had a sister. It's eerily calm, yet unsettling. But Yoo Ji-hyung kept poking at Park Dae-ri's weaknesses, mentioning his sister's suicide, his deceased mother, and the pleasure of serial killing was awakened by your father, right? It wasn't 5 murders, but 6, including the hidden murder. A total of 6. Park Dae-ri and Yoo Ji-hyung had to have several more interrogations. The one who ended this cycle was. His alibi is solid. Jong Yun-hee. She verified that there was no manipulation in Park Dae-ri's alibi. So, there was definitely another culprit. And while revealing the real culprit, let's start by sorting out the serial murders first. Hence, they had to verify the serial murders, which Park Dae-ri called his masterpieces. The interesting part was that Park Dae-ri was quite compliant. From here, The scene transitions to Park Dae-ri reenacting his murders. Park Dae-ri calmly demonstrated his murder techniques using a doll, then the screen transitions. The actual murder scenes executed by Park Dae-ri are shown to the viewers. He drags a middle-aged woman like a pet, his face filled with pleasure. Kuhuk, I can't breathe. Help! Park Dae-ri's face filled the screen again. I wish your screams were a little louder. They are not quite satisfying enough, you know. Viewers made a variety of comments after seeing Park Dae-ri. Damn, that bastard is so annoying, but I still enjoyed it. Wow, his acting is intense. When Park Dae-ri appears, the tension definitely rises. Please don't curse at the actor. He's just really good at acting. Kang Woojin. I wish I got more compliments. They are not quite satisfying enough, you know. I feel like that supporting actor might develop trauma from this. In my opinion, Kang Woojin acted the best in this drama. I wish there were more toppings on the pizza. They are not quite satisfying enough, you know? Insane, seriously, look at his eyes. Didn't they say this actor is a newcomer? LOL, a new meme has been born. Not satisfying enough? That's meme-worthy. Profiler Henry Yang transitions to the next scene. After the on-site verification, Park Dae-ri looked at the place where his masterpiece was born and spoke to Yoo Ji-hyung. But the real culprit copied my murder method exactly. Maybe the atmosphere or vibe is somewhat similar, but considering he knows every single detail, isn't the real culprit in a similar line of work as the profiler? Something crossed Yoo Ji-hyung's mind. Indeed, even if one imitates, it's impossible to perfectly replicate Park Dae-ri's methods, especially since most of Park Dae-ri's murders were from before 2010. Information about them would be very limited. Yet, the murder methods, habits, and every detail were exactly the same. At that moment, Park Dae-ri, who shrugged his shoulders, spoke again. Even police can kill, you know? He might be of the same kind as me. Close up on Yoo Ji-hyung's face. Episode 3 ended there. At the same time, people all over the internet and TV viewers cried out. They demanded the next episode. The next day, on Saturday morning, the viewer ratings for episode 3 were released. Official, Profiler Henry Yang, Unstoppable, episode 3 rating 24.1%. The ratings skyrocketed, and so did the popularity of Kang Woojin, who played Park Dae-ri. His portrayal in episode 3 was impactful after all. Headlines read, Profiler Henry Yang, episode 3's brightest star, Park Dae-ri. Viewers, Kang Woojin's acting is insane. Photo, flawless acting. Profiler Henry Yang's scene stealer Park Dae-ri / picture. The public opinion was completely captivated by Kang Woojin. It was all the rage the entire Saturday, until the start of the 4th episode of Profiler Henry Yang. Riding that momentum, the 4th episode began. Using Park Dae-ri's clues, Yoo Ji-hyung and Jong Yun-hee investigated the police, everyone involved with Park Dae-ri's past serial killings. Of course, it wasn't easy. But as new clues emerged, the list of suspects narrowed down. From here, things started to piece together. Yoo Ji-hyung found it strange. It can't be this easy. Eventually, they narrowed the list of suspects to 5. All of them had careers in the police force, either currently employed or retired. Yoo Ji-hyung and Jong Yun-hee methodically interrogated them. Bit by bit, the true identity of the real culprit was revealed. Eventually, 4 have alibis, but 1 doesn't. The only suspect without an alibi was raided by Yoo Ji-hyung, Jong Yun-hee, and the police. The problem was, hey, wake up. Is he dead? The culprit was already dead at home. There were no external injuries, but foam at his mouth suggested a drug overdose. Indeed, we detected traces of aconitine, a poisonous substance. It was indeed a death caused by drugs. The police initially suspected suicide, but further investigation revealed it was murder. This made Yoo Ji-hyung suspect. Could there possibly be an accomplice? Thinking there might be a hidden accomplice. Although they found the culprit, the case was not yet closed. Yoo Ji-hyung felt like he was walking through a fog. Although he didn't know the details, he felt that a massive secret was hidden behind the case. Later, Yoo Ji-hyung revisited Park Dae-ri, who greeted him warmly. You're here? It's been a while. You said you caught the culprit, but he's dead? What a waste. Why did you confess? Since you admitted to all the murders, the minimum you'll get is the death penalty. You have nothing left. No one would have known if you had stayed quiet. Why did you confess? Well, I don't want to talk about it. Are you trying to atone now? Atonement. Park Dae-ree's lips quivered. He almost snorted, holding back a chuckle. That's a fancy word, atonement. But guilt is ultimately defined by people, isn't it? For me, I am the judge. Stop talking nonsense. I won't be seeing you again. We've had our moments together, just tell me. For a moment, there was a hint of loneliness in Park Dae-ree's eyes as he looked at Yoo Ji-hyung. It wasn't about Yoo Ji-hyung, it was about himself. Profiler. The hamburger I had in the interrogation room was delicious. Little motivations or goals like that play a big part in life, right? I didn't have much time, so I wanted some pleasure. Not much time. If it weren't for that Jean Byum guy, my works would have remained as legends forever. That's my only regret. No, it's not just regret. It's so unfair that it drives me crazy. The scene transitions. The world now knew about Jean Byum's involvement and the case's progress. At this point, Yoo Ji-hyung heard a piece of news about Park Dae-ree. He's in the terminal stage of colon cancer. The revelation of Park Dae-ree's illness came late. Yoo Ji-hyung, sensing something amiss, quickly drove to meet him. However, over here. Shit. Park Dae-ree was found hanging in his cell. Yoo Ji-hyung quickly tried to save him, but Park Dae-ree was already dead. On the floor beneath Park Dae-ree was a note, a final letter to Yoo Ji-hyung. With this, my masterpieces are not 6, but 7. It was fun. This was the last scene for Park Dae-ree, and the 4th episode ended. Saturday night, around 11:10 p.m., a black van stood outside Kang Woojin's studio apartment. As expected, Woojin was in the van. The back door opened, and Kang Woojin, wearing a cap, got out. You've worked hard. Ratings will skyrocket tomorrow, causing a frenzy. Get inside quickly, bro. Only Jang Soo-hwan was visible inside the van. After his short greeting, the car drove away. Today, Kang Woojin had been busy promoting with the Profiler Han Yang team. After the sports day event, there were a few interviews left. Soon. Phew, so tiring. Kang Woojin took off the cap he had been wearing since his schedule ended. He then checked the time. I'm a bit hungry. He craved ramen. But he remembered he didn't have any at home. In fact, Choi Sung-gun had been suggesting he should start building up his physique. Once in shape, it could be useful anytime. Well, I'll eat just for today. He put his cap back on and walked to a nearby convenience store. He looked just like an ordinary citizen, reminiscent of when he worked at a design company. Swish. Kang Woojin arrived at a relatively large convenience store. Due to the warm weather, many people of all ages were enjoying beer at the tables outside the store, so much so that there were no empty tables. Regardless, Kang Woojin reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. Do I have kimchi at home? Should I buy some kimchi too? At that moment. Hey, isn't that Park Dae-ree? No. From one of the tables where only women sat, a loud exclamation was heard. It's Kang Woojin. For more 5. Chapter 65, Mini 4. The name Kang Woojin was shouted to the world from the tables in front of a convenience store. 4 women were seated there, and one of them, seemingly in her mid-20s, stood up hesitantly. With wide eyes, she pointed her index finger at a man wearing a hat who was about to enter the convenience store. Who could it be? It was Kang Woojin, who had just taken out his wallet. Woojin, looking slightly surprised, was genuinely taken aback. It was the first time in his life he'd heard his name called out so loudly. In any case, wish. A brief eye contact between the woman and Kang Woojin. Soon, the woman who shouted Woojin's name and her friends were all staring at him. Their gaze was contagious. What's going on? Did something happen? Who is he? I can't see because of the hat. The people at the nearby tables also became interested in Kang Woojin. The total number of onlookers was about 15. Groups of women, groups of men, mixed groups, elderly, etc. Suddenly, all eyes were on Woojin. At this moment, Woojin slowly put down the hand holding his wallet. Who is she? Do I know her? She looks unfamiliar. He wondered if the woman who recognized him was an old acquaintance. But no matter how he looked, she was a total stranger. Why was she acting as if she knew him? It was a bit awkward to ignore and walk away. Woojin had forgotten that he was now an actor. He'd never encountered fans in real life before. Why does she act like she knows me? I guess I should greet her first. With a hint of confusion, he greeted the woman. Hello, but who are you? He maintained a composed demeanor. In response to his casual greeting, The woman lowered her finger and said, I can't believe it. What do I do? She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with admiration. Oh wait, you're really Kang Woojin, right? Why are you here? No, I mean, wow, I'm a huge fan. Ah, I just watched your drama here. And right after it ended, you appeared in front of me. Is this real? From her perspective, she had just watched the 4th episode of Profiler Henry Yang at a table in front of the convenience store. Then, just 10 minutes after it ended, Kang Woojin appeared before her. It was enough to make her flustered. And only then did Woojin realize. Ah, this woman recognized him as an actor. Wait, I'm an actor, right? Seriously? They're so excited to see me? Woojin was astounded. This is so fascinating. It was a funny situation. Both the fan and the actor seemed to be experiencing a surreal feeling. Soon, Woojin asked the still dazed woman in an indifferent tone, Are you okay? The woman fidgeted with her feet as if she were feeling chills. I'm okay. I'm really okay. I don't know. What do I do dash? As her excitement peaked, she hid behind her friends. They all approached Woojin. Wow, you look amazing in person. Are you really Kang Woojin? Yes, that's me. Amazing. Why are you here? Why? To buy ramen. But they seem out of stock. Woojin decided to act cool. I'm here to buy chicken breast. Chicken breast? At this hour? I ran out, so I came urgently. You must work out a lot. There was a commotion. About 10 people nearby noticed him too. They seemed to realize that the man was a celebrity. They all took out their phones and approached Woojin, making his heart race as he saw the crowd coming closer. Wow, what should I do? Should I just run away? Isn't that a bit too much? In the midst of this, the first woman who recognized him shouted to the others. Hey, it's rude to take pictures without permission. A few reluctantly put down their phones. However, some women who were already close to him softly requested, Could you give us an autograph? An autograph? Kang Woojin hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Ah yes, but I don't have a pen. Just wait a second. Hey, hurry up. Wait. 2 women quickly ran into the convenience store and came back with a pen and paper. Soon, an impromptu autograph session began in front of the store. Please write Jo Eun-ju. That's my name. I'm Nam Hyung. Can we also take a picture together? Kang Woojin complied with the flurry of requests, as if he were in a daze. His sense of self was blurry, simply carrying out tasks with a blank expression. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to grow. Is that really Kang Woojin? I watched Henry Yang just yesterday. Bro, that drama is so good. Wow, isn't that Kang Woojin? Where? Where? Those who were already there, passers-by who were attracted by the commotion, and people who were going to the convenience store all stopped. The crowd that was originally 10 had now grown to at least 20, a testament to Woojin's rising popularity. At this point, Kang Woojin was whoosh, hugging each person, regardless of gender, as if he were offering free hugs. Why am I hugging these people? Even Woojin didn't know why. It just happened. Wow. Me too. Please hug me too. Kang Woojin looks amazing in real life, totally different from Park Dae-ri. He has such a unique character. He looks cold, but he's so kind. He must be a natural actor. He's so charismatic. Praises poured in. Of course, Woojin's makeup, done for his schedule, played a part too. Anyway, hey, what's happening over there? Is that a celebrity? The crowd kept growing. Appa, here's some chicken breast. I bought several types. I bought a chicken breast salad. Kang Woojin received his first gift from fans. Thank you. His late-night snack turned into chicken breasts. The next day, from the morning, sightings of the popular actor Kang Woojin were posted everywhere. Well, to be precise, it started at dawn. Guys, I saw Kang Woojin at the convenience store when I went to buy a lunchbox. He's insanely handsome in person. The reactions, primarily on social media and community cafes, exploded. Live drama Henry Yang Kang Woojin surrounded by fans in front of a convenience store. JPG. Sharing my story of buying ramen for Kang Woojin at a convenience store. Reporters picked up on the story and it spread through the news. Rising actor Kang Woojin, known for Park Dae-ri, gets surrounded by fans at a convenience store/photo. Especially as the results of the 4th episode of Profiler Henry Yang, which aired last night, were explosive, reporters were even more eager. At that moment, hey, Kang Woojin, you, inside a van, Kang Woojin, was being scolded by Choi Sung-gun, who had untied his hair. If you wanted to go to the convenience store, you should have sent Soo-hwan. It's a good thing people were polite. What would have happened if there was an accident? It was a valid point. Woojin calmly acknowledged and apologized. I'm sorry. Even if you don't care about people's attention, you're not an unknown actor anymore. You're the actor of a drama that's surpassed 20% in ratings. You can't just wander around. You're a proper celebrity now. I'll keep that in mind. I'm sorry. Of course, Woojin had made the same resolve internally. Just yesterday, he hadn't thought much of it, but now he realized he had to be more careful about his behavior. Who would have thought this would happen in my life? At that moment, Han Yeung, who had changed her hair back to a green bob cut, was browsing through online communities full of sightings of Kang Woojin. She coldly suggested something to Choi Sung-gun. CEO, if you're going to scold, you can scold later. As it looks like Woojin Appa also received gifts yesterday. Shouldn't we post a thank you note on SNS? Oh yes, post it. Woojin, did you take pictures of the gifts you received yesterday? Oh yes, it's chicken breast. Chicken breasts? Why did you buy them at that hour? I just needed them. Ah, you started working out, right? Awesome, but you went to buy them immediately? You're really passionate. Misunderstandings kept piling up. Regardless, Kang Woojin's SNS now had a thank you post to his fans posted. At Wooji_in. Posts, 13. Followers, 94K. Following, 3. Kang Woojin's SNS was nearing 100K followers after yesterday's events. At that moment, look, the ratings are out. Choi Sung-gun, who was looking at his phone, exclaimed in excitement. The official ratings for the 4th episode of Profiler Hanryang had been released. Official Unstoppable Profiler Hanryang Episode 4 achieves 25.2% viewership, peaking at 25.8% during Park Dae-ri's murder scene. In just 4 episodes, Hanryang surpassed 25% in ratings. It was setting legendary records in real time. The entertainment media was abuzz. Can Profiler Hanryang, which surpassed 25% in just 4 episodes, achieve 30%? Astounding ratings. Profiler Hanryang is becoming a legend not just this year, but in broadcasting history. The momentum of Profiler Hanryang was overwhelming. The viewership had more than doubled since last week. Countless reporters produced articles like a waterfall, vying for even a small increase in clicks. Public sentiment was even more heated than the media coverage. Hey, did you watch Hanryang yesterday? Damn, Park Dae-ri's acting was insane. Yeah, I did. But order a bulgogi rice bowl today, okay? I ate spicy pork yesterday, and they were not satisfying enough. What are you talking about, idiot? Don't you know this meme? From the conversations among people and the flood of comments on articles, one could feel the boiling enthusiasm. Please bring him back. Don't tell me you're not bringing Park Dae-ri back? Loudly crying face. Don't kill him off. Without Park Dae-ri, it's not the same. Dash. Just say it was all a dream and bring Park Dae-ri back. I promise I won't complain. Dash. My erectile dysfunction is because of Park Dae-ri. If he weren't there, I wouldn't be aroused, you know? Honestly, this time, writer Park Eun-mi outdid herself with the character of Park Dae-ri this time. After Park Dae-ri's death, I noticed my morning tint has gotten smaller. I feel less enthusiastic. Kang Woojin brought in more than half of the Hanryang viewership, carrying the show from build-up to climax. LOL, knew the comments would be overflowing with not satisfying enough memes. I mean, Park Dae-ri was a jerk, but the acting made him so endearing. Director, act like a likable jerk. Huh? It actually worked? From dawn, YouTube was flooded with Hanryang videos, from regular videos to shorts. Everyone was jumping on the trend. Issue check. YouTube is currently obsessed with Profiler Hanryang. Perhaps because of the impact of Park Dae-ri in episodes 3 and 4, Kang Woojin's name was everywhere. It felt like a Park Dae-ri syndrome. Soon, the public had started using Park Dae-ri as a meme. Photo, Park Dae-ri phenomenon. His lines are starting to spread like catchphrases. By Sunday afternoon, the focus shifted. Beyond rising to typhoon level, what's next after Hanryang for Park Dae-ri Kang Woojin? Among all this, BRRR. As expected, Kang Woojin received numerous calls. Congratulations from his parents, friends, and even distant acquaintances who suddenly remembered him. The new chat group for Profiler Hanryang actors was also buzzing about Woojin. Ryu Young-min. Seriously, should we ask the writer to bring back Park Dae-ri? Jang Tae-san. The response is insane, lol. Ryu Young-min. There's more talk about Woojin than about me. Hong Hae-yun. Jealous? Lee Do-young. Seems like he is. Kang Woojin. Thank you. Jang Tae-san. Out of the blue? In this way, Woojin spent his entire Sunday in a surreal state. The fervor continued well into Monday. But the good news didn't stop. The first piece of news came from CEO Choi Sung-gun of BW Entertainment. Woojin, let's start preparing to move. I'm more worried about you staying in that one-room apartment. Moving? But it's still early. I'll get you a leased apartment near the company, so pack up as soon as possible. Near the company? So near Samseong Station? A house in Seoul? Kang Woojin was stunned. It was something he could never have dreamed of. But from the company's perspective, Woojin was now a valuable actor worth the investment. Why refuse when they're offering? Hiding his excitement, Kang Woojin agreed with a stern tone. Yes, CEO. At that moment, the head of the PR team rushed into the CEO's office. CEO, Woojin has an official fan club. It was true. Official/Kang Woojin's official fan cafe, Kang's Heart, welcomes you. Members, 1,209. Chief Manager, Blood Sister. Kang Woojin's official fan club was established. On Tuesday morning, the 26th, in an editing rooms. In one of the numerous editing rooms, it was the editing room for the YouTube channel Sports Day. The space was a bit cramped. Here, PD Yoon Byung-seon, wearing glasses, was giving instructions to a junior PD while looking at the main monitor. Right there, right there. Keep the cut where Woojin first appears. Emphasize it with a caption saying, his entrance has a different aura. But wouldn't that make it seem overly bland? We need to start off lukewarm so that Woojin's charm can explode later on. I thought he'd be super serious, but he unexpectedly gets the name wrong and reacts a bit sloppily. That's the twist, isn't it? Haha. True, Woojin gets funnier as time goes on. He's trying so hard and seriously, but that intensity becomes the comedic point. They were editing the episode that they had filmed a few days ago with the Profiler Hanryang team. Since the fourth episode of Hanryang received over 25% in viewership ratings, they had to speed up their work. First, pick out the preview by tomorrow. Right now, the trend is focusing on Woojin, so make sure the content revolves around him. Yes, Senior. How many main episodes do you think we can produce? Given the content we have, I think at least 3 episodes. Can we get one out by the end of this week? If we pull an all-nighter, sure. Let's push for it no matter what. We need to ride the current momentum for a surge in views. PD Yoon Byung-seon, after encouraging the junior PD, left the editing room and picked up his phone. He was so busy that he couldn't solely focus on this. He called the writers from HTBS. Hey, I'm heading over to the station now. Let's have our final meeting. Did we narrow down the foreign language actors? Yes. About 3. Okay, set up the meeting immediately. Add one more person. Who? Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Yes. Soon after, PD Yoon Byung-seon chuckled. His proficiency is good enough that he could pass as an American or Japanese. Meanwhile, outside Kang Woojin's house, exiting his messy one-room apartment due to moving preparations, the poker-faced Kang Woojin got into the waiting minivan. Hello. The members inside the van were the same, but for some reason, including Choi Sung-gun, everyone smiled when they saw Kang Woojin. Even the cold Han Yi-young. Woojin tilted his head in confusion. Simultaneously, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun in the co-driver's seat closed his diary with a snap and gave a thumbs up. You've got your first commercial, a hamburger advertisement. For more, Chapter 66, Mini, 5. An advertisement. Advertisement? Is he talking about the ads he's seen on TV or YouTube? Thanks to the concept he was portraying, Kang Woojin managed to keep a poker face, but internally, he was genuinely taken aback. Am I doing an advertisement? It was quite shocking to think that an advertisement, which usually features famous celebrities, was offered to him. Well, it was surprising for Woojin, but in the grand scheme of things, it was a natural progression. After all, the world is very sensitive to trends these days. And the fastest to respond to these trends is the advertisement industry. Whether it's big companies or the entertainment industry, if the public reacts to something, they jump on it. For instance, While not celebrities per se, there were many instances where trending figures were featured in advertisements. In other words, this proved that Kang Woojin was currently popular among the masses. But wait, why a hamburger? Just as Kang Woojin's curiosity about the hamburger arose, the previously stopped vehicle began to move, and Choi Sung-gun, seated in the passenger seat, turned and started explaining. I honestly thought it would come eventually, but this offer came a bit sooner than expected. You know why it's a hamburger, right? Suddenly, Kang Woojin recalled a line of Park Dae-ri. The line of Park Dae-ri. That's right. The line where Park Dae-ri said he likes hamburgers, and the way you ate in that interrogation room scene made the brand look favorably upon you. Is that so? After that broadcast, the sales of hamburgers skyrocketed. Anyway, I received the call yesterday, but only told you today to surprise you. How do you feel? Getting an ad deal within 2 months of your debut? It's record-breaking, isn't it? I don't know what's going on, but it's exciting. Woojin tried hard to hide his excitement. Yes, it's surprising. Hee. Then you should be even happier. The ad size proposed by the brand is big. They're planning both a regular TV ad and a YouTube version. We'll have to discuss the price during the meeting, but considering the size, it should be a good amount. So it's just one shot, right? Usually, the first advertisement is a one-time deal. Depending on how it goes, they decide whether to extend the contract or sign a longer-term deal. Kang Woojin nodded slowly, and Choi Sung-gun, after opening his diary, flashed a broad smile. So, shall we proceed? We should definitely take this opportunity. It's a great deal, and I don't foresee any downsides, do you? Right. What could go wrong with an advertisement? It's a guaranteed success. Please take care of it. Okay. Amazing, truly. To be honest, even Hai-yun didn't land an ad this quickly. Well, let's catch up to Hong Hai-yun. Oh, don't tell her about this. Understood, but what's the format? Format? The concept. I briefly heard about it during the call. It seems they're basing it on Park Dae-ri. Just imagine Park Dae-ri enjoying a hamburger comfortably. Makes sense. Kang Woojin nodded internally. The concept was easy to grasp at once. Soon after, Choi Sung-gun flipped a page in his diary and began another briefing. There are many offers for variety shows and interview requests from various media outlets, but I've declined them all. You don't need to appear on every single one. If you were trying to gain recognition from a minor role, it might be different, but in your current situation, it's not beneficial. I feel the same way. While Woojin pretended to know what he was talking about, in reality, he was clueless. He trusted Choi Sung-gun, the professional, to handle it. Instead, I've secured a few magazine photo shoots that can be done quickly and a few schedules related to profiler Han-ryang. Even though Park Dae-ri's character died after episode 4, according to PD's song, he will continue to appear in flashbacks in the later episodes. As Woojin nodded, Choi Sung-gun closed his diary and added, starting today, there will be a lot of articles related to you. While there's already a surge of articles, they don't have much substance. However, the ones our PR team is releasing will contain substantial content. His smile deepened. Since Han-ryang is over, let's go all out on the PR. Let's milk all the attention. Afterward, as Choi Sung-gun said, by lunchtime, numerous articles about Kang Woojin began to surface. Before, the content was mostly associated with profiler Han-ryang or related to Park Dae-ri, but now it was solely news related to Kang Woojin. From PD Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Day to the back-to-back hits of Exorcism and profiler Han-ryang. Everyone wondered what would be next for Kang Woojin. Star is. Chum Euro's blue chip plus rising rookie Kang Woojin, still quiet on his next project. When will it be decided? Especially, there was much curiosity from both the media and the public about Kang Woojin's next project and future plans. And for good reason, as no one had heard any rumors about it. There weren't even the usual entertainment gossip. As a result, everyone in the entertainment industry was left in suspense. Usually, when a newbie shines, their next move is evident. However, Kang Woojin, who made several times the impact of a typical newcomer, remained silent. Even his agency was tight-lipped. Movie? Drama? No news on either side. Fans explode with curiosity over the silence of the rapidly rising Kang Woojin. However, the source of most current articles was Choi Sung-gun. The impact was already tremendous as countless places on the internet were buzzing about it. In other words, Everything was rolling in the direction Choi Sung-gun wanted. Time to let it mature. And a day passed. Another bright morning came, Wednesday the 27th. That day, Kang Woojin signed official contracts for 2 works he had previously discussed. In the morning, it was for a fill-in role in Drug Dealer. Please take care, Woojin. Thank you. Really, truly thank you. You're a lifesaver. I'll do my best, director. Well, I should be the one working hard. But, by the way, you've been getting a lot of attention lately, haven't you? People seem to think highly of me. No, it's because you did well. I watched episode 4 of Hanryang, and wow, your acting was amazing. Anyway, I'll get the shooting schedule sorted out as soon as possible. Please familiarize yourself with the script in the meantime. Understood. We're the ones with a tight schedule, so it's okay if you're a bit unprepared. If you forget a line or movement, we can always cut and continue on set. Furthermore, since Drug Dealer was already halfway through filming, introductions and script readings with the actors were skipped, with discussions indicating that even with a cameo role, filming would take at most 2 weeks. Later that afternoon, it's my first time signing a contract with an actor as soon as pre-production starts. Kang Woojin finalized a contract with the star writer, Lee Wool-seon, for Freezing Love. It's a first for me too. It's surprising. How can you be so calm, but then show such diverse expressions when you act? And knowing sign language was a pleasant surprise. Writer Lee Wool-seon was a bit softer in her tone than during their first meeting. It was understandable. She had been concerned about the role Mysterious Man Next Door, which required sign language, but Kang Woojin had appeared like a comet and resolved those concerns. It's a shame. I wanted to work with you for a longer time, even though it's a minor role this time, but let's meet for a bigger role in the future. After the smooth contract conclusion and Kang Woojin's departure, writer Lee Wool-seon and the executives of KBC drama department remained. They were all praising Kang Woojin's rising popularity. If Kang Woojin keeps this up, he'll reach the top in no time. Right? Aside from a slightly aloof demeanor, he has no flaws. Don't you think so, writer? If you look closely, his filmography is amazing. Winning a grand prize for Exorcism and the super hit drama Hanryang, exceeding 20% in ratings, and now me. I offered him a very small role because he wanted it, but I was initially considering offering him a supporting role. Do you think he's involved in some massive project we don't know about? He might be. I have a feeling there are people who noticed him before I did. Anyway, let's release the news now. Woojin's side also wanted it to be announced as soon as possible. From late at night, new news about Kang Woojin exploded. Star Talk, Drug Dealer director Kim Doo-hee says, actor Kang Woojin saved our project. Naturally, the news was about Drug Dealer and Freezing Love. From writer Park Eun-mi to writer Lee Wool-seon, rising Kang Woojin joined star writer Lee Wool-seon's new work in a minor role. The media and public opinion were mixed. Wow, moving from one star writer to another right after? LOL, that's impressive. Write more articles about him. This isn't enough to satisfy my curiosity. But it's a bit disappointing. Given Kang Woojin's current status, he could have taken on more than just a minor role or a cameo. Agree. Even if he's a rookie, with his current momentum, shouldn't a supporting role be possible? Supporting role? LOL. Why are you all so obsessed with Kang Woojin? He's just a rookie after all. Why expect a supporting role? That's true, LOL. Honestly, even having a small role after Park Eun-mi and then moving to Lee Wool-seon is impressive. I want to see more. I want to see Kang Woojin in a leading role. Cast him in a rom-com. Both disappointment and impressiveness coexisted. Whatever the case may be, one thing is now certain. Not just in the media, but throughout the entertainment industry, including entertainment companies, production houses, and film companies. Special feature. From his debut, he captures many hearts. Reasons why the future of the rookie Kang Woojin is particularly anticipated. Kang Woojin was no longer unknown. The next morning, Thursday, the 28th. It had been about a week since the 4th episode of Profiler Hanryang ended. Yet Hanryang was still trending all over the internet. At this moment, Kang Woojin was on his way to BW Entertainment in a van. Kang Woojin, looking out of the window emotionlessly because of his persona. But internally, he was quite happy. I've received another appearance fee. Soon, I'll get an advertisement. Deal. I have many projects lined up, so I'll earn more, right? and I'm about to move to Seoul. His joy was for very practical reasons. He would have loved to dance with Joy, but he couldn't, with Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeong present in the van. He had to remain composed and calm. Hi, I'm sleepy. What's the schedule for today again? A photo shoot and a few meetings. Maybe I should rest a bit before going. Choi Sung-gun wasn't in the van, probably at the company. According to Jang Soo-hwan, Hong Hae-yeon was busy with her schedule and company matters. Well, Woojin was headed to the agency now, so they'd meet soon. An hour later, upon arriving at BW Entertainment, Jang Soo-hwan headed to the restroom and Han Yeong went straight to the PR team. Woojin casually greeted the busy employees in his low and cool tone. Yeah, this is good enough. Praising himself, Kang Woojin headed to the CEO's office. Swoosh. The door opened immediately, and the situation inside the CEO's office was revealed. The first thing he saw was Choi Sung-gun sitting at the desk in the center. Seeing Woojin, Choi Sung-gun smiled. Ah, Woojin, you're here. Hello. Next, he noticed Hong Hae-yeon sitting next to Choi Sung-gun. She was wearing a white hat. Perhaps she hadn't been to the makeup artist yet. Glad to see your face. I was about to leave. Hat or no hat, Hong Hae-yeon looked stunning in Woojin's eyes. As always, Hong Hae-yeon's beauty is explosive. Today, what a good start to the day. However, he couldn't express his true feelings. Kang Woojin replied with a slightly calm tone. Hello. The problem was, on the opposite side of Hong Hae-yeon, there was a bear-like figure he hadn't seen before. No, not a bear, a man. A man of burly stature. Because of this, Woojin internally chuckled. He's massive. His silhouette looks just like Kim Dae-young. Wait, what? Kang Woojin, upon making eye contact with the man, widened his eyes in shock. Why? Woojin. Kim Dae-young didn't just resemble the silhouette. It was actually him sitting there. Why was he sitting there? And he was smiling. Without realizing it, Kang Woojin almost slapped his cheek. That's how startled he was. You crazy bastard. Why the hell is he here? At that moment, Woojin's thoughts froze. All he did was stare at Kim Dae-young with a blank face. At that moment, sitting opposite Kim Dae-young, Hong Hae-yeon chimed in. Isn't he the friend from that time? The one who came with Woojin to this super actor audition. I remember his face. No, please forget about it. Woojin desperately wished inwardly. But a smiling Hae-yeon kindly addressed Dae-young. On the audition day, you told me about Woojin used to design, right? Is that right? Yes, I did. I acted for about 15 seconds. Do you remember? No, I don't. Oh, I see. Thank you. What are you thanking her for? Anyway, don't laugh. Why are you thanking her in this situation? Kang Woojin had an irresistible urge to smack the back of Dae-young's head. He really wanted to, but it was impossible. Should I just leave? I can explain later, right? Kim Dae-young knew Woojin's true personality inside and out. It's no use putting on an act in front of him. And there was no time to explain. Woojin was flustered. However, habitually, he managed to keep his face in check. Anyway, it was an unbelievable moment of crisis. If Kim Dae-young realized his acts and misunderstandings, it would be problematic with Choi Sung-gun and Hong Hae-yeon. Then, Woojin, shouldn't you have a chat with your friend? Choi Sung-gun spoke to the silent Woojin. Woojin's stalled thoughts started moving again. Had Choi Sung-gun heard everything? That everything about him was just an act, and he had deluded himself? Or not yet. He wasn't sure. For now, Woojin greeted Dae-young with a gruff voice. It's been a while. It indeed had been. It was the first time since their dash through the park. However, Kim Dae-young focused on Woojin's tone, expression, and atmosphere. What's with him? Why is he acting so serious? He seemed completely different from the usual Kang Woojin. Thanks to that, Kim Dae-young slightly furrowed his brow. Well, it has. Why are you here? Never mind that. What about you? You first. Why are you here? His tone was incredibly stern. At this point, Kim Dae-young was sure of it. Something was off with Woojin. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was extremely cold. Why? This wasn't like Woojin. Then, could it be you? Internally realizing something, Kim Dae-young shifted his gaze from Woojin to the goddess Hong Hae-yeon and then to Choi Sung-gun. After a quick scan, he returned his gaze to Woojin. A few seconds of eye contact. Then, Kim Dae-young became serious. Woojin. He stood up swiftly and took a step towards Woojin, who instinctively moved his head back. Don't come closer, you overbearing guy. But Kim Dae-young didn't stop and put a hand on Woojin's shoulder. He then awkwardly said, "You've become a lot more cheerful." Both Hong Hae-yun and Choi Sung-gun almost simultaneously commented, "That's cheerful to you." Cheerful? Improved, seriously? That. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, despite staring at Kim Dae-young right in front of him, his mind was full of questions. Then, wink. Kim Dae-young, making eye contact with Woojin, secretly winked with his right eye, as if to say, "I did well, right?" At this, Woojin tightly shut his eyes in exasperation. "Don't do that, you crazy bastard. Don't make things 67. Chapter 67, Mini 6. Kim Dae-young squinted his eyes. Despite his imposing stature, his expression was incredibly cute. Almost instinctively, Kang Woojin nearly poked Kim Dae-young's eyes with his index and middle fingers. He just barely stopped himself. Woojin's headache grew worse, and he glared intensely at Kim Dae-young. "Stop it, you bastard, just stay quiet for once." However, Kim Dae-young, having no clue about his friend's intentions, misinterpreted Woojin's glare. Yeah, dude. You're thankful, right? I noticed it because I'm sharp." Huh. This guy, he's having so much fun. The two had completely different understandings of the situation. Regardless, Kang Woojin glanced at Hong Hae-yun and Choi Sung-gun behind Dae-young's head. Both looked back at Woojin with slightly surprised expressions. Do they believe him? Indeed, both seemed to believe what Kim Dae-young said. While Woojin wasn't entirely sure why Kim Dae-young started this whole mess, he sighed in relief, feeling that the situation wasn't too bad. Because of this bastard, Kim Dae-young, things got a bit more complicated, but everything's still under control. Just then, "Mr. Kim Dae-young?" From behind, the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun called out to Dae-young. "You've become more cheerful," meaning Woojin used to be. "Yes, CEO." Turning his head, Kim Dae-young nonchalantly elaborated on Woojin's past. Woojin was intense. He was colder and more stoic than now. He was overwhelmingly domineering, charismatic, but also very arrogant and cynical. "Enough." Kang Woojin quickly interrupted Kim Dae-young and whispered in his ear, "That's enough, just shut up." Then Woojin, acting like nothing happened, asked Choi Sung-gun, "CEO, why is he here?" "Oh, didn't you hear from your friend? We are hiring new employees, and Dae-young submitted his application. Since he said he's friends with you, I was just talking to him." "Hiring? What the hell?" Woojin's gaze returned to Kim Dae-young, who again squinted his eyes. "Should I kill him?" Woojin barely held back his erupting emotions and quietly spoke to Choi Sung-gun. "CEO, give me a moment. I need to talk to my friend privately." "Ah, okay, go ahead." At that moment, "Wait." Hong Hae-yun, taking off her hat, spoke up. "You said your name is Kim Dae-young, right?" "I'm touched." "No. Yes, that's my name." "Thank you." "Huh? Anyway, why did you bring Woojin to the audition that day? With his personality, he wouldn't have proposed at first." She was almost right. Indeed, Woojin had gone to the super actor audition venue at Kim Dae-young's request, all because of a full-course pork belly meal and Hong Hae-yun. However, the now serious Kim Dae-young glanced at Woojin and said, "Although he's good at design, in my eyes, it was a waste for him to just act out of boredom, alone." Woojin, feeling it was getting out of hand, forcibly pulled Kim Dae-young's arm. "Let's go." Woojin then dragged Kim Dae-young out of the CEO's office, leaving Choi Sung-gun and Hae-yun behind. The two remained silent for a while, looking at the door. "Oh my." Hong Hae-yun, brushing her long hair, spoke first. "If he's this cheerful now, how gloomy was he in the past?" Choi Sung-gun chimed in. "Exactly. Even now, Woojin's cynicism is on the edge. If we had met him in the past, he might have been intolerable. Perhaps Woojin's unknown past or circumstances weren't so good. Probably. And during all that, he nurtured his self-worth and diligently self-studied acting. It's impressive. His self-taught acting is now dominating the domestic acting scene. It's just so incomprehensible. Anyway, it's clear he's brightening up, right?" "Yes. After all, his friend proved it." Hae-yun crossed her arms, thinking of Woojin. Did acting, which he started out of boredom, save him? The misunderstanding in this place had already built a fortress. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin and Kim Dae-young arrived at the emergency exit stairs at the end of the corridor. As the imposing Kim Dae-young continued to chuckle, Woojin checked the hallway outside the metal door. Swish. Upon ensuring no one was around, Woojin cursed at Kim Dae-young, albeit quietly. Are you crazy? What the hell were you doing here? You should have called me first. Shut up. Did you tell us? You totally blindsided everyone, from movies to dramas. I just wanted to surprise you once. How did that feel? Ugh. I almost threw up. Come this way for now. Woojin grabbed the imposing Kim Dae-young by the collar, and Dae-young pushed Woojin's shoulder, leading to a brief scuffle. But no words were spoken. A silent fight, almost like a dance without music. After about a minute, Kim Dae-young, who had barely swallowed his anger, suddenly chuckled. Why were you acting all high and mighty in front of Hong Hae-yeon? Trying to show off now that you're an actor? Huh. No, it just happened that way. Just think of it as that. Yeah, I noticed it and played along. You should be grateful to me. But you're not really normal either. You are acting and maintaining a concept. It's not like I wanted this. I can't even backtrack now. Because of you, I now have to grit my teeth and keep maintaining it. By the way, what was that acting comment you made to Hong Hae-yeon? Huh? Oh, I took you to that audition. It would have been strange if I said I didn't know you could act, right? So I just played it off. At this point, Kang Woojin was somewhat resigned. Whatever, the results aren't bad. Let's move on. So, Woojin changed the subject. What about our company interview? What about the company you're working at? Oh, I was thinking of changing jobs, and the timing just worked out. Actually, I was also interested in the entertainment industry. So, I thought I'd work with you since you're an actor. The CEO said they already have a manager for you, right? So he suggested I start as an assistant manager or guard, and I thought it was a good idea. When are you starting? I'll wrap up things at my current job this month and start next month. Kang Woojin narrowed his eyes, looking at his friend who was so nonchalant. Are you serious? Really true. Indeed, Kim Dae-young's eyes were full of determination. Woojin briefly imagined the future with Kim Dae-young and another colleague, Jang Soo-hwan. Two imposing bears. At least, no one would dare mess with us. It seemed okay. Having a friend by his side could provide a sanctuary amidst the challenges of the entertainment world, the misconceptions, and all the misunderstandings. It was then that Kim Dae-young spoke. So, are you going to keep up with this concept? Yes. There's no turning back now. If you're going to work with us, make sure you keep up. Hee sounds fun. It's kind of like real-life acting, right? Leave it to me. And dash. Kang Woojin trailed off. He was about to talk about all the misunderstandings he's had during his career, but he held back. Dae-young would gradually come to understand. Dae-young will eventually catch on since I've mentioned the concept. Kim Dae-young checked the time on his phone and asked another question. But now that your popularity is skyrocketing, aren't your acquaintances starting to notice? I saw one comment. It was something Woojin had thought about. Elementary school is fine. I moved a lot and changed schools frequently, so I don't even remember that time. For reference, Kang Woojin and his close friends had been friends since middle school. I also transferred in the second year of middle school. But does it matter? Middle school and high school kids wouldn't know about my personal life. Yeah, I guess. People from my previous job might find it strange. Just be careful with that concept. Woojin scratched his head in a whatever manner. I don't know. He muttered. It'll work out somehow. It always has. Friday, 29th morning. Japan. The location was the Toeiga Film Company near Shinjuku Station. By size, it was one of the largest in Japan. Many people gathered in the large conference room of the Toeiga Film Company. At least 20 people, maybe more. They were seated around a shaped desk, and a man in his 50s with gray hair sitting near the entrance had a familiar face. It was Kyotaro Taniguchi, the master director from Japan. The rest were figures from film companies or distribution companies. What was interesting was everyone, including director Kyotaro, was staring at a middle-aged woman in her 60s. As a result, the conference room was silent, and the middle-aged woman with glasses perched on her nose was just reading a bundle of papers silently. Flip. In fact, she was Akari Takikawa, a super popular novelist in Japan. Akari was not only well known in Japan but also in Korea and recognized worldwide as a mystery novelist. She had been active for over 30 years and had authored dozens of works. Among them, easily more than 5 were bestsellers. The reason Akari was present was simple. The original work for director Kyotaro's next film was one of Akari's works. The adaptation of that work was just completed yesterday, and today was the presentation of the adapted script to Akari. At that moment, flip. It seemed Akari had finished reading the entire script as she closed the bundle of papers. She then gave a warm smile to director Kyotaro sitting beside her. I like it, director. I really like the adaptation. Director Kyotaro also smiled and nodded. I'm glad you liked it. I can see that you tried to stay true to the original work. There are some parts missing, but I appreciate how faithful you've been to the source material. I regret not being able to include everything. I'll do my best. Hearing their conversation, the members from the film and distribution companies seemed relieved, and a senior-looking man from the film company asked director Kyotaro, Director, do you really intend to cast a Korean actor in this film? Once again, all eyes in the conference room turned to director Kyotaro. But instead of answering, he posed a question to Akari. I'm considering working with a Korean actor for this film. What do you think, ma'am? After a brief pause, Akari, who had been looking at the script, met eyes with director Kyotaro. I'm in favor. Honestly, isn't Korea's actor scene far ahead of Japan's? Not to mention K-pop, and the same goes for Korean dramas. Korean culture is becoming more and more dominant. Regrettably, that's true. Japan is currently stuck in its old ways. Do you want to wake up our actors? That's part of it, but not the whole reason. At that moment, an executive from the distribution company intervened. I understand that intent, but if it's a work by both the director and the writer, top Korean actors would be willing to participate. But the Korean actor you mentioned is still relatively unknown, right? Director Kyotaro responded immediately. Why choose an actor with low recognition? Because I have to. A top actor won't serve as a wake-up call for our actors. But I checked that actor, and he's been gaining some traction recently. I've checked too. Isn't it too risky? To be honest, I was surprised to see that actor's popularity rise recently. There wasn't any talk about him. There must have been some issues with the drama producers. But aside from that, I don't understand why such a talented actor is only now getting recognition. The conference room began to buzz. There was an actor whom director Kyotaro praised so highly, and he was a Korean actor. Kyotaro turned to Akari, the writer, and said, In my eyes, that Korean actor seemed to have honed his skills for at least a decade. I haven't seen many actors deliver such a performance. He has a unique acting style. It was impressive. You rate him that highly? Words can't express. I got chills the moment I saw his movie. But, at this point, director Kyotaro turned his gaze to everyone in the room. That actor, who remained hidden for over a decade, finally did a short film and shined through a drama. And it wasn't even a major role. The standards for acting in Korea are much higher compared to Japan. But how about Japan nowadays? Powerful agencies monopolize, broadcasters keep using popular actors, and when a new actor emerges, their skills decline rapidly. Because the market is already saturated. Soon after. That's why we need that actor. I hope everyone sees it. When I was shocked by his acting, I had to tell everyone. In Korea, such a talent is merely featured in a 30-minute short film. Director Kyotaro sighed deeply. Of course, I've considered that Korean actor's skills, demeanor, charm, and ultimately, his impeccable Japanese. His Japanese language skills are equally important. Writer Akari, crossing her arms, asked, Can I see the actor's information? I've never seen you so captivated by an actor. I'm curious. Has the actor expressed any interest in participating? No, not yet. We plan to send the script and officially proceed with a casting meeting. I see. After a brief reply, writer Akari pondered for a moment and looked back at director Kyotaro. If you're planning to go to Korea again, why not align with my schedule in Korea? I have work in Korea in June. She smiled lightly. I'd love to meet that actor too. Back in Korea, same night. It was around 9:50 p.m. The place was Hong Hae-yun's luxurious house in Cheongdam-dong, adorned in black and white. Sitting in the living room on a rug was Hong Hae-yun. Next to her, wow, what's this wine? It's delicious, was Wallin with a mole below her eye. Both were casually dressed, with snacks and wine on the table, catching up after a while. But there was a reason. By the way, sis, can we watch today's episode 5 of Han Yang together? What about the shooting? The 5th episode of Profiler Han Yang would start in 10 minutes. It's okay. I don't have any shoot today. I'd love to watch it with you, Wallin. Touching cheers. Wallin, sipping her wine, sneaked a glance at Hong Hai-yun. Then, she subtly brought up the topic she was really curious about. By the way, sis, will Park Dae-ri not appear from episode 5? The target, of course, was Kang Woojin. But suddenly, Hong Hai-yun smiled and nudged Wallen's shoulder. Why? Ah, you like Kang Woojin, who played Park Dae-ri. Wallen, who had secretly become a fan, fervently agreed in her heart. Yes, totally. He's cool and acts so well. Especially his unique acting tone. I'm so curious. But with what Hong Hai-yun added. Surprising? Our Wallen, falling for a male actor, and a rookie at that. Externally, Wallen blurted out something entirely opposite. What are you saying? I don't care for him at all. She started off on the wrong foot. For more read. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, 7. People sometimes do that. They utter words that are not genuine to hide their true feelings. That was exactly what Wallen was doing right now. She had claimed she didn't care much for Kang Woojin. In reality, she was a huge fan of his. Whenever there was a new article about him, she'd read it thoroughly, and she often stalked Kang Woojin's SNS whenever she had some free time. So, even though she felt a pang of guilt for saying she didn't like Woojin, she didn't rectify her words. I'm not into him at all. He's totally not my type. Sis, stop making weird assumptions. She didn't try to correct herself. Sometimes, the closer you are to someone, the more you tend to hide your true feelings. Hong Hai-yun, for some reason, seemed slightly relieved by Wallen's words. Of course, Wallen didn't notice. Do you really not like Woojin? Why? You haven't even met him. Yeah, well, his gaze seems cold. Kind of scary. That's just his role as Park Dae-ri, right? At that moment, Wallen naturally thought of a comment to dig for more information about Woojin. Oh, is he not like that normally? Of course not. He's not exactly cold, maybe a bit aloof, but he's completely different from Park Dae-ri. Really? He seems like he'd have a scary personality. He's not scary at all. I wouldn't say he's warm and fluffy, but he's more of a tsundere type, kind and firm in his beliefs. Wallen nodded as if it didn't matter, but she stored this new information about Kang Woojin in her mind. Tsundere? I don't know. It doesn't really concern me. But since he's in the same agency as you must meet him often. Do I see him often? Maybe. I'm busy, and as for Woojin, you've seen the news articles, right? Why would I? Why would I read articles about that guy? That actor. Though Wallen looked at his articles several times a day, she forced a smile and took a big sip of wine, shifting her gaze to the large TV in front. The 5th episode of Profiler Henry Yang was being broadcast. Hong Hai-yun crossed her arms and continued. He already has over 130,000 followers on Instagram and even has a fan club now. At this rate, he'll catch up to me in no time. Fan club. Yeah, it was established right after his debut. There are already thousands of members. Really? Wow, that's impressive. Wallen put down her wine glass, trying to seem uninterested, and discreetly took out her phone to check. He has a fan club now? Damn, I didn't know. I've been so busy lately. She pretended to look at something else and searched for Kang Woojin's fan club. The results came up quickly. Official/Kang Woojin's official fan cafe, Kang's Heart, welcomes you. Members, 3,111. Chief Manager, Blood Sister. There were already over 3,000 members. Wallen sighed. I planned to join right away when it was established. Although she felt regret, it was already too late. She bookmarked the page and put her phone down. Still, you're Hong Hai-yun. How could you be overtaken by a rookie? Why not? If you see him yourself, you'll understand. Why would I see him? I have no intention of meeting him. So, what role did he get after Park Dae-ri? I only saw it in the news. He got a role in a drama by writer Lee Wool-seon. It's a minor role, but it's a big deal. It seems everyone's impatiently waiting to see him. I see, I wish him luck. As Wallen responded nonchalantly, Hong Hai-yun, who was watching the 5th episode of Profiler Henry Yang on TV, mused. I wonder if the ratings will be okay. Why? She sighed lightly. The show lost Park Dae-ri. The next day, early in the morning, at writer Park Eun-mi's studio. Despite it being a Saturday, PD Song Man-woo, with a goatee, opened the door to Park Eun-mi's studio. His face was very haggard, very thin due to exhaustion. The reason was simple. Oh, I'm dying. He was caught in a relentless cycle of shooting, editing, and then more shooting and editing. In between, He also had to handle promotional schedules and various interviews. The silver lining was that the shooting was almost finished. Ryder Park, are you there? As PD Song Man-woo slumped onto the sofa and called for Ryder Park Eun-mi, she appeared, her hair tied up. What's that smell? PD, get up from there. Go take a shower. Is that what you're saying to PD, who's been editing all night? Why did you pull an all-nighter? I thought we still had some buffer time. It's not the time to consider that. The viewership rating was 25%, but we should defend it by editing like crazy. After episode 4, even Park Dae-ri is gone. Sighing, Ryder Park Eun-mi sat next to PD Song Man-woo. I'll hand in the script for the final episode by tomorrow. Yeah, I submitted my resignation yesterday. What? Really? Did you actually? Seriously? Seriously? Well, the shooting is almost over, and only the editing remains, so it's time for me to leave. Wow. The drama department must be in chaos. They were. The department heads were all over me. It was so annoying. Of course. You're the PD who achieved a 20% rating from the first episode. How splendid is your filmography? But are you really certain about this? At that question, PD Song Man-woo leaned his head back against the sofa. Yes. To be honest, I'm getting numerous recruitment offers, and there's a lot of investment talk. Fortunately, this project went well, so after wrapping up, I'm thinking of establishing my own production company. I plan to direct until I die. You always say that. After a moment, Song Man-woo recalled actor Kang Woojin's face. When I establish my production company and start a new project, I wonder how much Woojin's fee will be. If it's too expensive, it might be hard to afford. Well, he'll probably be expensive. You set the bar high from the start, didn't you? By the way, I was so surprised to hear that Woojin is joining a project with Woolsey and Sis. She's clearly trying to get on my nerves. She may have started out of jealousy towards you, but she knows how to recognize talent. Once she saw Woojin's potential, she must have wanted him too. Then, oh, right. Ryder Park Eun-mi clapped her hands excitedly and began to speak. You know Choi Nana, one of our assistant writers? Yeah, the timid one. She has a meeting with Woojin tomorrow. Why? Woojin asked for a meeting after reading Nana's short series drama script. What? When did that happen? Yes, that's definitely the influence of the totem, right? It has a similar plot to Exorcism. What kind of crazy thing is about to happen in that short story? At that moment, BRRR. PD Song Man-woo's phone on the table vibrated. It was a call, and Park Eun-mi eagerly asked, is that the call for episode 5's ratings? Yeah, I told them to call as soon as they get it. PD Song Man-woo picked up the call. Yeah, tell me what's the rating? Uh-huh. What was amusing was how his eyes widened in shock. What? How much? Okay, hang up for now. As soon as he hung up, Park Eun-mi rushed him. Why? What happened? What's the rating? PD Song Man-woo let out a small sigh. I had a feeling this would happen. How much was it? 21.7%. Act. The rating dropped by 4% from 25%. It was a clear drop. I expected a drop, but not this much just because Woojin left. It was undoubtedly due to Park Dae-ri's absence. At that moment, in the parking lot of BW Entertainment, Kang Woojin got into a parked van. His hair was slightly disheveled, probably before going to the salon. Soon after, Han Yeung, who followed Woojin, spoke in her usual cold tone. Bro, after today's meeting and the photo shoot, let's take some photos for SNS. You saw that you surpassed 130,000 followers, right? Ah, yes, I saw. We also crossed 3,000 members in the fan club. I think it's time to hold a fan meeting. What meeting? Kang Woojin remained silent. However, Han Yeung didn't stop. If a fan meeting is difficult right now, we can at least hold a fan signing event. We should take action since the fan club has grown so fast. Do you know who the chief manager of the fan club is? Has the PR team not contacted them yet? No, I haven't heard yet. I'll check. The manager's ID is Blood Sister? What a strange ID. It was indeed strange. What kind of nickname is Blood Sister? As Woojin smirked to himself. Thud. The passenger door opened abruptly, and Choi Sung-gun exclaimed. Woojin. The 5th episode of Hanrying got a 21.7% rating. The rating? Yeah, it dropped drastically. But Choi Sung-gun's expression was odd. He soon revealed why. Ugh, but this is tricky. If the ratings drop, it's always bad. Same goes for Haeyeon. But Woojin, it's not bad for you, right? What is he talking about? As Kang Woojin remained silent, Choi Sung-gun spoke again. In other words, it said that because of you, the ratings for Hanryang dropped by 4%. It was true. The media was frantically covering what Choi Sung-gun had said. Issue checked the endlessly rising profiler Hanryang plummeted to 21% in viewer ratings. It was expected since the ratings dropped by 4% in just a day. Still, a 21% viewer rating was an impressive figure. But the ratings dropped after Park Dae-ri's departure. Did Hanryang's ratings evaporate by 4% as soon as Park Dae-ri died? The media and public opinion fervently focused on Kang Woojin. Whether it was timing or the narrative, Kang Woojin was at the center of it all. Star pick ratings for profiler Hanryang dropped by 4% right after Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin's exit. Viewers say bring Park Dae-ri back to life. Ratings dipped by 4%. While Hanryang looks sad, Kang Woojin smiles. What can be done about it? From here on, there wasn't much for Kang Woojin to do. The promotional events were done. Only the next villain, the actor who received the baton, and PD Song Man-woo and others had to work hard. The ratings might increase again, eventually. Regardless, both Kang Woojin and profiler Hanryang became the talk of the town again. Hanryang's ratings might have dropped, but Kang Woojin's name kept being mentioned, and his popularity skyrocketed. Moreover, hot rookie Kang Woojin, brought to the forefront by Exorcism, now available on various OTT platforms. Thanks to Kang Woojin's soaring popularity, Exorcism was uploaded on various OTT platforms. It even ranked #1 on some platforms. And later that afternoon, teaser. I wish you'd watch this more, it'd be less annoying. Sports Day X profiler Hanryang. The Sports Day team uploaded a teaser in favor of the Hanryang team. A video uploaded at the perfect timing amidst various issues. Thanks to this, the view count skyrocketed. Naturally, there were numerous viewer comments. LOL041 Kang Woojin's one-word answer. Yes, LOL. Finally, Kang Woojin's usual look. I wish they'd bring Park Dae-ri back. Hanryang is a bit annoying without him. Hong Hae-yeon is just damn pretty. Release the main episode quickly. Hurry up. So finally I can watch a variety show with Kang Woojin in it? I'm so happy. From the teaser, it seems Kang Woojin might be a bit rude. LOL Ryu Young-min appears with that perm hairstyle again. LOL. Everyone's curious about what character actor Kang Woojin will play. Can't wait to see. One thing that was clearly evident was the number of times Kang Woojin's name was mentioned, because he had a significant presence in the trailer. In the end, this preview video reached 300,000 views. Wow, is Kang Woojin a very serious person? I'm so curious. It had only been an hour since the upload. That same afternoon, at Netflix Korea. In the parking lot of the Netflix Korea building near Jonggak Station, a woman stepped out of a van. She had long legs and wore a white mask. It was Wallin. She was surrounded by a chubby manager and her team. As Wallin checked her phone and walked towards the elevator, the manager spoke up. Wallin, wait. Are you serious? You're not, right? It's just a meeting, right? The chubby manager looked very anxious. But Wallin replied nonchalantly. I told you to stop, didn't I? I haven't decided if I'll do it or not. I'm just going to have a meeting. You're so annoying. Hey, you're the one who suddenly said you'd meet with the drama production. Even if it's Netflix, this is a bit. Look at this, the CEO called again. Ignore it. I'll call back later and say I was in a meeting. By this time, Wallin and the team had boarded the elevator. But the manager's concerns didn't stop. You're not even taking on a big project right now. You don't really need to go to this short drama, and the writer of the drama is a rookie? If this goes wrong, it's going to be a real mess, right? Wallin, slowly removing her mask, smirked. So what if I mess up a little? Our recent album did well, didn't it? So isn't it okay if I mess up a few times? You're serious, huh? Hey, shut it. I haven't even seen the other actors yet. I need to see the writer's style. I'll also see how much effort Netflix puts into this. I didn't come here for fun. What about the kissing scene? I'll ask to remove it if possible. Besides, if I'm not doing it, what does it matter whether it's a kiss scene or a bed scene? Hey, watch your mouth. This is Netflix. Wallin, shrugging her shoulders, didn't seem fazed at all. Meanwhile, ding. The elevator stopped at the Netflix Korea floor and the doors opened. A male employee was waiting near the entrance with multiple Netflix logos. As soon as he saw Wallin, he greeted her with a bright smile. Welcome. Hello. The director is already in the meeting room. This way. Okay. Soon. Only Wallin and the chubby manager followed him, while the rest of her staff moved to the waiting room. Wallin whispered to the chubby manager. There's a high chance I won't do it, so don't say anything weird during the meeting. Don't ask anything picky. I'll handle everything. Fine, got it. The meeting room that the Netflix employee led them to was filled with movie posters on the walls. Knock, knock. The employee opened the glass door of the meeting room, signaling Wallin to enter first. Wallin entered nonchalantly. Hello. Inside, several people were already seated. The director of Netflix, who seemed to be in charge, stood up in surprise. She was a slightly plump woman. Ms. Wallin, why are you in this meeting room? The director chastised the employee. You should have guided her to the next meeting room. It seemed the employee made a mistake. But what caught Wallin's attention was a man in the room. When Wallin was scanning the people in the room, one man caught her eye. A man who was coldly and indifferently looking straight at Wallin. Her body tensed, and she exclaimed inwardly. Huh? Is that Kang Woojin? Why? Why is he here? Because that man was Kang Woojin, the one she was a huge fan of. Then, the familiar deep voice of Kang Woojin resonated in Wallin's ear. Hello. Chapter 69, Mini 8. Wow. Wallin? Is that Wallin? This is insane. Wallin, who appeared out of nowhere in the meeting room. The leader of Ilani, hailed as the top tier among numerous girl groups. Even Woojin, who wasn't particularly interested in the entertainment industry, knew of Wallin. After all, she was very famous. She's not as beautiful as Hong Hai-yun, but still, she's stunning. Kang Woojin simply stared at Wallin, who stood by the glass door, with wonder. It was that feeling when you unexpectedly see a celebrity. At that moment, the slightly plump executive from Netflix murmured, looking at Wallin. Ms. Wallin, why are you in this meeting room? You should have been guided to the next room. Ah, did she come to the wrong meeting room? Woojin roughly grasped the situation and looked at Wallin again. Strangely, she was also looking at Kang Woojin. A bit startled, Woojin thought he should remain calm. So, he greeted Wallin with a steady voice. Hello. However, Wallin, who was staring intensely at Kang Woojin, did not respond. She just slightly furrowed her brows. Woojin felt a bit awkward. Why isn't she greeting back? Her expression doesn't look good either. Why is she like that? On the other hand, this is insane. Wallin, completely flustered, was in a daze after Woojin's greeting. His voice is so good. What? Is that his regular voice? It almost melted my ears. It was already a shock that her favorite, Kang Woojin, was at Netflix, but his deep voice shook both Wallin's brain and heart. It was understandable. The actor she had been obsessing over for weeks was right in front of her. Her thoughts became jumbled. Why? Why is Kang Woojin here? What should I do? I don't understand. What's going on? Wallin felt the urge to jump around. If she could, Wallin would have loved to rush to the seated Woojin, shout she's a fan, and ask for a photo together, or at least have a short conversation or a handshake. She could even exclaim that she unknowingly became his fan. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for him had grown to that extent. However, hey Wallin, considering all the eyes on her, including the plump director who just called her and other Netflix employees, she had to control herself. So Wallin, coughed lightly, shifting her gaze away from Woojin. I can't keep looking. My heart feels like it's about to burst. Woojin, on the other hand, became slightly more irritated. I get that she ignored my greeting, but did she have to avoid eye contact like that? It was then that the chubby manager asked Wallin, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Wallin replied in a whispery tone and sneaked a peek at Woojin again. It was then that she greeted him. Hello. Ah, yes. A brief exchange. Wallin tried hard to calm her pounding heart. Is it over? What a pity. Should I say something else? Yes, let's. However, she had to tone down her enthusiasm because there were too many eyes around. I enjoyed the drama. She toned down too much. Her tone was very curt and soulless, even somewhat rude. Naturally, Kang Woojin felt the same. She seems to have a bad personality. Soon, Woojin replied, several times colder than his usual demeanor. Thank you. Wallin's heartbeat intensified. Watching Kang Woojin from a distance, and having him right in front of her felt worlds apart. Then Wallin pulled on the arm of the manager standing next to her. Brother, let's go. Huh? Ah, okay. She practically fled. If I stay any longer, I feel like I might rush at him. I can't. I can't. I need to calm down somewhere. Thus, Wallin left the meeting room as abruptly as she had arrived, and the employee who had guided her followed out after getting an earful from the general director. It was then that Kang Woojin softly asked Choi Sung-gun, who was seated next to him. That woman, Wallin, is she a bit peculiar? Shrugging his shoulders, Choi Sung-gun whispered back. I don't know. I haven't seen her much either. But given she's close with Hai-yun, she's probably not ordinary. I haven't heard any bad rumors, just that she's not that approachable. What? No, nothing. Just asking. Woojin decided to let it go and not dwell on it. Wallin seems a bit rude. Well, celebrities have various personalities. It's none of my business. There was a stark contrast in attitude compared to Hong Hai-yun. At that moment, the plump general director smiled apologetically. Woojin, I'm sorry for the suddenness. It seems our employee made a mistake. It's fine. As Woojin responded, Choi Sung-gun chimed in. But are you doing something with Wallin as well? Ah, just casually asking. You can ignore it if you like. Haha. Seeing the cheerful Choi Sung-gun, the general director smiled. To be honest, we're also surprised. We don't understand why both you, Mr. Kang Woojin, and Wallin agreed to participate in this project. Huh? When you say this project? Yes, Wallin came for a meeting related to the short drama Male Friend. It's not confirmed yet. The general director looked at the woman seated next to him. Sitting beside her was a slim woman wearing glasses. It was Choi Nana, the writer of Male Friend. It feels like a dream. I was grateful that Woojin agreed, but I never expected Wallin would contact us. The timidly spoken words of writer Choi Nana were cut off by the general director, who then looked back at Choi Sung-gun and Woojin. We have been promoting this project and distributed the script quite widely in the industry. Of course, we knew it might not work. It was honestly more symbolic. Choi Sung-gun, crossing his arms, nodded. Well, when you distribute a script among top-level actors, it does get some positive buzz in the industry. Exactly. That's what we were aiming for. We got a meeting with Wallin, but I think she probably came just to check it out. I don't think she'll actually commit to the project. Haha. Someone like Wallin doesn't really need a short drama. True. But it's okay. Even without Wallin, having Woojin alone is more than enough for us. Right, Ms. Writer? Yes. At this point, the smiling general director looked straight into the indifferent face of Woojin. Woojin, you're really going to do this, right? I just want to make sure since it's such great news. Woojin's response was concise. Yes, I'll take the role of the male lead in Male Friend. For a moment, the general director's smile deepened, and writer Choi Nana, sitting next to her, began to speak hesitantly. Mr. Woojin, but is there a reason why you chose my short drama? Yes, because the kissing scenes are quite refreshing. Of course, the overall content is good too. But saying this might get me labeled as weird. So Woojin cautiously answered. I like the straightforward script. Really? Yes. I like the overall feel too. Feel? Seeing the indifferent Woojin, writer Choi Nana seemed entranced. Feel. Is that what writer Park Yumi was talking about? Having an excellent eye for spotting good work? Anyway, this man truly has a unique aura. I don't know what it is, but he's different. Then, the general director leaned closer to Woojin. By the way, Woojin, can you sing? Why was she suddenly talking about singing? The conversation seemed off topic, but Woojin, who was confident in his singing, quickly replied. Yes, I'm not bad at it. Oh, really? Why do you ask? The answer came from Choi Nana, who pulled out several scripts she had brought. Well, the thing is, it doesn't appear in the first episode, but from the second episode, the male lead reveals a hidden talent. That talent is singing? Yes. It's a scene where the female lead is taken aback because she didn't know about it. Although he had become busy, Kang Woojin recently read several scripts and scenarios when he had time. Of course, this included Male Friend. However, there was no such content in episode 1. Is it some kind of surprise? Choi Sung-gun asked. What kind of singer did you have in mind? Like a professional singer? Then, the general director waved both her hands. It's not that deep of a setting. Just some script adjustments will do. Being average is fine too. As long as it's not off-pitch and tone-deaf, editing can cover it to some extent. Yes, you're right. It doesn't matter that much. Upon closer look, both the general director and Choi Na-na seemed to be rather demanding of Kang Woojin. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin thought, when I go to the karaoke, I feel like I'm flying high again. He reminisced about the times he went to karaoke with his old pals. I'm not tone-deaf. Then it should be fine. Writer. Soon after, Kang Woojin extended his hand to Choi Na-na. Can I get the scripts for episode 2 and onwards today? Without hesitation, Choi Na-na handed a stack of papers to Kang Woojin. Of course, you're the male lead now. Meanwhile, in the adjacent meeting room, still excited about meeting her favorite star Kang Woojin, Wallen's heart rate remained elevated. She couldn't hear the conversation of the manager next to her or the discussion from the Netflix team across the table. Ah, really? Did I come out too soon? I should have just impact. Wallen's fan-filled eyes widened even more as she suddenly had a thought. Ah. Wallen, having a sudden realization, asked the Netflix team leaders seated in front of her. Why is Kang Woojin here? Huh? Oh, haha. Actually, it's for the same context as you. Writer Choi Na-na picked Woojin as the male lead. Kang Woojin. Yes. It's not confirmed yet. It's a bit difficult to go into details. At that moment, whoosh. The meeting room door opened, and the plump general director and writer Choi Na-na entered. They seemed to have finished their meeting with Kang Woojin. The general director, sitting opposite Wallen, began speaking. First of all, thank you for attending this meeting, Wallen. Yes, I found the script interesting. Before we go into details, since you've shown interest in the script, I should inform you about the confirmed counterpart role. Wallen swallowed her saliva nervously, and the general director continued with a slight smile. The male lead of Male Friend will be played by Kang Woojin. It was just confirmed. Considering this, we can proceed with the meeting. Woojin's side has requested not to notify the media yet, so the announcement will probably be made next week. Wallen fidgeted subtly in her seat. She was anxious. She had come to the meeting without much thought, and suddenly the co-star was her favorite, Kang Woojin. Amazing. At that moment, director, the chubby manager next to the shocked Wallen chimed in. Firstly, we understand the matter regarding Kang Woojin. We'll make sure not to leak any information. For now, I have a few conditions to mention. Yes, manager. Regarding the kiss scene in the very first line of the script, if our Wallen becomes the female lead, could you remove that scene? Brother. Wallen discreetly pinched the chubby manager's thigh and stopped him from speaking further, gritting her teeth. Shoo, be quiet. Night, in Kang Woojin's studio apartment. It was past 10 p.m. by the time Kang Woojin, who had been extremely busy with photo shoots for magazines and social media, arrived home. As soon as he entered, he threw the scripts for Male Friend and his phone on the bed. Oh, what a long day. Looking tired, Woojin stretched his neck in various directions. After taking a sip of cold water, he turned on his laptop. It was to watch Profiler Hanryang. It's Saturday night, so episode 6 of Hanryang should be airing. Swoosh. Soon, the laptop began streaming episode 6 of Profiler Hanryang. Although Park Dae-ri had already died, Kang Woojin did not plan to miss monitoring it. I wish the ratings would increase even more. Thanks to the falling ratings of Hanryang, Woojin's popularity had risen, but he had grown fond of the show and hoped it would continue to do well because it was a project he was grateful for. Regardless, while casually looking at his laptop, Woojin shifted his gaze. He reached for his phone. Should I ask Hong Hai-yun about Wallen? But he dismissed the thought and put down the phone, feeling it wasn't that important. He then turned his attention to the scripts of Male Friend. Let's list them up first. Muttering to himself, Woojin stretched and tapped on a black rectangle attached to the script of episode 2 of Male Friend. It seemed he was planning to update all the 4 episodes all at once in the void space. Then, let's see. Kang Woojin entered the void space. He saw 6 white rectangles. Among them, he noticed the one floating at the very end. -6/script, title, Male Friend, B+ grade. ***. This is a drama script with a very high degree of completion. 100% reading is possible. Episode 2. Male Friend had been successfully listed up to episode 2. But then, Kang Woojin tilted his head. B+? Wasn't male friend B? Indeed, the grade of male friend, which was definitely B, had risen to B+. Woojin muttered, suspecting the reason. The only change from yesterday and today, could it be because of me? It was evident. Today, Woojin was confirmed as the male lead for male friend. So, the most likely reason for the grade increase would be because of him. Seriously? Because of me? Woojin quickly checked the white rectangles for drug dealer and freezing. Love. -4/scenario. Title. Drug dealer. B+ grade. -5/script. Title. Freezing love. C+ grade. However, they remained unchanged. He scratched his chin, puzzled. Why did male friend increase, but not the others? Especially since drug dealer and freezing love were well-known works in the media and public opinion. Regardless, for now, only male friend had increased in grade. Maybe there's another reason? Then, what? A sudden change occurred in the white rectangle of male friend that Woojin was looking at. The written characters were erased and began to be rewritten. It felt like an invisible person was rewriting the characters. The updated text read, -6/script, title, male friend, a grade. The grade of male friend, which had just changed to B+, rose again to a right before Woojin's eyes. For now, exit. Woojin quickly exited the void space and picked up the episode 2 script of male friend placed on his blanket. His eyes widened in surprise. What's going on? Why did only this one rise to a grade? Meanwhile, at the same time, inside the CEO's office of Wallen's agency, JML Entertainment. Although it was late at night and most of the employees had left, the lights were brightly lit in the spacious office. 3 people were seated at the large table in the center. The cleanly dressed CEO of JML Entertainment, the chubby manager, and Wallen with her legs crossed. The interesting part was, what? What did you say? Huh? Wallen, can you say that again? Both the CEO and the manager had their mouths wide open looking at Wallen. Nonchalantly, Wallen simply replied, I said I'll do it. The short drama series, Male Friend. Chapter 70, Mini 9. There was a brief silence in the office of JML Entertainment after Wallen's bombshell statement. This lasted about for 10 seconds. Wait, just a second. Hold on. The first to break the silence was the CEO of JML Entertainment. He, who usually had a composed demeanor, took off his suit jacket, all the while staring at Wallen seated beside him. So, Wallen, you're saying you want to do a short series? As he asked, Wallen nonchalantly nodded her head, while pulling out her phone. Yes, that's right. So you're going to forego major movies and other offers to do a 4-episode short series written by a rookie writer? Why are you leaving out Netflix? Ugh, no. That's not the point. This is so frustrating. CEO. The CEO seemed to be feeling faint, pressing his forehead, and the chubby manager quickly supported him. Manager Lee, why didn't you stop her? Sir, well, the thing is. At this point, Wallen interjected. Manager Lee did try to stop me multiple times. He told me not to even consider it. So stop blaming him. Hey, Wallen, speak some sense. Why suddenly a short series? Even if it's for Netflix and they have some project, do you think you're at the level to do a short series? Is there a hierarchy for taking on a project? What about Hyun? She's a top-tier artist in Korea, but she did a short film. But that's... And you, CEO, said before that if an artist has passion, the work will be good. You told me to do what I'm passionate about, without worrying about the scale. Ugh, doing a short series is taking that advice to the extreme. The CEO pressed his temples as if he had a headache. Wallen licked her lips, seeming resolute. Anyway, I've decided. I'm interested in Male Friend. And I kind of want to take things easy. Take things easy. Yes. Honestly, our recent album promotions were intense, right? You know that, right? How many schedules did we have in a day? And then we'd fly to Japan at night and come back to Korea the next day for more schedules. Performances, variety shows, radio, ads, photo shoots, YouTube, and so on. Wallen, recounting the hellish schedule, folded her arms. But did I or any of the members complain? We didn't. We endured because our fans and the company supported us. So, can I take it a bit easy during my solo activities? The CEO was at a loss for words. Everything she said was true. He sighed deeply, seemingly giving up on persuading her. All right, fine, do it your way. Who can change your mind? Also, please reduce the schedules for the other members too. I'm requesting this as the group leader. Fine. The CEO, brushing back his hair, asked the chubby manager on his right. His tone was a bit defeated. So, tell me about the storyline. How's the short series shaping up? Yes? Oh, it seems like they're going to release the short series they picked from a contest a few weeks ago. The title is Short Series Festival. Nothing seems to be finalized yet. So, it's all still in the planning phase. Pre-production. Yes, they're planning to launch about 5 works. Listening to the explanation, the CEO turned to Wallen again. Why are you interested in this short series? Just, the script is fun. For a short series, the storyline is quite detailed, and even though it's written by a newbie, there are no awkward parts. It's a rom-com, but the characters are well developed. You think it'll be a hit? Well, there are limits to how successful a short series can be. I don't know, but since it's Netflix, and if promoted well, the general audience can enjoy it in a quick and impactful way. Wallen replied calmly, while the CEO's concerns seemed to deepen. Manager Lee, assuming Wallen is in this short film, have they decided on the other actors? Since it's a short series, it'll probably be lesser-known actors, right? I'm not sure about the other short series, but for this one, the male lead is quite good. Really? Who? It was confirmed today. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. The CEO was rubbing his chin. The Kang Woojin from Profiler Hanryang? He's on the rise now. He is from Choi Sung-gun's agency. Yes. When I went to the meeting, he was already meeting the general director. Oh, he's quite hot right now. But he's as crazy as our Wallen. Excuse me? CEO, I'm right here. Why would a rising star like him want to do a short series? He could easily land roles in major productions. That actor doesn't seem to care about the scale of the production. Wallen, do you think Kang Woojin is okay? How did he seem when you saw him? He was just okay. Nothing special. Wallen replied as if it meant nothing. Nonetheless, the CEO stroked his chin thoughtfully. Really? If Kang Woojin is his co-star, it might be decent if they play their cards right. His acting is outstanding. By the way, Wallen, did you know Kang Woojin before? I didn't know. At this point, a chubby executive opened his mouth, looking at Wallen and spoke. But should we remove that kiss scene? You mentioned before that you preferred it omitted. Wallen nonchalantly shrugged. When did I say that? The next day, Sunday, the 31st, in Suncheon. An old village-sized set in Suncheon, resembling old houses and buildings, was currently bustling with the filming of a movie. The movie was titled Drug Dealer. Although the backdrop of Drug Dealer, where Kang Woojin recently joined as a replacement, was Busan, some scenes were shot in the Suncheon set which was decorated to resemble Busan. Anyway, stunt team, the director is calling you. Can someone check this car? It won't start. Director, please check the placement of the props. The location was bustling like any other film set. In the midst of all the chaos, director Kim Do-hee, in charge of overseeing Drug Dealer, was the busiest. Art director, can we check the props together? Art director, over here. At this point, the director's energy has significantly increased. In one corner of the set, groups of actors with their scripts in hand gathered. Their expressions, however, seemed a bit worried. It's good to see that after the accident involving Oh Jun-woo, things seem to be settled, whether it's from Jun-woo's side or Kang Woojin's. Isn't it just about 10 days left till Kang Woojin joins the shoot? True. It's good that everything has been sorted out, but thinking about Jun-woo, it feels a bit wrong. It's a bit of a downer. The actors were talking about the actor Oh Jun-woo, who had an accident, and his replacement, Kang Woojin. But will it really be okay? What do you mean? Oh, Kang Woojin. If he's fine with it, then it's not a problem. Isn't it unusual for someone who's in the midst of rising fame to accept a role that's clearly a replacement? Typically, actors would pass on such roles, right? It varies. But I'm more worried about whether the newcomer can handle the role. For the actors who had already completed more than half of the shooting, this was a natural concern. True. It's not an easy role. It's incredibly challenging. I feel like the decision was a bit rushed. No matter how you look at it, casting a newcomer who has only been in one work. The situation was what it was. From the director's perspective, he was in a tight spot. But considering the script has been handed over and it's just over 2 weeks, it might be a tight schedule for Kang Woojin. But his acting is great, right? I watched profiler Han Yang. He totally nailed the role of Park Dae-ri. Most of the actors agreed. I saw it too. His style of acting is unique. But the real question is whether he can handle this in just about 2 weeks. Normally, newcomers couldn't. Especially considering Han Yang would have had ample time, right? Right? Junwoo had prepared for quite a while too. But isn't the media raving that Kang Woojin is a genius? Each genius has their own merits. Reading and analyzing the script alone will take over a week. I wonder about the quality. It would be tricky if it's a half-baked performance. The concerns deepened among the actors who hadn't yet worked with Kang Woojin. What's the point of discussing it here? We'll have to see for ourselves how he performs. At this time, in Kang Woojin's van. Since morning, Woojin had been in his van, on his way to the company. However, the traffic is terrible. As Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat mentioned, the road was jammed, making it hellish in the morning. Kang Woojin, with a cynical expression, remained silent. He had just been browsing his SNS and put down his phone. Then, he looked out the window. Seeing the heavy traffic congestion, he figured it would take a while. Maybe I should use this spare time for some reading experience. Kang Woojin turned his eyes to the scripts and scenarios stacked on the right side of his seat. Piles of them. All of them were the projects that Woojin was set to join. Lately, Woojin had no time to read works at home. So, whenever he got a chance, he would read them and repeatedly practiced reading the roles in the void space. Let's start with the ones that are filming soon. Soon, Woojin picked up the scenario on top of the pile. It was the script for the movie Drug Dealer that was scheduled to shoot in less than 10 days. Woojin pressed the black square next to the script with his index finger. Suddenly, the environment changed. Before he knew it, Woojin was no longer in the car, but was standing in a completely dark void. Woojin chose the white rectangle of Drug Dealer. You have selected the script, title, Drug Dealer. Listing characters available for reading, experience. A. Jong Sung-hoon. B. Choi Jun-ho. C. Kim Hyun-soo-ji. Lee Sang-man. Lee Sang-man. The character Woojin was set to experience, read, was Lee Sang-man. This isn't the same as murder or anything like that. A role that involves drug addiction. Nevertheless, Woojin slowly moved his finger and selected Lee Sang-man. Soon, a familiar robotic female voice filled the virtual space. Lee Sang-man reading preparation in progress. Woojin took a shallow breath. Preparation complete. This is a highly completed script or scenario. 100% reading is possible. Starting the reading. A vast gray engulfed him. He felt a change in temperature on his skin. Neither cold nor hot, somewhere in between. Slowly, the entirely gray world started to fade. Woojin's viewpoint changed to an unfamiliar place. The sounds he heard were clear but unfamiliar. Whiz. Inside a car. Woojin was sitting in the back seat of a luxurious car, looking out the window. Heavy rain poured down the window. The scent of a specific brand of cigarette stung Woojin's nose. A thick and uncomfortable smell, but to the current Kang Woojin, it felt natural and ordinary. Silently looking out the window, Woojin's gaze shifted to the front seat. Both the driver and the passenger in the front were wearing slightly oversized suits. Woojin briefly spoke to the man in the passenger seat. Cigarette. His voice was raspy, heavy and oppressive, yet also sounding somewhat lethargic. The man in the passenger seat promptly replied, bowing his head slightly. Yes, Hyung. He quickly offered a cigarette. Woojin took a deep breath after placing the cigarette in his mouth, then exhaled a long stream of white smoke. It felt good. Though Woojin didn't smoke, at that moment, the act of smoking felt ordinary and mundane. The overwhelming feelings and environment dictated so. Gradually, Lee Sang-man's emotions and thoughts flowed through every vein in Woojin's body. Every single cell transformed. It was only natural that Kang Woojin was now Lee Sang-man, the boss of a massive gang in Busan. Lee Sang-man was a man of few words, but his eyes were fierce and sharp. His face was expressionless, making his violent nature stand out even more. He was quiet and meticulous, yet every subtle movement was heavy and profound. A charisma beyond that of a wild beast. The inside of the car was silent. The sound of heavy rain hitting the car was all that could be heard. The slight chill and humidity permeated the air. Gradually, cigarette smoke filled the car. Slowly, Woojin began to feel irritated. Shoo! Having smoked the cigarette down to the filter, Woojin threw it out of the window. For a moment, rainwater splashed onto his suit sleeve. He felt irritated. For some reason, it was uncomfortable. Then, his arm started to itch. No matter how much he scratched, the itchiness wouldn't go away. Soon, black dots began to cloud Woojin's vision. The black dots moving up from below filled half of his view. Bugs. Or hallucinations. While others might have panicked, Woojin simply blinked without expression, as if he was accustomed to the sight. As he did so, the black dots disappeared as if they were never there. However, swish. Kang Woojin quietly scratched his right and left forearms. As soon as the black spot disappeared, a subtle itch erupted. However, it wasn't relieved. The more he scratched, the itch intensified. The dirty feeling transformed into sticky anger in Woojin. He then muttered a phrase in Japanese. I need to inject it soon. Woojin became increasingly anxious. As soon as he voiced his intent to inject something, his brain overwhelmingly and blindly focused on one thought. Inject that damn thing into your forearm and be liberated, like a deep abyss or fog. As soon as the desire to be liberated emerged, Woojin's anger transformed into rage, consuming him. His legs shook and his hands trembled. He couldn't calm down. At that moment, Hyung, are you okay? Asked the man in the passenger seat. Woojin glared at him with his violent eyes. Kang Woojin struck the man with silence, as if he had hit him with a club. The man flinched, realizing his mistake. Then Woojin spoke with a scratchy voice. Do I look like a fool to you? Wadash. No, not at all. You just looked a bit uncomfortable. What did you see? That is. Would I know if I ate those eyeballs of yours? I'm sorry. No sooner had the man's apologetic voice left his lips than the car stopped in front of a building. The driver quickly got out and opened the door behind him. Woojin exited the car nonchalantly. Swish. The surroundings were completely dark with patches of orange lights that occasionally blinked. Woojin noticed streetlights lined up, illuminating the path. For cars were parked, and men in suits stood lined up. Woojin scanned them briefly and turned towards the building entrance. Hyung, please spare me. I must have been out of my mind. Please, Hyung. A man, his face covered in blood, knelt down, begging. He was looking at Woojin. However, Woojin seemed unaffected by the man's desperate pleas. Shoo! The downpour was so intense that it soaked his ankles, and the sound of rain striking the umbrella made it hard to hear. At this point, there was no trace of warmth on Woojin's stern face. The kneeling man was merely an obstacle in his path. Therefore, Kang Woojin, who had been quietly observing the trembling man, spoke to one of his subordinates standing beside him. His tone was flat and dry. Get rid of him. Woojin coldly instructed one of his subordinates. It was an order. An order to remove this idiot from his sight, to put him into a drum, close it, and throw it into the sea. Soon, the bloodied man was dragged away by several men in suits. Despite his last-ditch effort to scream, Hyung, please spare me. I promise I'll do better. Let go. Let go. But Kang Woojin had already entered the building. His subordinates didn't follow. Step by step, his clear footsteps echoed through the quiet building. The pace quickened. Woojin began taking 2, then 3 steps at once. His steps were urgent, filled with anxiety. The charisma he displayed earlier was nowhere to be seen. He started running, as if desperate to relieve himself. Finally, Woojin reached a spacious office, filled with expensive furniture. Regardless, Woojin quickly opened a desk drawer and took out several tools. He hastily removed his suit jacket and frantically rolled up his shirt sleeves. Huff-hoo. His breathing grew heavy as he wrapped something tightly around his forearm and made a peculiar gesture. Woojin's face was filled with relief. It was stern, yet gentle. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside the rain-soaked window. Thunder followed. Amidst the roaring sound, Woojin sat comfortably on a plush sofa, looking up at the ceiling. His laughter mixed with the sound of thunder, creating a strange, eerie atmosphere filled that room. 10. How much time has passed? Kang Woojin, who was living in the world of Lee Sang-man, had suddenly returned to the minivan. Everything around him was the same. The heavy traffic jam, Jang Soo-won in the driver's seat, Choi Sung-gun on the phone with someone, and Han Yeung looking at her planner. They had no idea where Woojin had just been. Everything was unchanged. However, Kang Woojin had lived through the reality of Lee Sang-man and retained all of his memories. There weren't any major changes in Woojin's world, but the imprinted life of his new character became clearer. And this time, it was far from ordinary. Therefore, Kang Woojin kept a blank expression and stared blankly into space for a moment. It wasn't clear what he was looking at. However, it was evident he was focused. He was trying to rid himself of the lingering essence of the Lee Sang-man he had directly experienced. It's okay, I don't feel bad. He had to use the character Lee Sang-man from the script freely. To do that, he had to intensely focus on his sense of self. Kang Woojin. I am the master of all the roles I read, and you are just my tools. Though Kang Woojin looked very serious now, he wasn't putting on an act. Regardless, his past experiences as Kim Ryujin and Park Dae-ri were helpful. After all, they provided a preview of various hellish experiences. Kang Woojin's mind was already strong. The penalty of the void space was intense, but bearable. At least, that's how Woojin felt. It wasn't light, but it wasn't too heavy either. It felt like his usual self, only slightly uncomfortable, but it wasn't a big deal. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. He felt like throwing up. While Lee Sang-man in the script might have felt pleasure, Woojin felt like he had been sucked into a swamp. An experience he never wanted to relive. A scene he desperately wanted to attribute to acting. I should drink some water. The water tasted bad. Perhaps because of the lingering humidity? But this sensation became shorter with repetitive experiences. He had to get used to it. Kang Woojin then, whoosh, lowered his gaze. He looked at the script titled Drug Dealer in his hand. To be precise, he was trying to understand the feelings of Lee Sang-man he had just experienced. Setting aside everything that was imprinted about Lee Sang-man by the void space, Woojin evaluates him with his own genuine perspective. This process was similar to the script analysis skills Woojin had mastered. The content of the script, the life of Lee Sang-man as experienced in the void space, and Woojin's review. When these three elements combined, his acting reached peak levels, surpassing any other method. The results were already evident in the world. The character of Park Dae-ri in episodes 3 and 4 of Profiler Han Ryang. Furthermore, when I go through this process, acting feels several times more enjoyable. After completing this process and diving into acting, the pure enjoyment multiplies. It's as if the residual sensations of the imprinted character become more vivid. Kang Woojin was maximizing the ability of the void space in his own unique way. He was evolving further. This was manifested in the vivid quality of his acting. Just then, by the way, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who was in the co-driver's seat, called out to Kang Woojin. You know Kim Dae-young, right? We're currently discussing him joining the company sometime in mid-June next month. At the mention of his close friend's name, Kang Woojin focused. Yes, but usually managers need training. And you're still a newbie, right? So, it's a bit awkward to pair him with you immediately. We're not short of staff at the moment. So, I'm thinking of pairing him with Hyun. Is that so? Yes, but if you want, we can pair him with you. No way. Moreover, if it's Kim Dae-young, he would do anything to be paired with Hong. Hyun. No, I think your idea is better. Right? For the time being, he'll be paired with Hyun, whether for managerial duties or as a guard, and will get trained. Only in situations when I can't be there, he can assist you. Currently, Choi Sung-gun was Kang Woojin's main manager, but he was also the CEO of BW Entertainment. Thus, there were times he was unavailable due to other commitments. In such cases, they would use the trainee Kim Dae-young as a backup. With a stern face, Woojin replied, Understood, CEO. But inside, he smirked. Kim Dae-young, that bastard. His lifelong wish has been fulfilled. I wonder if he can even work properly in front of Hong Hyun. In the midst of this, Choi Sung-gun's phone rang. Quickly placing the phone to his ear, he spoke briefly. After ending the call, what now? Woojin. He locked eyes with Kang Woojin again. For some reason, Choi Sung-gun had a peculiar expression on his face. Something weird is happening again. What do you mean? I just talked to the Netflix creative team. They said Wallin is going to play the female lead role of male friend. Huh, Wallin? That was unexpected. Woojin was a bit surprised internally. Why? Because it didn't make sense. Does she not know I'm the male lead? What the? I'm sure she won't do it. Clearly, Wallen seemed indifferent to Woojin during the Netflix meeting. Kang Woojin hesitantly asked again. She knows I'm her co-star, right? Choi Sung-gun immediately shook his head. They said they started the meeting with Wallen by clarifying that you're the counterpart. But why would Wallen do this? It was unexpected for her to show up at the meeting. It's a bit surprising. Well, of course, it's a good thing. Even Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung commented. I'm a fan of Wallen. She's unique. I've never seen her do a short series before. Maybe it's because of Ha-yeon's influence? Wallen and Ha-yeon are close. It was a plausible guess, but Choi Sung-gun still tilted his head. Well, there might be an influence. But when you're at Wallen's level, there's a clear distinction between public and private. Work is work. Ha-yeon might give some advice, but I doubt Wallen would pick a role just based on that. Ah, true. Amidst all this, Kang Woojin maintained a poker face. Ah, Wallen. She's pretty, but her personality seems a bit off. He grumbled inwardly. She seemed to slightly disregard me. Then suddenly, something flashed in Kang Woojin's mind. --6/script, title, Male Friend, Grade A. The grade of Male Friend had been elevated from B to A, so it was raised to A because of Wallen. But does just Wallen joining raise the grade so much? Or is there something else? Regardless, Kang Woojin felt a bit discouraged. His first impression of Wallen wasn't great. Ugh, whatever. I'll just act my best. Still, he couldn't turn down an A-grade project. Woojin wondered if this was the life of actors. Even if your co-star is not to your liking, you have to act your heart out. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, thought, is something big going to happen again? He sneaked a glance at the expressionless Kang Woojin. Every time Woojin takes on a project, something crazy happens, like an exorcism and Han Riang. And now with Male Friend. There was a deep sense of anticipation in his eyes. What crazy thing will happen this time? Later on, while Kang Woojin was moving in a van, the internet was buzzing since morning. Many issues were discussed, but the most dominant topic was profiler Han Riang. Because episode 6 was broadcast yesterday. On top of that, the ratings, which had been exceeding 25%, dropped sharply to 21.7% for episode 5. Both the media and public opinion were keenly focused on episode 6's ratings. And the ratings announced in the morning were official, profiler Han Riang, episode 6 ratings 22.3%. Fortunately, the rating was 22.3%, showing some recovery. But it was still below 25%. The media couldn't let this slide. Issue pick. Han Riang recovers, but rating still below 25%. Can profiler Han Riang, with its 22.3% rating, cross 25% again? As soon as the ratings were out, they were under scrutiny. Hence, there were calls for Kang Woojin or Park Dae-ri to return. Star Talk. 22% viewer rating Han Riang. Should they bring back the dead Park Dae-ri, Kang Woojin? All sorts of media and public opinion were becoming insensitive. Even though the show maintained an impressive record-breaking 20% ratings, the media just chewed and tore apart even the slightest issues. Because negative news sells better than positive news, after all. Regardless of the type of issue, the buzz around Han Riang continued to grow. Fueled by this, the teaser video of the Sports Day episode featuring the Han Riang team, which was uploaded on Saturday afternoon. Teaser. I wish you'd watch this more, it'd be less annoying. Sports Day X profiler Han Riang. SBC/ung sub. Views, 2,312,335/2020. 5:30. It received over 2.3 million views. And it was still climbing rapidly. Later in the afternoon. At Woojin_in. Posts, 18. Followers, 196,000. Following, 3. Kang Woojin's social media saw an explosive increase in fans. Nearly 200,000 followers in just 2 weeks. The pace was increasing daily. Meanwhile, at this moment in Netflix Korea. What? Are you serious? Among those gathered in the meeting room, the executive director seated at the head of the table widened her eyes in surprise. The head of the creative team just delivered some shocking news to her, who had just returned from an external meeting. So, Wallen really agreed to do Male Friend? Wallen had reportedly agreed to star in the one-act play. Male Friend. Understandably, Executive Director Kim So-hyang found it hard to believe. What? Wasn't Wallen a bit aloof during yesterday's meeting? There were many questions, but she didn't seem interested at all. I also couldn't believe it when I received the call either. I had to ask several times. Wallen said she would do it herself. What on earth is happening? I've already informed Kang Woojin. What did he say? He said it's a good thing. Of course it is. But this situation seems more crazy than good. Though Netflix is a global platform, it entrusts all authority to executive directors for each country's operations. Therefore, the short series drama project was her decision. To be honest, executive director Kim So-hyang didn't have high expectations for the short series drama project. She just wanted to show that Netflix Korea was attentive to the market and willing to take risks. It was close to branded content for the general public. Why are things suddenly going so smoothly? Yet, unexpected bombs were dropping one after the other on this project. I planned to cast unknown actors, but now the rising Kang Woojin is on board, and suddenly Wallen too. These were truly unexpected results. It's not like Netflix Korea took any special actions. We've only widely distributed the script, right? We haven't even started proper casting yet. By any chance, have you done any additional work? No, nothing. Moreover, the only ones interested after the script distribution were Kang Woojin and Wallen. What's happening? Everything is going so well, it's making me uneasy. If Kang Woojin and Wallen had some kind of connection, it'd make sense. They don't, right? None. They're from different agencies and aren't close. They're complete strangers then dash. Kim So-hyang, the executive director, trailed off, looking thoughtful. Clear judgment was more necessary than just surprise. She quickly became absorbed in thought. Things were turning out oddly well, but they couldn't just stand by idly. She needed to make the most of the situation. Soon, she spoke again, as if an idea had suddenly struck her. First, let's set our priorities. Let's finalize the contracts with Kang Woojin and Wallen as soon as possible and start producing Male Friend first. So, the first project to be launched is Male Friend. Of course, focus the initial promotion on Male Friend. When the time is right, heavily promote Kang Woojin and Wallen's involvement. The production team should also be top-notch. Understood. And, suddenly, Executive Director Kim So-hyang smiled. How about we expand the scale? Expand? How? Let's broaden our horizons. Let's not limit ourselves to just Korea. Considering Wallen is on board, it might also do well in Japan, right? Alani is quite strong there. In Japan, dramas are short and intense, unlike Korea. Short series dramas might be more popular there. Currently, more than half of the top-ranked shows on Netflix Japan are our content. Yes, more than 5 out of the top 10. Hearing the answer, Executive Director Kim So-hyang voiced her conclusion. We should also launch it on Netflix Japan then. Monday, somewhere in Yongsan District. June 1st, early morning. As May ended, June began. May had been a month of significant changes for Kang Woojin, and June was also expected to bring about remarkable changes. At that moment, Kang Woojin was in a large building. It was the headquarters of McDonald's, one of the top 3 fast food chains in the country. Woojin was sitting roughly in the middle of the wide conference room's shaped table. Naturally, Choi Sung-gun was with him. The walls of the conference room were adorned with the McDonald's logo here and there. Although Kang Woojin didn't show it, he looked around the room with interest. I never thought I'd be a model here. Mac's burgers are so delicious. He himself often ate McDonald's hamburgers. But now, he sat there not as a customer, but as an advertising model for the brand. Of course, Kang Woojin wasn't going to be the face of the entire McDonald's brand. Fast food brands have various products, and each product has its own model. In other words, the advertisement Woojin would be in charge of was for one of the burger lines. This is crazy, seriously. Anyway, one can never predict what life has in store. Suddenly, Woojin, wow, so handsome. Squeal. Outside the conference room, McDonald's employees were making a commotion upon seeing Woojin. Due to the semi-transparent glass, their movements were visible. It was a scene that truly showcased Kang Woojin's skyrocketing popularity. Phew. After the meeting, I'll have to give some autographs before leaving. Understood. Look, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Wait here. Okay. Perhaps wanting to relieve himself before the meeting, Choi Sung-gun quickly left the room. About a minute later, the glass door of the conference room opened again. Thinking it might be Choi Sung-gun, Woojin turned his head. "Hello, Mr. Woojin. Have you been waiting long? Where is CEO Choi?" Employees related to the McDonald's advertising came in, like the marketing team and others, totaling about 5 people. They were carrying tablets and transparent files. Consequently, Woojin instinctively stood up to greet them, lowering his voice. "Hello, the CEO just went to the restroom." "Oh, I see. Should we have a brief conversation before CEO Choi arrives?" Soon, Kang Woojin and the McDonald employees sat facing each other. At that moment, a female employee from McDonald, who had been observing Woojin intently from across the table with her long hair tied back, spoke to Kang Woojin. "Mr. Woojin, don't you remember me?" "Who is she?" Woojin replied, calmly. "Sorry, who are you?" The female employee smiled and said, "We were in the same department in college." For a moment, the usually expressionless face of Woojin slightly twitched. For more chapters you can Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Expansion 1. What? She was in the same major as me? That's crazy. Kang Woojin almost revealed his true self to the female employee by asking, "Do you know me?" "I don't know you." However, Woojin barely held it in while continuing to stare at the female employee, trying to recall the past. Who is she? Wait, why can't I remember? Come on, try to remember. But he came up empty. Time had passed quite a bit, and he didn't recognize the female employee's face. No, I really don't know her. Who the heck is she? Were they close? That seemed unlikely. If they were even a little close, he would remember. It was vague. Actually, Woojin didn't have many close female friends in college. He was more of an introvert. And Woojin knew one thing for sure. Women change a lot. Having a younger sister made this more apparent. In the past, his sister looked completely different when she was lounging at home versus going out. So, Woojin often teased her about it. "Hey, is your room a plastic surgery clinic? Where's my sister? Why is a different person coming out?" Shut up. You should go for the Guinness World Records as a two-faced woman." "Mom, brother's making fun of me. Just a slight change in makeup can drastically alter a woman's appearance. Maybe the woman in front of him had plastic surgery after college?" After all, in Woojin's design major, there were way more females than males, probably twice as many. How could he remember them all? Anyway, Woojin felt uneasy. "It's okay. You didn't do anything in college. You didn't date anyone. Just stay calm. You can get through this." His college life might be fully exposed any moment now. On the other hand, "Oh, do you not remember me?" The female employee, her voice tinged with disappointment, seemed to remember Woojin quite clearly. This was awkward. Pretending to remember when you clearly don't is a bit over the top, right? I have no idea. Maintaining his composure, Woojin decided to stick with his concept. "I really can't remember." "Oh." The female employee's expression instantly turned awkward. "Well, it's been a long time." At that moment, swish, Choi Sung-gun, who had gone to the bathroom, quickly returned. "Sorry, I had to use the bathroom." Choi Sung-gun, who had been cheerfully smiling, noticed the awkward atmosphere in the conference room. The scent of something delicate was in the air. Consequently, Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to Woojin, tilted his head. Were you guys talking about something?" The answer came from a McDonald employee, who seemed to be of the highest rank. Haha, no. It seems our colleague is Woojin's college classmate. But Woojin doesn't remember her. The McDonald team chuckled. "Oh, then they're not really classmates, are they?" "Right. If Woojin doesn't remember, she's a complete stranger." "Yep." The teasing intensified, making the female employee's face redden. Team leader. Stop it." This atmosphere was further heightened by Woojin's soft apology. "I'm sorry." Haha. No need for Woojin to apologize. Maybe our haiju's just wasn't very memorable. "Stop it. Enough." Choi Sung-gun, who seemed to understand the situation, nodded. "As your fame grows, it's time for you to start to running into people you know. Whether it's Kim Dae-young or that female employee." He sneakily glanced at Woojin. With that level of aura and the distinct appearance, he would have stood out. Even if he wasn't famous, there would have been rumors. Whether that was the case or not, Woojin was anxious. Now that Choi Sung-gun had returned, they needed to move on from this awkward atmosphere. Just as Woojin decided to move on with the meeting. But didn't Woojin study acting? If he was in the same field as Haiju, then it's design. That's unusual dash. Indeed. There are actors who didn't major in acting, but design is rare. Haiju, was Woojin popular in college? The McDonald employees were curious about Woojin's past. Woojin was genuinely flustered. Please shut your mouth. I wasn't popular. I was a loner, remember? The situation suddenly became tense. So, Woojin quickly interjected. No, I was just invisible. Come on. You look like you had girls lining up for you. It was mostly guys. At that moment, the female employee who graduated from the same university as Woojin licked her lips. Her expression turned a bit sullen compared to before. Well, I don't remember exactly. She sounded slightly annoyed. But Woojin was good at design. I think he won some competitions too. Oh, so he was an elite? At this moment, Choi Sung-gun was somewhat surprised internally. Did he self-study acting and also manage to excel in design? Does he have two brains? Anyway, it was fortunate for Woojin that the female employee had brought this up. She probably pretended not to know despite knowing, due to her pride. Woojin seized this timing. No, I was just average. Anyway, let's talk about the advertisement. Of course, there was a hint of sarcasm. At that point, the McDonald employees returned to the main topic, bringing the materials they had prepared. Sorry. We were just surprised to find out that Haiju, from our team, was Woojin's classmate. We had chosen Woojin as our model, and then learning that Haiju was his classmate surprised all of us. Let's start with the concept then. Choi Sung-gun leaned close to Woojin and whispered, weren't you only focused on acting? How did you manage to excel in design too? Were you talented in that area as well? Talent? There's no such thing. Woojin had worked desperately in design just to survive. But he couldn't say that outright. Woojin responded vaguely. I just worked hard because it was necessary. Necessary? At this moment. Choi Sung-gun seemed to realize something on his own. Could it be he did design to help with his acting? Creativity or reverse thinking, something like that. Afterwards, despite an unexpected crisis for Woojin, the McDonald advertisement meeting proceeded relatively smoothly. It was expected since the McDonald side was keen on having Woojin from the start. It's about our shrimp burger line. We're thinking of including a new product, and as you can see from the concept, we just need you to embody the Park Dairy vibe. The content was more or less what Choi Sung-gun had anticipated. Versions of 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 15 seconds, to be aired on TV and various video platforms, including YouTube. It would initially be a one-time contract, with a potential extension based on the product sales. The shooting day will be coordinated with Woojin's schedule, and it should be wrapped up in a day. After some discussions, they finally reached the critical topic of the fee. Next, we'll discuss the appearance fee. At this point, Kang Woojin was internally astounded. Understandably so. Huge amounts in the tens of millions of won were being discussed nonchalantly. It was astonishing. Of course, Woojin had already received several millions from his various roles. Advertisements are crazy. They pay this much for just one shoot. What's the cost effectiveness? The idea of earning millions for just one ad shoot felt surreal. And so, we look forward to working with you, Woojin. I'll do my best. With Kang Woojin's signature, the McDonald advertisement contract was officially finalized. With this, Woojin solidified his position as this year's hottest rookie actor. We'll see you on the day of the shoot. After Woojin and Choi Sung-gun left the meeting room, the McDonald employees enthusiastically discussed their opinions on Woojin. They were generally positive. Wasn't Woojin's aura amazing? I never expected him to have that kind of vibe. I know, right? His primary image was quite serious. He's stoic, but unexpectedly kind. And his voice was great, right? He's totally my type. However, one female employee looked slightly perplexed. She was the one who had been Woojin's classmate in university. I don't think he had that kind of vibe before. Soon, other employees gathered around her. Come on, tell us some stories. How was he in college? Were you close to Woojin? Why can't he remember? Well, we weren't that close. As I mentioned earlier, he was pretty good at design. He was also popular among the girls. We had many girls in our department, and in the beginning, about half of them were interested in Woojin. With that face, of course, he would be popular. Were you one of them? Oh, not me. So was he the type who didn't realize he was popular? Kind of. But his aura wasn't as heavy as it is now, you know? He was quiet, but not this cynical. I've never heard of him acting. Maybe he was acting in private, so it's hard to tell. As for the aura, maybe he just put on a business face in school? There are surprisingly many people who do that. Maybe. The female employee seemed to be confused, as it was a long time ago. Anyway, it must be so surprising for Haiju to see a friend who used to design with her suddenly become a huge actor. Totally. When Woojin's drama aired, my friend's group chat exploded. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, thud. He just got into the van, trying to calm his surprised heart. Ah, damn. I didn't expect to run into someone from college. But I can't really avoid it just by being careful, can I? That was true. There were dozens of meeting spots, and he couldn't possibly avoid them all. Woojin had to rely on his wit in situations like this. Should I prepare some lines just in case? The next day, the internet was still buzzing about profiler Hanryang. Then, new news dropped. StarTalk trending Kang Woojin lands a McDonald's advertisement. The news was about Woojin securing his first advertisement. Naturally, the source was BW Entertainment and McDonald's. Both had coordinated their PR to start promoting at the same time. McDonald, expecting good synergy with actor Kang Woojin. Given that Woojin was already a rising star, the goal of BW Entertainment was to keep the buzz alive. For McDonald's, they were leveraging Woojin's popularity to promote their brand and a new product. After Hanryang conquering the advertisement world, Kang Woojin starts with McDonald's/photo. As a result, from Tuesday morning, the internet was flooded with discussions related to Kang Woojin's popularity. The film industry touted him as this year's blue chip of Chung Euro, while the entertainment industry was abuzz with him being a superstar rookie. The entertainment industry has always loved the term first, and Woojin had many firsts to his name. This year's first, fastest on rise, acting awards, viewership ratings, endorsements, and so on. The character Park Dae-ri also played a significant role. The Park Dae-ri syndrome, or meme. What started in online communities spread to YouTube and mainstream media. What if profiler Hanryang's Park Dae-ri joined a voice chat? LOL. Memebox TV. Ordering at a sandwich shop and it'd be less annoying? Style, I do as I'm told. Parodies poured in. YouTubers who specialized in impersonations, short dramas, and various BJs imitated Woojin's Park Dae-ri character. And that wasn't all. Even comedy shows and stand-up comedy programs imitated the Park Dae-ri meme. It was a trend, and this trend spread among people like buzzwords. Of course, everyone had their own motives. For many different reasons, this could all be summarized as capturing the public's attention. They leveraged Woojin's undeniable popularity to derive new content and creating new stimulation from it. Regardless, Woojin's popularity kept soaring. Of course, it was all exciting, but Woojin himself felt a bit uneasy. He couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. He just felt that way. Somehow, I feel a bit uneasy. Was it because everything was happening so fast? Because it felt like a dream? Overwhelming? Mere unnecessary worries? But it seemed like his slight concern didn't matter at all. Exclusive Wallen and Kang Woojin joined Netflix's short drama project. By late afternoon that day, amidst the numerous online issues, even Netflix joined the fray. Issue pick Why is Wallen in a short drama? Netflix project with rising star Kang Woojin unveiled. Netflix says, the collaboration between Wallen and Woojin is a rom-com. Moreover, this was big news. Including Kang Woojin, the girl group Ilanis. Wallen was also mentioned. The pairing of Kang Woojin and Wallen created huge waves. Public opinion was buzzing. While Woojin popularity was one thing, the firepower from Wallen's side was astonishing. OMG. I knew Wallen started her solo activities, but suddenly in a short drama? Short drama or not, I love romantic comedies. Wow, another work with Kang Woojin? Hasn't he already done several? But why is it so random? Why would Kang Woojin be paired with Wallen? Sis, I've been waiting. Kang Woojin in a rom-com. Wait, give me more info. This is unexpected. But is Kang Woojin's role this time minor again? LOL. LOL, what's Wallen up to? Why suddenly a short drama? Rising star Kang Woojin's first romantic comedy with Wallen as the co-star. It was bound to raise many questions. However, official BW Entertainment confirms Kang Woojin's joining Netflix, promises to give his best. BW Entertainment had confirmed, and JML Entertainment's Wallin acknowledges drama participation through SNS. Wallin's agency, JML Entertainment, also nodded in agreement. Following this, Netflix released the official title of the work. Entertainment pick, Wallin and Kang Woojin's rom-com drama titled Male Friend. Anticipation rises to. The first announcement of Male Friend was made. On a Wednesday, around 9 in the morning, Kang Woojin was at a salon in Cheongdam-dong. He had a packed schedule, including selective interviews, meetings with Netflix, and additional shooting for Hanryang. Exhausted, Woojin sat and stared at his reflection, feeling the weariness. I'm sleepy. I can't go on like this. Once this is over, I'll go into the void space and take a break. Just then, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who was downstairs, approached. He smiled broadly, showing Woojin a video on his phone. It was a YouTube video. It just came out. The main episode of Sports Day. The Sports Day Hanryang episode, which had over 3 million views just for its trailer, had been uploaded. Interestingly, within 30 minutes of upload, EP.1, the Hanryang team is on fire. Confused. I'm really confused. The Hanryang team is full of enthusiasm, but the result? Sports Day X profiler Hanryang SBC/ung sub. Views, 243,554. It had already surpassed 200,000 views. Choi Sung-gun pointed at Kang Woojin, chuckling. But more than half the comments are about 73. Chapter 73, Expansion 2. Even now, the comments were pouring in like crazy. The name Kang Woojin was frequently mentioned among them. There were also references to Park Dae-ri and memes like, it'd be less annoying. Would this trend continue to rise? Of course, names of main actors like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon were also frequently mentioned. But after every other comment, Kang Woojin's name would come up. At this, Woojin thought, wow, this is insane. He tried to maintain a cool facade, but inside he was taken aback. Seeing hundreds of people talking about him made his heart flutter. Such a strong reaction, but why? Woojin wondered. Did something big happen on the day of the Sports Day filming? There were moments during the filming when PD Yoon Byung-seon or the staff burst into laughter, but generally, Kang Woojin did his best in every scene, whether it was talking or playing a game. I didn't think I had that much screen time. He hadn't expected much. Though it was for promotional purposes, it was his first variety show, and throughout the filming, he had maintained an indifferent expression. Comedy is supposed to be about laughter, right? Woojin didn't understand, but Choi Sung-gun seemed to know exactly why. Woojin, your stoic demeanor became a comedic highlight. It's like, you're serious but people find it funny. Your initial haughtiness also added a twist. That was it. To the audience, Kang Woojin's portrayal appeared a bit quirky. He seemed cold and sharp, but also oddly sloppy at times. If you read the comments, you'll understand. People love your pure madness, your emotionless charm, the socially inept Park Dae-ri, your awkwardness in human relationships. People appreciate your indifference. It was strange. He hadn't intended any of it. And pure? Woojin chuckled inwardly. Pure? Me? The same Woojin who was mesmerized by a kiss scene. A man with a dark side. Amidst all this, Woojin noticed another comment. LOL, Kang Woojin kinda looks like an arrogant golden retriever LOL. A golden retriever? Woojin couldn't understand people's perceptions. Anyway, if they like it, then that's good, right? Even though he felt slightly taken aback, Woojin let it slide. He then checked the thumbnail of the Sports Day video. It was a picture with the faces of actors such as Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon. The issue was that Kang Woojin's face was the largest. Naturally, he was expressionless. Below Woojin's face, there was a caption. Dash? Who on earth is he? Other actors had their names under their faces. Why only me? Why did they zoom in on my face like that? Internally grumbling, Woojin calmly asked Choi Sung-gun. Why is my face the largest? It's probably because you're the standout, right? You're saying my head is big? A little. Kang Woojin's face became even more expressionless. Noticing this, Choi Sung-gun, with his sly smile, laughed. I'm joking. If your head is big, then what does that make me, an alien? It's because you're the main focus in the first episode, so your face is featured prominently. Wanna see? Choi Sung-gun clicked on the video. The first episode of Sports Day had a runtime of 22 minutes, which is long for a YouTube video. The video started with a shot of a building where the filming would begin, transitioning to the interior. There's a long table with a poster for profiler Han Yang displayed in the studio. No one was there yet. An empty table was shown, with audio of the staff chatting in the background, including PD Yoon Byung-seon. We have a lot of big stars coming today, so let's try to get content for up to 3 episodes. PD, you seem very excited about getting the footage, don't you? I'm curious about Kang Woojin. Am I the only one? Probably everyone feels the same. Then, the camera zoomed in on Park Dae-ri's image on the poster. Suddenly, a staff member shouted, "Kang Woojin has arrived." The screen transitioned to Kang Woojin entering the studio, greeted by PD Yoon Byung-seon. The camera captured a medium shot of Woojin. They greeted each other, and then the PD asked Woojin a question. Was it tough portraying Park Dae-ri? Woojin's indifferent reply, yes. There was a murmur. The staff were visibly shocked, and the camera even shook slightly. A subtitle appeared beneath. He's not just low energy, he has none? None at all. In the video, Kang Woojin's initial character was highlighted for his blatant cynicism. However, as time went on, his quirky nature began to shine. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Woojin, who played profiler Han Yang in Park Dae-ri. Whether it's a slip of the tongue or being aware of the mistake and pretending it didn't happen, the editing went in that direction. Soon, as Kang Woojin watched the video, he was slightly impressed inside. So this is how they characterize someone in variety shows. Certainly, the video combined with on-site shooting and editing had a different vibe. It felt more intense, perhaps. Anyway, Kang Woojin's goofiness exploded in the game. While all the actors seemed to enjoy it, only Kang Woojin looked like he was in battle. No, it was closer to a bloody battle. Haha, Woojin, it's not like you're going to war, right? I'm just doing my best. Then, the end of the video. It was the climax of the Name the Celebrity game. It would be over if only Kang Woojin succeeded. Alright, Woojin, this is the last one. It's easy, really easy. Wrong. After Kang Woojin's failure, the staff burst into laughter. Then came the comment from PD Yoon Byung-seon. Whoa, this was basically a freebie. What should we do now? This is awkward. I'm sorry, who was that? At that moment, in the video, Hong Hae-yeon fiercely punches Kang Woojin's arm. It's me. Are you out of your mind? The screen suddenly goes black. White letters appear in the center. To be continued. Will Kang Woojin survive? Episode 1 ends with Kang Woojin in crisis. Damn. That was close. It's funny. Seeing his own face was embarrassing, but it was truly the work of the top variety show, PD Yoon Byung-seon. Woojin almost burst into laughter. If the main participant felt this way, the public would have an explosive reaction. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun turned off YouTube. Then he accessed a search site and murmured. The laughter was unusual. Because of your first appearance, the media is going crazy right now. On the other hand, as Choi Sung-gun said, the impact of episode 1 of Sports Day featuring the Han Yang team was significant. PD Yoon Byung-seon's shows were always impactful, and now with the addition of the popular drama Han Yang, journalists were all over it. Sports Day's Han Yang episode hits 200,000 views instantly, and it's Kang Woojin's first variety appearance. Entertainment news was flooding with Sports Day. Not only news articles, Sports Day proudly held the top spot in real-time YouTube videos ranking, and new information about Kang Woojin poured out on various portal sites. The main arena was the online community. Public, having confirmed Kang Woojin's character through Sports Day, were furiously posting everywhere, starting with various online communities. Just watch Sports Day, go check it out, lol, it's hilarious. Lol. Sports Day Han Yang episodes, celebrity. Quiz.gif. New posts related to the issue were increasing on SNS and online forums. Kang Woojin, already a hot topic, was getting even more attention. Among the comments on the Sports Day video, there were some peculiar ones. Haha, Kang Woojin wasn't like that originally? People pretending to know Kang Woojin showed disbelief. These comments were buried under the flood of others, but they kept appearing steadily. I was surprised at Woojin's acting, but it seems his personality has changed a lot. Always supporting you, from a former coworker. Right now, it wasn't a major concern. Choi Sung-gun, who just checked the situation on his phone as he came downstairs from the shop, had a satisfied smile. He then called the company's PR team. Hey, You've seen Sports Day blow up, right? Let's move quickly. Release the articles we prepared in advance. It was to add momentum. Having experienced all sorts of ups and downs in the entertainment industry, he knew best how to elevate one's fame. Fame is like a flame. No matter who you are, it has a lifespan. The key is how big of a fire you can create in a moment. When the fire ignites, you fan the flames as much as you can. The popularity and fame accumulated now will all become assets for Kang Woojin. It was then. Choi Sung-gun's phone rang. Well, lately his phone had been ringing nonstop. There were matters related to Hong Hai-yun, but now many were about Kang Woojin. So Choi Sung-gun checked. Let's see, who is it this time? He casually checked the caller ID. But then, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened. It's PD Yoon? The person on the other line was the entertainment big shot, PD Yoon Byung-seon. For some reason, Choi Sung-gun's smile grew wider. He somewhat anticipated what was to come. Yes, PD. Hello. CEO Choi, do you have time to talk? Of course. You've watched the first episode of Sports Day, the Hanryang edition, right? Of course I've seen it. It was a huge hit. Thank you for portraying our Woojin's character so well. You're welcome. Woojin did a great job. At this rate, the first episode might easily reach 4 million views, right? Or even 5 million. We're expecting even more. Since the content turned out well, we're going to release up to the third episode. Choi Sung-gun and PD Yoon Byung-seon, on the other end of the phone, had a conversation, imagining a promising future. Then, PD Yoon Byung-seon changed the topic. By the way, I know Woojin is very busy these days, but I'd like to meet with you and discuss something. Choi Sung-gun, not sure what to expect, responded. Oh, about Woojin? Yes, but this isn't about Sports Day. I'm speaking as a PD from the HTBS Entertainment Division. Could it be about a new show you're planning? Exactly. I'm thinking Woojin might be a good fit for the new show I'm planning. I'd like to discuss the details in person. What do you think? Choi Sung-gun was taken aback. However, he didn't immediately jump on the opportunity, especially since getting too involved in the variety world could be risky. Plus, Kang Woojin was genuinely busy. Soon, Choi Sung-gun sat on a sofa in a nearby waiting room, crossing his legs. Just a moment, I'll check Woojin's schedule. At the same time, PD Yoon Byung-seon asked over the phone. While you're checking, does Woojin have any scheduled commitments in the second half of the year? That same day, around lunchtime, at Netflix Korea, in a medium-sized meeting room with various posters on the walls, a meeting was being held with Executive Director Kim So-hyang and team leaders from different departments. They were discussing the recently launched short drama project. Among them, the hottest topic was related to Male Friend. Executive Director Kim So-hyang, who had been looking at a tablet in front of her, looked up and said, "The reaction to Kang Woojin is insane, isn't it?" At her words, the male team leader from the physical team on her right nodded. Woojin was already popular due to his acting in Hanryang, and his natural appearance in Sports Day seems to have really resonated. I watched a bit of the footage, and he did look adorable. When he had a meeting with us, he seemed so calm and composed, but he has a surprising charm. The editing probably played a part, and theirs. Also the unique atmosphere of a variety show filming. Anyway, it's refreshing news for us. Executive Director Kim So-hyang smiled and nodded. Even though the short drama project is still in the planning stage, it's already getting a lot of attention, right? The one to answer this time was the female team leader from the creative team on the left. Yes, with Woojin and Wallin making headlines one after another, the momentum is really good. Even without any promotion, articles about Male Friend keep increasing on their own. Good. We should continue to leak information. Anything really. For now, just throw in the names Woojin and Wallin. If we drop hints here and there, the media will run with it. Understood. Executive Director Kim So-hyang, looking excited, clapped her hands together. Now, with this in place, we really need to expand our plans. The physical team leader asked. Have you contacted John Craig? John Craig, whom the team leader mentioned, was the executive director of Netflix in Japan. Kim So-hyang answered as if it was obvious. Yes, I did. He seems positive about our short drama project and seems favorable about launching it in Japan. So it's not confirmed. We need to keep in touch. They might have their own circumstances to consider. But John probably can't ignore it. given that Netflix in Japan can't disregard the Korean wave. Especially now that Netflix has so many anime. That can't be helped, given that anime is huge there. That's why a lot of titles in the top rankings are anime. But the other half is Korean content, right? From John's perspective, he can't possibly ignore Alani, a top-tier girl group in Japan. This referred to Wallin. I heard that when Alani had a concert in Japan, they filled a large stadium. The tickets were sold out in either 10 or 15 minutes. They also frequently topped the Oricon charts. With Wallen's popularity, if we launch Male Friend tailored to Japanese tastes, the response will be explosive. Anyway, leave the Japanese launch to me. I'll handle John. Let's proceed with the plan as if the Japanese launch is confirmed. Executive Director Kim So-hyang swiped the screen of her tablet. The other team leaders did the same. First off, the production lineup looks good. Proceed with it. How about the OST? We've started collecting songs. I think it would be good if Wallin sings 1 or 2 songs. Of course, we'll need her consent. That would be fantastic. Kim So-hyang, recalling Kang Woojin, said, since Male Friend is a romantic comedy, having a duet would be great. If we have a duet following the storyline, it would likely top the charts both in Korea and Japan, right? There are many precedents. But while Wallin would be no problem, if there's a big difference in singing ability with Woojin, it could be tricky. Woojin himself said he's pretty good. First, let's gather songs that fit Male Friend perfectly. The next agenda was raised by the executive director, Kim So-hyang. For the direction, we need someone with a strong reputation. I'd like a renowned PD. Yes, we're looking into freelance PDs, but some are hesitant because it's a short series. TSK, just skip those directors. Then, the creative team leader suggested someone. Director, how about this person? Who? The team leader showed Kim So-hyang his tablet. He has a connection with Kang Woojin. He's the winner of the misunderstanding Film Festival and directed Exorcism. He's currently the hottest name in the film industry. In the past, he made a name for himself as a drama PD. Looking at the picture on the tablet, Kim So-hyang clapped her hands in realization. Director Shin Dong-chun. Notes. 1. Chapter 74, Expansion 3. That's right, Director Shin Dong-chun. Just as she said it, the corners of Kim So-hyang's lips curled up. Woojin's debut work, Exorcism, really took off with him as a rookie director. He had a pretty good track record with drama direction in the past. Anyone here seen Exorcism? I've seen it. I went to the misunderstanding Film Festival out of curiosity. Exorcism was fantastic. It was the most entertaining short film. How was its style? Do you think he could handle a drama again? Yes. It actually felt like a mix of film and drama editing. The fast and slow pacing was amazing. And the sound, the audio techniques were brilliantly incorporated. Most of the team leaders in the meeting room nodded in agreement. With director Shin Dong-chun on board, everything will be complete. We have a story as well, like a reunion between a previously unknown director and actor. A reunion of the misunderstanding Film Festival award-winning actor and director? Director Shin Dong-chun seemed perfect for the job, but there were concerns. But even if he seems perfect to us, would director Shin Dong-chun take this on? I'd have to verify, but from what I guess, he's probably busy with meetings after getting recognition at the misunderstanding Film Festival. Scripts would be pouring in, right? Would director Shin Dong-chun take the lead? Of course, there's actor Kang Woojin, but business is business. It was uncertain if Shin Dong-chun would lead while rising as a popular new director. However, Kim So-hyang believed there was a high chance. It's not like we're handing him all the series, just the Male Friend part. If he's already committed to another project, we'd pass. But if he's still adjusting, it might work. Regardless, speed was crucial in getting him on board. When did the misunderstanding Film Festival end? Early May last month. So, after winning, he would have been busy with interviews for a week and meetings with production and film companies for another 2 weeks. The timing isn't bad. Soon after, Kim So-hyang gave her orders. Find director Shin Dong-chun's contact immediately and get in touch. Make sure to emphasize our strong support when proposing the project, and subtly bring up Kang Woojin as well. The team leaders quickly stood up to get to work. Kim So-hyang murmured to herself, I think director Shin Dong-chun might have already seen the news about Woojin starring in Male Friend. Fast forward. On Thursday, 4 days later, Kang Woojin finally had a day off. Or rather, he had to reschedule everything due to a personal matter. Time to leave. He was moving out. In other words, it was the day Kang Woojin left his studio apartment. It felt a bit rushed, but considering his skyrocketing fame, it was necessary. There was also some urging from Choi Sung-gun. Regardless, I thought I'd spend at least my 20s here. Woojin, wearing a casual hoodie, slowly looked around the studio that had supported him all these years. Now, it was completely empty. Memories flooded in, like the times he passed out drunk or the day he first signed the lease, and so on. It's a small room, but so many things happened here. Kang Woojin had a bittersweet expression, but he couldn't linger. With a swift motion, it was time to say goodbye. As Woojin put on his shoes, he lightly tapped the shoe cabinet. I'm off then, dash. It was a farewell to the studio apartment that had been his home. Finally, Kang Woojin, with his Misunderstanding Film Festival trophy in hand, closed the door of the studio apartment. A moving truck and Woojin's van were waiting outside. Thud. Both vehicles set off as soon as Woojin got into his van, and about an hour later, they stopped near the BW Entertainment building. It was an office cell near Samseong Station. As Kang Woojin entered his new residence, he was taken aback. Wow, this place is amazing. If there were no people around, he would have run around cheering. The new house was that splendid. It looked at least twice as big as the studio apartment. To others, it might have looked ordinary, but in Kang Woojin's eyes, it was nothing less than a palace. Even appliances like the TV and refrigerator were already in place. It was BW Entertainment's consideration. Everything about Kang Woojin had changed. A new house, a new life, a new job, unfamiliar acquaintances in the entertainment industry, and more. Woojin was slowly starting to feel like an actor. The people around him had changed as well. His noisy friends still messaged in group chats, treating Kang Woojin as a full-fledged actor. Woojin, moving done. Daeyoung, congrats, Mr. Actor. I'll come to make it messy soon. Kyung Sung, housewarming party, let's go. Invite Hong Hae-yun, let's go. Hyung-gu, housewarming party, let's go. Invite Hong Hae-yun, let's go X2. Woojin, shut up, animals. Kyung Sung, have you seen Wallin in person, Kongstar? Isn't she beautiful? Woojin, yes. Hyung-gu, Kongstar Park Dae-ri, come back. It feels odd without you and Han-ryang. Woojin's parents were the same. Mom. Yes, our actor Kong. Are you eating well? Want me to send you some porridge? Mom's porridge is good even if it's cooled down. No, I'll come and cook it for you. What? It's okay. Porridge. I'll just buy some here. I've been eating well. All right. Your father and I are watching your show. You appear occasionally in flashbacks since you died. Mom. I'm alive. Oh, here, you're a superstar to my friends and guests. Have I told you? Inside an actual porridge shop in Jeonju, there was a huge poster of Kang Woojin. On both walls, probably chosen by Woojin's parents themselves. When some customers asked about the poster, is this the hot new actor these days? Are you a fan owner? Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul proudly answered simultaneously. This is our son. It's our son. Strangely, Kang Woojin's usually pesky younger sister, Kang Hyuna, had become quiet. Woojin felt a bit uneasy about it, but brushed it off. She might be busy studying. After settling into his new place, Woojin went to an ad shoot the next day, on Friday the 5th. It was a shoot for a McDonald's advertisement. It was swift. The shoot was scheduled just about a week after the contract was signed. McDonald's wanted to capitalize on Kang Woojin's popularity as soon as possible. Hello. Welcome. Kang Woojin has arrived. Woojin, please review the concept with the director right away. The advertising studio felt both unfamiliar and familiar to Woojin. The size was as big as an auditorium. The atmosphere resembled a drama set, but the props and filming equipment were slightly different. Most importantly, is that a hamburger? Do I eat all of that? There were stacks of hamburgers on a table in one corner. At least 30. Are they grenades? At a glance, they looked like weapons. Therefore, Woojin, even in his persona felt a bit scared. It's already nerve-wracking since it was his first advertising shoot experience. Was he expected to eat all of that? Fortunately, you only have to pretend to bite the hamburger for the shot. You can eat it if you want, but if it's hard, you can spit it out. He didn't have to eat all the hamburgers. There were also fake ones for the advertisement. The real one looks different. This shouldn't be. Oh, I'm the model? I keep getting confused. Woojin was amazed by the various things. After a brief concept meeting with the director and McDonald's staff, he changed into makeup and costume and headed to the filming zone. He looked very much like Park Dae-ri. The shooting zone was a luxurious sofa set against a backdrop of blue screens. These blue screens were for post-production special effects. Unaware of this, Woojin just acted as directed. But did he have to bring out the maximum Park Dae-ri vibe? He didn't know, but he decided to go all out. Ready, action. Kang Woojin based his hamburger bite on the scene from Hanri Yang, where Park Dae-ri was eating a hamburger in the interrogation room. Although it was his first advertisement, his acting went smoother than expected. Even the director and others on the set were full of admiration. Wow, nailed it. The Park Dae-ri concept was the right choice. But Woojin, how do you grasp your emotions so quickly? Your expressions change in mere seconds. It feels like we found a major rookie actor, doesn't it? However, advertising was definitely different from drama. Cut. Good. Woojin, this time point the hamburger a bit forward and go again. Yes. Action. Could one call it the grunt work of the filming industry? Nice. Cut. How about smiling a bit more wickedly this time? Yes. The same. Scene was shot over 10 times. It wasn't because Woojin was doing something wrong. Cut. Great. Next, hold the hamburger with both hands. They simply wanted to capture as many angles as possible. Action, cut, action, cut, action, cut, over and over. The requested poses, expressions, and lines changed every time. Kang Woojin underestimated advertising and quickly became exhausted. Advertisements are insane, so demanding, and only one shot is done. I'm getting tired fast. There were cue sheets in advertising, but no detailed script like in dramas. Kang Woojin felt that dramas or movies with scripts were better. Somehow, after a few shots, it was lunchtime, and the meal served to Kang Woojin was, Woojin, this is our new McDonald's product. Give it a try. Thank you. It was another hamburger. Ugh. Meanwhile, in Seoul, at a major film company, a familiar square-jawed man was present in a meeting room with several others. It was director Shin Dong-chun, looking healthier than before and without any trace of his previous haggard appearance. He seemed full of vitality. The aura he emitted had also changed. He now exuded the undeniable aura of a director. And he had every reason to. And why not? Having won the Best Work Award at the misunderstanding Film Festival a month ago, not just Kang Woojin, but a lot had happened to director Shin Dong-chun as well. Movie Talk, Best Film Award winner Exorcism's director, Shin Dong-chun. The gem discovered by misunderstanding in Chung Yuro. Although not as explosive as Kang Woojin, director Shin Dong-chun was being recognized as a rising star in the film industry. He achieved 3 awards, including the grand prize at the notoriously strict misunderstanding Film Festival, and Exorcism itself received high acclaim. Furthermore, Kang Woojin's effect? Exorcism, released on various OTT platforms, showcases its power despite being a short film. The performance of Exorcism on OTT platforms was quite satisfactory. So, director Shin Dong-chun was swamped with interviews from various film media, appearances on various YouTube channels, and calls from production and film companies. Currently, he was at one of those places. This major film company was also proposing a future collaboration to director Shin Dong-chun. Director, what do you think? There were about 5 people from the film company, while director Shin Dong-chun was alone. He did not seem flustered, having already gone through numerous meetings. We understand your hesitation. We've heard the rumors about the offers you've received from others. We promise to give you the best terms. Yes, I'll consider it. Haha, we really want to work with you. A pleasant-looking man from the film company changed the subject. First, we want to know your thoughts. We are considering 2 options, a commercial remake of Exorcism or going with one of our scenarios we already have for our collaboration. What do you think, director? Either option was enticing. Expanding the world of Exorcism for a large-scale film remake, or diving right into a new project using a script the film company already had. Among the 2, director Shin thought, I am tempted by the Exorcism remake. Although it would need some adaptations, the idea of remaking Exorcism was enticing. However, a film isn't made by a director alone. It involves multiple crew members and actors. This means that he couldn't decide solely based on his personal desire alone. But perhaps we should leave Exorcism as it is. The current success of Exorcism was possible because it was a short film. It succeeded because of Woojin's acting, the effort of the crew, and because of Hyun. If I change it in any way, it might be ruined. Remaking isn't that hard. All you have to do is adapt and produce. It might even succeed. But without Kang Woojin, Exorcism wouldn't be the same. At least, that's how director Shin Dong-chun felt. It was Woojin's passion and emotional attachment that made Exorcism what it is. In other words, Exorcism, without Kang Woojin, was like a red bean bun without the bean paste. Therefore, director Shin Dong-chun looked at the film company employees and shook his head. I don't want to touch Exorcism. That's a pity. Frankly, Exorcism has a good chance of commercial success. It's not about the odds of success. Of course, if all the actors are on board, I'll consider it, but not now. If it's about the actors, are you referring to Kang Woojin and Hong Hyun? Well, Woojin is indeed getting a lot of attention lately. There's no guarantee he would redo Exorcism. If you have selected any of the scripts you mentioned, I'll take them today. I'll read them and get back to you. Smiling, a film company executive handed over 2 bundles of paper. You've accumulated a lot of scripts, haven't you? I wish you'd read ours first, haha. Taking the scripts, director Shin Dong-chun, with a serious face, responded. If I decide to direct, there's one actor I definitely want to bring along, if that's all right. Ah, are you referring to Kang Woojin? Yes, I definitely want Kang Woojin. Of course, that's no problem. Woojin is currently popular and a good actor, but you seem to like him a lot. Director Shin Dong-chun didn't respond, but thought to himself, it's because I owe him for his passion and attachment. It was Woojin who had brought him to where he is now, saving him from the brink. Even though everything started from a misunderstanding, for director Shin Dong-chun, ignorance is bliss. After the meeting, director Shin Dong-chun, holding the scripts, entered an elevator. Phew. He then checked his phone, lately his hobby. Watching Woojin's rising success. There was no need to search. There were plenty of articles about him on the entertainment homepage. Oh, Sports Day video exceeded 6 million views in just 2 days. As he approached his parked car, he received a call from an unknown number. Given Woojin's recent popularity, it wasn't surprising. Hello, this is Shin Dong-chun. A female voice came from the other side. Hello, director. This is Lee Nam-hee, the creative team leader at Netflix. Netflix. Suddenly, director Shin Dong-chun recalled a recent article about Kang Woojin's short drama. Ah yes, hello? What can I help you with? I know you're busy, but we wanted to ask if you'd be willing to direct a project for us. I don't know if you've seen the news, but it's a short drama project. Is it male friend? Oh, you know it. Yes, that's right. As you know, Woojin and Wallin will be the leads. If you're interested, I'm available now. Without hesitation, director Shin Dong-chun immediately replied over the phone, smiling. Let me know the location, and I'll head to Netflix right away. Early in the morning, 6 days later, at Kang Woojin's new apartment. Even though he had finished moving, Woojin's unpacking was far from over. Woojin, with a hoodie on, appeared in the underground parking lot, thinking, so sleepy, I'm tired dash. He felt very tired from waking up early. Once he got in the car, he decided to head straight to the void space. As he looked around the parking area, he noticed a black van with its hazard lights on, waiting to pick him up. What was intriguing was Woojin. For some reason, Choi Sung-gun was outside the car waiting for Woojin. Woojin approached him and bowed slightly. Hello, but why are you outside? Instead of a greeting, Choi Sung-gun handed over a bundle of papers. Here, take this. What's this? As Woojin curiously took the bundle, Choi Sung-gun explained its origin. It's the official script for director Kyotaro's next work. Oh, the script from the Japanese master director was now in Woojin's hands. Chapter 75, Expansion 4. It was as he had thought. The bundle of papers was the completed script by director Kyotaro Taniguchi. With this, Woojin now had 2 masterpieces of scripts, one from director Kwon Ki-taek and another from director Kyotaro. One domestic and one foreign. Oh, did that Japanese director really send his script? Woojin's last meeting with director Kyotaro had been at the company. There, director Kyotaro had spoken a bit ambiguously, but ultimately, He had wanted Woojin to join him for a venture in Japan. What did he say? Something about the script being adapted, and it was based on a famous Japanese novelist's work. That was a few weeks ago. Frankly, Woojin had assumed that it had all fizzled out due to lack of communication. Considering the nature of the entertainment industry, with all its complex interests, Woojin had thought that the director might have changed his mind after returning to Japan. But he hadn't gone silent. The actual script from the Japanese maestro had truly arrived. If this news reached the Korean media, they would go wild. But for now, it was confidential. An excited Woojin then shifted his gaze from CEO Choi Sung-gun to the script. The title and director's name were written on the script cover, of course, in Japanese. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Director/Kyotaro Taniguchi. After confirming the title, Woojin murmured to himself, "The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? It sounds profound, but I feel like I've heard it somewhere." The title wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Maybe because it was based on a famous novel? Woojin felt like he had heard it somewhere, but he wasn't particularly familiar with books. Is it just my imagination? At that moment, Choi Sung-gun tapped Woojin's shoulder. The email said to have a meeting after you've read the script. So that means director Kyotaro will come back to Korea. Just by looking at this, I can tell this project is big. Is the director coming back? To Korea? Yes. I'm not sure if he'll change his mind later. But for now, that's what you should know. I don't know when he'll arrive. Really? Because of me? Seriously? At the slightly surprised Woojin, Choi Sung-gun smiled and said, "I felt it when director Kyotaro visited the company last time. He's genuinely interested in you. He's known to favor those he likes, but from his actions, it seems like there's another reason beyond casting." Choi Sung-gun signaled Woojin to get into the car, barely containing his excitement. Woojin, trying to remain expressionless, climbed into the van. Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung were not there. Choi Sung-gun, who was in the driver's seat, explained why. "They'll join us around lunchtime today. They've had some intense days, so I told them to rest a bit and then come." "Oh, okay." Woojin nodded, and Choi Sung-gun slowly started the car. As he turned the steering wheel, he occasionally glanced at Woojin in the rearview mirror. I hope he decides to do this after reading the script. I wish that instinct within him activates again. He chuckled softly. If Woojin decides to join director Kyotaro's project, it will really shake up Korea. In just a few months, Woojin had joined director Kwon Ki-taek's team. If he also joins a masterpiece from Japan, the media would be all over him. This would truly be a first. No rookie had ever joined masterpieces like this. In other words, Woojin was making unprecedented history. Just the thought of it gives me chills. Woojin, who was looking at the script with an indifferent expression, had already flipped through a few pages. Naturally, the entire script was in Japanese. Did they send it in its original language because I know Japanese? But it made sense. Translating the script might result in deviations from the director's intent. While a translation would be close, it was better for Woojin, who had learned Japanese, to read it in its original state. Soon. Swish. Unnoticeably, Woojin raised his index finger. Why? To enter the void space. Woojin pressed a black rectangle attached next to the script. In an instant, he arrived in the boundlessly dark void space. A place now as familiar as home. Woojin stretched briefly and moved around. The number of white squares had increased to 7. Among them, Kang Woojin's last checked item was director Kyotaro's script titled The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. What was amusing was that as soon as Woojin saw the white square of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, he was openly surprised. Whoa shit. The reason was simple. -7/script. Title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Grade A. It's a highly completed movie script. 100% reading is possible. From the beginning, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was grade A. It was rare to start with such a grade. Woojin smiled, half in surprise and half in anticipation. I have to go for this. He then suddenly shouted, "Exit." Before he knew it, Woojin returned to the moving van and immediately picked up his phone. It was to search for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Some adaptations' original sources often share the same titles. The result was quick. There's a book with the same title. Indeed, there was a Japanese novel titled The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was even a bestseller. It also had many reviews in Korea, suggesting its popularity. Woojin touched the screen to check the book's details. Soon, the name of the novelist appeared. Takikawa Akari? Oh, I know her. I think I've heard of her. She's famous in both Japan and Korea, right? A masterpiece by a Japanese master director, based on a famous novelist's original and grade A. It was truly impressive just looking at the core elements. At that moment, as Choi Sung-gun braked at a red light, he turned his head. How is it? After a quick skim, do you think it's good for a venture into Japan? With a deep poker face, Woojin added a bit of bravado. It seems not bad. Meanwhile, while Kang Woojin was on the move, for some reason, the number of individuals infected with misunderstandings was gradually increasing in various places. It was spreading even more from an already widespread state. The source was the Profiler Hanryan team, dozens of staff members or actors. Of course, it wasn't the Profiler Hanryang team that spread it directly. Others took action, because they received calls from various places. Hey, you know that guy, Kang Woojin, right? How was he during the Hanryang shooting? Like his personality? Huh? Oh, right. Didn't Woojin join your drug dealer's set as a substitute? Yes. He'll join the shoot in a few days. I was wondering what he's like. Haha. I only had a few words with him while setting up the lights, but he seemed nice. Oh, and he spoke English incredibly well. I heard he lived in an English-speaking country. Huh. Those inquiring about Kang Woojin were from the productions he was set to join. Among them, many were from the soon-to-be-shot drug dealer production. Speaking of Kang Woojin, his acting tone seemed unique. How did he convey the emotion on set? Well, watching him, it's just baffling. To anyone, he looks like a newcomer who has only debuted a few months ago, but to me, he seemed like someone who has been in the acting scene for at least a decade. No, he definitely had experience somewhere. Is he that mysterious? So much so that you can't judge. It's strange. He's like a ghost. His emotional transitions are insanely quick. But when you're watching him, it's confusing whether he's the actor or the character. Wow. But he said he self-taught his acting. He said it himself during script reading. What? What does that even mean? Older actors who were close friends, gatherings, actors from the same agency, and production staff with established relationships weren't all moving together. They each had their own way of communicating. There was both concern and curiosity. The situation with drug dealer was very unusual, and the information on Kang Woojin, who was coming to cover it, was extremely scarce. If he had been cast from the beginning, they would have learned more about him. But since he was added suddenly, they needed any bit of information they could get. Kang Woojin, I don't know about other things, but his stamina is amazing. Everyone was exhausted by the middle and end of the shoot, but he was the only one fine. From dawn to night, it was a tight schedule, but his acting didn't falter. He's a monster, seriously a monster. He's still a rookie, right? He would have been unknown back then. See for yourself. I thought so too, but the more I see, the more he seems like a veteran, if not more. Thanks to this, the number of individuals infected by misunderstandings related to drug dealer was increasing. He might seem a bit cold, but he's sharp. Who is this? Ah, is this the cameraman? He's a bit weird, but he's kind. Exactly that. He doesn't talk much, but even if it seems like he's not watching, he sees everything. He was unknown when shooting Hanryang, but he was that composed? No, it's beyond being relaxed. He doesn't act like a rookie at all. He was the most comfortable one on the set, like he was at home. Maybe. It's because he was influenced by foreign cultures. He has a different mindset. Foreign cultures? A baseless assumption was making its rounds. 2 days later, in the afternoon of the 8th, inside Kang Woojin's van. Around 6 o'clock, a black van was speeding on the highway. Inside the van were Kang Woojin and his entire team. Jang Soo-hwan was focused on driving, while Choi Sung-gun was constantly on the phone, and Han Young was intently looking through Woojin's coordinator book. And Kang Woojin, with his checkered shirt sleeves rolled up, was reading the script. His face was very serious. It might be partly the persona, but it was also an expression of pure concentration. What he was looking at was the script for the movie Drug Dealer. The reason was simple. Currently, Kang Woojin was on his way to the filming location of Drug Dealer in Suncheon. Starting today, Kang Woojin officially began shooting for Drug Dealer. The schedule was set for about 2 weeks, but it could be shorter or longer. Regardless, Flip. Kang Woojin continued to read the script. It felt more like a review. He had already read it several times, and he had completed the reading of roles that interacted with Woojin's character, Lee Sang-man. In Kang Woojin's mind, the world of drug dealer was firmly established. He probably could depict it with more vitality than the scriptwriter, director Kim Do-hee. It was as if he owned the essence not just of Lee Sang-man, but the entire drug dealer. The backdrop of the movie Drug Dealer was Busan in 1999. After the financial crisis erupted, South Korea faced a crisis, but ironically, the number of drug criminals increased. The number of people looking for drugs also skyrocketed. In other words, the drug market was booming. It was an opportunity in the midst of a crisis. Moreover, foreign countries also entered this market. Russia, China, Japan, and others. Where there's demand, supply increases. Drugs manufactured from various places flooded into the country. The Busan Police Department was at its wit's end. The drugs were multiplying endlessly, and drug criminals increased like parasites. Moreover, they went deeper into the shadows. If they missed the timing, the problem would grow too big to handle. On top of that, corruption was rampant within the police force. Some had even joined hands with the drug cartels. Eventually, several senior police officers came together and made a decision. They decided to go undercover. They decided to infiltrate the drug market with undercover police. However, only a few knew about this project because there was corruption within the police. From there, the decision was made about Jang Sung-hoon, a character who was both a drug dealer and a detective. He was already a detective with deep ties to thugs. Thanks to that, Jang Sung-hoon tilted his head in confusion. Why me? Why get involved in such a bothersome task? However, due to threats regarding his past behavior and promises of a reward upon success, Jang Sung-hoon agrees to undertake the project. It begins with him being incarcerated undercover in prison. His objective is to win the favor of the drug lord Choi Jun-ho, who's in that prison. Becoming a member of drug kingpin Choi Jun-ho's gang was the crux. Of course, leveraging his unique thug-like tendencies and cooperation from the police, Jang Sung-hoon barely manages to join Choi Jun-ho's gang. Later, with the drug lord backing him, Jang Sung-hoon is released and starts a drug operation in Busan. At the same time, he secretly provides information on hidden drug criminals to the police. At this point, he encounters Kim Hyun-soo, known by the alias Professor Kim. Professor Kim was a drug manufacturer, and together with him, Jang Sung-hoon grows into the largest drug distributor in Busan. From here, the conflict with the police arises, as they earn vast amounts of money. Ultimately, the ambitious Jang Sung-hoon starts eyeing the Japanese market. But how? How will he expand into Japan? This is where Lee Sang-man, played by Kang Woojin, comes into the picture. He was the boss of Busan's largest thug organization, the Sang-man clan. Having deep ties with the Japanese Yakuza, Jang Sung-hoon strikes a deal with Lee Sang-man and manages to expand into Japan. Thus, Drug Merchant is a crime thriller packed with numerous keywords: fast-paced, betrayal, action, brutality, and more. Anyway, the role of Lee Sang-man, which Woojin will portray, serves as a stepping stone to the backdrop of Japan and is a crucial role that elevates tension and anticipation in the early and mid stages of the plot. However, there were no issues. Kang Woojin was already halfway prepared. Phew. Filming a movie is nerve-wracking, especially since my last time was in Exorcism. With unknown actors, it's going to be quite intimidating, right? Looking at the list they sent, there are many top-tier actors involved. Still, he couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps he would feel this way forever? The entertainment industry still felt incredibly vast and unfamiliar. Kang Woojin took a quiet, deep breath and made a resolution to himself. He decided to stick to his concept, but be more profound on set. Let's speak as little as possible. It'd be awkward to make a mistake in front of unfamiliar actors. Someone who knows me might pop up, just like during the advertisement meeting. Determined to emphasize his cynical persona as much as possible, it was then that Choi Sung-gun spoke to Woojin. He was smiling faintly. Woojin, we'll arrive in 10 minutes. Chapter 76, Expansion 5. Sunshin, the set for the shooting of Drug Dealer. The vast set, reflecting the ambience of the 1990s with buildings and houses of that era, was already in the midst of filming Drug Dealer. Cut. I couldn't hear the line just now. Let's focus and try it again. Directed by Kim Do-hee, who still has a charismatic aura. There were various cameras, lighting, audio equipment, and so on, surrounded by dozens of staff members who were attending to these devices. The actors were divided into those who were observing and those who were performing. The interesting thing was, who are those people over there? They're from the distribution and production companies. Oh dash. There seemed to be a noticeably larger number of people on set today. Their unexpected appearance had a simple reason. They must be here to see Kang Woojin today, since the situation hasn't been good. Because they're worried? It could be that, but maybe they also want to see the overall balance. It was important for both the production and distribution companies to see Kang Woojin in person because of the recent issues surrounding him. Around this time. Good. Cut. Director Kim Do-hee approved the last scene. Then she instructed the assistant. Director, let's take a 10-minute break. Yes. We'll continue after a 10-minute break. Upon the assistant director's shout, the crew quickly moved to the filming zone. Meanwhile, people gathered around director Kim Do-hee, who was seated in front of 3 monitors. They were members of the production and distribution companies. Director, isn't it about time for Kang Woojin to arrive? At the question, director Kim Do-hee nodded. We were informed he'd arrive within 10 minutes. Soon, some expressed their concerns. I've been thinking a lot now that today has come. Will everything really be okay? It was a bit of a gamble. Kang Woojin is trending, so he'll draw the public's attention, but the preparation time was short. Did he have enough time in just 3 weeks to fully analyze the role of Lee Sang-man? Kim Do-hee, brushing back her unruly hair, let out a small sigh. We have to trust Woojin. He was very confident during our meeting. Even if the results are disappointing, it won't be Woojin's fault. If the acting quality drops due to lack of time, we should take the blame. Moreover, we couldn't find any actor who speaks Japanese as well as Woojin. That's true. Darkness clouded the faces of the production and distribution staff. To them, Kang Woojin was just a rising rookie. Oh, I heard you were thinking of making slight changes to the role of Lee Sang-man. Maybe it's better to cancel that. If it becomes too challenging, I'll consider omitting it. Well, I know Kang Woojin is talented from seeing Han Yang, but a few weeks is really short for such a challenging role. Even if he's very competent, he's still a rookie. Pushing him too hard might break him. It seemed everyone was on the same page. Director, just focus on ensuring that the role of Lee Sang-man is handled smoothly. They seem to be suggesting that she not take any more risks and instead focus on resolving any issues. However, director Kim Do-hee, who always enjoyed challenging herself artistically, wasn't pleased with this. Why are they fussing so much? I know what I'm doing. Why are they all butting in? As she grumbled internally, a distribution company executive shifted the topic. By the way, I heard from Han Yang's side that Kang Woojin had some international experience. Director Kim Do-hee, who was flipping through the script, quickly responded. That must be from Japan. Huh? No. I heard from a contact in Han Yang's production that said he was in an English-speaking country. English-speaking? Yes. I heard he speaks English at a native level. Some foreign staff even praised his English. Whispers spread among the surrounding crew members. The lighting director chimed in. I heard that too. I'm close with Han Yang's lighting director. He's from abroad and said something like Kang Woojin might have been in Hollywood. Everyone seems curious. About Kang Woojin, huh? Right? Aren't the production people doing the same? Everyone must be curious because they're worried. But Hollywood sounds a bit exaggerated. The actors also joined in. I heard he's a rookie, but he doesn't act like one. Perhaps his overseas experience gave him a different mindset. Both main and supporting actors joined in the conversation. I heard that Kang Woojin said he taught himself acting during the Han Yang script reading. That doesn't make sense. What? His character is so bizarre. Maybe it's just the arrogance of a rookie? Or bluffing. Something like that. At that moment, Director, Kang Woojin has arrived. Director Kim Do-hee's walkie-talkie echoed loudly with the shout of the staff. It was a sign that Kang Woojin, the talk of the town, had arrived. Soon after, Director Kim Do-hee quickly stood up. A few minutes later, Kang Woojin arrived at the shooting zone. Woojin felt burdened by the glances of the passing staff. What's going on? Why are they staring at me like this? The more they looked, the sterner Woojin's poker face became, and director Kim Do-hee rushed over to him. Woojin. Kang Woojin calmly greeted her. Hello, director. Oh, you came early? It feels different seeing you on set. Is that so? Woojin sneakily glanced behind director Kim Do-hee and was internally taken aback. Wow, how many people are there? Is it like several troops gathered? Is there a war going on? The crowd seemed huge, easily over 60 people. The problem was, it didn't seem to be just staff. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, standing behind Woojin, recognized someone in the crowd. Oh my, Chief Lee, it's been a while. Ha ha, indeed, CEO Choi. Led by director Kim Do-hee, Kang Woojin stood in front of the main actors. A formal introduction would come later, but first, he needed to familiarize himself with their faces. As you all know, this is actor Kang Woojin. Hello. With a calm voice, the actors gave Woojin slightly awkward smiles and greetings. Director Kim Do-hee handed Woojin a few sheets of paper. Woojin, this is the script. There were some changes in the Lee Sang-man cuts. It's to emphasize the Lee Sang-man character. It might be a bit sudden, but you can stick with the original script if you prefer. Such changes were common on movie sets. Scripts might change due to the director's decisions, altering dialogues, situations, or characters' emotions. However, to others, Woojin was still new to this. He thought he was more than prepared, but 3 weeks wasn't a long time for others. So, director Kim Do-hee was quite hesitant. Is it too much? Please, think about it without any pressure. It would be great if Lee Sang-man's character could be clearer, but pushing Kang Woojin, a newcomer, too hard might backfire. Regardless, Woojin replied. Yes, let me take a look. He seemed unconcerned. Why? There's the void space. Then, there's no problem. He spotted a black square on the script pages. While recalling his first reading experience, Woojin secretly pointed his index finger. He paused for a moment. It was a fleeting moment. For others, it was just a few seconds, but Woojin felt like he'd spent several minutes in that moment. Let's show off a little. It might even cut the workday short. Woojin, focusing on the script, whispered to director Kim Do-hee. Just give me 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes? Really? Yes, 5 minutes. Director Kim Do-hee's eyes were filled with question marks, and the surrounding actors whispered amongst themselves. What's with him? He seems a bit arrogant. It was an absurd response. 5 minutes? What's he talking about? There's a limit to showing off. Just by looking, he seems like a rookie trying to score some points. How can he master the dialogues and expressions in just 5 minutes? Director Kim is going to have a hard time. The thing was, yes, I'm ready. It took Kang Woojin not 5, but just 3 minutes. I'm prepared. Soon after, it was past 7 in the evening. The sun set, and darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The streetlights began to shine brightly. 4 black sedans were parked in front of a building. Cameras and lights were set up around the area, with dozens of staff surrounding the shooting zone. At that moment, water trucks. Director Kim Do-hee shouted into her walkie-talkie. As soon as she did, rain began to pour down on the set. Simultaneously, dozens of extras with black umbrellas entered the scene, all dressed in suits. Dim the lights. Okay, more, stop. Let's go. As director Kim Do-hee shouted, a male staff member clapped the slate in front of the camera. Then, director Kim Do-hee signaled with her walkie-talkie. Roll camera. Action. Soon, the driver's door of the sedan at the end of the 4 parked cars opened abruptly. As expected, a man in a suit holding an umbrella got out, and he quickly moved to open the rear door of the car. Swoosh. Kang Woojin, with a cigarette in his mouth, got out from the back seat. One of his hands was shoved into his pocket. Even though he was in a suit, he wasn't wearing a tie, and the top button near his neck was undone. A glimpse of a dark tattoo could be seen on his exposed chest. Who dash? He exhaled a long puff of cigarette smoke. On closer observation, a scar could be seen on his left cheek, a knife wound. His skin looked rough, as if it would be scratchy to touch. However, his slick back hair was neat. His eyes seemed slightly droopy, but the pupils were fierce. The atmosphere around him was malleable, but contained a palpable violence. It was an aura that suggested one wrong word might cause him to slit your throat on the spot. Yes, right now he wasn't just Kang Woojin. He embodied Lee Sang-man. Soon after, Sang-man scratched his right forearm lightly and patted the shoulder of his subordinate who was holding the umbrella over him. His expression remained neutral. The subordinate, realizing it might be a gesture of approval, bowed his head. "Thank you." Maybe the smoke got in his eye, but Sangman squinted and yanked his subordinate by the hair. "Come closer. I'm getting wet." "Oh, I'm sorry. Or is that what you want?" "No, no, Hyung." Lee Sangman's voice was low and raspy, as if he had a lot of phlegm. But each word carried a warning. Lee Sangman stared at his subordinate, who felt increasingly oppressed. A fear of the unknown abyss. Even the simple act of closing his eyes couldn't be taken lightly. Lee Sangman kept his gaze fixed on the subordinate, slowly taking the cigarette from his mouth. A long plume of smoke emerged, dispersing between the orange streetlights. Once again, as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, Lee Sangman looked quite displeased. The humidity, his mood, the itching on his forearm, even the sound of rain hitting the umbrella. That was Lee Sangman. Swoosh. With the cigarette still in his mouth, Sangman shifted his gaze to a distant spot behind his gathered subordinates. He was looking at the line of street lights. The closely spaced orange lights. Why was he looking at the street lights? Was it because they looked cool? No. There. Dancing. In Lee Sangman's eyes, the orange lights were gently swaying. Only in his eyes. A side effect of addiction. Thanks to this, Lee Sangman smirked briefly. Damn, what was that? It briefly looked like a merry-go-round. The small trace of amusement on Lee Sangman's face slowly vanished. Who dash? Lee Sangman, with his stoic expression, blew out the cigarette smoke, obscuring the view of the street lights. However, the smoke quickly rose up into the sky. Thus, the damned orange lights were visible to Lee Sangman again. He became more irritated. The itchiness on his arm intensified. At that moment, a man's desperate scream echoed. Hyung, please spare me. I must have been out of my mind. Please, Hyung. By the building entrance, a man was kneeling. His face was severely battered. Lee Sangman slowly looked down at him. The man kept shouting, but Lee Sangman couldn't hear him clearly. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of the pouring rain drowned out the man's cries. So, Lee Sangman just stared at him. Emotion was completely absent from his gaze. Yes, it was the kind of look one gives a mere bug. There was nothing. There was no need. The answer was clear. Crush it. Whoosh. Lee Sangman, who was looking at the man, stretched his hand outside the umbrella. The pouring rain ruthlessly struck his hand. Cold and sharp, it resembled Lee Sangman's own aura. At that moment, Lee Sangman murmured softly, "It's going to burn." The subordinate with the umbrella asked, puzzled, "Huh, the sea. It's going to burn." "Oh." Then, Lee Sangman, with one step closer to the man whose face was drenched in blood, crouched to meet his eye level. Once again, he scratched his forearm and blew a long puff of cigarette smoke in the man's face. "Why are you so thin? Hyung, I really messed up. Just once. Please forgive me just once. I said you're thin." With a chilly tone, Lee Sangman took the cigarette from his mouth and brought it close to the man's nose. Or more precisely, he placed the cigarette where the raindrops were sliding off the man's nose. The cigarette sizzled instantly. "Open your mouth." The soaked cigarette was held in front of the man by Lee Sangman, who spoke in a peculiar tone. The man, however, had a puzzled expression. "Yes? Open your mouth. Wider. Open it." Soon, the bloodied man's mouth gaped open, and Lee Sangman shoved the cigarette he was holding into the man's throat. It was merciless, as if with enough force to reach the man's innards. "Cough. Cough. Have that, and puff up your face a bit. Cough. Cough. You look too skinny right now." With a raspy voice, Lee Sangman slowly turned his head to his subordinate. Every movement he made, from start to finish, was composed. Dump him in the water. The subordinates understood his order instantly. They were to throw the man into the sea, making his body swell with water. Soon, the man was dragged away by a few of the subordinates. He screamed madly, but it didn't reach Lee Sangman's ears. Lee Sangman stared straight ahead, where the obstacle had disappeared. He saw the stairs leading up to a building. They were gloomy and dark, and for some reason, they seemed to Lee Sangman like a pathway to liberation. He moved forward without hesitation. Soon, a subtle smile appeared on his face. His facial muscles twitched slightly. His mood heightened. His brain was urging him to do something impulsively, to run, because it's right in front of him. Lee Sang-man's smile wasn't a smile. It was a smile of death. Death lingered on his lips. It was a graceful and profound death. It was an expression of that magnitude, that depth. The death that spread across Lee Sang-man's face grew more profound. And with that death on his face, Lee Sang-man entered the building. At that moment, he brushed past a camera station near the stairs. The camera kept its focus straight ahead. After passing the camera, Lee Sang-man stopped abruptly. A brief moment of silence. It was the timing for a cut, but no sound was heard, only the pattering rain echoing throughout the building. The reason was simple. Insane. Director Kim Do-hee, who had been intently watching the monitor, was in shock. Oh Jun-woo can't even come close. Kim Ryujin and Park Dae-ri are nowhere in sight. Only Lee Sang-man is visible. The method to make all the characters appear different is already dash. Of course, everyone around her, the crew, production staff, distribution team, actors, and all, felt the same. They were all blankly staring at the rookie actor inside the shooting zone, at the monster. The looks in their eyes were similar. What did I just see? As if time had stopped, among the motionless crowd of dozens, one supporting actor, still focusing on Kang Woojin, hesitated and said, "He just briefly saw the script. What's happening? How? And why can he?" But no answer came. Everyone's minds had halted after witnessing the monster for the first 77. Chapter 77. Expansion 6. The water truck that was present at the scene of the drug dealer seemed to be endlessly spraying water as if it had broken down. Pat, pat, pat. Aside from the noise of the heavy rain, no voices of people at the scene were heard. It was strange. The voices weren't just drowned out by the loud rain. Despite there being easily over 60 people gathered, not a single one of them uttered a word. The supporting actor, who had barely managed to ask a question to everyone, looked around. Soon he realized, none of them are in a position to answer my question. Main and supporting actors, staff, production and distribution company representatives, and so on. All of them kept their mouths shut, merely staring in one direction. Their gaze was fixed on the spot where the newcomer actor, who appeared for a brief cameo, had passed through the shooting zone. Their expressions were all similar. Dilated pupils, slightly open mouths, furrowed brows, and slightly flaring nostrils. It was the kind of expression one would have after being struck from behind, and it seemed like they had been hit hard. After what felt like several tens of seconds. Swish. The first ones to move among the frozen crowd were the actors. He's good. No, but how can he be that good? He only glanced at the script briefly, right? How can he act as if he had been rehearsing it for over a month? The actors began to process what they had seen, trying to recall what had just taken place. It was his first scene upon arrival, and a revised one at that. I get that there were no mistakes, but how could he delve into it with such depth without any emotional buildup? Why did it feel so genuine? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't easily digest it. A feeling of disbelief welled up in their hearts. To be honest, I thought that since he's a newbie, he would give off an amateurish vibe. But I can't find any flaw except for the surprising factor. Can he already exhibit such a profound performance? Just 3 weeks after getting the script. There were many seasoned actors on the set of Drug Dealer, and thus, they felt even more baffled. It went beyond their understanding. Neither admiration nor astonishment came out. The actors were each trying to comprehend the monstrous performance they just witnessed. None of them spoke to one another. His acting quality is that of a seasoned actor. It's baffling why he was just a stand-in. The problem is, there's nothing rookie-like about his acting, technique, or impact. Knowing that asking would yield no answers, the actors silently pondered. On the other hand, wow, unlike the silent actors, the executives from the production and distribution companies slowly began to come to their senses. That scene just now was legendary. They began to mutter amongst themselves. It was the revised script he acted on, right? Yes. He executed it perfectly without missing a beat from the storyboard. And what about the quality of his portrayal of the character Lee Sang-man? Whoa, it's really shocking. Given that both the production and distribution had been stressed about the Lee Sang-man issue, the twist now was more intense than ever. The tone, facial expressions, mood, and habits of Lee Sang-man seem like they've been directly taken out from the script. How? How is that the performance of a newcomer? At this point, one of the production company executives said solemnly, crossing his arms, "The moment Lee Sang-man appears on the big screen, he'll surely captivate all the viewers. If he's at that level." On the other hand, Kang Woojin, who was still standing, having encountered the massive camera. It had been several minutes since Woojin looked at the treacherous stairs. Slowly, doubts began to form in his mind. Did I make a mistake? The set was too quiet. According to the continuity, the scene should have ended by now. There should have been either an OK or NG called by now. But there was complete silence. No, I didn't make a mistake. I was nervous with all the people around, but I'm sure I was in the right position. Then my acting must have been near perfect. I don't know. Let's just wait and see. Woojin chose to wait, maintaining a poker face. It felt slightly chilly due to the increased humidity. It was bearable. More importantly, I'm a bit worried about that extra actor from earlier. Is his throat okay? As Woojin was thinking about the extra actor who shoved the cigarette into his throat, the middle-aged man standing next to him was looking at Woojin in slight disbelief. This guy, he's really insane. It was Lim Sang-ho, the main cinematographer, the one who had observed Woojin's performance from the beginning to the end at the closest range. From the moment Woojin stepped out of the car as Lee Sang-man, Lim Sang-ho had felt a sense of strangeness. His acting was killer, but more than that, adapting without any prep time and completing it in one take up to this point. Kang Woojin was incredibly smooth. Even though it was his first time at this vast set with the staff and actors, he didn't feel out of place at all. His adaptability was as if he had been here from the beginning. Does he not feel any pressure? As a rookie? Especially when production and distribution companies have all come rushing in. Was this even possible? There hadn't been an actor like him in Lim Sang-ho's past. Lim Sang-ho was a cinematographer with 20 years of experience. To Lim Sang-ho, Kang Woojin seemed quite otherworldly. And his calmness? There were hundreds of eyes on him, all watching critically, yet Woojin was absolutely nonchalant. He delivered his intense acting without a hint of nervousness. No, he even looks too relaxed. Suddenly, the nonchalant Woojin slightly shivered as he looked up the stairs. He discreetly rubbed his arm. Soon after, Lim Sang-ho narrowed his eyes. Could it be? Is he capturing the emotions for the next drug injection scene? No, he's already immersed. He's visualizing it. Kang Woojin secretly grumbled as he sneaked a glance up the stairs. Damn it. Did they turn on a fan? Upstairs. It's freezing. I think I'll catch a cold. How long do I have to wait? Then, at that moment. And cut. Finally, a shout came from outside the building through a megaphone. It was Director Kim Do-hee's signal. Thanks to that, Woojin calmly turned around, and his eyes met the cinematographer's. Lim Sang-ho spoke first. Did you capture the emotion and tone for the next scene properly? A stern Woojin sneered inwardly. What's this small-eyed old man talking about? Was it some professional signal? Woojin decided not to think too much about it. Yes, roughly. Haha. No wonder the staff from Hanryang praised you so much. I'm quite close with the art director from Hanryang, so I asked about you. He said that when filming with you, everyone would be too busy watching you, as if the character jumped out of the script into reality. Is that so? I thought it was an exaggeration, but it seems not. The cinematographer paused, letting out a small chuckle. Woojin, you're an actor who could have been exaggerated tenfold more, and it still would have been fitting. Caught off guard by the sudden praise, Woojin didn't know how to react. Just then, Director Kim Do-hee, with thinning hair, rushed into the building. Woojin. She grabbed Woojin's hand, leading a few assistant directors and staff. Surprised, Woojin tried to maintain his composure. After all, he had to stay in character. What's wrong? Sure. Sorry. I got so excited I almost swore. My God. Woojin, you nailed it. I saw it, but I still can't believe it. How did you do it? You hardly looked at the script. What did I do? I just went with the flow. But he couldn't say that out loud. So, Woojin answered with modest bravado. I just followed the script. Haha. But it's unbelievable that you just followed it perfectly. Director Kim Do-hee was already over the moon. She had forgotten about the actor Oh Jun-woo, who had been replaced due to the accident. It's a godsend. For the first time in my directorial career, I was moved by an actor's performance. She had seen Kim Ryujin and Park Dae-ri countless times for research. But the Lee Sang-man that Woojin portrayed had no trace of them. The Lee Sang-man that director Kim Doo-hee envisioned was right in front of her. It wasn't something common or seen before. It was a fresh yet familiar portrayal of Lee Sang-man. Looking at the composed Kang Woojin, director Kim Doo-hee was genuinely moved, even if that emotion stemmed from a misunderstanding. A hardworking genius? Despite his busy schedule, he thoroughly analyzed my script and Lee Sang-man. Otherwise, this level of detail wouldn't have been possible. She felt the only way to repay him was to give him another shot. Woojin, let's do the same scene again. Just now, it was according to the storyboard. This time, we'll dim the lights a bit and focus more on the frontal camera. Angle. Understood. This calm monster had drawn out the ideal scene, so she was determined to capture the Lee Sang-man character even more realistically. Director Kim Doo-hee ran outside, shouting towards the water truck. Make the rain much heavier. Simultaneously, the cinematographer also patted Kang Woojin's shoulder, promising, if the shot isn't perfect, it's on me. Trust me, I'll get the best shot. The crew's morale seemed to rise on its own. Please do. There was no reason to refuse since they said they would shoot it well. But if the passion increases, will we end up leaving work late? Kang Woojin, feeling a strange emotion, stepped outside the building. The supporting actors and the staff were already in full swing preparing for the reshoot. Among them, the supporting actors and extras murmured as they saw Woojin. His acting is phenomenal. I saw him up close, and his gaze was just, wow. Honestly, Oh Jun-woo couldn't have done it like that. Shoo, the staff can hear. But Kang Woojin isn't popular for no reason. His acting is superb. Regardless of the whispers, Kang Woojin approached an extra who was being beaten up in the scene. Excuse me, Dash. The extra was drenched, with makeup depicting clear injuries on his face. He flinched when he saw Woojin. Yes. Are you okay? What do you mean? I was wondering if your throat was okay, or if you felt any discomfort. Oh, no. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I'll try to make it quick without any NGs. It's okay. Don't worry about it. No, I should be concerned. Kang Woojin softly muttered, briefly greeting the extras, then walked towards the parked cars. Following him, the extra actors, who were watching Woojin's retreating figure, said, I thought he'd be a bit cold, but was it just me, or was he just now kind and cool? One by one, they began to admire Kang Woojin. He's not just a great actor, but also a great person. A few minutes later, the preparations for the reshoot of the same scene were completed. The scene setup was no different from before. What do you think? Will this second take be different? With that quality, if something new is added, it'll be insane. Do you think we'll go without any NGs this time? Who knows? Over 60 spectators were still there. Not a single person had left. The actors sat even closer to the set. The staff clustered around director Kim Doo-hee, and the production executives and distributors did the same. The cohesion of the circular boundary enveloping the shooting zone was tight. Watching this from a distance, Cho Sung-gun, with a peculiar expression, chuckled. Is this a zoo or what? Han Yi-young, with her coordinator book in hand, chimed in. It's understandable. Woojin didn't even flinch in his expression, even when faced with sudden changes received on set. I get why those professional actors are fascinated, seriously. However, Cho Sung-gun, with his arms crossed, was focused on something else. Everyone seems entranced by that. But what astonishes me is the perfection of Lee Sang-man. Amidst such a hectic schedule, when did he manage to perfect it? A level of perfection that no one on set could complain about. Moreover, Woojin is not just thinking about that drug dealer role right now. Cho Sung-gun recalled Kang Woojin after the shoot for Profiler Hanryang had ended. Back then, he was already working on the character from the Island of the Missing, and including that, up to the recent Japanese project. He's currently juggling at least 5 projects. This was a fact unknown to anyone outside Kang Woojin's team. If they knew this, those dozens of people there would be shocked, for sure. Director Kim Doo-hee raised her loudspeaker then. Water truck. Okay, roll cameras. Action. The reshoot began. Soon, Kang Woojin got out of the sedan. Or to be exact, Lee Sang-man did. This Lee Sang-man in comparison was in no way lacking than the initial Lee Sang-man. Come closer. I'm getting wet. Yet it wasn't exactly the same. It was even clearer and more vivid. The soft yet stern atmosphere, the detailed movement of scratching one's forearm, and the soft gaze captured by the camera. Only by staying true to the original Lee Sang-man, an even more profound Lee Sang-man is born. Hyung, please spare me. I must have been out of my mind. Please, Hyung. Repeated readings, experiences, and retakes are merely processes to breathe life into Lee Sang-man. Soon, despite the pouring rain, the heat of the shooting zone intensified. Say ah. Yes. Say ah. Open your mouth. Lee Sang-man, who was crouching, grabbed the subordinate's hair, who was getting drenched in the rain. At that moment, as he tried to put a wet cigarette into the man's mouth. Swoosh. Due to the subordinate's wet hair, Lee Sang-man's hand slipped. In an instant, Kang Woojin realized his mistake. Oh, the subordinate's short hair was one reason. The pouring rain also played its part. This caused the crouching Kang Woojin to lose his balance. Thud. Due to the force exerted, Woojin embraced the soaking wet underling. It seemed very natural. This scene wasn't in the script, nor was the comforting embrace of the subordinate. Huh. Kang Woojin, who was holding the underling, thought. Oh shit. He paused for a moment. At that time, director Kim Do-hee, who was monitoring the acting, flinched. He hugged him. The expressions of the main and supporting actors were unanimously serious. Was that an ad-lib? A rookie in his first scene? It was an ad-lib. Ad-lib. Did he come up with that? And this time, at the major film company MV Films, two figures, already deeply infected with the misunderstandings, sat facing each other. No one else was in sight. Director Kwon Ki-taek, with a warm smile, and, I look forward to working with you. I have high expectations. The top actor, Ryu Young-min, who had a baby perm. Thank you, director. It was the moment Ryu Young-min, who looked slightly cute with his baby perm, was finally confirmed for the island of the missing. However, the determination in his eyes was real. Seeing such a Ryu Young-min, director Kwon Ki-taek smiled slightly. By the way, we didn't provide all the actors with the full cast information, but I told you. Woojin was the first to join. Ryu Young-min nodded calmly. Yes, director. Well, there might be some awkwardness, right? The situation with Han-ryang, for example. Going on back-to-back projects together can be burdensome, even if they're short. Are you really okay with that? I hope you're not forcing yourself. Ryu Young-min exhaled softly and immediately replied. No, to be honest. Is it not okay? At Ryu Young-min's firm reply, director Kwon Ki-taek scratched his chin and crossed his arms seriously. You mean you're being forced to do it? You can see it that way. To be honest, I've had a lot of concerns. But you're doing it because it's my work? You're ambitious about its impact and the background. At this question, Ryu Young-min straightened his posture and recalled his past filming sessions with Woojin. It was a few seconds later when he spoke again. Director, when an actor feels a limit to their abilities early in their career, they choose to break through. They're full of energy. I was like that too. However, once they're on track, instead of breaking through, they often feel frustration upon reaching their limit. The sense of loss is profound, right? But people see me as the top actor. The fear of failure and the sense of loss are magnified. The problem is that recently, I've entered that state, and the one who triggered it is that monster pretending to be a rookie. Ryu Young-min gave a wry smile. Leaving aside that monster's past, even though his entertainment career in Korea is far less than mine, in just a few days, he's a monster that can crush my entire career. You're talking about Woojin. You asked if I'm really okay, right? Kang Woojin, he's overwhelming. I can't see his limits. Every time I see him, he's growing. When I look into his eyes while acting, he feels so distant. I struggle, trying to close the gap, and just when I feel I've caught up, he's already way ahead of me. Slowly nodding. Director Kwon Ki-taek precisely understood the inner feelings of the top actor Ryu Young-min. He had personally witnessed the dynamics on the set between Ryu Young-min and Kang Woojin. Their acting might seem similar at a glance, but there's a difference in depth, a clear disparity in intensity. Then Ryu Young-min's bitter smile deepened. But it's ironic. In the moment I felt the biggest crisis in my decade-long career as an actor, the work is turning out to be a historic success. Evaluations of my acting and technical aspects are higher than ever. You've evolved. We usually call it breaking out of the shell. Yes, unknowingly, I let go of the weight of being the lead, the top actor, and purely competed with acting. Although Woojin might not have felt the same way. Director Kwon Ki-taek replied inwardly. That was possible because Kang Woojin played the supporting role on set. Thanks to him, the lead, Ryu Young-min, could solely focus on acting. When Woojin finished his part and left, I felt empty. On the contrary, I also felt uneasy. When I'm with him, everything I've built up feels insignificant. Every time we meet, the idea of running away naturally comes to mind. Various things get broken, whether it's motivation or passion. Then, Ryu Young-min's expression became serious. But it makes one pure. Desire, greed, jealousy, zeal. Every word gets the prefix pure. He exposes my vulnerabilities. And while I may feel despair, I also see the potential for further growth. It's an unusual relationship. A monster? It's frightening, but I've changed my thinking. I'll use that fear to my advantage, for my benefit. Soon, Ryu Young-min leaned slightly forward, meeting director Kwon Ki-taek's gaze, and smiled faintly. Moreover, this time, there's no gap in our roles. It's going to be much more intense. Now I'm even looking forward to it. How much more monstrous will Woojin be, and how much will I grow? The renowned director, Kwon Ki-taek, chuckled inwardly. He's quite the monster too. It's just that he's in a different league from Kang Woojin. Back on the drug dealer's set, director Kim Do-hee was engrossed in the monitor, tasting the scene, while the lead and supporting actors were waiting for Kang Woojin's next move. I didn't expect an ad-lib here. His acting changes are so diverse, it's captivating. Did he think his initial acting was lacking? It seemed more than good enough to me. Given the strong impact of Woojin's initial performance, no one, except for Woojin, thought the current embrace was a mistake. Anyway, I've experienced this atmosphere before, haven't I? In a strangely quiet moment, Kang Woojin thought about the past. He remembered the time he really fell during the exorcism shoot. For some reason, people perceived Woojin's mistake as an act. He sensed that same vibe again. Okay, let's keep this smooth. The epitome of audacity. Having had prior experience, Woojin managed to maintain his composure and once again focused on his role as Lee Sang-man. Thus, the filming continued without any interruption. Of course, no one noticed Woojin's mistake. While outwardly calm, inwardly he clenched his fists. Nice, it seems like it went smoothly, didn't it? They ended up repeating the scene about 4 times before moving on. The next shot was a scene where Lee Sang-man was alone, succumbing to drugs. It was a crucial scene to firmly establish Lee Sang-man's character after his first appearance from the drug dealer. Therefore, no other actors approached Woojin. Everyone seemed curious, yet they held back. Woojin, are you ready to proceed? If you need a break, you can take one. Director Kim Do-hee, who was talking to Woojin for the rehearsal, was slightly concerned. However, for Woojin, who held the script, time didn't mean much. It would just delay his leaving. No, I'm fine. We can continue. With a cynical response, Woojin took a brief look around Lee Sang-man's office set while the shooting set was being prepared. After observing the reality, he secretly lifted his index finger, entering the void space before the shoot to review. Thud. More accurately, he was bracing himself for desensitization. It was a nauseating scene, but with repetition, it had become clearer and not so daunting. Soon, Kang Woojin returned from experiencing Lee Sang-man's world. For Lee Sang-man, 2 worlds coexisted, reality and death. Carrying that sticky emotion, Woojin sat on the sofa, trying to intensify Lee Sang-man's presence before drawing out the emotions. He was already fully in character, but he desired more. A bit more, make it a bit more realistic. He was already Lee Sang-man, but he tried to forget that and refocus. He had to be completely lost in the role. At this moment, the surroundings didn't matter much. The scene was all about Lee Sang-man's existence. Then, ready dash. Director Kim Do-hee, having finished preparations, shouted through the megaphone. Action. Immediately, Kang Woojin portrayed the path of death that Lee Sang-man walked. The rancid smell was vividly expressed on his face. Who dash. His eyes, nose, and mouth moved disjointedly. Something was pulling at Lee Sang-man, or perhaps pushing him away. The physical space seemed to be endlessly fading. Lee Sang-man's world was filled with indescribable things. It was so intense, and yet so vague. The camera captured the face full of the world of death straight on. So close, Therefore, the forced joy and sorrow of Lee Sang-man displayed on the monitor were incredibly vivid. Over 60 crew members watched this right in front of them. No one commented. No one dared to make any remarks while watching that performance. That acting was not something anyone could casually comment on. The scene wasn't long. Cut. Oh, okay. As soon as the signal dropped, Woojin's face, which had been in a trance, instantly returned to being expressionless. The addiction that had been radiating from him just moments ago seemed to wash away. Kang Woojin tidied up the props, considering there might be a retake, and handed them over to the props team. Only then did a few actors whisper among themselves. That was insane for real. It gave me goosebumps. He portrayed something between a seizure and a fit. It's indescribable. Holding a megaphone, director Kim Do-hee seemed a bit dazed. Of course, her gaze was fixed on Woojin on the monitor. He's not a rookie. He's just an actor. A real actor. He was outstanding. That was the only word for it. The scene they just shot was meticulously crafted by director Kim Do-hee. She had personally interviewed real drug addicts and collected all drug-related footage available for that scene. The acting bar was set very high, but Kang Woojin nailed it effortlessly. Of course, she wasn't the only one who felt that way. At that moment, one of the production company executives standing near director Kim Do-hee hesitantly opened his mouth. I'm genuinely concerned when I ask this. Did Kang Woojin actually try drugs or something? I know this sounds insane, but whoa. That acting was too real. Come on, that's impossible. Some staff from the distribution company chimed in cautiously. But he portrayed it in such detail. There was an incident like that in the past. Oh, you mean Jo Ho-jae? It was a bizarre scene. The actor's performance was so outstanding that the production team began to confuse reality with acting. Director Kim Do-hee intervened. Has anyone here actually tried drugs? No, not at all. Then how can you judge that Woojin's act just now was realistic? If you're going to question it, I wrote the script, so maybe you should investigate me first. No, sorry, director. Don't you dare approach Woojin with that question. If you disrespect a talented actor like him, I swear the whole set will turn upside down. Quickly, the production and distribution staff backed down. After all, if director Kim Do-hee said she would do something, she would. However, she also somewhat understood their sentiments. On the flip side, it means that Kang Woojin's acting was so incredible that these guys would say such idiotic things. A newcomer, just a few months into his career, had confused major industry insiders with his acting. It was laughably impressive. Soon after, director Kim Do-hee stood up and coldly said to the production and distribution staff, "All right, everyone should leave now. We've seen Kang Woojin's acting, and the verification is over. You're interfering with the filming." Director Kim Do-hee walked over to Woojin on the shooting set. Woojin was discussing something with the cinematographer. "Woojin, are you okay?" Woojin, who was just a bit tired, answered in a low voice. "Yes, I'm fine. Come on, let's take a break." The intense scene just now would be exhausting for anyone. The footage we got is good, so we won't need to shoot it again. Just relax and gather your emotions. Director Kim Do-hee patted Woojin's shoulder, and after making eye contact with the cinematographer, "Let's go have a smoke, Woojin." Director Kim Do-hee took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Woojin nonchalantly shook his head. "No, I don't smoke." "Oh, you don't smoke?" "Yes, I don't smoke." For a moment, both Director Kim Do-hee and the cinematographer looked surprised. Director Kim Do-hee asked, "But you smoked naturally during the Lee Sang-man shoot? I thought you were a regular smoker." Woojin answered nonchalantly. "It was just acting." At this, Director Kim Do-hee couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, I totally fell for it." She realized she wasn't much different from the production and distribution staff. The next day, early morning, around a shabby warehouse in the vast set of Drug Dealer, there was a hustle and bustle. Obviously, they were preparing for the shoot. "Art team, the director said we need more bloodstains on this chair." "How much?" "A lot. A lot. Cover the window up there." "Where's the blockout curtain?" "We'll get it right now." The atmosphere was exactly like an abandoned warehouse. It was quite spacious, with stone pillars showing signs of age, and garbage was scattered here and there on the floor. In the corners, there were numerous vinyl sheets stained with blood. Amidst this backdrop, dozens of staff members were busily running around. Click. A man sitting on a wooden chair that had been set up in advance in the center of the warehouse, reading a script, caught the eye. Wearing a plain short-sleeve t-shirt, it was Jin Jae-jun, the male lead of Drug Dealer. He generally had a sharp look. He was also one of the top actors in the country and had a strong reputation as a method actor. In Drug Dealer, he played the role of Jong Sung-hoon, an undercover detective. What was interesting was the tension apparent on the face of the top actor, Jin Jae-jun. They were already halfway through filming Drug Dealer, and he had long since adapted to his role. Yet, something seemed to be weighing on Jin Jae-jun. It's because of Kang Woojin. It was undoubtedly due to the monstrous newcomer Kang Woojin, who had appeared the day before. With just one scene, this newcomer had turned the set upside down. After wrapping up yesterday's shoot, all the actors at the lodging could talk about was Kang Woojin. And Jin Jae-jun thought, exactly what Young-min Hyung told me. He had already asked Ryu Young-min about Kang Woojin, wanting to know about the kind of actor he was. Ryu Young-min's response was brief and to the point. Act your heart out, or you'll get overshadowed without even realizing it. Honestly, Jin Jae-jun found it hard to believe, even if it was advice from a top actor like Ryu Young-min, but being overshadowed by a newcomer? However, after yesterday, Jin Jae-jun deeply believed Ryu Young-min's words. They brought in a replacement, but what a monster he turned out to be. Even just watching through the director's monitor had given him goosebumps. Especially, Kang Woojin's solo drug scene was captivating enough to be soul-stirring. Today, Jin Jae-jun was scheduled to shoot his first face-to-face scene with Kang Woojin. In the script, Jong Sung-hoon, ambitious about entering Japan, arranges a meeting with Lee Sang-man through his gangster connections. Lee Sang-man was already the head of the largest organization in Busan. One wrong move, and regardless of his plans for Japan, Jong Sung-hoon might end up dead without anyone knowing, at the hands of Lee Sang-man. But for now, the only one with proper connections in Japan was Lee Sang-man. Therefore, Jong Sung-hoon had to get on his good side. The problem was the location of their meeting. Not an office, but an abandoned warehouse. In the actual script, there are many intense scenes between Jong Sung-hoon and Lee Sang-man in this warehouse. Of course, the climax comes at the hands of Lee Sang-man. Then, swoosh. Hello. Kang Woojin, who had finished his makeup and costume, entered the warehouse. He too had stayed in the lodging nearby the set yesterday, and today, he looked somewhat more lively than before, though his voice remained deep. After greeting director Kim Do-hee and the staff, Woojin said, "Hello, senior." He then bowed to the waiting Jin Jae-jun. Jin Jae-jun, who had been waiting, responded with a slight smile and extended his hand. "We couldn't greet each other properly yesterday. I look forward to working with you. I guess we'll be meeting a lot, right?" "Yes, I'll do my best." Upon seeing Kang Woojin up close, Jin Jae-jun found Kang Woojin's aura unique. Is he calm or cold? It's confusing. Anyway, his real personality doesn't matter in acting. Meanwhile, Woojin, having let go of Jin Jae-jun's hand, was thinking, wow, Jin Jae-jun. He looks so young. Handsome, petite, top actors are indeed on another level. A few tens of minutes later, the filming preparations were complete, and actors who weren't scheduled for today's shoot gathered in the warehouse. "Oh, Professor, you're here too? I have a few scenes with Lee Sang-man, and I'm curious about his acting when he's not doing solo shots." "All right, it's Lee Sang-man who kills Professor Kim, isn't it?" It was more appropriate to view them as spectators rather than actors. Anyway, Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun sat facing each other in the middle of the warehouse, with director Kim Do-hee holding a script between them. For now, let's assume we've shot the scene where Lee Sang-man tortures his subordinate. We'll rehearse the scene that comes after. "Woojin, here's the knife." Soon, a sashimi knife was handed to Kang Woojin, who was wearing only a dress shirt. The knife was currently clean, but during the actual filming, it would be dripping with blood. Kang Woojin raised the knife and wiped it on the sleeve of his shirt. He then threw the knife onto the desk in the middle. The knife rolled and stopped in front of Jin Jae-jun, or rather, in front of Jong Sung-hoon. Then, Lee Sang-man leaned in and said, "What do you want?" Trying to remain calm, Jong Sung-hoon replied, "I came to sell drugs. Pave the way for me in Japan. Those Japanese bastards can be tricky, you know." "I know, but if you vouch for me, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here." "Show me what you've got then." Jong Sung-hoon took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Looking at the small particles, Lee Sangman commented, "Diamonds." Suddenly, swipe. Lee Sangman quickly picked up the sashimi knife that was in front of Jang Sung-hoon and held it near his right eye. The sharp blade trembled slightly in front of Jang Sung-hoon's eye. Jang Sung-hoon flinched. On the other hand, Lee Sangman tilted his head slightly and said, "Your eyes don't look like a drug dealer's." He peered deeply into Jang Sung-hoon's pupils with a violent gaze. "You have the eyes of a snitch. You're a snitch, aren't you?" Without realizing it, Jin Jae-jun swallowed hard. TL notes. 1. Adlib. Impromptu performance I.E. to improvise and deliver without preparation. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Expansion 8. The reason Jin Jae-jun felt unconsciously tense was because of Kang Woojin's gaze from across. A look that felt drained of energy but still seemed to prick every inch of his body. It was just a rehearsal now. Thus, the knife held by Kang Woojin was fake, and there was no blood as expected. The distance between the knife blade and the eyeball was about 3 centimeters, farther than anticipated. Normally, it should have been almost 1 centimeter from the eyeball. Woojin's costume and face were clean. Yes, Kang Woojin was certainly holding back. It was just a simple dialogue rehearsal after all. The problem was that, even though it was a rehearsal, the Kang Woojin that Jin Jae-jun saw, or rather Lee Sangman, that Jin Jae-jun saw felt too real. I can see why the director was so engrossed in watching the monitor. Of course, Jin Jae-jun was taken aback by yesterday's Lee Sangman's portrayal as well. Even as a spectator, he found it hard to look away. The clarity of the portrayal, the distinct movements, the detailed lines. But today felt different. Sitting in front of Lee Sangman as his counterpart, Jin Jae-jun felt a stifling pressure. Can a gaze suffocate someone? Is it just natural for him? There was a difference between the people Lee Sangman recognized and those he didn't. His eyes were deep. While they weren't yesterday, but today, those eyes were filled with Jin Jae-jun, or more accurately, Jang Sung-hoon. Jin Jae-jun felt himself being drawn into them. Could that be why? Jin Jae-jun's view of Lee Sangman began to shift. The sights he had or would see as Jang Sung-hoon overlapped like a panorama. The emotions thrown by Lee Sangman became the catalyst. The brightness of the warehouse darkened even more. The bustling staff disappeared, replaced by men in dark suits. Among them was Lee Sangman. With his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, he tortured a subordinate tied up in a corner of the warehouse using a sashimi knife. It wasn't clear where he was cutting, but Lee Sangman slowly sliced the subordinate's flesh. The subordinate's screams, Lee Sangman's low laughter, the smell of blood. Jang Sung-hoon felt a dry lump in his throat. He felt it. Every hair on his body stood on end. From behind Lee Sangman, blood dripped continuously. That was all Jang Sung-hoon could see. And now, Lee Sangman, with blood all over his face, stood before him. "You have the eyes of a snitch. You're a snitch, aren't you?" Even now, the sashimi knife was close to the eyeball. Lee Sangman was a man with a wild madness in his eyes, yet agile with a weapon. However, Jang Sung-hoon was willing to stake his life. After all, the old warehouse, the slicing of the subordinate, the showering in blood, and even this knife were all just for show. Jang Sung-hoon desperately held back the urge to urinate. He then adjusted his posture, relaxing his hunched shoulders and crossing his legs. That posture wasn't good for walking on a rope. "Then stab me. See if you can bleed me." Jang Sung-hoon instead brought his eye even closer to the nearby blade. That crazy gangster bastard had a good sense. Pushing forward aggressively was the only answer. On the other hand, the hint of amusement disappeared from Lee Sangman's face. Instead, a weariness appeared. "Why cursing at me with your eyes, huh? Curse at me openly, you bastard. You call me a snitch. Yeah, I'm a snitch, motherfucker. Enough with the bullshit tests. Let's do business. You've probably checked everything about me before we met." Lee Sangman moved the knife from Jang Sung-hoon's eyeball to his nose bridge. "Yes, I've checked thoroughly. The resume is indeed that of a drug dealer. Sold drugs, and even went to school, right? And your backer is Choi Jun-ho. But, Mr. Jang," Lee Sangman, tapping Jang Sung-hoon's nose with the knife, changed the expression in his eyes to something snake-like. "Looking at you now, your eyes seem intelligent. You're a thug, but an intelligent thug, that's what your eyes say. Stop the bullshit, asshole, and get lost." I'll go to Japan myself and shove the drugs into those Japanese monkeys. Myself. Mr. Zhang, you plan to walk out of here alive? What the hell do you want, bastard? Yawning, Lee Sang-man lightly scratched Zhang Sung-hoon's cheek with the knife. I don't trust people. I trust events. To do business, there has to be trust, right? Ease up on that intense gaze. I might just gouge it out. TSK, since I don't deal with second best. Create an interesting event for me. Something that would make headlines. What kind? If you slice open your backer and take out all his organs, I'll trust you then. Choi Jun-ho, the drug kingpin in prison, was Jang Sung-hoon's backer. In other words, Lee Sang-man was suggesting that Jang Sung-hoon kill Choi Jun-ho, whom he had worked hard to gain trust from. It was a tricky proposition for Jang Sung-hoon, who was undercover, because he was still officially a police officer. Even if he somehow managed to kill Choi Jun-ho, the police would likely suspect him. Conversely, Lee Sang-man was not to be trifled with either. And if the drug kingpin still remains alive, then you're finished, without anyone knowing, not even a mouse or a bird. For deceiving me. Look forward to it. From your family to the damn dog you raise, I'll make them all suffer. It was Lee Sang-man, the boss of Busan's largest organization, Sang-man Faction. It was evident that countless gang members would be after Jang Sung-hoon. He had to make a decision. First, he needed to get out alive. Only then could he plot his next move. Understood. You are indeed sharp. Lee Sang-man, with a sly grin, tossed the sashimi knife that had been pointed at Jang Sung-hoon's cheek down in front of him. Take it. Next time, bring your factory with you. You have a professor, right? Yes. Suddenly, Lee Sang-man, now wearing a suit jacket, waved at him while pocketing the diamond. Drugs? Jang Sung-hoon brought. See you again as a drug lord. For a moment, Jang Sung-hoon stared into Lee Sang-man's eyes. Lee Sang-man was smiling slightly, but his eyes reflected a violent future. Jang Sung-hoon couldn't say anything more to him. Then, Jun Jae-jun. Director Kim Do-hee's voice reached the ears of top actor Jin Jae-jun, who had been glaring at Lee Sang-man. Jae-jun. Only then did Jin Jae-jun turn his head. Ah yes, director. Director Kim Do-hee, holding a script, gave him a thumbs up. Haha, it's just a rehearsal, but you were too immersed, weren't you? You seemed more intense than usual. It's because of Woojin's acting, right? Even when he toned it down, he was that good. Yes, even though it was just a rehearsal, I unintentionally got carried away. I mean, I was really into it. Jin Jae-jun mumbled under his breath and shifted his gaze. On the opposite side, Kang Woojin was calmly checking his costume with the staff. For a moment, Jin Jae-jun frowned and let out a hollow laugh. What just happened? It was the first time during the entire shooting of Drug Dealer. It felt like I was actually in the story. He had never been so deeply immersed in his acting before, especially during a rehearsal. Of course, everything started with, am I going crazy? Can you even evaluate that as acting? Whatever it was, it even surpassed Kang Woojin's usual acting. The same day, around lunchtime, Incheon Airport. Amidst the bustling crowd of the airport, several reporters with cameras had taken their places. As if they had an appointment, they were lined up at the entrance fence. As a result, the people around were curious. Regardless, the reporters, looking at the time, started to get impatient. Why isn't she here? She's late. Maybe we got the wrong information? No way. Then, she's here. One of the reporters pointed towards the entrance and shouted. A middle-aged woman in her 60s appeared. The lady, with glasses perched on her nose, was Akari Takikawa, the popular Japanese novelist. With her appearance, about a dozen reporters eagerly clicked their cameras. Click, click, click. They shouted out whatever Japanese they knew. Over here. Please look this way. Author, what's the reason for your visit to Korea? Please say hello to your fans. On the other hand, the author Akari, amidst various teams, merely waved to the reporters without giving any comment. Regardless, one thing was certain. The globally renowned, super popular author, Akari Takikawa, had come to Korea. A few tens of minutes later, quickly exiting the airport, Akari boarded a large van waiting in the parking lot. Interestingly, author, an already familiar man, was seated inside. It was Kyotaro Taniguchi, the renowned Japanese director with a full head of gray hair. You arrived sooner than I thought. From the looks of it, Director Kyotaro had boarded the van before Akari. As the van began to move, Akari replied with a smile. I'm not good at press conferences. I find the reporters uncomfortable. Haha, a world-renowned author like you shouldn't say that. You, director, used me as a shield and entered the country secretly, didn't you? No way. I merely made your entrance more prominent. How cunning. The novelist Akari softly whispered as she received her schedule from the agency staff, but she asked the director Kyotaro, who was sitting across from her, again. But director, why did you have to align your schedule with mine from the start? Wasn't it a bit too soon to deliver the script to that Korean actor a few days ago? After all, I'm here for a 2-week schedule, which is ample time. With an indifferent look, director Kyotaro smiled. I'll be with you only for today, and from tomorrow I'll be moving separately with my team. I have to meet with the Korean distributor and scout some locations. I also need to check the situation related to actor Kang Woojin in Korea. Seems you're quite eager. I am eager to meet him, but we have to wait. It won't be an immediate meeting. Of course, I'm sure you'll also find actor Kang Woojin to your liking. Although director Kyotaro was in charge of the overall production, novelist Akari also had enough influence to replace an actor or two. In fact, she held enough sway to overturn the entire work. She shrugged and said, well, it'd be a problem if I didn't like him. You'll definitely want him. Director Kyotaro seemed very excited. It was a new side of one of Japan's top directors. At least in Akari's eyes. He was so purely ambitious. Soon, Akari, crossing her arms, pushed up her glasses. Director, can I see the acting of that actor Kang Woojin? Yes, of course, on the hotel's TV. No, she requested to director Kyotaro. Not on TV, but with my own eyes. In the afternoon, back in Suncheon, near the large set of drug dealer, there was a medium-sized hotel. This hotel was used by the actors and staff of drug dealer as accommodation. Due to the nature of the work, there were many regional shootings, and this hotel was mostly used when shooting in Suncheon, so it was almost always reserved. Hence, actors were frequently seen in the hotel lobby and its vicinity. Into such a lobby, whoosh, Kang Woojin, with an expressionless face, was escorted by the large-built Jang Soo-hwan. Soon, several people who passed by Woojin turned their heads. Oh my, isn't that the actor? The one from Profiler Hanryang Park Dae-ri. Huh? Kang Woojin. Yeah, I think it was Kang Woojin. I only caught a glimpse, but it seemed like him. Really? Should we go and check? Not only the guests. The hotel staff at the front desk and various other areas were also sneaking glances at Woojin. Among them, the filming of Drug Dealer was already a hot topic, and the news that Kang Woojin had recently joined was already widespread. Oh my god, Kang Woojin is here. Whoa, what's with his appearance? He's super handsome in real life. Should we take a photo? Is it okay? Looks-wise, Kang Woojin seems better than Jin Jae-jun, right? Shush, we'll get in trouble with the team leader. The lobby quickly became bustling. Noticing this, Jang Soo-hwan quietly coughed and whispered to Woojin. Hyung, I think you should wear a mask. Why? People are starting to recognize you. Dash. Only then did Woojin, who had been looking at his phone, glance around. Though not many, about 10 guests and staff were definitely staring at him. For Woojin, who had experienced this before, it still felt a bit awkward. It feels good, but also a bit embarrassing. Regardless, Woojin, now wearing a mask, made it to his room, leaving behind Jang Soo-hwan, who mentioned he'd get in touch when it was time. Once inside his room, Woojin relaxed for a moment. His room, with just a bed and a simple table, wasn't particularly spacious. Well, at least I have a room to myself. Woojin muttered quietly and flopped down on the bed. After lying still for about 3 minutes, he rolled over and picked up his phone to check the time. 5 o'clock. It was currently 5 in the afternoon. However, today's filming of Drug Dealer was not yet over. They had shot a few scenes from morning until now. There were remaining scenes, but due to Jin Jae-jun's schedule, there was a break. Roughly 2 hours? Usually, actors would wait in the car or somewhere on the set during breaks. But since Drug Dealer had separate accommodations, Woojin could rest in his room and then head out again when needed. Hence, he was still dressed as Lee Sang-man, in a shirt and suit trousers. While searching his name on a search engine, Woojin mused, 2 hours, should I take a nap? However, he shook his head, not feeling particularly tired. During intermittent breaks in the shooting, Woojin entered the void space to relieve his fatigue, and he had a good night's sleep yesterday. So, he thought maybe he should review some works. Then, Woojin shifted his gaze to the scripts and scenarios placed on the small table. Since Drug Dealer is already being filmed, it might be better to look at Male Friend. Woojin had already fully read the first episode script of the short series, Male Friend, and now he picked up the second episode script he had recently received. Flip. After reading the script for over 30 minutes, Woojin seemed to find something and spoke out. Oh, it's this scene. The surprise song scene. From the script alone, it was evident that the male lead would be portrayed in a rather cool way. At that moment, he pondered. Suddenly, Woojin raised his index finger and tapped on the black rectangle next to the Male Friend Episode 2 script. Instantly, Woojin's world transformed into the completely dark void space. Familiarly, Woojin moved toward the 7 white squares. He fixed his gaze on the white square labeled Male Friend. -6/script, title, Male Friend, Grade A, Episode 2, Episode 3, Episode 4. It is a highly completed drama script. 100% reading is possible. The grade had recently been elevated to A, and it was already listed up to Episode 4. Among them, Woojin chose Episode 2. You have selected the script, title, Male Friend Episode 2. Listing characters available for reading, experience. A. Han In-ho, B. and Beam Chul. The male lead of Male Friend was Han In-ho. For Woojin, this was the first time choosing the role at the forefront. Nonetheless, with a somewhat peculiar expression, Woojin selected Han In-ho. Soon, a robotic female voice echoed throughout the virtual space. Abilities exceeding the basic specs have been detected. Enhancing singing ability first. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Enhancement 1. Enhancing singing ability? Upon hearing the robotic female voice, Kang Woojin smirked. It can be enhanced. The results exceeded expectations. Honestly, Woojin had somewhat anticipated this situation, though he didn't think it would be this pronounced. The hint was the cigarettes. Woojin had never tried a cigarette in his life. But after acquiring the void space, he experienced smoking for the first time during the early days with Exorcism, when playing as Kim Ryujin. What was interesting was the complete absence of any discomfort. Usually, a person trying cigarettes for the first time would have a 100% adverse reaction. But Kang Woojin didn't even cough. In other words, it was clearly the power of the void space. The character's traits were transferred to Woojin's body. That's why, even while playing the role of Lee Sang-man, Woojin felt no strangeness towards cigarettes. Addiction? He wasn't worried at all. He craved cigarettes while acting as Lee Sang-man. But the moment he finished the role and put Lee Sang-man away, he didn't think about smoking. That's when Kang Woojin had an idea. Wouldn't singing be learned in the same way as smoking? He didn't expect to become a professional or anything. He just wanted to have singing skills suitable for the scene. Perhaps a verse or a full song. It was different from learning a language. While anyone can learn a language, singing required inherent talent and physical attributes. However, preparing to enhance singing ability, the void space was even enhancing his singing ability. Was it really providing him with singing skills just like it did with language? This void space is awesome. Wow, this is insane. Where was the limit of this bizarre void space ability? However, that wasn't really important right now. Woojin just had to enjoy it. Suddenly, he wondered, oh, did I really need my singing skills enhanced? Kang Woojin laughed awkwardly. He was somewhat confident in his singing, but apparently, it was insignificant according to the void space. If he had singing skills equivalent to Male Friend's Han In-ho, then probably there wouldn't have been any enhancement. If I had started filming without it, I would have been a laughingstock. Ugh, just thinking about it is embarrassing. At that moment, preparation complete. Starting singing ability enhancement. After hearing the female robotic voice, a familiar vast gray enveloped Kang Woojin. After a brief emptiness, when Woojin opened his eyes again, he was in a different space. Huh? This place feels different. It wasn't like the place where he learned languages. Firstly, he wasn't floating, and it wasn't all gray. He was standing firmly in a dark space that extended endlessly. Suddenly, whoa, A line of white light appeared in the dark space. It ran from right in front of Woojin to the horizon. Something was approaching along that line. Musical notes. Shining silver notes. They smoothly moved along the white line, then suddenly sped up. Then they climbed up Woojin's body. The notes stopped near Woojin's throat, melting into him. At the same time, he felt a tingling sensation that spread throughout his body. The tingling became more intense. However, more notes were approaching. Here comes another one. Second, third. Countless notes came in succession along the white line. How much time had passed? Suddenly, Woojin found himself back in the hotel room. He vaguely remembered hearing the robotic female voice again at the end, but it wasn't clear due to the overwhelming experiences. Standing near the small table, Woojin zoned out for a moment. Then he touched his throat, feeling the lingering tingling. Soon after, he vocalized, Something had changed. Was it resonance? The voice is the same, but it's hard to describe. Woojin immediately headed to the bathroom and turned on the shower. Whoosh. The bathroom quickly filled with the sound of running water. After clearing his throat, Woojin began to sing, testing out any song he could remember. Just one verse. As soon as he sang a line from the ballad he always sang at karaoke, Woojin exclaimed, "This is insane." He could keenly feel the enhanced singing ability. Afterward, around 7 p.m., Kang Woojin delved into the filming of Drug Dealer once more. While a world-shaking incident had taken place in his hotel room, no one was aware of it, and Kang Woojin did not show it externally. He just grinned to himself. Doesn't my voice seem to have a greater range now? In reality, Kang Woojin's vocal delivery, as he portrayed Lee Sang-man, had improved. His already realistic dictation was now stronger, causing the director Kim Do-hee and other staff to take notice. Woojin's tone and diction seem fresher, right? Or is it just me? It was always good, but now it feels more captivating. Regardless, Kang Woojin gave a stellar performance. He was in a good mood, so he didn't feel tired at all. The scene they were shooting was a meeting between Lee Sang-man and Japanese Yakuza. It was set after Jong Sung-hoon had killed the drug lord, Choi Jun-ho. Raw materials from China, manufacturing in Korea, and the market in Japan. Lee Sang-man's Japanese was fluent. The actors playing the Yakuza roles were actually Japanese. However, Lee Sang-man's Japanese did not sound out of place at all. It simply sounded like a conversation among Japanese people. Don't worry about sales. But the manufacturing is okay, right? Brother, don't you trust me? I'll consistently deliver the best. Just make sure to manage the market properly. Of course, Kang Woojin's portrayal wasn't limited to Lee Sang-man's fluent Japanese. He also vividly represented the character's gradual addiction. Over time, his deteriorating condition, deepening dark circles, pale skin, and frail voice. The vivid portrayal of death due to drug addiction by Woojin was incredibly realistic. While makeup played a role, Kang Woojin's increasingly vacant expression was truly exceptional. Fellow actors' praises were evidence of this. His tone is progressively weakening, isn't it? His gaze also seems fragile. Definitely different from the morning shoot. It's a natural progression, but the details are extraordinary. Did you see how he keeps checking his forearm while saying his lines? He's truly embodying a drug addict. Honestly, I've never seen a rookie pay such attention to detail. He really doesn't feel like a rookie. Woojin is hard to get close to. He's a bit cold, so it's tough to approach him. Yeah, I heard he learned acting through self-study. What? How is that possible? I'm not entirely sure. I heard it from Mr. Park from the profiler Henry Yang's side. Since he self-studied, he might lack experience working with other actors. As the actors continued their puzzled discussion, Choi Sung-gun, who had been waiting a bit away from the shooting zone, felt a long vibration from his phone. Brrr. He took a few steps away and answered the call. Yes, Choi Sung-gun speaking dash. On the other side was a male voice. Hello, Mr. Choi. I'm an employee from director Kyotaro Taniguchi's agency. Yes. Choi Sung-gun moved even further away. We've received the script you sent. Good to hear. The reason I called is that director Kyotaro is currently in Korea. Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened in surprise. What? Right now? In Korea? Yes. However, he isn't here specifically to meet Kang Woojin directly. The director has other commitments. Oh, I see. However, He and the guest accompanying him wished to see Kang Woojin's acting in person. Is Kang Woojin currently on a shooting set? As he was asked this, Choi Sung-gun looked over to the filming zone. Kang Woojin was in the middle of his passionate performance. Choi Sung-gun quickly realized the significance. I knew director Kyotaro would come back to Korea. But isn't this too soon? There was definitely something up. What particularly caught Choi Sung-gun's attention was the word guest. Given that the director was well recognized even in Japan, the guest he brought must be quite important. It would be more beneficial to showcase rather than hide. Having made a quick decision, Choi Sung-gun organized the upcoming schedule in his head before replying. Actually, Woojin is currently filming a movie. Oh, is that so? Yes. It's a cameo role, but quite a significant part. There shouldn't be any issues if you want to see his performance. However, you'd need to align your schedule. Could you let us know the schedule? After today's shoot, we'll be on a break and reshoot in about 2 days. Around that time, Kang Woojin's scenes were expected to wrap up. The final ruthlessness and pitiable death of Lee Sang-man. 2 contrasting scenes were scheduled back-to-back. They were crucial cuts. So we should visit in 2 days? Yes. After the sound of flipping pages over the phone, the man spoke again. All right, we'll coordinate accordingly in 2 days. Both the director and our guest just wished to watch Kang Woojin's performance quietly and leave. Yes. I'll keep it a secret from Woojin. It might interfere with his acting, but I'll need to get the on-site director's consent. Of course, if the on-site director disagrees, there's nothing we can do. The conversation was nearing its end. Then, I'll seek our director's consent and get back to you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, has Kang Woojin read director Kyotaro's script? I usually don't interfere in that aspect, but I believe he is diligently going through it. Choi Sung-gun, reminded of Kang Woojin's straightforward nature, smiled slightly. He might have already made up his mind. On the morning of the 10th, the next day, at the HTBS broadcasting station, it was just past 9 o'clock. At this time, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun were walking down the corridor of HTBS's entertainment department. Their attire was casual, white short-sleeved shirts with jeans, suitable for the increasingly warm June weather. Anyway, all right, see you later. In front of a meeting room, Choi Sung-gun patted Kang Woojin's shoulder. It seemed that only Kang Woojin would enter this meeting room. Thanks to that, Woojin's expression was quite stern. Yes, sir. Inside, he felt a little nervous. Shit, I've been to the broadcasting station before, but it's my first time in the entertainment department. Why the hell am I even here? While Kang Woojin had grown a lot, many things were still unfamiliar to him. However, his facade had become more convincing. Woojin knocked and then opened the door to the meeting room. As he entered the meeting room, the first person he saw was PD Yoon Byung-seon, with glasses, the entertainment industry mogul. Oh, Woojin, you're here. He got up quickly to greet Kang Woojin. There were also a few female scriptwriters in the room. Keeping his composure, Woojin shook the hand extended by PD Yoon Byung-seon. Hello, PD. He also briefly greeted the surrounding writers. Then he took in the sight of the meeting room. A rather large desk with several small cameras on top. Cameras were mounted in various parts of the room. As Kang Woojin looked intently at PD Yoon Byung-seon, he laughed reassuringly. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. If you're confirmed, we'll use the footage, but if not, we definitely won't. There are many viewers who enjoy seeing the preparation stages. Confirmed? Confirmed for what? Kang Woojin, slightly confused, took a seat. Across from him, PD Yoon continued with a smile. You've been busy lately, right? I saw the news. Congrats on the advertisement. Your momentum seems unstoppable. Thank you. Your value seems to increase every day. Now, I have something to show you. PD Yoon handed over a thin bundle of papers he got from a writer. This is the plan for a new variety show we're preparing. It's still in the preliminary stages, but the production is confirmed. There's a plan to air it in the second half of this year, and it'll probably be one of the biggest variety shows I've done. Would you like to briefly read through the proposal? Ah, yes. Kang Woojin responded and looked down, then internally exclaimed. A variety show? What's this about? Is PD Yoon trying to cast me in it? PD Yoon Byung-seon, unaware of this, continued to explain. As you can see, the main stage will be overseas. One English-speaking country in Europe, then Japan, and the last one might either be Korea or another country. We're still considering. Indeed, it was a big variety show. We are planning a 3-part series. Naturally, we won't shoot them all at once. We'll divide them by quarters. After filming the first part in the winter, we'll take a break and then shoot the second, and so on. Woojin's heart was beating faster and faster, but he tried to remain calm. I see. We will be opening a restaurant. We'll be selling Korean food to foreigners. The goal is to provide both laughter and meaning. It will include cultural exchanges, foreigners' reactions, and promoting Korea. So, it would be great if the participating actors can speak foreign languages, at least 1 or 2 of them. PD Yoon, who had been briefing leisurely, took off his glasses and leaned forward towards Woojin. And I'd like one of those people to be you, Woojin. What do you think? I'm formally offering you the role. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Woojin tried hard to maintain a neutral face, but internally, he was ecstatic. Me? PD Yoon really wants to cast me. Woojin was a fan of PD Yoon. More precisely, he loved his variety shows. But to be cast in a variety show he used to enjoy on TV or YouTube, this was entirely different from Sports Day. This was about being cast in a main variety show by PD Yoon. This threw Woojin's thoughts into chaos. However, he couldn't show it. For now, he decided to buy time by acting nonchalant. Kang Woojin hesitated slightly. To PD Yoon, this seemed like contemplation. Well, I guess there's nothing to regret at this point. PD Yoon quickly spoke. It'll be fun. You'll also get to breathe foreign air after a long time. Long time. It would be his first time. What does he mean by after a long time? This smells like a misunderstanding. Anyway, but I didn't offer you the role just because of your language skills. Your character is intriguing. You've seen the reaction from Sports Day, right? The public loves your character. Yes, I've noticed that. People like you. Honestly, I considered others for your spot. I even had meetings with them. But still, you're the most fitting. I'm greedy for you. I really want to work with you. The writers and PD Yoon intently watched Woojin, who maintained inscrutable expression. However, Woojin didn't immediately respond. Only after a few tense moments did he finally speak. If I have a condition, would you consider it? For more Chapter 81. Enhancement 2. Condition. PD Yoon Byung-seon's eyes widened slightly. Naturally, he hadn't expected the word condition. Kang Woojin, on the other hand, was ready to say it out loud. I don't know. Screw it. Just do it. After all, PD Yoon Byung-seon had gotten a good idea of Woojin's eccentric personality through Sports Day. Of course, it was all concept, but this much facade and pretense would be fine. Rather than just acting on impulse, it's also a necessary condition for my future. Fortunately, PD Yoon Byung-seon responded nonchalantly. All right, as long as it's not too big of a deal, we'll try to accommodate. Being a top figure in the variety show industry, PD Yoon Byung-seon had dealt with countless celebrities and heard various conditions. Thus, Woojin began to speak more comfortably. Firstly, apart from the basics, I'd prefer if my detailed past isn't emphasized. Oh, maintaining a veiled concept. Woojin, slightly startled by the word concept, managed to remain composed. No, rather than a concept, I'd like the focus to be on my current self. I'd prefer if there were no speculative interpretations. While it's natural for my life to become open to the public since becoming an actor, I don't particularly want to reveal my past personal life. I understand what you're saying. Many celebrities have such concerns. Such things are not even considered conditions. It was true. Most domestic celebrities preferred to keep their pasts hidden. Celebrities are, after all, like products. They require attractive packaging, and anything from the past that could tarnish that image is best left hidden. Effective image crafting. Of course, there were instances where celebrities' hidden pasts were exposed, leading to the downfall of some, while others had their past acts of kindness revealed. But these were exceptions. Most celebrities did not openly disclose their pasts. PD Yoon Byung-seon was well aware of this. Especially rising stars or newcomers tend to hide even more. They're vulnerable, given their newly acquired fame. Moreover, Kang Woojin was rising faster than anyone else. Yoon Byung-seon obviously intended to consider Woojin's feelings. However, considering his personality and demeanor, I suspected his past wasn't all smooth sailing. Looks like there's some deep history involved. Yet another misunderstanding arose. Well, his acting skills and language proficiency didn't just come out of nowhere. I see an intensity in his eyes beyond his years. Regardless, the past was in the past. Yoon Byung-seon was a forward-looking individual and was only interested in the present Kang Woojin. I promise. We can even add it to the contract. During editing, we won't include any hint of such nuances. Thank you. No problem. As I mentioned, many actors request this. I don't really mind. As long as you haven't committed any crimes, haha. It was a light-hearted joke to ease the atmosphere. However, seeing Woojin's solemn expression, Yoon Byung-seon's laughter gradually faded. Ha ha ha. You haven't, right? Committed a crime. Of course. He had lived a clean life. Even paid his rent on time. Kang Woojin responded assertively and confidently. Of course, not at all. Anyway, it was just a joke. Any other conditions? Can I know in advance who will be working with me? The reason Kang Woojin wanted to know the cast in advance was simple. I don't want any more surprises. He wanted to be prepared to prevent any shocking revelations. To Woojin, the entertainment world was unfamiliar. Knowing in advance would minimize surprises. At that moment, PD Yoon Byung-seon received a transparent file from the writers. Of course, we usually share that information. Some make decisions based on their co-stars. Handing the file to Kang Woojin, he said, "We are considering a total of 6 people. Currently confirmed are Mr. In Jong-hak and Mr. Ha Kong-soo. One is still being coordinated. And of course, you, Kang Woojin." And Jong-hak was more of a top all-around entertainer than a top actor. While acting was his main profession, he was also successful in variety shows and as a singer. Ha Kong-soo belongs to the typical top actor category, comparable in visual appeal to Ryu Young-min. 2 formidable actors had already been confirmed. But PD Yoon Byung-seon wasn't done yet. We're considering 2 females. One of them is Wallin. Who? Wallin? Yes. Ah, right. You're working with Wallin on that Netflix series, aren't you? Yes. Haha. Wallin was discussed quite some time ago. We contacted her long before you. She has been active in Japan for a long time, so she's fluent in Japanese. And above all, we've worked together a few times in the past. I see. So Wallin is confirmed. Yes, she's confirmed. She told me that the production she's joining during her solo activities is on Netflix, and it won't be too long. Are you uncomfortable with Wallin? Not particularly. Frankly, Kang Woojin's impression of Wallin was neutral. He just didn't have a great first impression of her. She'll probably be more uncomfortable with me than the other way around. Well, setting aside Wallin's case, Kang Woojin looked down at the casting board, lost in thought for a moment. But not for too long. After all, when else would he have the chance to go abroad? And for free at that. Moreover, it was a big variety show by PD Yoon Byung-seon. The boost in recognition would be a bonus. It was a variety show he had thought of doing someday. And if he was to be a part of it, being on such a big production like this would be ideal. Honestly, Woojin thought it would be fun. I do want to use English or Japanese openly. Soon after, Kang Woojin, who had been imagining his time abroad, met PD Yoon Byung-seon's gaze. Then in a low voice, he said, "I'll do my best." PD Yoon Byung-seon, who had been smiling softly, grasped Kang Woojin's hand. "Thank you. I'm already looking forward to working with Woojin." He took out his phone. "Shall we discuss the details with CEO Choi now?" At the same time, as Kang Woojin and PD Yoon Byung-seon were discussing the specifics, various things were unfolding in the entertainment industry. The movie Drug Dealer was progressing at an even faster pace, despite Woojin's brief absence. Furthermore, after Woojin's involvement, the enthusiasm on set seemed to have heightened. Director, I'm sorry. Can we do that scene once more?" "Huh? Jae-jun, I thought it was fine. I think I muddled my lines a bit. I'd like to try again." "Oh, all right." The staff and actors seemed to be on high alert, putting in more effort than usual. This was undoubtedly due to Kang Woojin's influence. "Director, don't the actors seem to be performing at a higher level?" "It's because of Woojin. He's a rising rookie and showed such incredible acting. If I were an actor, I'd also go all out in acting." Such was the effect of the monstrous acting of Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, among the projects that Woojin joined, there was significant movement in the one involving star writer Lee Wool-seon. Issue check star writer Lee Wool-seon's new work secured by KBC's top PD, Song Hyuk. With the confirmation of the production team and the main PD, pre-production officially began. So far, Kang Woojin was the only confirmed actor. However, Given that it's a work by Lee Wool-seon, top actors have been frequently mentioned in casting discussions. In other words, the casting would likely be finalized in no time. There were also unofficial heavyweights causing a stir. For instance, the globally renowned Japanese novelist Akari Takikawa, who was currently visiting Korea. As soon as she arrived, she was busy with interviews with Korean publishing media. Photo internationally acclaimed novelist Akari Takikawa, visiting Korea, announces, "One of my works will be adapted into a movie." In the interview, she revealed that one of her works would be adapted into a film. Meanwhile, director Kyotaro, who came to Korea with Akari but moved around secretly, was in the middle of a meeting. "Hello, director. It's been a while. You've checked the details in the email, right?" He was conducting meetings with domestic import and distribution companies. Naturally, only a few knew about it. "We're aiming to release this upcoming project both in Korea and Japan." In addition, while director Kwon Ki-taek was equally secretive, a few reporters who caught wind of it released articles. Movie talk rumors of director Kwon Ki-taek's new work, industry insider claims. The script is already circulating in the market. However, it didn't gain much traction. In the film industry, there was high interest in the next work of the renowned director Kwon Ki-taek. Being such an influential director, and given that there weren't many big films or issues in the movie scene recently, Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing was silently progressing through its pre-production phase. The main cast, including Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min, for both main lead roles, was almost finalized, and they were moving on to the storyboard phase. As always, the entertainment world was bustling and busy, and night quickly approached. Location: a coin karaoke near Samseong Station. The time was past 9 p.m. Yet, the large karaoke place was bustling with customers, students releasing daily stress, groups of female friends, men having a drink, and so on. Among them, a room was occupied by 3 women. What should we sing? Should I go first? Wait a minute. Just then, a soft pop song could be heard from the neighboring room. When the intro played, the girls didn't think much of it. But once the actual song started, "Wow, hold on, he's singing really well. The pop song is amazing, isn't it? What's with the pronunciation? Is it a foreigner?" All 3 girls stopped in their tracks, drawn to the voice singing the pop song. The voice was male, and his singing skills were astounding. "How? His voice is amazing. Is he a real singer? My ears are melting. He sounds like a real singer, right? Should we sneak a peek?" To them, the man singing was clearly on par with a professional singer. But for now, the women quietly enjoyed the pop song. What's interesting is, now he's singing a Japanese song. After the pop song, the man began singing a J-pop song, and his proficiency was just as outstanding. His Japanese is also amazing. I don't know much Japanese, but isn't his pronunciation really good? It doesn't sound awkward at all. Maybe they're playing some promotional video in the next room. Anyone can tell that's a real person singing. One thing was for sure. I want to hear him up close. Whether it's pop or Japanese songs, the women were captivated by the man's skills. Gradually, "Look, he's a singer, right? I can't see clearly." Other patrons in the karaoke place started to gather around the man's room. Students, women, and men alike, whether he knew it or not. A third song began to play in the room. This time, it was a Korean song, a rather famous ballad, especially among men. However, the audience was entranced. "Damn, this song sounds incredible when sung well. He's definitely a singer, right? Who is he? Can we identify him by voice? The song is so good." Soon after, bam, the incredibly talented singer emerged from the room, wearing a black hat and mask. He was tall with a good physique. Immediately, the spectators around sensed something. He must be a celebrity. Given his singing skills, they were 100% sure he was a singer. As a result, everyone from students to men and women started approaching him. "Excuse me." However, after briefly scanning the onlookers, the man quickly left the karaoke place. A few students tried to chase after him, but he quickly disappeared down the stairs. The remaining onlookers gazed at the room where the man had been. That was amazing, right? He must be a singer. But who? He definitely sounded like one. Maybe an idol? He had that kind of vibe. Why would an idol come here? In a nearby alley, the man who turned the karaoke upside down paused and looked behind him. No one was following. He then slightly pulled down his mask, and it was Kang Woojin, who smiled mischievously. Wow, seriously, what am I? He hadn't expected such a reaction. He'd visited a nearby karaoke on a whim, and he was genuinely impressed by his singing skills. The audience's reaction was proof. Kang Woojin's singing skills now were unparalleled compared to the past. Could I actually become a singer? He was definitely good enough to be one. On the 11th, at Netflix Korea, in the early morning, Wallin stepped out of the van in the underground parking lot. Dressed in a short-sleeved top that barely revealed her navel and with her long hair tied back, she looked rather casual. With a lighter makeup, the freckles under her eyes were more noticeable. Then, she said, "I'll be back soon, Dash." She greeted the chubby manager inside the van, who waved back. "Uh-huh. Have fun. Want me to buy something?" "I'm good. You guys go eat." "Okay." Soon after, Wallin turned and headed towards the elevator. Today, there was an important meeting related to Male Friend at Netflix Korea. There were other matters to decide on as well, like the OST and the schedule. They had agreed to meet with just the core members, excluding the manager team, such as writers and actors. Wallin then pressed the elevator button. "The director's been decided. I wonder who it is." While waiting, she checked her phone. First, she accessed Kang Woojin's SNS. "Really? I have to tell him today that I'm a fan." Next, she checked Kang Woojin's fan club. Checking his SNS and fan club had become almost a daily routine for Wallin. "I'll get close to him. I can do it." She had set a goal to become a superfan. She might not be able to openly admit to being a crazy fan, but she could casually mention being a fan and try to get close. Encouraging herself, Wallin lifted her head. Just then, swish, a deep male voice greeted her. "Hello." Wallin, slightly startled, turned to find the indifferent face of Kang Woojin right in front of her. In an instant, her mind went blank, forgetting her earlier resolution she had made moments ago. She reflexively turned her gaze towards the elevator door. "Ah, hello." "Yes." She felt like her body and soul were disconnected. The conversation stopped. The elevator door opened, and both Kang Woojin and Wallin stepped in. Feeling restless, Wallin fidgeted with her thin bracelet, thinking, "Gosh, why am I so nervous? Just tell him. Just say you're a fan. Stay calm. You can do it." Gathering her courage, she began. Excuse me. However, ding. The elevator interrupted her. As the door opened at the designated floor, Kang Woojin took a step out, turning to Wallin and asking, "Yes." Without thinking, Wallin followed him. As they walked side by side, accidentally, their arms brushed against each other, causing her thoughts to freeze once again. Ugh. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, standing in the hallway, stared intently at Wallin with a stoic expression before asking, "Are you all right?" Struggling to reply, Wallin blurted out, "I need to, go to the bathroom." With awkward strides, she hurried down the hallway. Watching her retreating figure, Kang Woojin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Is she avoiding me? That's a bit unexpected." At that moment, the thin bracelet on Wallin's wrist fell to the ground. But she didn't notice and continued rushing down the hallway, turning at the corner. Swish. Right around the bend, Wallin pressed herself against the wall. She was right in front of the restroom. Holding her chest, she sighed. Of all times for our arms to brush. My heart nearly burst, just from that brief encounter. She muttered to herself, "I can't tell him, never. If I tell Woojin that I'm a super fan, he'll think I'm crazy." She bit her lower lip for a moment and sighed before entering the restroom. And then, dash. Behind the corner, Kang Woojin stood awkwardly. Or should one say he was malfunctioning? In his right hand, he held Wallin's bracelet. With a blank expression, Woojin blinked in surprise. "Is Wallin a fan of mine?" Enhancement 3. Had I just heard correctly? Did I mishear? Kang Woojin stood in a daze, trying to recall the moment. But it was all too clear. "I'm 100% sure she said she's a super fan of me, right?" Indeed, just a moment ago, Wallin had said she was a fan of Kang Woojin. It wasn't as if Woojin had deliberately eavesdropped on her. It was purely coincidental. He had merely intended to return the bracelet Wallin had dropped. Right when he was about to call out to her, he heard Wallin's voice. In any case, Kang Woojin blinked several times, trying to process what had just happened. But no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't believe it. Does this even make any sense? Wallin was the leader of the famous girl group, Ilani. Their fandom? It was massive. Even among Ilani members, Wallin was the most popular. Even someone like Kang Woojin, who wasn't familiar with girl groups, knew that much. To anyone's eyes, Wallin was clearly a top star. She was a different caliber of star compared to Hong Hae-yeon. Why would such a star be a fan of Kang Woojin? I mean, I am an actor, but I'm just a complete rookie. If it was someone like the handsome Ryu Young-min or the top actor Jin Jae-jun, I'd understand. However, the fact remained. Wallin had declared herself a fan, even overlooking top stars, actors like Ryu Young-min and Jin Jae-jun. Woojin couldn't help but feel a little elated. Of course, he was. Wallin had just revealed herself as a fan right in front of him. Unconsciously, the corners of Woojin's lips turned up slightly. Ah, stop it. Don't smile, you silly lips. His maintained concept was momentarily broken as Woojin quickly tried to regain his neutral expression, but overwhelmed by elated emotions, his lips kept curling into a grin. Was he losing his mind? Kang Woojin slapped his cheeks lightly. Get a grip. For now, he put Wallin's bracelet in his pocket. Leaving it on the floor felt wrong, and directly handing it to her in the current circumstances seemed inappropriate. Giving it back later, saying he found it, seemed more natural. Whoosh. Forcing on an air of indifference, Woojin turned on his heel to leave. He decided to head first to the meeting room. As he did, he recalled his previous encounters with Wallin. She first saw me at Netflix, right? She looked uncomfortable around me from the start and even avoided eye contact. She always seemed cold and indifferent to him. But what if it wasn't out of dislike, but surprise? Suddenly, Kang Woojin remembered all the misunderstandings that had occurred due to his concept act. That's quite possible. Why she was a fan of him, he didn't know, and he wasn't keen on finding out. It was one of two things. Either she wanted to hide her admiration for Kang Woojin or she unintentionally started off on the wrong foot, and it led to this. Kang Woojin looked back on himself, from the past till now. Misunderstandings can be tricky. I'm living proof of them. Of course, currently, Kang Woojin needed to maintain his composure. Wallin probably just felt shy and awkward around him. Still, he felt a kindred spirit in her. I should protect her secret, right? Regardless of the situation, Woojin decided to respect Wallin's feelings and keep her secret to himself. Blabbering about it wasn't cool. Well, she might talk about it when the time is right. Or she might continue to hide it, which was fine too. It still feels great though. Wallin is a fan of me. I can't even brag about it anywhere. Once again, the corners of his mouth twitched upwards into a smile. As he approached the entrance of Netflix Korea, a staff member greeted him. Mr. Woojin, over here. Suppressing his elated mood, Kang Woojin responded with a calm voice. Hello. Following the staff member's lead, Woojin entered the meeting room. Inside, he immediately recognized a familiar face. Oh, Woojin. It's been a while, hasn't it? Director Shin Dong-chun? It was the square-jawed director Shin Dong-chun. Why was he here? Just as Woojin was wondering, Wallin entered the room behind him. While she tried to avoid Woojin, she greeted the other staff members. Woojin called out to her, Ms. Wallin. She flinched, slightly startled. Regardless, Woojin calmly handed her something with a neutral expression. It was the bracelet she had dropped. You dropped this. Only now realizing that she had lost it, Wallin took the bracelet and expressed her gratitude in the most emotionless manner that she could. Oh, thank you. Yes. Then, Wallin swiftly turned to leave. At that moment, a few Netflix team leaders seated in the room whispered among themselves. I've noticed since the last time that Wallin and Woojin don't seem to be on good terms, don't they? They probably just aren't familiar yet. Well, I hope that's the case. Kang Woojin, expressionless, tried his best to control the corners of his lips. Keep it together, lips. Seriously, because Wallin came across as subtly cute. Meanwhile, the episode of Sports Day that was skyrocketing in views was producing significant results. EP.1. The Hanryang team is on fire. Confused. I'm really confused. The Hanryang team is full of enthusiasm, but the result? Sports Day X profiler Hanryang. Sub. Views, 10,465,008. Just a week after its release, it had already surpassed 10 million views. And of course, it was still on the rise. The channel Sports Day already had over 3 million subscribers and had many loyal viewers. The combination of profiler Henry Yang, the various controversies surrounding Kang Woojin, and other topics caused the views to explode. The meme about Woojin that spread like wildfire on YouTube also played a part. Not only those who watched Sports Day, but also those who searched for Henry Yang, Kang Woojin, and other top actors from Henry Yang's team would see Sports Day in their search results. Thanks to that. EP.2, Furious Hong Haiyun. Did Kang Woojin survive? Sports Day X profiler Henry Yang. Sub. Views, 1,155,146. The second episode of Sports Day, which was uploaded this morning, effortlessly surpassed 1 million views in just a few hours. The reactions of the public? There were already tens of thousands of comments. Woojin, why have you changed so much? LOL. You seem weird now. The chemistry between everyone is just wonderful. TL, in English in Raw chapter. LOL. Hurry up and release episode 3, I can't wait to see it LOL. But really, Hong Haiyun is so beautiful. The chemistry between Ryu Young-min and Kang Woojin is unexpectedly good LOL. Look at Jang Taesan's angry eyes, LOL. Check out Woojin's Tsundere act at 11:05. Some actors are really shy, but I love how they tried their best for this show. TL, in English in Raw chapter. Park Dae-ri's form is awesome. Their teamwork is indeed awesome. TL, in English in Raw chapter. Kang Woojin's arrogant but cute charm. What to do? He's so cute. I know Ryu Young-min is handsome LOL, but I don't know why I only see Kang Woojin. LOL. Kang Woojin was even popular during his college days LOL. But somehow, he seems to have become a bit darker LOL. Given the plethora of top actors, there were also quite a few comments in English. Naturally, Kang Woojin's momentum continued to soar. Given this, domestic media outlets inevitably shifted their attention towards Woojin. After all, new flavors sell better than familiar ones. Wow, what's gotten into Kang Woojin in just a few months? He's getting endorsements and everything. Hey, any rumors about Woojin out there? I'm already digging, but there's nothing yet. Is his past clean? Dig deeper. Something might come up. Currently, Kang Woojin's career was skyrocketing, and there were clear indicators of this. At Wooji_n. Posts, 29. Followers, 403K. Following, 4. Woojin's SNS followers had surpassed 400K. Official/welcome to Kang Woojin's official fan cafe Kang's Heart. Members, 8,008. Chief Manager, Blood Sister. His fan club members had surpassed 8,000. Naturally, there would be some inactive members, but for a rookie actor, this growth was unprecedented. However, with such a rise to prominence, negative attention was bound to follow. While the public was currently enthusiastic about Woojin, the media, like hyenas, could change their stance at any moment. These outlets began spitting out provocative headlines to boost their click rates. Rising Kang Woojin is gaining momentum, but is there real substance beneath? Issue pick, minor roles, short appearances, cameos. Why does hot rookie Kang Woojin only land small roles? Of course, there were far more positive articles about Woojin. In a landscape where scandals are fabricated out of thin air, such gossip pieces seemed rather mild. Park Dae-ri Kang Woojin had troubles on the Henry Yang set. Outstanding acting, but his future projects are subpar. Since news about Kang Woojin's was selling well, a few media outlets were merely spewing nonsense. And if this grabs the public's attention, things might blow out of proportion. For now, there's no major issue. It was only natural for a rising star to attract both praise and criticism, especially when the criticisms were merely baseless rumors and speculation. Star Talk. Chungmuro Blue Chip Kang Woojin. No major film casting news after his appearance in Sports Day? Nowadays, the public isn't easily fooled. They are well aware of the reporters' ulterior motives. These damn reporters again, LOL. Making up articles as they please LOL, they should get sued to come to their senses. If we look at it in terms of proportion, it was 80% positive and 20% negative. Therefore, the controversial bait didn't stand out, and there was no need to respond to each one. Rising rookie Kang Woojin has established his variety show character thanks to Sports Day, but is his main career as an actor faltering? For now, It was just material to further raise Kang Woojin's recognition. A few minutes later, at Gigio Entertainment in Nanhai-dong, about 3 people can be seen on the spacious sofa in the CEO's office. The bulldog-face-like CEO, CEO Gusiab, sitting in the main seat, appeared quite furious, his face alternating between red and pale. CEO Gusiab angrily threw the tablet he was looking at onto the table in front of him. Bang! The employees flinched, and CEO Gusiab gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Ugh, damn it! This rookie Kang Woojin or whatever is getting on my nerves." Does this make sense? Starting from Exorcism to Profiler Han Yang, and now Sports Day is also a hit? Is this the kind of momentum a rookie should have in just a few months? It's an unusual rise indeed. That's not all, right? He's also landed endorsements and even already has a fan club now. His rise on social media is also unprecedented. Don't you think I don't know that? I'm sorry. CEO Gusiab coldly muttered in a low voice and lit a cigarette. Is it right to just leave this be? This Choi Sung-gun bastard, who attacked Gigio and me too. How much would they belittle me if we leave it like this? Pooh dash. After exhaling a long puff of smoke, he turned to an executive sitting next to him. How's the investigation on Kang Woojin's background in Japan? He's an ethnic Korean from Japan, right? Anything from the past we can use against him? Well, we've been looking into his theater activities in Japan and everything. But so far, nothing has come up. We even hired a detective over there, but still nothing at all. You couldn't even find out his Japanese name? Yes, sir. And there's no connection to director Kyotaro? Director Kyotaro is preparing for a new film, but there doesn't seem to be any connection with Kang Woojin. Bang! Frustrated by the fruitless investigations, CEO Gusiab kicked the table. What about domestically? We checked domestic theaters and acting schools just in case, but strangely, we couldn't find anything. So what? Did this Kang Woojin guy just drop from the sky? I'm sorry. CEO Gusiab massaged his temples. His irritation was reaching its peak. Damn it. Exorcism was clearly stolen from us. It should have been all mine. Should I just let this go? They've made a fool of me, and thanks to that Kang Woojin or whatever his name is, Jung-hyuk has fallen to the very bottom. TSK, for now, let's keep an eye on that Kang Woojin. Yes. It might be better to target Choi Sung-gun and Hong Hai-yun. I'll handle that. You guys focus more on spreading rumors about Kang Woojin. I've seen a few articles already throwing shade at him, saying he's only taking minor roles and such. Make more noise about that. Understood. Sir. CEO Gusiab, who lit another cigarette, stood up from the sofa. There must be a reason Kang Woojin only chooses minor roles or small projects. Shortly after, thanks to CEO Gusiab's influence, there was a noticeable increase in tabloid articles related to Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, at the Harmony Film Company near Sinsa Station, in a large conference room, more than 20 people were gathered. They were the production team for the movie Island of the Missing. Naturally, sitting at the head of the shaped desk was, Director Kwon Ki-taek was seated. The table was full of tablets, various transparent files, numerous papers, and location photos, suggesting they were in the middle of a production meeting. However, the article displayed on the tablet director Kwon Ki-taek was viewing red. Star Talk. Chungmuro Blue Chip Kang Woojin. No major film casting news after his appearance in Sports Day? Recently, director Kwon Ki-taek had been closely monitoring Kang Woojin. Naturally, since Kang Woojin had now joined director Kwon Ki-taek's crew, every issue related to Kang Woojin directly affects Island of the Missing. Soon, director Kwon Ki-taek, who put down the tablet, said, "Why are there more and more gossip articles lately?" "What? I'm talking about Kang Woojin." He directed his gaze at the entire production team. It's okay that he's been in several works since Drug Dealer, and that his recognition soared with Sports Day. But these gossip and slander articles are a bit annoying. Although they can be ignored, I don't really like them. It seems that because Woojin is so popular right now, reporters are spouting whatever nonsense they can. I just don't like that. Such minor gossip always comes with being a famous actor. No need to take it to heart. I know. I'm just not in a good mood. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been speaking in a gentle tone, slowly crossed his legs. To be honest, I was thinking of announcing it after the shooting of Drug Dealer was over, but since the main cast is almost finalized, How about we start our own official promotion for Island of the Missing? The first to reply was an employee from the distribution company. Should we immediately release the prepared promotional materials? The media is already poking around. They claim to know that you're involved in the project. The timing seems good, as the film industry is currently starved for news. Director Kwon Ki-taek, slowly nodding, gave his instructions with his arms crossed. For now, just officially announce Kang Woojin's confirmed casting. We'll reveal the rest gradually over time. Understood, director. We'll prepare a teaser announcement. Given the current rumors about Woojin and his current popularity, we'll get an immediate reaction. Naturally, our film promotion will follow. The distribution company employee then made a phone call. And an article with director Kwon Ki-taek's name appeared on the internet precisely 10 minutes later. Exclusive, renowned director Kwon Ki-taek confirms top rookie Kang Woojin for his next film. Film company says Kang Woojin has been cast as the lead. It was as if a nuclear bomb had dropped on the film. Chapter 83, Enhancement 4. Around the time the news was posted on the internet that Kang Woojin had joined director Kwon Ki-taek's next film as a main lead, Woojin, who was unaware of this, was in the middle of a meeting at Netflix Korea. In a medium-sized meeting room, key figures related to male friend had gathered. Of course, there was Kang Woojin, and also the plump executive director Kim So-hyang, writer Choi Na-na, Wallin, director Shin Dong-chun, and team leaders from various Netflix departments. They had been exchanging greetings for several minutes. Casual conversations ensued. Meanwhile, Wallin was fidgeting with the thin bracelet that Woojin had given her, sneaking glances at Woojin and director Shin Dong-chun. That director made exorcism with Woojin. To her, director Shin Dong-chun seemed like a benefactor who introduced Kang Woojin to the world. Hence, as a fan, Wallin's fondness for the director had skyrocketed. I must greet him properly after the meeting. After wrapping up the preliminary discussions, executive director Kim So-hyang, who had been talking to the team leaders, drew everyone's attention. Now, from here on, director Shin will take over. Director Shin Dong-chun, who had been looking down at his tablet, nodded slowly. We should start with finalizing the production company. Yes, but we've already narrowed it down to 3 choices, so it shouldn't take long. After a brief meeting, you can decide based on the situation. After hearing the response, director Shin Dong-chun turned his attention to the tense writer Choi Na-na. Miss Choi, can we have a brief script meeting after this? Yes. That's fine. I'll do my best. Haha, don't be so stiff. Relax. Yes, I'll try my hardest to do that too. The meeting room erupted in laughter at writer Choi Na-na's enthusiasm, and executive director Kim So-hyang changed the subject while showing her tablet to everyone. Although details will be shared gradually, let me give you the main points. This short drama project will begin with Male Friend and release a new episode every 2 weeks. As Male Friend is the starting point, we will put a lot of effort into everything from promotion to production. She had many plans laid out. Additionally, we've discussed with Netflix Japan. While not the entire short drama project, but initially, Male Friend is set to launch on Netflix Japan. Launching on both Netflix Korea and Netflix Japan, Kang Woojin pretended to be calm, but he was quite surprised inside. Wow, this is huge. It'll be uploaded on Netflix Japan too? This is expanding big time. He hadn't even thought about Netflix Japan. Netflix. Suddenly, the grade of the script crossed Woojin's mind. -6/script. Title, Male Friend. Grade A. The elevated grade of Male Friend. Is it A grade because of Wallin's participation, or perhaps because of its connection to Japan? At that moment. Also, one more thing. Although director Shin will ultimately decide, I believe it's something you should be aware of beforehand. Kim So-hyang turned to the nonchalant Woojin. Woojin, we've expanded the OST, original soundtrack, aspect. There are 2 options for you. If it's burdensome, you can just stick to the role of Han In-ho. But if you're okay with it, how about participating in the OST? What? Participate? In the OST? Kang Woojin was well aware of the significance of an OST, because he frequently saw drama OSTs ranking high on music charts. But is it okay for him to do that? As Woojin pondered this internally, executive director Kim So-hyang continued. Wallin has already agreed to participate, and we've collected quite a few songs. We're thinking of 2 to 3 main tracks, a solo song by Woolin, a solo song by Woojin, and a duet. Of course, we'll add other tracks, but the main focus would be on both of you. At this point, Woolin sneaked a glance at Woojin from across the table. I hope Woojin agrees. Even if he's tone deaf, I can use all sorts of techniques to make it sound good. Kim So-hyang, slowly crossing her legs, leaned towards Woojin. You have a good enough reason. There are scenes in the drama where Han In-ho showcases his hidden singing talents. What do you think, Woojin? Another major responsibility was being thrown his way. Now they wanted him to try his hand at an OST, something he had never done before. It was a field completely foreign to Woojin. Singing in a karaoke room is one thing, but releasing a song to the public is a whole different story. However, Woojin didn't show any hesitation. He was brimming with confidence. Hee, I've never done it before, but I can somehow manage. I'm acting, so why not an OST? Besides, my singing skills are pretty amazing right now. He mentally puffed up his chest with pride. Of course, his confidence was backed by valid reasons, mixed with a hint of arrogance and bravado. I think I can manage it without much difficulty. Executive Director Kim So-hyang looked slightly surprised. Oh, really? Yes. Really? Was he being sincere or just being impulsive? Executive Director Kim So-hyang was unsure. Well, he must be doing that because he's at least average, right? But if he's way below average, it would be problematic. Woolin feigned indifference, but inside she was ecstatic. Well, everyone in the meeting room had their own unique reactions upon hearing Woojin's words. Director Shin Dong-chun wondered, could he possibly sing well too? No way, right? The writer, Choi Nana, and other team leaders thought, as long as it's not terrible, Woolin can carry it. Regardless, a test was necessary. So, Executive Director Kim So-hyang spoke again. Then, let's coordinate the schedules of Woolin and Woojin to do a simple check. It won't take long, and it'd be good to match the tones of Woojin and Woolin at our recording studio. That way, it will be easier to find a suitable song. It's just a preliminary check. It was a standard procedure. In that session, Woolin and Woojin can try singing a duet song that's already in the market. Kim So-hyang then requested Kang Woojin. Woojin, you can just sing any song you like. At the same time, near Netflix Korea was a 24-hour rice soup restaurant. Due to the nearing lunchtime, it was packed. Among the patrons were 3 familiar faces, Choi Sung-gun, Jang Soo-hwan, and Han Yi-young. All 3 were busy devouring their rice soup. They had to fill their stomachs while Kang Woojin was in the meeting. Han Yi-young, who had recently changed her hairstyle to a short yellow bob, looked at her phone. Her eyes widened immediately. Huh? CEO, look at this article. She quickly showed the article to Choi Sung-gun, who had just taken a bite. His pupils dilated instantly. When was this published? It seems like just a few minutes ago. The article read, exclusive renowned director Kwon Ki-taek confirms top rookie Kang Woojin for his next film. Film company says Kang Woojin has been cast as the lead. Choi Sung-gun quickly took a sip of water and checked his phone. Is this an official announcement, not a rumor? Yes, it's official, considering the source. Huh, it's from director Kwon Ki-taek. But I thought the timing wasn't right yet. Why did they release it so early? And only about Woojin. As Choi Sung-gun checked online, there were already numerous follow-up articles. Then, BRRR. Choi Sung-gun's phone vibrated intensely. Seeing the caller, he was a bit surprised. It was a call from the director Kwon Ki-taek. Soon, Choi Sung-gun stepped outside of the restaurant and answered. Yes, director. Through the phone, the calm voice of director Kwon Ki-taek could be heard. Mr. Choi, have you seen the article about Woojin's confirmed casting? Yes, I just saw it and was about to call you. Did you officially announce it from your side? Yes, our distributor company released it. As you know, we initially planned to announce it around the end of June, but there have been some nasty rumors circulating about Woojin, so we decided to announce it earlier. Those nasty rumors. Choi Sung-gun and BW Entertainment were aware of them, but had not directly addressed them. After all, such rumors were too common in the entertainment industry. Maybe director Kwon Ki-taek felt sorry for him? It's good for us, since we've been waiting. Then, through the phone, director Kwon continued. Of course, if you have any promotional preparations ready, you can release them now. We plan to gradually announce starting with Woojin, so you can adjust the pace while coordinating with the distribution company. Understood, director. We'll focus on releasing news related to Woojin. But Mr. Choi, those recent rumors about Woojin, although they were all over the place, to me, it feels like someone intentionally spread them. It doesn't seem like journalists randomly wrote them. From my experience, it feels like someone is trying to stir the pot. Yes, I had the same suspicion, especially since the rumors escalated so quickly. With your extensive network, Mr. Choi, you should investigate. Woojin's career is just starting, and it would be bad if he gets caught up in such rumors. Choi Sung-gun gave a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, director. It's nothing. Woojin is now our lead actor, so we should take care of him. Let's talk again soon. Click. The call ended, and Choi Sung-gun returned to the soup restaurant with a contemplative expression. At the table, Jang Soo-hwan and Han Yeung eagerly asked him questions. So it's official? They're finally announcing it. Yes. Wow. His first commercial film as the lead is directed by Kwon Ki-taek. The film industry is going to be in chaos again. Although Jang Soo-hwan was excited, Choi Sung-gun was deep in thought. Yes, now there won't be any ridiculous rumors about him lacking projects. Although it's not confirmed yet, if we add director Kyotaro's film to this, it will be monumental. He then called the PR team on his phone. Yes, did you see the article? All right. Since it's official, let's release what we've prepared. Media, SNS, official site, everywhere, and as soon as possible. After giving his instructions, Choi Sung-gun hung up and crossed his legs, deep in thought. The one who might be targeting Woojin. There's only one person that comes to mind. It hadn't been long since Kang Woojin entered the entertainment industry in Korea, so Choi Sung-gun easily deduced the person who might be behind the attacks on Woojin. Seo Gu-seop. It's definitely that bulldog. Whether he started these rumors or fueled the existing ones, I'm sure he's involved. Of course, Choi Sung-gun had been keeping an eye on CEO Seo Gu-seop. Since Seo Gu-seop knew that he was the investor in Exorcism, Choi was sure he wouldn't stay quiet. Honestly, I thought he'd attack head-on. He's been strangely quiet, but